Painful. How painful. My head hurts so badly. A gaudy and dazzling dream world filled with murmurs instantly shattered. The sound asleep, Zhou Mingrui felt an abnormal throbbing pain in his head, as though someone had ruthlessly lashed at him with a pole again and again. No, it was more like a sharp object pierced right through his temples, followed by a twist. Ouch! In his stupor, Zhou Mingrui attempted to turn around, look up, and sit up. However, he was completely unable to move his limbs, as though he had lost control over his body. From the looks of it, I'm still not awake. I'm still in a dream. Who knows? Perhaps the next scene will be of me thinking I'm already awake, but in fact, I'm actually still sleeping. Zhou Mingrui, who was not unfamiliar with similar encounters, tried his best to focus in order to escape the shackles placed upon him by the darkness and confusion. However, while still in his reverie, whatever will he could summon was ethereal, like a fleeting fog. He found his thoughts difficult to control and introspect. No matter how much he tried, he still lost his focus as random thoughts surfaced in his mind. Why would I suddenly have such an excruciating headache in the middle of the night? And it's really painful. Could it be something like a cerebral hemorrhage? FK, don't tell me I'm going to die young. I need to wake up. Now. Why doesn't it seem to hurt as much as before? But why does it still feel like a blunt knife is slicing through my brains? From the looks of it, sleep is impossible. How am I to show up for work tomorrow? Why am I still thinking about work? This is some authentic headache. Of course I have to take time off. I don't have to worry about my manager's grumblings. Hey, putting it that way, it doesn't seem too bad. I can end up getting some spare time for myself. Throbbing pain inundated Zhou Mingrui, allowing him to slowly accumulate immaterial strength until he was finally able to move his back and open his eyes. He finally broke free from his reverie. His vision first blurred before it was screened by a faint crimson red. All he could see was a study desk made of burly wood in front of him. Right in the middle was an open notebook with airs.h.i yellow pages. The title was eye-catchingly written with strange, deep black lettering. To the left of the notebook was a stack of neatly arranged books, numbering about 8. The wall on their right was inset with grayish-white pipes with wall lamps connected to them. The lamp had a cycle Western style to it. It was about half the size of an adult's head with an inner layer of transparent GLA and an exterior grid with black metal. Diagonally beneath the lamp was a black ink bottle shrouded in a pale red glow. Its embossed surface formed a blurry angel pattern. In front of the ink bottle and to the right of the notebook sat a dark-colored pen with a fully circular body. Its tip mirrored with a faint glint while its cap rested right beside a .s revolver. A gun? A revolver? Zhou Mingrui was completely taken aback. The things laid before him were alien to him. It looked nothing like his room. While feeling shocked and confused, he discovered that the desk, notebook, ink bottle, and revolver were covered in a layer of crimson veil, a result of the light shining from the window. Subconsciously, he looked up and shi feeded his gaze up bit by bit. In midair, a crimson moon hung high above the backdrop of a black velvet curtain, glowing in silence. This Zhou Mingrui felt inexplicably horrified as he stood up abruptly. However, before his feet fully straightened, his brain protested with throbbing pain. It made him temporarily lose his strength as he fell uncontrollably. His beauty tox slammed heavily onto the burly wood chair. The pain did little. Zhou Mingrui stood up again by propping himself up. He turned around in a flu.s as he began to size up the environment he was in. The room was not very large, with a brown door on each side of the room. Close to an opposite wall was a low wooden bed. Between the bed and the left door was a cabinet. Its 2 doors were swung open, and beneath it were 5 drawers. To the side of the cabinet, there was the same grayish-white pipe on the wall at the height of a person. However, it was connected to a strange mechanical device with exposed gears and bearings in several spots. Items resembling coal stoves sat in the right corner of the room near the table, along with soup pots, iron pots, and other kitchen utensils. Across the right door was a dressing mirror with 2 cracks. Its bottom was made of wood, and the patterns were simple and plain. With a sweep of his gaze, Zhou Mingrui noticed himself in the mirror that present him. Black hair, brown pupils, a linen shirt, thinly built, average-looking features, and a rather deep outline. This Zhou Mingrui immediately drew a gasp as many helpless and confused guesses surfaced in his mind. The revolver in ancient European style and the crimson moon that looked different from Earth's moon could only mean one thing. Could I have transmigrated? Zhou Mingrui widened his mouth slightly. He had grown up reading web novels and had often fantasized over such scenes. However, he momentarily found it hard to accept the situation when he found himself in one. This was probably what it meant to love a fantasy one. In a minute, Zhou Mingrui had already cursed himself while trying to make the best out of his adverse situation. If not for the still throbbing headache that made his thoughts high-strung but clear, he would have definitely suspected that he was dreaming. Calm down, calm down, calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Mingrui worked hard to stop panicking. At that moment, as his mind and body calmed down, memories began flooding him as they slowly appeared in his mind. Klein Moretti, a citizen of the Northern Continent's lone kingdom, Awa County, city of Tianjin. He is also a recent graduate from the Department of History at Koei University. His father was a sergeant of the Royal Army who had sacrificed himself during a colonial conflict with the Southern Continent. The bereavement allowance gave Klein the opportunity to study at a private language school and laid the foundation for his admission into university. His mother was a devotee of the Evernight Judas. She said away the year Klein said the entrance examinations to Koei University. He also had an elder brother and a younger sister. They stayed in a two-bedroom apartment together. Their family was not wealthy, and its situation could even be described as somewhat wanting. At present, the family was supported solely by the elder brother who worked at an import and export company as a clerk. As a history graduate, Klein grasped knowledge of the ancient Fasak language deemed the origin of all languages in the northern continent as well as the Hermes language which often appeared in ancient mausoleums as well as texts regarding sacrificial and praying rituals. Hermes language? Zhou Mingrui's mind stirred as he reached out to rub his throbbing temples. He cast his gaze toward the table at the open notebook. He noticed that the text on the yellowed paper turned from strange to alien, before turning from alien to something familiar. It then turned into something readable. It was text written in Hermes language. The dark ink wrote the following. Everyone will die, including me. Hiss. Zhou Mingrui felt inexplicably horrified. He instinctively leaned back in an attempt to widen the distance between him and the notebook, as well as the text on it. Being very weak, he nearly fell down, but managed to extend his hands in a FLU to hold onto the edge of the table. He felt that the surrounding air was turbulent, as though there were faint murmurings resounding in it. The feeling was akin to hearing horror stories being recounted by elders when he was young. He shook his head, believing that everything was an illusion. Zhou Mingrui found his balance and feeded his gaze from the notebook as he heaved for breath. This time, his gaze landed on the mirroring broad.s.s revolver. He suddenly had a question arise in him. With Klein's family situation, how can they have the money or means to buy a revolver? Zhou Mingrui could not help but frown. While in deep thought, he suddenly discovered a red handprint to the side of the table. Its color was deeper than the moonlight and much thicker than the veil. It was a BLODY handprint. A BLODY handprint? Zhou Mingrui subconsciously flipped his right hand that had been holding the edge of the table. Looking down, he saw that his palm and fingers were covered in blood. At the same time, the throbbing pain in his head continued. Although it had weakened a little, it continued incessantly. Did I smash my head open? Zhou Mingrui guessed as he turned around and walked towards a cracked dressing mirror. A few steps later, a black-haired figure of medium build and brown eyes appeared clearly in front of him. The person had a distinct scholarly air to him. Is this the present me? Klein Moretti? Zhou Mingrui was stunned momentarily. Since there was insufficient lighting at night, he failed to see something clearly. He continued forward until he was just a step short from colliding with a mirror. Using the crimson veil-like moonlight as illumination, he turned his head and examined the corner of his forehead. A clear reflection appeared in the mirror. His temple had a grotesque wound with burn marks along its periphery. Blood stained the wound's surroundings, and there were grayish-white brain juices squirming slowly within. Chapter 2. The situation thud, thud, thud. Zhou Mingrui was so startled by the sight before him that he stumbled back several steps, as if the reflection in the dressing mirror was not himself, but rather a lifeless corpse. How could someone with such grievous wounds possibly still be alive? In disbelief, he turned his head to inspect the other side, even with the distance lengthened and the light dimmed. The evidence of a penetrating injury and deep crimson blood stains remained painfully evident. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui endeavored to calm himself, but he pressed his hand against his left chest and felt the vigorous, rapid beating of his heart. Touching the exposed skin, he discerned that beneath a slight chill lay a warm trickle. He crouched down to verify that his knees could still bend, and upon standing again, he felt a semblance of composure returning. What on earth has happened? He furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, intending to closely examine the wound on his head once more. After taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly halted, for the glow of the blood-red moon outside was too dim to facilitate a thorough inspection. That a fragment of memory surged forth, and Zhou Mingrui turned to gaze at the wall adjacent to his desk, where a wall lamp encased in gray-white pipes and metal grills hung. This was the contemporary gas lamp, its flame steady and illuminating brilliantly. Given Klein Moretti's family circumstances, one would scarcely expect to find gas lamps here. Even an oil lamp would have been a luxury, with candles being far more befitting of his status. Yet for years ago, during his late-night studies for the entrance exam to Hoi University, his brother Benson had deemed this a matter of utmost importance for the family's future, insisting on creating optimal conditions for him, even if it meant incurring debt. Of course, Benson, who had been literate and working for several years, was by no means reckless or lacking in foresight. He had cleverly convinced the landlord to fund the essential renovations by arguing that installing gas lines would elevate the apartment's status and facilitate future rentals. Utilizing his position at an import-export company, he procured the new gas lamps at almost cost price, managing everything solely with his savings. Never once borrowing money today as fragments of memory flickered by, Zhou Mingrui returned to the desk, opened the valve of the gas line, and twisted the switch of the gas lamp. Click, click, click. The sound of friction igniting echoed, yet the light did not manifest as Zhou Mingrui had anticipated. Click, click, click. He turned the switch a few more times, but the gas lamp remained dim. Retracting his hand, he pressed his palm against his left temple, summoning fragments of memory to discern the cause of the situation. After a few seconds, he turned his body and approached the mechanical device embedded in the wall beside the door. Also connected by gray-white pipes that was the gas meter. Glancing at the exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrui retrieved a coin from his pocket. Its dark yellow hue gleamed with a copper luster, with the visage of a crowned man embossed on one side and a cluster of wheat surrounding the numeral 1 on the reverse. Zhou Mingrui recognized this as the most basic currency of the Kingdom of Ruin. Known as the copper penny, that a single penny possessed purchasing power equivalent to approximately 3 or 4 of his former currency, and this coinage included denominations of 5 pennies, half a penny, and a quarter penny, yet remained rather coarse. In daily life, one often needed to combine coins to make purchases. After allowing the copper penny, issued during King George III's reign, to spin a few times between his fingers, Zhou Mingrui pinched it and inserted it into the slender opening of the gas meter. Clink, 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 as the penny fell within. The sound of gears whirring to life followed, producing a brief yet delightful mechanical melody. Zhou Mingrui stared for a few seconds before returning to his wooden desk, reaching to twist the gas lamp's switch once more. Click, 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 boom! A cluster of flames ignited, rapidly expanding, the bright light first filling the lamp and then spilling through the transparent glass, bathing the room in a warm hue. Darkness receded abruptly, and the crimson hue fled from the window, leaving Zhou Mingrui inexplicably reassured as he hastened to the dressing mirror. This time, he scrutinized the area around his temple, leaving no detail overlooked. After several comparisons, he noted that aside from the initial bloodstains, the gaping wound had ceased to ooze, as if it had received the best possible treatment and dressing. The sluggishly writhing grayish-white brain matter and the visibly regenerating flesh hinted at the promise of healing. Perhaps in 30 or 40 minutes, or maybe in 2 or 3 hours, only faint traces would remain. The curative effects of this crossing. Zhou Mingrui raised the right corner of his mouth in a silent whisper. With a long exhalation, he reassured himself that, regardless of the circumstances, he was still very much alive. Steadying his thoughts, he pulled open the drawer and retrieved a small bar of soap, taking one of the tattered towels hanging beside the cupboard before heading to the shared washroom on the second floor. Yes, the blood on his head needed to be addressed, lest he perpetually resemble a crime scene. While it mattered little if he frightened himself, alarming his sister Melissa, who needed to rise early the next day, would lead to undesirable consequences. The corridor outside was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint crimson moonlight filtering through the window at the far end, sketching the outlines of protruding objects, making them appear as if they were the watchful eyes of monstrous beings in the deep of night. Zhou Mingrui tread lightly, a sense of trepidation accompanying him as he approached the washroom. Upon entering, the moonlight intensified, bringing clarity to the surroundings. Zhou Mingrui stood at the sink and turned on the faucet. The rush of water filled his ears, and suddenly, he recalled the landlord, Mr. Frankie. Since the water bill was included in the rent, this small, slender man, adorned with a top hat, waistcoat, and black formal attire, perpetually inspected the washrooms, eavesdropping on the sounds of running water. If the splashing became too loud, Mr. Frankie would, disregarding gentlemanly decorum, furiously brandish his cane, striking the washroom door while vociferously declaring, "Damn thieves! Wastefulness is a shameful act. I remember you. Should I see you again, I'll have you and your filthy baggage thrown out. Rest assured, this is the most affordable apartment in Tinjing City. You shall find no landlord more generous than me." Returning to the present, Zhou Mingrui soaked the towel and began scrubbing the blood from his face, repeatedly rinsing until he had cleaned every trace away. After glancing into the dilapidated mirror of the washroom and confirming that only the grotesque wound and his pallid visage remained, Zhou Mingrui felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he then removed his linen shirt, using the soap to lather and cleanse the bloodstains. Just then, a frown creased his brow as he realized there might be further complications. The exaggerated wound and the plethora of bloodstains indicated that there should be traces left elsewhere in the room. After a few moments, having dealt with his linen shirt, Zhou Mingrui hastily returned home with a damp towel, first wiping away the bloodied handprints from the desk before seeking out any other remnants by the light of the gas lamp. In his search, he quickly discovered numerous splatters of blood on the floor and beneath the desk, and against the left wall, a glimmering yellow bullet casing laid a shot fired at point-blank range. The clues suddenly coalesced, and Zhou Mingrui began to comprehend the cause of Klein's demise, but he did not rush to verify. Instead, he diligently wiped away the bloodstains, clearing the scene before retrieving the bullet casing and returning to the desk, where he opened the revolver cylinder to empty its contents. Clink, clink, clink. 5 bullets and 1 casing, all gleaming with a lustrous brass sheen. Indeed, Zhou Mingrui glanced at the empty casing, nodding slightly as he replaced each bullet back into the cylinder. Shifting his gaze, he focused on the open notebook, where the words "everyone will die," including me, were inscribed, and a wave of additional questions surged within him. Where did the gun come from? Suicide, or merely a facade of suicide? What sort of trouble could a history graduate from a humble background possibly attract? How could such a method of suicide yield only this amount of blood? Was it because my timely crossing endowed me with healing benefits? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Mingrui changed into another linen shirt, seated himself in a chair, and began pondering a more pressing matter. Klein's fate was not his primary concern at this moment. The real issue was to uncover the reason for his crossing and whether he could return once more. His parents, relatives, close friends, the vibrant tapestry of the digital world, and the myriad of culinary delights. These were the fervent desires that propelled him to seek a way back. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Mingrui's right hand involuntarily spun the revolver's cylinder before retracting it, repeating the motion time and again. This period feels little different from before, aside from the unfortunate twist of fate that led to this inexplicable crossing. Indeed, it was ill fortune. I performed a ritual to change my luck before dinner tonight. A flash of insight illuminated Zhou Mingrui's mind, dispelling the fog that obscured his memories. That is a competent keyboard politician, keyboard historian, keyboard economist, keyboard biologist, and keyboard folklorist. He had always claimed to possess a smattering of knowledge across various fields, though his close friends often mocked him for knowing only a little about everything. Among these was the realm of arcane arts. Last year, while visiting his hometown, he stumbled upon an intriguing volume bound in traditional style, titled Secrets of Qin and Han Alchemical Arts, at a second-hand bookstall. Finding it quite fascinating, He purchased it, believing it would serve to embellish his online persona. However, as often happens, his interest waned swiftly. The vertical format made for cumbersome reading, and he had only flipped through the beginning before discarding the book into a corner. After enduring a month of unrelenting misfortune, losing my phone, clients fleeing, and making work-related blunders, an incidental recollection of a fortune-turning ritual from the beginning of the Book of Techniques came to mind. The requirements for this ritual were remarkably simple and demanded no prior knowledge. One merely needed to procure 4 portions of the staple food from their region and distribute them in the 4 corners of a room, be it on a table, a cabinet, or elsewhere. Then, standing at the center of the room, one must trace a square in a counterclockwise direction with 4 steps. The first step involves sincerely reciting Fuxing Xian Wang Xianzun, followed by Fuxing Xian Wang Tianjun for the second, Fuxing Xian Wang Shandi for the third, and concluding with Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan for the fourth. Upon completing the steps, one should close their eyes and wait in place for 5 minutes, thus deeming the ritual a success. With the mindset that it wouldn't cost me anything, I retrieved that book and performed the ritual before dinner. However, nothing transpired at that moment that, to my astonishment, by midnight, I found myself transported to another realm. Perhaps it was indeed the effect of that fortune-turning ritual. Tomorrow, I shall try it here. If it truly was responsible, then there is hope for my return. Zhou Mingrue halted the motion of twirling the revolver, sitting up straight with sudden resolve. Regardless of the outcome, I must give it a try. A dead horse must be treated as a live one. Pita tomorrow at the 3rd watch, I will add a chapter to make up for the previous delay, manual humor. Tonight, the first update will be at midnight, the second at 12:30 noon, and the third at 7 in the evening. Chapter 3. Melissa, first update seeks recommendation votes. With the plan established, Zhou Mingrue felt a surge of confidence, dispelling the feelings of fear, hesitation, and insecurity that had previously ensconced him in a corner. Only then did he find the mental space to carefully examine the fragmented memories of Klein that lingered in his mind. Instinctively, Zhou Mingrue rose to his feet, closed the valve of the pipe, and watched as the wall lamp gradually dimmed until it extinguished. He then reseated himself, unconsciously caressing the brass cylinder of the revolver while pressing his head to the side, quietly savoring the moments in the dark tinged with crimson, akin to the most engrossed audience member in a cinema. Perhaps influenced by the bullet's passage, Klein's memories resembled shattered glass, lacking coherence and conspicuously missing content in many areas, such as the origin of the exquisitely crafted revolver, whether it was a suicide or a homicide, and the meaning behind the note stating that everyone, including myself, must die. Had he been involved in any peculiar occurrences 2 days prior to the incident? Not only had these specific memories fragmented and become incomplete, but even the knowledge he possessed was similarly impaired. From his current perspective, Zhou Mingrue believed that if Klein were to return to university, he would likely fail to graduate, despite having only left the campus for a few days and showing no signs of relaxation in his studies. In 2 days, he was to attend an interview at the history department of Tianjin University. The universities of the Kingdom of Luen had a tradition where graduates did not directly remain at the school, and his mentor had provided a recommendation letter for both Tianjin University and B-Clan University. As Zhou Mingrue silently observed, the red moon sank in the western sky, gradually descending until a faint light appeared in the east, bathing the horizon in gold. That moment, sounds emanated from the inner room. And soon, footsteps approached. Melissa had awakened. Her punctuality was as unwavering as ever. Zhou Mingrue smiled slightly, feeling a sense of kinship towards Melissa influenced by Klein's memories, akin to viewing his own younger sister. Yet, he quickly quipped to himself that he did not actually have a younger sister. Unlike Klein, who had received his education at the Sunday school of the Night Goddess Church, Melissa's formative education occurred during the era when the Kingdom of Luen enacted the elementary education law, establishing the Committee for Primary and Secondary Education and allocating special funds to enhance investment. Within 3 years, a myriad of public elementary schools emerged, having absorbed numerous church schools while strictly adhering to the principle of religious neutrality. Steering clear of the disputes among the Storm Lord, the Night Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery, compared to the Sunday school that charged a mere copper penny per week, the public elementary schools, with a fee of 3 pennies per week, might seem rather expensive. However, the former only held classes for 1 day a week, while the latter required attendance 6 days a week, rendering the overall cost almost negligible. Melissa was unlike most girls. From a young age, She harbored a fascination for gears, springs, and bearings, aspiring to become a steam mechanic. Her elder brother, Benson, who had experienced the drawbacks of inadequate education and understood the importance of learning, supported her dreams just as he had supported Klein's pursuit of higher education. After all, Tingen Technical School could only be considered a form of secondary education, eliminating the need for further accumulation at a grammar school or public school. Last July, at the age of 15, Melissa successfully passed the entrance exam and became a member of the STEAM and Machinery department at Tingen Technical School, with her weekly tuition rising to 9 pennies. Meanwhile, the import-export company where Benson worked had been adversely affected by the situation in the southern continent, resulting in a significant decline in both profits and business volume, compelling them to lay off over a third of their workforce. To retain his job and sustain his livelihood, Benson had no choice but to accept heavier workloads, frequently working overtime or being dispatched to inhospitable locations. Much like the past few days, Klein had considered alleviating his brother's burden. But as a commoner who had entered through an ordinary grammar school, he felt acutely aware of his inadequacies upon stepping into university. For instance, the ancient Gufusak language, the source language of all countries in the northern continent, was something noble offspring and wealthy children had learned from a young age, while he had only encountered it for the first time at university. There were countless similar instances. Klein had exhausted all his efforts, often burning the midnight oil, just to barely keep pace with others and graduate with average grades. The memories of the elder brother and sister danced in Zhou Mingrui's mind until he turned the handle, and the door to the inner room creaked open, jolting him back to reality and reminding him of the revolver in his hand. This is a semi-regulated item. It could frighten children. And what about the wound on my head? As Melissa was about to appear, Zhou Mingrui pressed his temples while hastily yanking open the desk drawer and tossing the revolver inside, producing a loud thud. What has happened? Hearing the commotion, Melissa glanced over in confusion. She was at the peak of her youth. Despite not having access to good food, her face, though thin and slightly pale, retained a youthful glow, exuding the essence of girlhood. Upon noticing her brother's brown eyes probing in curiosity, Zhou Mingrui forced himself to appear calm, grasping the nearest object and casually closing the drawer to conceal the presence of the revolver. The sensation of his hand on his temple confirmed that the wound had healed. From the drawer, he retrieved a silver pocket watch adorned with vine and leaf patterns. With a gentle press on the top, the lid sprang open. It was the most valuable possession left by their father, a sergeant in the Royal Army, but as a second-hand item, it had been prone to issues in recent years, even after being repaired by a watchmaker. This had caused Benson, who liked to flaunt it, to elevate his status, to repeatedly find himself in embarrassing situations, leading him to abandon it at home. That it must be said that Melissa might indeed possess a talent for mechanics. After mastering the theoretical knowledge, she began tinkering with the watch using the tools at the technical school, recently claiming to have repaired it. As Zhou Mingrui watched the lid pop open, he noticed the second hand frozen in place and instinctively turned the top, intending to win the watch. However, after several turns, he still heard no sound of the mechanism tightening, and the second hand remained immobile. That it seemed to be broken again. Struggling for conversation, he glanced at his sister. Melissa shot him an expressionless glance, quickly stepping over to snatch the watch from him. She stood still, pulled the top button up, and after merely a few turns, the rhythmic ticking of the second hand filled the air. Normally, pulling it up should have adjusted the time. Zhou Mingrui's expression became blank. That moment, the distant chimes of the cathedral echoed, resonating 6 times, distant and ethereal. After listening to the chimes, Melissa raised the top button slightly higher, then twisted it repeatedly to set the correct time. Done, she said succinctly, devoid of any emotion, before pressing the top back down and returning the watch to Zhou Mingrui. He smiled awkwardly, yet politely in response. Melissa gave her brother one last deep glance before turning toward the cabinet, retrieving a toothbrush, towel, and other items, and then stepped out the door to the communal washroom. Her earlier expression had conveyed a mixture of disdain and helplessness. Was that a look of caring for her somewhat slow-witted brother? Zhou Mingrui shook his head and chuckled softly, snapping the watch lid shut with a click, then opening it again with another snap. As he repeated this action, his thoughts wandered to a pressing question. In the absence of a silencer, if Klein had indeed committed suicide, and for now, let us consider it as such, the noise would have been considerable, yet Melissa, only a wall away, had been completely oblivious. Had she been sleeping too soundly, Or was the very act of Klein's suicide inherently filled with strangeness? Snap, open, snap, close. When Melissa returned from washing up, she found her brother lost in the repetitive motion of opening and closing the pocket watch's lid. Once again, her gaze was tinged with exasperation as she sweetly said, "Klein, be sure to take out the remaining bread. Remember to buy fresh ones today, along with meat and peas. You must prepare for your interview. I'll make you lamb stew with peas.h.i," she spoke. She moved the stove from the corner, igniting a fire with the leftover coals to boil a pot of hot water. Before the water reached a boil, she opened the bottom drawer of the cabinet, reverently retrieving a can of inferior tea leaves, sprinkling about 10 leaves into the pot, pretending it was genuine tea. Pouring 2 large cups, Melissa and Zhou Mingrui shared a couple of slices of rye bread. Though devoid of wood shavings and not overly grainy, it still left much to be desired. Zhou Mingrui, feeling weak and famished, relied on the tea while begrudgingly forcing down the bread. After a few minutes, Melissa finished her meal, gathered her long black hair that fell over her back, and turned to Zhou Mingrui, saying, "Remember to buy new bread, just 8 pounds, as the weather is hot and too much will spoil easily. Also, get lamb and peas, don't forget." Indeed, she displayed a caring nature towards her bookish brother, reiterating her request. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "All right." Regarding the pound of lamb in the kingdom of Rune, Zhou Mingrui, based on his recollection of Klein's memories and his own comparisons, believed it to be approximately equivalent to his accustomed half-kilogram. Melissa didn't elaborate further. She rose to tidy up, packed the last loaf of bread for lunch, donned a tattered lace hat left by her mother, and picked up her handmade bag for carrying books and stationery, preparing to head out. Today was not Sunday. She had a full day of classes ahead that IT took about 50 minutes to walk from their apartment to the Tianjin Technical School. There were public carriages available, charging a penny per kilometer. With a maximum fare of 4 pence within the city and 6 pence in the outskirts, the TO saved money. Melissa always set out early, opting to walk. Just as she opened the front door, she paused and half-turned, saying, "Klein, don't buy too much lamb and peas. Benson might not return until Sunday. And remember, the bread is only 8 pounds. Okay. Zhou Mingrui replied helplessly. Meanwhile, he silently repeated the word Sunday to himself several times. In the northern continent, the year is similarly divided into 12 months, comprising 365 to 366 days, with a week consisting of 7 days. The former is a result of astronomical achievements, leading Zhou Mingrui to suspect that this place might be a parallel world, while the latter stems from religion, as the northern continent's orthodox deities total 7. The eternal radiant sun, the lord of storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the goddess of night, the mother of earth, the god of war, and the god of steam and machinery. Watching his sister close the door as she departed, Zhou Mingrui suddenly sighed, quickly shifting his thoughts to the transference ceremony. "Apologies, I really want to go home. Please vote for recommendations on Monday." Chapter 4. Divination. Second update, seeking recommendations. Once seated again, Zhou Mingrui remained still until the distant church bells tolled 7 times in succession, prompting him to leisurely rise and approach the cupboard to retrieve his attire. Clad in a black waistcoat, matching formal wear, slightly snug trousers, and a half-top hat, he felt as though he were gazing at a character from a Victorian-era drama when he caught sight of himself in the mirror. "I am not going for an interview. I'm merely purchasing ingredients for the transference ceremony," he muttered quietly, shaking his head with a chuckle. Klein was so preoccupied with the impending interview that it had become an instinctive reflex, leading him to don this sole decent outfit when his focus wavered. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui removed his formal attire and waistcoat, replacing them with a worn brown overcoat and a matching round-brimmed felt hat. After readying himself, he strolled to the high-low bed, lifted the upper mattress, and inserted his hand through an inconspicuous tear at the bottom, rummaging until he located a hidden compartment. When his right hand retracted, it held a roll of banknotes, approximately 7 or 8 notes, with a dark greenish hue. This represented Benson's entire savings, even including the living expenses for the next 3 days, which contained only 2 5-suler notes, while the remainder comprised 1 suler notes. Within the monetary system of the Kingdom of Rune, the suler occupies the second tier, derived from ancient silver coins, with 1 suler equating to 12 copper pence. Available in denominations of 1 and 5, at the pinnacle of the currency hierarchy lies the gold pound, also a paper note, but secured by gold and directly pegged, with 1 gold pound equating to 20 thalers. Available in denominations of 1, 5, and 10. Zhou Mingrui unfurled the banknotes, inhaling the faint, distinctive scent of special ink. This was the scent of money, perhaps influenced by fragments of Klein's memories, or perhaps due to his unchanging desire for wealth. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui found himself enamored with these little fellows. Look, their designs are exquisitely beautiful, rendering the stern and serious George III almost endearing. Behold, the watermark visible in the sunlight is so enticing. And the meticulously crafted anti-counterfeiting labels set them apart from counterfeit goods. After admiring them for several seconds, Zhou Mingrui withdrew 2 1 notes, re-rolled the remainder, and tucked it back into the hidden compartment beneath the mattress. Smoothing the fabric around the tear, Zhou Mingrui neatly folded the 2 banknotes and placed them in the left pocket of his brown overcoat, separate from the few pennies in his trouser pocket. Having completed these tasks, he slipped the key into his right pocket, grabbed a large brown paper bag, and strode briskly toward the door. With a series of rapid footfalls that gradually slowed, he finally came to a halt at the door. His brow furrowed without his realization. The circumstances surrounding Klein's suicide were riddled with uncertainties. Would venturing out like this lead to unforeseen consequences? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Mingrui returned to the desk, opened the drawer, and retrieved the revolver that glimmered with a brass shone. Was the only means of self-defense he could think of, and it was indeed a potent weapon, although he had never practiced shooting. Merely brandishing this revolver would surely intimidate anyone. As he felt the cold metal cylinder, Zhou Mingrui stowed the revolver in the pocket containing the banknotes, clutching the notes tightly while pressing his fingers against the grip. Effectively concealing it, that a sense of security washed over him, yet sudden worry emerged. Could it misfire? Thoughts raced through his mind, but Zhou Mingrui quickly found clarity that he drew the revolver, swung the cylinder to the left, positioning the empty chamber left by the suicide to the firing position, then snapped it shut. This way, even in the event of an accidental discharge, it would only be a blank. Once he secured the revolver back in place, Zhou Mingrui kept his left hand inserted in his pocket, refraining from drawing it out again. Adjusting his hat with his right hand, he opened the door with a loud creak and stepped outside. The corridor remained dimly lit during the day, with the sunlight filtering through the far window in limited amounts. As Zhou Mingrui hurried down the stairs and exited the apartment, he finally felt the brilliance and warmth of daylight. Although it was nearing July, the height of summer, Tianjin, located in the northern region of the Kingdom of Rune, exhibited unique climatic characteristics, with the highest annual temperatures barely reaching 30 degrees Celsius, and the mornings remained refreshingly cool. The streets bore signs of pollution, with dirty water flowing in some areas and litter strewn about. Klein's memories. Such scenes were not uncommon in low-income neighborhoods, even with the presence of sewers, due to the high population and the struggles of daily life. Come, enjoy the delicious pan-fried fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. A bowl in the morning will keep you energized all day. Fresh fish delivered from the port. Only 5 pence each. Little cakes. Eel soup with ginger beer. Sea snails. Street vendors hawked freshly harvested vegetables from the outskirts, cheap and fresh. Shouting loudly, the vendors called out to the hurried passers-by, some stopping to compare prices, while others waved impatiently, as they had yet to secure work for the day. Zhou Mingrui inhaled the mingling sense of foulness and aroma, gripping the revolver firmly with his left hand, clutching the banknotes, while his right hand pressed down on his round-brimmed hat, slightly bending forward to navigate through the bustling street. Crowded places. Pickpockets lurked, especially in this neighborhood filled with partially unemployed individuals and hungry children driven by desperation. As he continued on his way, once the density of the surrounding crowd returned to normal, Zhou Mingrui straightened his posture, raised his head, and gazed towards the street. There, a wandering accordion player was performing, his melodies oscillating between melodious and fervent. Beside him, a throng of ragged, malnourished children gathered, listening to the music and instinctively moving to the rhythm, dancing their own improvised steps, their faces radiating joy, as if they were little princes or little angels. A woman with a vacant expression passed by, her skirt soiled, her complexion dull. Her gaze was expressionless and vacant, but a flicker of light crossed her eyes when she glanced at the group of children, as if she caught a glimpse of herself from 30 years ago. Zhou Mingrui surpassed her, turning onto another street, stopping in front of the Slynn Bakery. The proprietor of the bakery was a 7-year-old grandmother named Wendy Slynn. Her hair entirely gray, always graced with a gentle smile. She had been selling bread and pastries there since Zhou Mingrui could remember. Her homemade Tianjin cakes and lemon cakes are absolutely delicious. Zhou Mingrui thought, swallowing hard, and smiled as he said, Mrs. Slynn, I'd like 8 pounds of rye bread. Ditto little Klein, where's Benson? Hasn't he returned yet? Wendy asked cheerfully. Did I in a few days? Zhou Mingrui replied vaguely. As Wendy gathered the rye bread, she remarked, he is such a diligent young man. He will surely find a good wife. At this point, her lips curled into a slightly mischievous smile as she added, now that you're graduated, our history department graduate from Hoi University. Soon you'll be earning money. You shouldn't be living in such an apartment. At the very least, you ought to have your own washroom. Mrs. Slynn, you're truly like a young and vibrant lady today. Zhou Mingrui could only respond with a dry laugh that if Klein successfully passed the interview and became a lecturer at Tianjin University, the entire family would indeed be on the path to prosperity. In the fragments of his memory, he even fantasized about renting a detached house on the outskirts, with 5 or 6 rooms upstairs, 2 washrooms, a large balcony, 2 rooms downstairs, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, a washroom, and a basement storage room. This is not mere wishful thinking. Even a lecturer in the internship phase at Tianjin University can earn a weekly wage of 2 golden pounds. And upon permanent employment, it escalates to 3 golden pounds and 10 shillings. That in contrast, Klein's brother Benson, after years of labor, only receives a weekly pay of 1 pound and 10 shillings, while ordinary factory workers earn less than a pound, or just slightly above. The rent for a standalone house ranges from 19 shillings to 1 pound and 18 shillings. This illustrates the stark difference between a monthly income of 3 to 4,000 and one of 14 to 15,000. Zhou Mingrui mused quietly. However, all of this hinges on successfully passing the interviews at Tianjin University or Bakeland University. As for alternative avenues, those without connections are unlikely to receive recommendations to become public servants. And for those studying history, the employment scope is even narrower, with few opportunities as private advisors for nobles, bankers, or industrial magnates. Considering that Klein's knowledge has become fragmented and incomplete, Zhou Mingrui felt a mixture of awkwardness and guilt regarding Mrs. Slynn's expectations. That no, I have always been this young. Wendy replied humorously to as she spoke. She packed the measured 16 loaves of rye bread into the deep brown paper bag that Zhou Mingrui had brought, extending her right hand to say, 9 pence. Each loaf of rye bread weighs about 0.5 pounds, with unavoidable discrepancies. That wasn't at 11 pence just a couple of days ago. Zhou Mingrui instinctively inquired. Last month, it was even 15 pence. You should thank the repeal of the Corn Laws and those who marched against it. Wendy replied, spreading her hands with a smile. Zhou Mingrui nodded, somewhat understanding. His recollection of Klein's knowledge was somewhat fragmented, remembering only that the core of the Corn Laws was to protect domestic agricultural prices, preventing imports of grain from southern nations like Fenibot, Maxi, and Lundberg until prices reached a certain level. Why would anyone protest against it? Without elaborating further, Zhou Mingrui, wary of revealing his revolver, cautiously retrieved a paper note and handed it to Mrs. Slynn. After receiving 3 copper pennies in change, which he tucked into his trouser pocket, he set off towards the lettuce and meat market across the street, intent on securing tender peas for the lamb stew his sister had requested. At the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street lay a municipal square, now bustling with numerous tents, where oddly dressed and amusing clowns were handing out flyers that a circus performance tomorrow night. Zhou Mingrui glanced at the flyers in others' hands, murmuring the gist of the content. Melissa would surely love it. I wonder how much the tickets cost. A thought crossed his mind as he moved closer. Just as he was about to inquire with one of the clowns in red and yellow, a raspy female voice suddenly called out beside him, "Would you like a fortune told?" Instinctively turning his head, Zhou Mingrui saw a woman standing in front of a low tent, wearing a pointed hat and a long black dress. Her face was painted with red and yellow oils, and her gray-blue eyes were deep and penetrating. No, Zhou Mingrui shook his head in response. He had no spare coins for fortune-telling. The woman smiled. My tarot readings are quite accurate. Tarot. Zhou Mingrui was momentarily taken aback. The pronunciation resembled that of the tarot cards on Earth. The tarot cards on Earth were a form of fortune-telling playing cards, embellished with various symbolic images. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled the origins of tarot divination in this world, that it did not stem from 7 orthodox deities. Nor was it an ancient relic. It was invented over 170 years ago by Roselle Gustave, who was then the ruling official of the Republic of Intis. This Roselle was the inventor of the steam engine, improved sailing ships, overthrew the rule of the Kingdom of Intis, and was recognized by the Guild of Craftsmen, becoming the first ruling official of the new republic. He later campaigned successfully, bringing nations like Lundberg under protection, compelling powerful northern nations like the Kingdom of Rune, Fenebote, and the Vuzak Empire to submit, then transformed the republic back into an empire, declaring himself Emperor Caesar. It was during Roselle's reign that the Guild of Craftsmen received the first public oracle since the Fifth Era, changing the title of the god of craftsmen to the god of steam and machinery. Roselle also invented tarot divination, establishing the current structure and gameplay of the cards, which included several types familiar to Zéomingrui, such as Upgrade, Landlord, Texas Hold'em, and Quint. Additionally, he dispatched fleets through storms and turbulence to discover routes to the southern continent, ushering in the age of colonization. Unfortunately, in his old age, he faced betrayal and was slain in 1198 of the Fifth Era by the Eternal Radiant Sun Church, due to a conspiracy involving the Sorin family of the Intis royal lineage and other nobles, falling at the White Maple Palace. Recalling this knowledge, Zéomingrui suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. Could this woman be a predecessor from another world? With that thought, Zéomingrui felt compelled to see what the tarot cards here looked like, so he nodded to the woman in the pointed hat and painted face, saying, "If the price is reasonable, I shall give it a try." The woman laughed. "Sir, you are the first person to seek a reading today. It is free of charge." "Free? The most expensive things are often those that are free." Zéomingrui muttered silently, planning to resolutely refuse any additional services offered. "If you have the ability, then predict that I am a traveler from another world." With this thought, Zéomingrui followed the woman adorned in red and yellow paint into the low tent. Inside, it was quite dark, with only a sliver of light filtering in, vaguely illuminating a table covered with cards. The woman in the pointed hat seemed unfazed, her black dress swirling like water as she glided past the table. Sitting across from him and lighting a candle, the dim, flickering light added an air of mystery to the tent. Zéomingrui sat down, maintaining his composure as his gaze swept over the tarot cards on the table. Recognizing the familiar figures of the magician, the emperor, the hanged man, and temperance among the main cards. Could Roselle truly be a predecessor from my gluttonous empire? Zéomingrui's lips twitched slightly as he felt a wave of disorientation. Before he could fully examine the cards laid out before him, the woman claiming to be an accurate diviner swiftly gathered all the tarot cards, stacking them into a pile and pushing them towards him. "You may shuffle and cut the cards," the circus fortune teller said in a low voice to me. "Shuffle?" Zéomingrui instinctively questioned. The diviner's face, painted in red and yellow, shifted, revealing a faint smile as she replied, "Of course, only you can divine your own fate. I am merely an interpreter." Zéomingrui immediately became cautious, retorting, "There's no extra charge for interpretation, right? As a keyboard folklorist, I've seen plenty of such tricks." The diviner appeared taken aback for a moment, before muttering, "It's free." Zéomingrui felt a wave of relief and tucked his revolver further into his pocket, but he then confidently extended his hands, skillfully shuffling and cutting the cards. All done, he placed the shuffled tarot cards in the center of the table. "Now let us begin." The diviner clasped her hands and studied the cards intently for a moment before asking, "I apologize for not asking earlier. What would you like to inquire about?" Having once researched tarot cards during his unrequited love in the past, Zéomingrui confidently replied, "The past, the present, and the future." This refers to a tarot reading layout where 3 cards are laid out in succession, symbolizing the past, present, and future. The diviner nodded, then smiled, saying, "Please shuffle again," ensuring you understand what you wish to ask, so you can draw truly meaningful cards. "Were you just playing tricks on me?" "Don't be so stingy. I'm merely emphasizing it's free." Zéomingrui's facial muscles twitched slightly as he took a deep breath. Reclaiming the tarot cards to shuffle and cut them once more. Is this satisfactory? He placed the cut cards on the table, and no more. The diviner extended her finger to pick up a card from the top, laying it to Zéomingrui's left, her voice growing increasingly husky. "This card symbolizes the past." She placed the second card in front of Zéomingrui. "This card symbolizes the present." She then picked up the third card and placed it on Zéomingrui's right. This card symbolizes the future. Now, which card would you like to see first? After completing these actions, the diviner lifted her head, her gray-blue eyes gazing deeply into Xiaomingrui's. Let us see the present first, Xiaomingrui pondered briefly. The diviner slowly nodded, flipping over the card positioned in front of him. The card depicted a young man adorned in lavish garments, wearing a splendid headdress, shouldering a staff with luggage hanging from its tip. A small dog tugging at him from behind. Numbered 0. The Fool. The diviner softly pronounced the name of the card, her gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Xiaomingrui. The Fool? The 0 card of the tarot? A beginning, encompassing all possible beginnings? Xiaomingrui, not quite a novice in tarot, could only draw a rudimentary interpretation based on his recollections. Just as the diviner was about to speak, the tent flap was suddenly flung open, and a blinding light flooded in, causing Xiaomingrui, who had his back turned, to instinctively squint his eyes. Why are you impersonating me again? Giving fortunes is my job. Hurry back. Remember, you are merely a tamer. A furious female voice thundered. And as Xiaomingrui adjusted to the brightness, he saw at the entrance another woman, similarly adorned with a pointed hat, dressed in black, and painted in red and yellow, albeit taller and slimmer. The woman seated before him hastily rose to her feet, expressing her discontent with a sigh. Please do not take offense. I simply have a fondness for this. I must admit, at times, my divinations and interpretations prove to be quite accurate, as she spoke. She lifted the hem of her skirt, maneuvered around the table, and swiftly exited the tent. Sir, would you like me to assist you in interpreting? The true fortune-teller inquired, casting a smile towards Xiaomingrui. Xiaomingrui twitched the corners of his mouth, sincerely countering with a question. Is it free? No, the true fortune-teller replied. Then forget it. Xiaomingrui tucked his hand back into his pocket, pressing down on his revolver and paper currency, and bent to exit the tent. Really, to seek out a beast tamer for tarot readings. Is not a beast tamer who does not wish to be a fortune-teller merely a fool? Xiaomingrui swiftly dismissed the matter from his mind. Spending 7 pennies at the market for a pound of inferior lamb, along with tender peas, cabbage, onions, potatoes, and other items, summing up to 25 copper pennies, or 2 souls and 1 penny. Money truly does not last. He lamented, realizing he had not only lost the 2 paper notes he had taken with him, but also a penny that had been in his trouser pocket. He uttered a brief lament and, not dwelling further on it, hurriedly returned home. With staple foods in hand, he could proceed with the auspicious ritual. Once the tenants on the 2nd floor had departed, Xiaomingrui did not rush into the ceremony. Instead, he first translated the words Fuxing Xianyuan Xianzuan into ancient Fuzak and Rune languages, intending to try the local tongue the following day should the original incantation prove ineffective. After all, one must consider the differences between realms and the necessity of adapting to local customs. As for translating into the ancient prayer language reserved for sacrifices, Hermes script, Xiaomingrui found himself lacking the vocabulary to accomplish this task. Completing these preparations, he extracted 4 rye loaves from the paper bag, placing one in the corner where the coal stove used to be, another at the base of the dressing mirror, a third atop the cupboard where 2 walls converged, and the last beside the clutter on his desk. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomingrui stood in the center of the room, calming himself for a few minutes before taking deliberate steps in a counterclockwise square. With each step, he softly chanted, Fuxing Xianyuan Xianzuan. For the 2nd step, he earnestly muttered, Fuxing Xianyuan Tiangjin. The 3rd step saw him hold his breath, whispering, Fuxing Xianyuan Shandi. For the 4th, he exhaled a heavy breath, mentally reciting, Fuxing Xianyuan Tianzuan. Upon completing the circuit, Xiaomingrui closed his eyes, standing still and awaiting the outcome, his heart a mix of anticipation, unease, hope, and trepidation. Could he return? Would it be effective? Would unforeseen circumstances arise? The darkness before him was tinged with a deep crimson brought forth by light, and thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. Refusing to settle that moment, he suddenly felt the air around him grow thick and strange, as if it had ceased to flow. Almost immediately, whispers began to echo in his ears, sometimes soft and fine, at other times sharp, ethereal, alluring, frantic, and maddening. Although he could not comprehend the murmurs, Xiaomingrui found himself unable to resist the urge to listen and discern. His head throbbed once more, painfully akin to a steel rod piercing through it. Xiaomingrui felt as though his skull might burst, his thoughts suffused with a hallucinatory haze, that he realized something was amiss and struggled to open his eyes, but could not accomplish even this simple act. His entire being grew increasingly taut, as if it might snap at any moment, and a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. If one does not court death, they shall not die. Just as he could no longer bear it, the cacophony of overlapping voices receded, and silence enveloped him, the atmosphere feeling almost ethereal. Not only the ambience, but Zhou Mingrue sensed his own body felt equally insubstantial. He attempted to open his eyes again, this time with surprising ease that a diffuse gray mist filled his vision, hazy, blurred, and boundless. What was happening? Zhou Mingrue looked around in astonishment, then lowered his gaze, discovering he was floating at the edge of an endless expanse of gray mist. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep red stars, some large, some small, some hidden in the depths, while others floated on the surface. Gazing at this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrue, half bewildered, half inquisitive, extended his right hand, attempting to touch a deep red star hovering nearby, seeking a way to escape. The moment his fingertip brushed the surface of that star, ripples surged from his body, igniting the deep red in a burst akin to a fantastical firework display. Zhou Mingrue was startled, retracting his hand in a panic, only to inadvertently touch another deep red star. Consequently, that star too erupted in brilliance. Zhou Mingrue felt his mind go blank, his spirit scattered at the capital of the Rune Kingdom. Beckland, within a luxurious villa, Audrey Hall sat before her vanity, caressing the ancient, cracked copper mirror resting on the table. "Mirror, mirror, awaken! I command you to awaken in the name of the Hall family." She tried various incantations. Yet the mirror remained unresponsive. After a quarter of an hour, she finally chose to give up, pouting in frustration as she muttered, "Father is indeed deceiving me. He always tells me this mirror is a treasure of the Black Emperor of the ancient Solomon Empire. A remarkable artifact." And no sooner had she spoken than the copper mirror on the table suddenly radiated a deep crimson light, enveloping her entirely. Off the coast of Sunia, an evidently outdated three-masted sailing ship navigated through a tempest. Alger Wilson stood on the deck, his body swaying with a tumultuous motion, effortlessly maintaining his balance. Clad in a robe embroidered with lightning motifs, he cradled a peculiar glass vial, within which bubbles churned. Frost formed snow, and the wind etched trails that I still need the blood of a ghost shark, Alger murmured, that moment. A deep red burst erupted between the glass vial and his palm, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Above a shroud of gray-white mist, Audrey Hall regained her sight, glancing around in terror and confusion, noticing a similarly perplexed man with a blurred head and indistinct form across from her. Almost simultaneously, they discerned a mysterious figure cloaked in gray-white mist standing not far away. The enigmatic Zhou Mingrue stood equally dumbfounded. "Then my lord, where is this? What do you wish to do?" Audrey and Alger were momentarily taken aback, falling into silence before speaking in unison. Note: this is a translation and enhancement of the original text, aimed at elevating the language and style while preserving the original meaning. Severing this connection will cause the projection to dissipate, allowing them to return. Zhou Mingrue, barely perceptible in his nod, turned towards the golden-haired maiden and remarked with a gentle smile, "Of course, should you formally request it, I can facilitate your return at this very moment." Audrey, relieved and sensing no malice, trusted that a gentleman capable of such miraculous feats would undoubtedly honor his promise. As her spirit calmed, she found herself in no rush to depart. Her azure eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance as they darted from side to side. She voiced her anticipation, tinged with trepidation. "This is truly a wondrous experience that I've long awaited, something akin to this, I adore the mysterious, the miraculous that transcends nature. My focus, what I mean to say. Your Excellency, how might I become extraordinary?" Her excitement grew, becoming a tad incoherent, as the dream sparked during her childhood tales of the bizarre seemed poised to manifest. "Good question. I too am curious about the answer." Zhou Mingrue mused to himself. He began to ponder how to respond in a manner that maintained his enigmatic persona. Simultaneously, he felt that standing to converse appeared somewhat unrefined. Such a scene should be set in a grand temple, with a long table and numerous intricately carved chairs imbued with an air of mystery, where he would preside at the head, quietly observing his guests. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a dense fog suddenly swirled, startling both Audrey and airs.h.i in an instant. They beheld towering stone columns rising around them, all beneath a vast domed ceiling. The entire structure was magnificent and awe-inspiring, resembling the fabled palace of giants. Beneath the dome, amidst the enveloping mist, appeared a bronze long table, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with similar seating arranged at the front and back. The backs of the chairs sparkled brilliantly, deep crimson hues weaving strange constellations that did not correspond to reality. Audrey and Alge found themselves seated directly across from one another, closest to the head of the table. The maiden glanced left and right, unable to suppress a whisper. "How marvelous! Indeed, truly marvelous," Zhou Mingrue replied, his right hand subtly caressing the edge of the bronze table, his demeanor unruffled. Alge surveyed the surroundings, and after a few moments of silence, he suddenly spoke, answering Audrey's inquiry on behalf of Zhou Mingrue. "You are a ruin, are you not? If you wish to become extraordinary, you must join the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of Steam and Machinery." Although the vast majority of people never encounter the extraordinary in their lifetimes, leading them to doubt the churches, even within these major institutions, many clergy share similar sentiments. However, I can assure you, in the arbiter's court, in the tribunal, in the execution chambers, extraordinary beings still exist, continuing to combat the dangers that thrive in darkness, though their numbers have significantly dwindled compared to the early days of the Iron Age. Zhou Mingrue listened intently, his body language striving to convey an indifference akin to that of a child listening to a story. Drawing from Klein's residual historical knowledge, he understood that the Iron Age referred to the current epoch, specifically the fifth epoch, which commenced 1,349 years ago. Audrey quietly absorbed the information, exhaling softly. "Sir, I am already aware of what you speak. Even more so, such as the Night Watchers, the Punishers, the Mechanical Hearts. However, I do not wish to lose my freedom." Alge chuckled softly, ambiguously responding, "Who wishes to become extraordinary without paying a price? If you do not consider joining a church and undergoing tests, you must seek out the royal family, those nobles with lineages exceeding a millennium. Or by chance, hunt down those elusive, malevolent organizations." Instinctively, Audrey puffed out her cheeks, then anxiously glanced around. Once she confirmed that the mysterious gentleman and the figure across from her were oblivious to her small gesture, she pressed on. "Is there truly no other way?" Alge fell silent, and after several breaths, he turned to the taciturn Zhou Mingrue, who remained an attentive observer. Upon seeing no response from him, Alge returned his gaze to Audrey and carefully stated, "I happen to possess 2 recipes for potions of sequence 9. Sequence 9. Zhou Mingrue pondered inwardly. "Really? What are the 2? Audrey clearly understood the significance of the sequence 9 potion recipes. Alge leaned back slightly. "Speaking at a measured pace, you know, to become a true, extraordinary being, humanity must rely on potions, and the names of these potions derive from the blasphemous tablets, through translations across the languages of giants. Elves, ancient Hermetic, ancient Futhark, and contemporary Hermetic, they have long undergone changes reflective of the era. The name is not the crux, but whether it can embody the core symbol of the potion. The sequence 9 recipe I hold is named Mariner, granting you exceptional balance, allowing you to walk freely upon a ship even amidst a storm. You will also gain formidable strength and the hidden scales beneath your skin, making you as elusive as a fish. Nimble in water akin to the sea folk, able to dive effortlessly for at least 10 minutes without any equipment. Sounds fantastic. The Lord of Storms, Sea Warden? Audrey replied, half in anticipation, half in seeking confirmation. Indeed, it was once known as Sea Warden in antiquity. Alge continued without pause. The second sequence 9 recipe is called Observer. As for its ancient name, I cannot say. This potion will bestow upon you remarkable mental acuity and keen observational skills. I'm sure you have seen operas and plays, and you can grasp what observer signifies, like a bystander, scrutinizing the actors in mundane society, discerning their true thoughts through their expressions, gestures, catchphrases, and undisclosed actions that at this point, Alge emphasized, you must remember. Whether at lavish feasts or bustling streets, an observer is always merely an observer. Audrey's eyes sparkled with excitement as she finally exclaimed, "Why? Well, that is a question for later, but I think I have come to relish this sensation. Observer. How might I obtain the recipe for observer? What must I offer in exchange? Alj appeared to be prepared for this inquiry, responding solemnly, blood from a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters. Initially thrilled, Audrey's expression shifted to concern as she asked, if I can procure it. Assuming I can, how should I deliver it to you? And how can I ensure that after you receive the ghost shark's blood, you will provide me with the potion's recipe and that it is genuine? Alj replied in an unhurried tone. I will provide you with an address. Once I receive the ghost shark's blood, I will send the recipe back to you or disclose it to you here that I ask for guarantees. I believe that with this mysterious gentleman's witness, both you and I will feel sufficiently assured that he said this. He turned his gaze toward Zhou Mingray, who was seated at the head of the table. Your Excellency, your ability to bring us here and possess unimaginable power makes your witness invaluable, and neither of us would dare to contravene it. Indeed. Audrey's eyes lit up with excitement as she enthusiastically agreed. The astonishingly powerful, mysterious gentleman represented an authority that ensured no deception could occur between her and Alj. Audrey half turned her body, earnestly regarding Zhou Mingray. Your Excellency, would you kindly serve as a witness to our transaction? It was at this moment that she realized she had forgotten a crucial question, which felt rather impolite. She hurriedly added, Your Excellency, how should we address you? Alj nodded slightly, then solemnly inquired, Your Excellency, how should we address you? Zhou Mingray paused momentarily, fingers lightly tapping on the bronze table, as the prior divination's contents flashed through his mind. He leaned back, withdrawing his right hand, intertwining his fingers under his chin, and smiled at the two, saying, You may refer to me as. He paused deliberately, then spoke softly and evenly, the Fool. Chapter 7. Codename You may refer to me as the Fool. The succinct response swiftly dissolved into the grandeur of the temple and the enveloping mist. Yet in the hearts of Audrey and Alj, that voice lingered, resonating with ripples of awe. They had not anticipated such a designation, one that perfectly encapsulated the essence of mystery, power, and peculiarity. After a few moments of silence, Audrey rose, lifted her skirts with a flourish, bent her knee, and bowed to Zhou Mingray. Esteemed Mr. Fool, may I be so bold as to request your presence as a witness to our transaction? A trivial matter, Zhou Mingray thought, rapidly shifting his thoughts to respond in a manner befitting his role. It is our honor, Mr. Fool. Alj also rose, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing. Zhou Mingray gestured for them to continue, a smile gracing his lips. Please proceed. Alger nodded thoughtfully, resuming his seat as he directed his gaze towards Audrey, and said, If you can procure the blood of the ghost shark, please arrange for someone to deliver it to the Warriors and Sea Bar located on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Priai's Port. Inform the proprietor, Williams, that this is a request from the captain. Once I have confirmed the details, will you send me the address along with the potion formula, or would you prefer I relay it to you directly here? Audrey contemplated for a moment, a smile illuminating her face as she replied, I choose the more discreet method, right here, although it will certainly test my memory, given that Mr. Fool had agreed to witness the transaction. It implied the possibility of future gatherings of a similar nature. Pondering this, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she proposed to Zhou Mingray, Mr. Fool, would you mind having a few more of these current experiments? Alger listened attentively, feeling a stir of excitement as he chimed in, Mr. Fool, do you not find these gatherings quite fascinating? While your powers surpass our imagination, there are undoubtedly realms of knowledge in this world that you are unfamiliar with. That lady across from us clearly hails from a noble lineage, and I possess my own unique experiences, insights, channels, and resources. Perhaps, at some point in the future, she and I could assist you in accomplishing tasks that may be inconvenient for you to handle personally. He reasoned that since he had been unwittingly drawn into this situation without any means of resistance, the initiative rested in the mysterious Mr. Fool's hands. That it was evident that wishing to decline participation in future gatherings would not guarantee success. Thus, it would be wiser to delve deeper into the benefits of this encounter and utilize the gains to offset the passivity and disadvantages he faced. The three parties at the long table each came from distinct backgrounds, possessing varying resources, channels of information, and understandings of different mysterious realms, that if they could engage in mutual exchange and limited collaboration, the exquisite outcomes would be immeasurable. For instance, the resource exchange just established, or if he wished to eliminate someone, He could easily enlist the help of gathering members who had no apparent connection to him, effectively misdirecting the situation entirely. Does my noble lineage and my accent stand out so clearly? Audrey pondered, momentarily taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure and nodded without hesitation. Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposal that as long as the gatherings become regular. There are certain matters that, should you find it inconvenient to address, you could certainly delegate to us, of course, within the limits of our capabilities. Since earlier, Zhou Mingrui had been weighing the pros and cons. More gatherings would indeed allow him to acquire further extraordinary secrets and knowledge of the occult, aiding him in his eventual return. For example, the potion formula expected to appear at the next gathering, similarly, could provide information that would be beneficial in his current reality. However, an increase in gatherings also heightened the risk of exposing one's vulnerabilities. Indeed, in any realm, there exists no scenario devoid of drawbacks. Zhou Mingrui extended his right hand, lightly tapping the edge of the long table, considering that he had control over the assembly and disbandment of gatherings. Any issues that might arise would remain manageable. Making the benefits evidently outweigh the downsides, he swiftly reached a decision, halting his tapping and smiling in response to the 4 pairs of eager, yet apprehensive eyes upon him. I am one who favors equitable exchanges that I will not ask for your unconditional assistance. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, I shall attempt to be alone, after I have made a few more attempts and clarified certain matters. Perhaps you can take leave in advance and not worry about finding yourselves in uncomfortable situations. Thus, he acquiesced to the proposals of Alger and Audrey. Having just turned 17, Audrey had always been sheltered, her youthful spirit prominent. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, she could not help but clench her fists and sway them lightly before her chest. Should we not also adopt titles for ourselves? After all, we cannot communicate using our real names. Before Alger could respond, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued. Since you are Mr. Fool, derived from the tarot, then as a regular, long-term, and secretive gathering, our titles should be as consistent as possible. I shall also select from the tarot. Her tone shifted to one of delight as she declared, I've decided, my title shall be Justice. This is one of the 22 major arcana cards of the tarot. And what about you, sir? Audrey beamed at her companion across the table. Alger furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. The Hanged Man, another major arcana card. Very well. Then we shall consider ourselves founding members of the Tarot Society. Audrey exclaimed joyfully, though soon her expression faltered as she glanced timidly at Zhou Mingrui. Shrouded in grayish-white mist. That is acceptable, is it not, Mr. Fool? Zhou Mingrui chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such trivial matters. You are free to decide for yourselves. Thank you, Audrey replied, visibly thrilled. She then turned to Alger. Mr. Hanged Man, could you please repeat the address once more? I fear my memory may not be sufficient, of course. Alger expressed his satisfaction with Audrey's earnestness and reiterated the address. After mentally reciting it 3 times, Audrey enthused. I've heard that the tarot was merely a game invented by Emperor Roselle, lacking any genuine divinatory function. No, often, divination originates from within oneself. Every individual possesses spirituality and can resonate with the spirit realm, connecting to a higher level of information about themselves. However, ordinary people are often oblivious to this, let alone interpret the hints they receive. When they employ divination tools, such information manifests through those tools. That a simple example would be dreams and their interpretations. Alger glanced at Zhou Mingrui, noting his silence, and refuted Audrey's assertion, stating, the tarot indeed serves as such a tool, employing more symbols and rational elements to facilitate a more convenient and accurate interpretation of hints. Zhou Mingrui appeared indifferent, yet he listened intently, though the phenomenon of mental emptiness began to intensify, causing his head to throb painfully. I understand. Audrey nodded in agreement, then emphasized, what I meant was not that I am not questioning the tarot. I've heard that Emperor Roselle actually created a different deck, one that is secretive, symbolizing certain unknown forces, consisting of 22 cards. Upon its completion, he used this as a reference to invent the 22 major arcana of the tarot as a gaming tool. Is this assertion accurate? She looked at Zhou Mingrui, seemingly seeking confirmation from the enigmatic Mr. Fool. Zhou Mingrui merely smiled, remaining silent, and cast his gaze towards the Hanged Man, as if testing him. Alger instinctively straightened his back and replied solemnly, yes, it is said that Emperor Roselle encountered the blasphemy tablets, And that deck conceals the mysteries of the 22 paths of divinity. The 22 paths of divinity, Audrey echoed with a tone full of yearning. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui felt an intensifying headache, sensing the intangible connection between himself, the deep crimson stars, and the grayish mist begin to waver. All right, let us conclude today's gathering here, he decisively declared, his voice low. As you wish. Alger bowed his head in compliance to as you wish. Audrey mimicked the hanged man. She had numerous questions and thoughts, reluctant to see the end. Zhou Mingrui, while severing the connection, smiled and said, "Let us look forward to the next gathering." The stars shone brightly, their deep crimson glow receding like water. And as Audrey and Alger heard Mr. Fool's words, their silhouettes became increasingly blurred and ethereal. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and the gray mist returned to silence. Zhou Mingrui felt an overwhelming heaviness descend upon him, the surroundings becoming insubstantial. His vision first dimmed, then was filled with brilliant sunlight, but he found himself back in his apartment, standing in the center of the room. What on earth was that misty world? And who, or what kind of power, had orchestrated the changes he had just experienced? Zhou Mingrui mused quietly, filled with confusion as his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Leading him to his desk, but he picked up the pocket watch he had previously left outside, confirming how much time had elapsed. The time flowed at a 1-to-1 rate, he surmised, setting down the watch. The throbbing in his head became unbearable, and he sank into a chair, lowering his head to massage his temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After a considerable time, he sighed heavily, murmuring in Mandarin, "It seems I will not be returning anytime soon. Only the ignorant can be fearless." Having witnessed such wondrous events and gained insights into the extraordinary realms and mysterious worlds, Zhou Mingrui dared not recklessly attempt the transportation ceremonies of the ancient Gufasak and Rune languages. Who knows what other circumstances might arise, perhaps even more bizarre and terrifying, leading to a fate worse than death. He resolved that he must first attain a profound understanding of the occult before daring to experiment. Zhou Mingrui thought helplessly. Fortunately, the so-called gatherings could provide him with assistance. After a moment of silence, he voiced his feelings of frustration, loss, pain, and melancholy, saying, "From now on, I shall be Klein." Klein endeavored to redirect his thoughts towards strategies and plans, seeking to alleviate the negative emotions that plagued his heart. Perhaps next week he would be able to glean the formula for this enchanting potion from the audience. The gathering just held was indeed marvelous. Individuals from disparate corners of the world transformed vast distances into mere inches, engaging in face-to-face dialogue, exchanging knowledge and resources. This notion felt oddly familiar to Klein, who paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, pressing his hand against his temple and muttering to himself, "How about a networking platform for friendships?" Chapter 8. A new era, alas. The tempest howled, and torrential rain poured down as the three-masted ship surged between towering waves, akin to a toy tossed about by a giant. The deep crimson hue in Algie Wilson's eyes faded, revealing that he still stood upon the deck, unchanged from before. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed a bizarrely shaped glass vial shatter in his hand, its frost transforming into water, merging with the raindrops, within a mere 2 or 3 seconds. This ancient marvel had completely vanished without a trace to the hexagonal, crystalline snowflake materialized in Algie's palm, only to rapidly fade away until it was no more, seemingly retracting into his flesh. Algie, as if contemplating something profound, imperceptibly nodded, maintaining silence for a full 5 minutes. He turned his body, approaching the entrance to the cabin, and as he was about to step inside, he encountered a man clad in a robe adorned with embroidered lightning patterns. This man, with soft golden hair, halted in his tracks, gazing at Algie, extending his right hand to clasp his fist against his chest, uttering, "The storm is with you. The storm is with you," Algie replied, his rugged, profound visage devoid of any extraneous emotion, mirroring the gesture. After their mutual salutation, Algie entered the cabin, traversing the corridor towards the captain's quarters. Throughout his journey, he encountered not a single sailor or crew member. The silence here was reminiscent of a tomb. The captain's door swung open, revealing a plush, deep brown carpet before him, flanked by bookshelves and a wine cabinet, with yellow tomes and dark red bottles of wine glimmering under the flickering candlelight. Upon the desk, adorned with candles, lay a bottle of ink, a quill, a black metallic telescope, and a brass sextant. Behind the desk, a pallid, middle-aged man donned in a skull captain's hat observed Algi's approach, clenching his teeth in anger as he proclaimed, "I shall not yield." "I believe you can," Algi replied calmly, as if commenting on the weather. The middle-aged man momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by such a response that moment. Algi bent slightly, lunged forward, and instantly closed the distance between them to mere inches from the desk. Crack! He tightened his shoulder, his right hand darting out to grasp the man's throat. Without affording his opponent a moment to react, the back of Algi's hand shimmered with illusory scales, his fingers exerting tremendous force. With a crisp snap, the astonished man's eyes widened in disbelief as his body was lifted entirely. His legs thrashed violently, but soon he fell still, his gaze vacant, pupils dilating as the area around his trousers grew damp. A foul odor emanating. Algi hoisted the middle-aged man, bending at the waist, and stepped towards the wall with determined strides. Bang! He used the man as a shield, forcefully crashing him into the wall, his arms as robust as a beast. The wooden wall splintered under the impact, and the raging wind and rain surged in, carrying the briny scent of the sea. Algi twisted his waist, hurling the middle-aged man from the cabin, casting him into the towering waves beyond. The skies darkened, the storm roared, nature's might burying everything in its path. Algi retrieved a white handkerchief, meticulously wiping his right palm before casting it into the sea as well, taking a few steps back. He patiently awaited the return of his companion. "What's wrong?" In less than 10 seconds, the golden-haired man rushed in, exclaiming, "The captain has escaped." Algi, panting, replied with frustration, "He still possesses some extraordinary power." "Damn it," the golden-haired man muttered under his breath. Approaching the breach, he peered into the distance, but aside from the tempest and the crashing waves, nothing was visible. Never mind, he was merely an accessory. The golden-haired man waved dismissively, "Finding this ghost ship from the Tudor era will earn us accolades. Even the sea's devotees wouldn't dare plunge into the waters in such weather. And if the storm persists, the captain won't last much longer." Algi nodded, observing as the rupture in the wooden wall began to visibly mend itself. He cast a deep glance, instinctively turning his head towards the helm and sails. Even through the thick wooden planks, he could sense the eerie adjustments taking place. The first mate, the second mate, sailors, and even the living were conspicuously absent. The area was devoid of life, the helm and sails adjusting themselves in a peculiar manner. The image of the fool, shrouded in gray mist, resurfaced in his mind, prompting Algi to let out a heavy sigh. He turned his gaze towards the tumultuous winds and waves outside, speaking in a tone laced with both anticipation and trepidation. "A new era has begun in the capital of the Rune Kingdom." Beakland, in the Queen's District, Audrey Hall pinched her cheek, struggling to believe the recent encounter. Before her, the ancient copper mirror lay shattered into pieces on her vanity. As her gaze drifted downward, she noticed deep crimson swirling on the back of her hand, reminiscent of a starry tattoo. The crimson gradually faded, ultimately vanishing beneath her skin. It was only at this moment that Audrey confirmed she was not dreaming. Her eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto her lips as she stood, bending to lift her skirt. She performed a curtsy to the air, her steps light as she twirled, initiating the most popular court dance of the time, the ancient elf dance. Her movements were graceful, her face radiating with joy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed at her bedroom door. "Who is it?" Audrey halted abruptly, composing herself elegantly. "Miss, may I come in? It's time for you to prepare," her personal maid inquired from outside. Audrey glanced at her reflection in the shattered mirror, quickly tempering her smile to a subtle curve. After ensuring her appearance was impeccable, she gently replied, "Come in." Twisting the handle, her maid Annie entered. "Oh, it's shattered." Annie immediately noticed the fate of the ancient copper mirror. Audrey blinked slowly, speaking with deliberation. Yes, well, Susie came in earlier. You know how she loves to cause mischief." Susie, a golden retriever of less than pure lineage, was a gift received when her father, Count Hall, purchased a hunting dog. Yet, she was greatly adored by Audrey. You ought to give her a proper reprimand. Annie expertly gathered the mirror shards, cautious not to harm her mistress. Once finished, she turned to Audrey with a smile, asking, "Which dress would you like to wear?" After a moment's thought, Audrey replied, "I adore the one Mrs. Ginnia designed for my 17th birthday. No, others will say the Hall family is in financial straits if you wear the same dress twice at a formal event." Annie vehemently shook her head. But I truly love it, Audrey emphasized gently. You can wear it at home or for less formal occasions. Annie adopted a resolute tone, indicating this was non-negotiable. Then let it be the one Mr. said sent over the other day, the one with the ruffled cuffs. Audrey discreetly inhaled, maintaining her elegant and sweet smile. Your taste is always impeccable. Annie smiled and stepped back, calling out to the door. The sixth dressing room. Never mind, I'll fetch it myself. The maids began bustling about, one responsible for the gown, another for jewelry, another for shoes, one for a veil, and one preparing Audrey's makeup, while another considered her hairstyle. As preparations neared completion, Count Hall appeared at the doorway, clad in a deep brown waistcoat. He wore a hat of the same color, his handsome features marred by two charming mustaches, his azure eyes filled with mirth. Yet his relaxed muscles and protruding belly, along with evident laugh lines, betrayed the youthfulness of his earlier days. The most dazzling gem of Beakland. We must take our leave. Count Hall stood at the entrance, lightly tapping on the open door. Dad, please don't call me that, Audrey protested, rising with the assistance of her maid, deliberately feigning a look of exasperation. Then, my beautiful little princess, it is time to depart. Count Hall bent his left arm, inviting Audrey to take his arm. Audrey shook her head with a faint smile. That is Lady Hall, the Countess, my dear mother's place. Then this side. Count Hall smiled, extending his right arm. This is the pride of a father. A.T. Prince Harbor, Oak Island, Royal Navy Base. As Audrey linked arms with her father while descending from the carriage, she was suddenly awestruck by the colossal sight before her. Not far away in the naval dock lay a magnificent ship, shimmering with metallic brilliance, lacking sails, but adorned with a lookout tower and two towering smokestacks, along with two open-gun turrets positioned fore and aft. It was so grand, so immense, that the nearby sailing battleships appeared as mere diminutive beings gathered around a giant. The storm is upon us. Oh, my lord! An ironclad! A chorus of all resonated softly, and Audrey, too, felt the profound impact of the moment. It was a marvel crafted by human ingenuity, an unprecedented wonder of the ocean. After an indeterminate span of time, the nobles, ministers, and members of the lower house gradually regained their composure that moment. A small black that in the sky grew larger, eventually dominating a third of the heavens and capturing the gaze of all, casting a solemn atmosphere. This was a colossal object soaring in the air, characterized by its remarkably sleek and graceful lines, entirely adorned in a deep blue hue that a sturdy yet lightweight alloy framework supported the fabric filled with gas bags, while beneath it hung a compartment equipped with machine gun ports, bomb chutes, and flat trajectory gun openings. The exaggerated hum of the high-octane steam engine and the frenzied whir of the rear propellers created a breathtaking symphony. The airship carrying the royal family had arrived, exuding an air of authority that overlooked all but a sword of judgment. Its hilt crowned with a ruby reflected the sunlight on either side of the compartment. It was a symbol of the ancient lineage of the Augustus family. Dating back to the previous era, Audrey, not yet 18, and yet to partake in the introduction ceremony that would formally welcome her into the social sphere of Beakland, stood quietly aside under the Queen's guidance. Unable to approach, however, she found little concern in this, even feeling a sense of relief at not having to face the princes. The marvel of humanity's conquest of the skies made a steady descent. And the first to descend the gangway were the gallant young guards, dressed in red military uniforms and white trousers, adorned with medals and wielding rifles, forming two lines to await the arrival of King George III and the Queen. Princes and princesses. Audrey had encountered many prominent figures before and held no interest. Instead, her gaze wandered to the two armored knights standing like statues beside the king in this era of steel, steam, and gunfire. There were still those who persisted in donning full suits of armor. The cold metallic sheen and the somber black helmets conveyed a sense of weight and authority that demanded obedience. Could they be the higher-ranking Judgment Knights? A fleeting thought crossed Audrey's mind, recalling snippets of conversation from her elders. She was eager to learn more, but dared not approach. With the royal family's arrival, the ceremony finally commenced, and the current Prime Minister, Lord Augustin Negan, stepped forth before the assembly. He was a member of the Conservative Party, and, to date, one of only two individuals of non-noble birth to ascend to the premiership. Having been elevated to Lord due to his exceptional contributions, of course, Audrey was aware of even more. Augustin's brother, Pallas Negan, was the main supporter of the conservatives and the current Duke of Negan. Augustin, in his 50s, tall and slender with thinning hair and sharp eyes, surveyed the crowd before addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all witnessed what stands before you. This is an ironclad vessel, one capable of redefining an airs.h.i measures 101 meters in length, 21 meters in width, and boasts a raised hull design, with a main armor belt thickness of 457 millimeters and a displacement of 10.060 tons. It is armed with four 305mm main guns, along with 6 rapid-fire cannons, 12 6-pounders, 18 6-barrel machine guns, and 4 torpedo launchers that IT can achieve a speed of 16 knots. This will be a true dominator. Destined to conquer the seas, the nobles, ministers, and parliamentarians began to murmur in excitement. Merely the Prime Minister's description was enough to conjure images of the vessel's terrifying capabilities, not to mention that the real thing was right before their eyes. Augustin displayed a slight smile, delivered a few more remarks, and then bowed to King George III, saying, "Your Majesty, please bestow a name upon her. Let her be named the Prize." George III responded with evident delight. "Prize, Prize." The name echoed from the Minister of the Navy to the Commander of the Royal Navy, spreading through the crowd until it reached the ironclad, where officers and soldiers united in a jubilant chorus, "Prize." Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, cannon fire rang out, and King George III issued the command for a test shot. A loud whistle sounded, and plumes of smoke billowed from the chimneys, the mechanical workings faintly audible. When the colossal vessel set sail from the harbor and unleashed its main guns upon an uninhabited island, astonishment swept over all present. Boom! 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 The earth seemed to tremble, dust rose into the air, and a tempest surged outward, stirring the waves. Satisfied, Prime Minister Augustin turned to the nobles, ministers, and parliamentarians, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, those 7 self-styled generals of piracy and those 4 usurpers of kingship shall tremble in fear, awaiting their doom. Their era has come to an end. Even if they possess extraordinary powers, be they spectral or cursed ships, only the ironclad shall traverse the seas." At that moment, Augustin's chief secretary provocatively inquired, "But can they not construct ironclads themselves?" Some nobles and parliamentarians nodded subtly, considering this possibility. Augustin, however, smiled knowingly and shook his head slowly, declaring, "Impossible. Forever impossible. Constructing such an ironclad requires 3 large coal-steel conglomerates, 20 sizable steel mills, the B-Clan Cannon Research Institute, and 60 scientists and numerous senior engineers from the Prize Shipbuilding Institute, not to mention 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 component factories affiliated with them, along with a Navy Department, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a steadfast king with keen vision, and a great nation capable of producing 12 million tons of steel annually. The pirates shall never achieve this. With that, he paused, then raised his arms, exclaiming passionately, "Ladies and gentlemen, the era of great ships and cannons has arrived." Chapter 9. Notes. After a 30-minute respite, Klein Zhu Mingrue, having regained his composure, noticed 4 black dots had appeared on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These dots, shifting from deep to pale, soon vanished. Yet Klein understood they remained hidden within him, awaiting awakening. 4 dots, a square. Could they correspond to the 4 corners of staple foods? Would I no longer need to prepare staples? Instead, diving directly into incantations and steps, a vague hypothesis began to form in Klein's mind. While this notion seemed promising, the newfound marks, shrouded in mystery, instilled a lingering fear of the unknown, reflecting on the inexplicable magical phenomena on Earth that now manifested here. The bizarre dreams that transported him across realms, the enigmatic, surreal, and unclear nature of the gray mist world, and the maddening whispers that echoed during rituals. Klein could hardly suppress a shiver, even in the sweltering heat of late June. He had once heard that humanity's oldest and most potent emotion was fear, and the most ancient and intense fear was that of the unknown. Now, he truly grasped the terror that stemmed from the enigmatic. Unprecedented and uncontrollable, he felt a strong impulse to explore the mysterious domain, to learn more, to dispel the unknown. Yet he also harbored thoughts of burying his head in the sand, pretending nothing had transpired. The sunlight outside poured in, dusting the desk with a layer of golden powder, and as Klein gazed upon it, he sensed a flicker of warmth and hope that he relaxed slightly, only to be immediately overwhelmed by a tide of fatigue. The sleeplessness of the previous night and the exertion just past rendered his eyelids as heavy as lead, irresistibly drooping. Shaking his head, Klein propped himself against the edge of the desk, disregarding the neglected rye bread scattered in the corners, and staggered to the bunk. The moment his head hit the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Gurgle, gurgle. Hunger awakened Klein, and he opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, save for a lingering headache. Rubbing his temples, he sat up, feeling as though he could consume an entire COWAS. He smoothed the creases in his clothing. He returned to the desk and picked up the silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns. Snap! The lid sprang open, and the second hand ticked rhythmically. It was 12:30. After sleeping for over 3 hours, Klein swallowed and placed the watch into the pocket of his linen shirt. In the North Continent, a day is similarly divided into 24 hours, each hour comprising 60 minutes, and each minute consisting of 60 seconds. As for the length of each second and whether it matched that of Earth, Klein could not ascertain this moment. Even words like mysticism, rituals, and the gray mist world could not penetrate his mind. The most pressing concern was food. Only by filling his belly could he devise a plan. Without hesitation, Klein retrieved the rye bread from the corners, shaking off the dust that clung to it, intending to use one of the loaves as his midday staple, given the custom in his hometown of sharing sacrificial offerings post-ritual. And noting that these loaves appeared unchanged, he felt it prudent to practice frugality, especially with only 5 pennies left in his pocket. Of course, this inclination was also subtly influenced by the fragmented memories and habits of the original owner. Due to the exorbitant cost of gas, even for lighting, he hesitated to utilize it, opting instead to stoke the stove with coal and pacing back and forth, waiting for the water to boil. That rye bread was difficult to consume dry. Alas, did he have to endure a life of black bread for breakfast, black bread for lunch, and only meat for dinner, were it not for Melissa's consideration of his impending interview? Klein, starved and unable to contemplate serious matters, glanced around restlessly. The thought of that pound of lamb made his eyes glimmer as he gazed at the cupboard. No, he had to wait for Melissa to eat together. Klein abruptly shook his head, dismissing the notion of cutting it in half to consume it later, as a solitary wanderer in the sprawling metropolis. Although he primarily relied on takeout, he had nonetheless honed his rudimentary culinary skills. While his cooking could hardly be described as gourmet, it sufficed for his needs. Turning his body, Klein resolved to disregard the matter entirely, when suddenly he recalled that in addition to purchasing meat in the morning, he had also acquired tender peas and potatoes. In an instant, inspiration struck him. He spun around like a whirlwind and dashed to the cupboard, retrieving 2 of the scarce potatoes. First, he headed to the communal washroom, scrubbing the potato skins until they gleamed. Next, he placed them directly into a kettle and boiled them in water. After a considerable interval, he retrieved a box of seasonings from the cupboard, unscrewed the lid, and sprinkled a pinch of coarse, yellowed salt into the bubbling water. After patiently waiting a few more minutes, Klein lifted the kettle and poured the not-quite soup into several cups in a large bowl. Finally, extracting the 2 potatoes and placing them on the table. He peeled a bit of skin and blew on it gently, as the enticing aroma of the cooked potatoes wafted through the air. Igniting his appetite, saliva flowed uncontrollably. Klein, disregarding that he had only peeled half and that the potatoes were still somewhat hot, seized one and took a hearty bite. Fluffy, fragrant. A hint of sweetness lingered. Klein's heart swelled with emotion as he devoured the 2 potatoes voraciously. Even consuming bits of skin, it was only at this moment that he picked up the large bowl and relished a sip of the broth, the delicate saltiness washing away the dryness in his mouth. Reminiscing about how he loved to eat this way as a child to settle his stomach, Klein silently reflected while breaking off pieces of rye bread, soaking them in the soup before eating. Perhaps the earlier ritual had drained him, for he consumed 2 whole loaves, an entire pound. Sipping his soup and tidying up, Klein felt utterly revitalized, experiencing once more the joy of being alive and basking in the brilliance of the sun. He returned to his desk, contemplating what to do next. He could not evade his responsibilities. He must devise a means to engage with the arcane, to become an extraordinary being in the eyes of justice and a hanged man. He had to conquer the fear stemming from the unknown. The only path forward was to await the next gathering, hoping to overhear the formula for the audience potion or other esoteric knowledge. With 4 days remaining until Monday, he needed to confront the issues surrounding the original owner. Why did he commit suicide? What events had transpired? Unable to traverse back and simply walk away, Klein picked up the open notebook, intending to peruse it for clues that might help piece together fragmented memories. It was evident that the original owner had a habit of taking notes, even using them as a diary. Klein was acutely aware that the cabinet serving as the right leg of the desk was filled with completed notebooks. This particular one had been in use since May 10th, primarily containing entries related to school, mentors, and knowledge. May 12th, Mr. Ask mentioned that the lingua franca of the southern continents by Lang Empire also derives from ancient Fusak, a branch of the giant language. Why is this so? Could it be that all sentient beings once communicated in a single tongue? No, that must be erroneous. Even in the records of the Revelation of Night and the Book of Storms, in an age older than the ancient, giants were not the sole sovereigns of the continent. There were elves, other races, and dragons. Well, these are merely legends, mythological tales. May 16th, Senior Associate Professor Cohen and Mr. Ask debated the inevitability of the steam age. That Mr. Ask posited that it was a matter of chance. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Emperor Russell, perhaps the northern continent would still be in the cold weapon era, just like the southern continent. The mentor believed he overly emphasized the role of individuals, asserting that with the evolution of time, even without Emperor Russell, there would have been Emperor Robert in any case. The steam age might be delayed, but would inevitably arrive. I found their argument to be rather pointless. I preferred to uncover new things, to restore history shrouded in fog. Perhaps I should not have studied history, but archaeology instead. May 29th. Welch approached me, claiming to have obtained a notebook from the 4th airs.h.i goddess, a notebook from the 4th era. He did not wish to consult the archaeology students and sought my and Naya's assistance in deciphering its contents. Such an opportunity was impossible for me to refuse. Of course, it had to be arranged after graduation defense. I couldn't afford to be distracted at this time. Upon reaching this point, Klein felt a surge of energy. Compared to the previous historical notes and ideological debates, the newly emerged 4th era notebook seemed more likely to be linked to the original owner's suicide. The 4th era, preceding the current Iron Age, is shrouded in mystery and fraught with gaps. Even the excavated tombs, ancient cities, and documents are scarce. Historians and archaeologists can only rely on the vague tomes of the 7 churches, primarily focused on faith education, to piece together a semblance of the past, knowing of the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trancist Empire. Klein, determined to pierce through the fog and restore history, held little interest in the mythological tales of the preceding eras, focusing instead on the 4th era, also known as the Age of the Gods, with palpable excitement. Upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary for the original owner to fret over interviews and future employment prospects. Klein couldn't help but exclaim a thought. Currently, universities were quite rare, with the majority of students being nobility or the children of affluent families, as long as commoners gained entry, even if they faced discrimination due to their status and were excluded from other social circles. As long as they remained moderate, they could still forge valuable connections through group discussions and collective activities. Such connections were indeed precious. For instance, Welch MacGavin, the son of a banker from the coastal city of Constant in the Rune Kingdom, was generous and free-spirited. Having frequently collaborated with Klein and Naya on projects, he had grown accustomed to requesting their assistance. Without further digression, Klein continued to read the notes. June 18th, graduation. Farewell, My Hoi University. June 19th. I examined that notebook, and through structural and root comparisons, discovered it to be a variant of ancient Fusak. More precisely, ancient Fusak has been subtly evolving over the course of more than 1,000 years. June 20th. We deciphered the first page's content, revealing the author to be a member of a family named Antigonus. June 21st. He mentioned the Black Emperor, which contradicts the era derived from the preceding content. Could the mentor's perspective be flawed? Is Black Emperor actually a universal title for every emperor of the Solomon Empire? June 22nd. This family, named Antigonus, seems to hold a prominent position within the Solomon Empire. The notebook's owner referred to engaging in a secret transaction with someone named Tudor. Tudor dynasty. June 23rd. I forced myself not to dwell on the notebook or visit Welch. I needed to prepare for the interview. This is of utmost importance. June 24th. Naya informed me they had new findings, and I felt I ought to take a look. June 25th. From the newly deciphered content, it appears the notebook's owner accepted a mission to ascend the main peak of the Hinachus mountain range to visit the Nightside Kingdom at the summit. My goddess, the peak of Hinachus exceeds 6,000 meters. How could a kingdom possibly exist there? How do they survive? June 26th. Are these strange things truly real? At this juncture, the notes concluded, and Zhoming Rue had traversed over on June 28th. This implied that the notes from June 27th indeed existed, specifically the phrase, "Everyone will die, including me." Klein flipped to the initial page he had seen and felt a shiver run down his spine as he made a judgment. He believed that to unravel the mystery of the original owner's suicide, he should pay a visit to Welch and further examine the ancient notebook's contents. However, with his rich experience in novels, films, and television, he felt that if he went there and the circumstances were indeed related, he would most likely encounter unknown dangers. Those who knowingly venture into haunted castles are but harbingers of doom. Yet, not going was not an option. Evasion would never resolve problems, only exacerbate them until they burst forth like a dam, utterly engulfing him. Call the police? Surely, he confessed to having committed suicide. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent, forceful knocks resonated at the door. Klein sat up straight, instinctively opening the drawer to retrieve the revolver, his voice laced with caution as he inquired. The outside fell silent for 2 seconds, before a slightly high-pitched voice called out in an Ahowan accent. "I, Mountbatten, Beach, Mountbatten." The voice paused for a moment before adding, "Police," that as this name penetrated his ears, Klein immediately recalled its owner. He was one of the officers responsible for the block where the apartment was located, a brutish man who relished physical confrontations. However, perhaps it was only such a character who could intimidate the drunks, thieves, petty criminals, and ruffians. His distinctive voice was one of his trademarks. "All right, I'll be right there." Klein called out loudly that he had initially intended to toss the revolver back into the drawer. But upon considering the presence of the police outside, who might be unaware of the circumstances and could potentially conduct a search, he cautiously made his way to the stove, where the embers had long since extinguished, and placed the firearm within. Following this, he picked up a small basket meant for coal, shook a few pieces into the stove to cover the gun, and finally set a kettle atop it all, concealing everything beneath its weight. After ensuring everything was in order, he adjusted his clothing and approached the door briskly, murmuring as he opened it, "I apologize, I was just napping." Standing outside were 4 officers clad in black uniforms with white checks, their soft hats adorned with badges. Among them was the stout Beach Mountbatten. Clearing his throat, Mountbatten addressed Klein, saying, "These 3 officers have some inquiries for you." "Officers?" Klein instinctively glanced at the insignia of the other 3. Noting that 2 bore 3 silver hexagrams while 1 had but 2, they appeared to outrank Beach Mountbatten, who had merely 3 V-shaped tags. Mountbatten was senior essay history student. Klein had not delved deeply into police insignia, but was aware that Mountbatten often boasted of his status as a seasoned constable. Thus, did this mean the 3 were of inspector rank? Influenced by conversations with classmates like Benson and Welch, Klein possessed a modicum of knowledge, and he stepped aside, gesturing towards the interior. "Please, come in." "What is the matter?" The foremost officer among the trio was a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze that seemed capable of seeing through one's soul, instilling a sense of dread. His facial creases were pronounced, and tufts of light brown hair peeked from beneath the brim of his hat. As he scrutinized the room, he asked in a deep, resonant voice, "Do you know Welch McGowan? What has happened to him?" Klein's heart quivered as he reflexively retorted, "I am the one asking you." The officer replied sternly. Beside him, another officer, also adorned with 3-star insignia, smiled gently at Klein, saying, "No need to be anxious. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry." This officer, approximately 30, had a prominent nose and gray eyes that evoked an indescribable depth, reminiscent of a secluded lake in an ancient forest. Klein inhaled deeply, gathering his thoughts. "If you are referring to Welch McGowan, the graduate from Hoy University, originally from Constant, then yes, I know him. We are classmates under the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. In the Kingdom of Rune, a professor was not just a title but a position, akin to the merging of professorship and department head on Earth, meaning that a university could only have 1 professor per department. An associate professor could only ascend to this role upon the retirement of their superior or by exceeding them in merit. In light of the need to retain talent, the Kingdom's Higher Education Committee had, after years of deliberation, introduced the senior associate professor rank to accommodate those of substantial academic standing or experience who could not attain professorship. Having reached this point, Klein met the middle-aged officer's gaze and, after a moment's contemplation, added, "To be honest, our relationship is quite amicable. Recently, he, along with Naya, and I have frequently met to interpret and discuss the coronary literature he acquired." A collection of notes. "Officer, what has transpired?" The middle-aged officer did not respond, but instead turned his head to glance at his gray-eyed companion. That officer, wearing the badge-adorned soft hat and possessing unremarkable features, calmly replied, "I regret to inform you that Mr. Welch has passed away." How could this be? Despite a lingering sense of foreboding, Klein could not suppress his shock. Welch had succumbed just as the original owner of the body had. This was indeed unsettling. And what of Naya? Klein pressed anxiously that Ms. Naya has also passed away. The gray-eyed officer stated with a level demeanor. Both died at Mr. Welch's residence. Was it murder? Klein's mind began to form suspicions. Perhaps it was suicide. The gray-eyed officer shook his head. No, from the evidence at the scene, it appears they took their own lives, that Mr. Welch repeatedly struck his head against the wall, causing blood to splatter everywhere, while Ms. Naya drowned herself in a basin of water, one meant for washing her face. This is impossible. Klein felt the hair on his neck stand on end as he conjured the eerie imagery. The girl kneeling atop a chair, her face submerged in a basin filled with water, her brown hair cascading down and swaying gently in the breeze, yet her body remained utterly still. Welch lying on the floor, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his forehead pulverized and stained with blood, the walls marred with countless impact marks, drenched in gore. The gray-eyed officer's lips twitched slightly. "We share your disbelief, yet the autopsy results and the circumstances at the scene rule out drugs and external forces." They, Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya, showed no signs of resistance. Before Klein could speak again, he entered the room, feigning casualness as he inquired, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya?" As he spoke, he gestured towards his companion with 2 silver stars. This officer, a young man seemingly of similar age to Klein, had black hair and green eyes, exuding a romantic aura reminiscent of a poet. Upon hearing the question, Klein's thoughts raced as he pondered an answer. It was likely June 26th. We interpreted a new piece of his notes together, after which I returned home to prepare for an interview on the 30th for the history department at Tianjin University. Tianjin, known as the City of Universities, housed both Tianjin and Hoi universities, along with a technical school, a law academy, and a business school, second only to the capital, Beckland. As he finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught sight of the young officer approaching the desk and picking up the notebook, which resembled a diary. "Oh no, I forgot to hide it," Klein exclaimed sharply. "You." The young officer responded with a smile, but continued to leaf through the notes, while the gray-eyed officer explained, "This is a necessary procedure." At that moment, Mountbatten and the stern middle-aged officer merely observed, remaining silent and not assisting in the search. "What about your search warrant?" Klein initially intended to question them, but upon reflection, it seemed that the judicial system in the Kingdom of Rune had yet to evolve to the point of issuing search warrants, at least. He was unaware of any, considering the police force had only been established for about 15 or 16 years, that in the original owner's youth, they were still referred to as constables. Klein found himself powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as the young officer swiftly thumbed through his notes, while the gray-eyed officer refrained from further questioning. "What a peculiar statement," the young officer remarked as he reached the end of the notebook. "And what does this phrase mean?" "Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common knowledge that everyone, except deities, will perish?" Klein had initially prepared to feign an argument, but suddenly realized that he had intended to connect with the police as a precaution against potential dangers, yet lacked a rationale or excuse that under a second. He made a decision, placing a hand upon his forehead, his voice tinged with anguish as he replied, "I do not know. I truly do not know. Since waking this morning, I have felt unwell, as if I had forgotten something, particularly events of recent days, even struggling to grasp why I would write such a line that at times, honesty is the best approach to resolving issues, albeit with an understanding of the nuances of what may be disclosed and how to present it. As a keyboard expert, Klein had studied the art of conversation. Preposterous. Do you take us for fools?" Beach Mountbatten interjected angrily, unable to contain himself any longer. The absurdity of the lie was too blatant, an affront to their intelligence. Feigning insanity is preferable to claiming amnesia. Indeed, Klein responded calmly, maintaining eye contact with Mountbatten and the middle-aged officer. This matter could not be more genuine. Perhaps it is indeed a possibility that at this moment, the gray-eyed officer spoke slowly. What? You believe that? Klein himself was taken aback. The gray-eyed officer smiled and addressed him. In a few days, an expert will come. Trust me, she should be able to assist you in recovering your lost memories. That an expert. To aid in recollection. From the field of psychology, Klein furrowed his brow. What if she unearths memories from my life on Earth? A sudden pang of pain shot through his jaw. The young officer set the notebook down and conducted a search of the desk and room. Unfortunately, his focus remained on the books, neglecting to inspect the kettle. Very well, Mr. Klein. Thank you for your cooperation. You should refrain from leaving Tingen in the coming days. If you must, please notify Officer Mountbatten. Or risk becoming a fugitive, the gray-eyed officer cautioned as they concluded their visit to airs.h.i. Will today not yield further inquiries or investigations? Or will I be taken back to the station for interrogation? Klein felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, he too desired to resolve the bizarre events surrounding Welch, and thus nodded. No problem. The officers filed out of the room, and as the young officer brought up the rear, he suddenly patted Klein on the shoulder, saying, "This is quite fortunate indeed." What? Klein looked on, bewildered. With a slight smile, the young officer, embodying that poetic spirit, replied, "Generally, in the face of such events, it is customary for all involved parties to perish. We are fortunate indeed to see that you remain alive." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him with an air of politeness. That it customary for all to perish. How fortunate I am to still be alive. In the warmth of this June afternoon, a chill washed over Klein. Chapter 11. The true art of cooking. Is it normal for everyone to perish? Am I fortunate to still be alive? Klein shivered violently, hastily taking a couple of steps towards the door, attempting to catch up with a policeman in search of protection. However, just as he reached for the doorknob, his movements suddenly froze. The officer had painted such a terrifying picture of the situation. Why then would they not safeguard me, an important witness or a crucial lead? Surely, this is an egregious oversight, a test, or merely a bait. Various thoughts clashed in Klein's mind, making him suspect that the police were covertly monitoring him, observing his reactions. With this in mind, he found a measure of tranquility, no longer gripped by panic. He slowly opened the door, and, with a voice deliberately trembling, called out towards the staircase. "You will protect me. One to you." Clap, clap, clap. The officers remained unresponsive, the rhythm of their polished shoes against the wooden stairs unchanged, and I knew it. "This is exactly how you would act," Klein shouted again, feigning conviction, striving to present himself as a normal person in peril. The footsteps gradually faded away, disappearing into the depths of the apartment. Klein let out a low grunt, mocking internally. Such a phony reaction. Their acting skills are simply subpar. He did not pursue them further but turned back into his room, shutting the door behind him with a casual gesture. For the next several hours, Klein fully embodied a state of unease, restlessness, anxiety, and confusion, all while maintaining his high standards despite the absence of anyone around. This is what one might call an actor's self-cultivation. He self-deprecatingly mused as the sun dipped lower in the sky, igniting the clouds with hues of fire. The residents of the apartment began returning home, prompting Klein to shift his focus elsewhere. Melissa would be finishing school soon. He turned his gaze to the stove, taking a deep breath as he lifted the kettle, stoked the coals, and retrieved his revolver. Without hesitation or delay, he reached behind the lower wooden slats of the bunk bed, where a dozen wooden strips crisscrossed in support. After wedging the revolver between a strip and the board, Klein straightened his posture, anxiously awaiting, fearful of the police suddenly bursting through the door, weapons drawn. Storming into the room, in a normal steam-filled world, he would have been assured that no one would see him engage in such actions. However, this realm was imbued with extraordinary powers he had personally validated. After a few minutes of silence at the door, he was only left with the distant conversation of two tenants heading towards the Wild Heart Bar on Kreutzer Street, their voices growing fainter. With a sigh of relief, Klein felt his heart settle back into his chest. Now all he awaited was Melissa's return to prepare the tender peas with lamb stew. As this thought crossed his mind, he could almost taste the savory aroma of the meat filling his senses, recalling how Melissa prepared the dish. She would first boil the meat chunks, then add onions, salt, a pinch of pepper, and water to stew. After a certain time, she would toss in peas and potatoes, allowing it to simmer for 40 to 50 minutes. How simple and rudimentary the method is, relying solely on the meat's inherent flavor for sustenance. Klein couldn't help but shake his head. Yet, what could one expect? A common household lacks an array of spices or various culinary techniques. They can only pursue simplicity, practicality, and frugality. After all, as long as the meat isn't burnt or spoiled, it suffices for someone who eats meat only once or twice a week. Klein couldn't claim to be a culinary expert, as he primarily relied on takeout, but having cooked 3 or 4 times a week had granted him a passing proficiency. He certainly wouldn't let that pound of lamb go to waste. Once Melissa returned, it would be after 7:30, and by then, she would be starving, ready to witness true culinary artistry. Klein concocted an excuse for himself, rekindling the fire before heading to the communal washroom to fetch water for cleaning the lamb, subsequently retrieving a cutting board and knife, chopping the meat into smaller pieces that asked for how to explain his newfound culinary skills. He decided to attribute it to the late Welch. This classmate not only employed a chef skilled in coastal cuisine, but also frequently experimented with dishes, inviting others to taste it. The dead cannot refute me. Nonetheless, in a world teeming with the extraordinary, the deceased might very well have a voice. As this thought crossed his mind, Klein felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. He cast aside his chaotic musings, placing the meat chunks into a soup bowl. Then he retrieved the spice box, shaking in a heaping spoonful of yellowed coarse salt, and added a few precious black peppercorns from a special small jar. Mixing them with the lamb and salt for a brief marination, that he set the stew pot on the stove, and while waiting for it to heat, Klein rummaged through yesterday's leftover carrots and today's purchased onions, cutting them into numerous pieces. After the preparations were complete, he pulled out a small jar from the cupboard, opening it to reveal the dwindling remnants of lard. Klein scooped out a spoonful, placing it in the pot to melt, followed by the carrots and onion chunks, stirring for a while. The aroma began to waft through the air. Klein then added all the lamb, carefully frying it for a time. In this process, he should have added some cooking wine, or at the very least, substituted it with some grape wine. However, the Moretti household had no such luxuries. Vincent could only afford a beer once a week, leaving Klein to make do with a splash of boiling water instead. After about 20 minutes of simmering, he lifted the lid, added the tender peas and chopped potatoes, a cup of hot water, and 2 spoons of salt. Sealing the lid, he lowered the heat, exhaling with satisfaction while awaiting his sister's return. As moments turned into minutes, the enticing aroma within the room intensified, filled with the allure of meat, the richness of potatoes, and the freshness of onions. The flavors began to meld together, and Klein occasionally swallowed in anticipation, glancing at the watch's second hand. After more than 40 minutes, the sound of steady yet orderly footsteps approached, followed by the insertion of a key, a turn of the doorknob, and the door creaking open. "It smells so good," Melissa, not yet entering, whispered with a hint of confusion. She stepped inside, carrying her bag, her gaze sweeping over the stove. "Did you make this?" Melissa paused mid-motion as she removed her hat, her eyes wide with astonishment. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled more of the aroma, her expression softening as if she had regained some confidence. "You made this?" she inquired again, bewildered. "Are you afraid I would waste the lamb?" Klein replied with a smile, countering her question, not waiting for an answer before adding, "Rest assured, I specifically consulted Welch on how to prepare this dish. You know he has an excellent chef. Did I ask this your first time?" Melissa's brow furrowed instinctively, though the enticing scent soothed her worries. "It appears I have quite the talent." Klein chuckled. "It's almost ready. Why don't you set your books and hat aside, wash your hands in the washroom, and then wait to taste? I am quite confident in my creation." Hearing her brother's calm and methodical instructions, and seeing his warm, serene smile, Melissa stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily stunned. "Do you prefer it to be more tender?" Klein urged with a smile. Yes, okay." Melissa snapped back to reality, clutching her bag in one hand while the other held her hat. Hastily making her way to the inner room, she lifted the lid of the stew pot. A cloud of steam erupted before her. 2 slices of rye bread had already been placed beside the lamb and tender peas, soaking up the aroma and heat to become soft by the time Melissa returned. Having tidied herself and washed her hands and face, the table had been set with a plate of tender peas with lamb stew adorned with potatoes, carrots, and onions, while 2 slices of black bread, tinged with meat juices, awaited in their respective dishes. Come, taste. Klein gestured towards the wooden fork and spoon resting beside the plate. Melissa, still somewhat dazed, did not refuse, picking up the fork to spear a piece of potato, bringing it to her lips for a cautious bite. The fluffy texture of the potato combined with the rich flavor of the meat flooded her senses, causing an uncontrollable salivation as she quickly devoured the morsel. Now, try the meat. Klein pointed towards the plate with his chin, that he had already tasted it and deemed it merely passable. However, for a young girl who had seldom seen meat, it would surely be sufficient. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Melissa's eyes as she carefully speared a piece of lamb that was tender, almost melting in her mouth, the true flavor of the meat bursting forth, exquisite juices flooding her palate. It was an unprecedented delight, rendering her unable to stop. By the time she regained her senses, she had devoured several pieces of lamb that Klein, this is for you. Melissa's cheeks flushed crimson, her words stumbling that I had already snuck a taste. That's a privilege of the chef. Klein smiled reassuringly at his sister, while simultaneously picking up his fork and spoon, alternating between bites of meat and peas, occasionally setting down his utensils to tear off a piece of bread to soak in the juices. Melissa relaxed, influenced by Klein's unremarkable demeanor, and once again immersed herself in the deliciousness. It's so good. I can't believe this is your first time cooking. Melissa gazed at the empty plate, devoid of any remnants, and offered her sincere praise. Compared to Welch's chef, I still have much to learn. When I have the means, I'll take you and Benson out to a restaurant for an even better meal. Klein remarked, finding himself beginning to dream of such possibilities that you'll be interviewing. Melissa's words trailed off, suddenly unable to control a satisfied sound. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, embarrassment flooding her face. It's all the fault of that delightful tender peas with lamb stew. Klein chuckled softly. Deciding against teasing his sister, he pointed towards the plate, saying, "That is your task." "All right." Melissa eagerly stood up, grabbing a basin and rushing out the door. When she returned after washing, she instinctively checked the spice box and other items in the cupboard. "Did you use any just now?" Melissa gasped in surprise, turning her head to Klein, who held a bottle of black pepper and a jar of lard in his hands. Klein shrugged with a smile, remarking, "Just a little." "That's the price of deliciousness." Melissa's eyes sparkled as her expression shifted several times before she finally pursed her lips and said, "Perhaps I should take over the cooking from now on. You need to focus on preparing for your interview and consider your job prospects." Chapter 12. A return visit. Sis, can we avoid discussing such matters? Klein silently lamented, feeling the familiar throb of a headache begin anew. The knowledge the original owner had forgotten was not insignificant, and with the interview looming the day after tomorrow, there was little time to catch up. Moreover, embroiled in a bizarre and terrifying incident, how could he possibly find the focus to study? After offering a few perfunctory words to his sister, Klein feigned reading. Melissa moved a chair beside him, using the gaslight to work on her homework. The atmosphere was tranquil and pleasant. As it approached 11 o'clock, the siblings exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective beds. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, rousing Klein from his slumber, but he glanced at the morning light filtering through the window, feeling slightly dazed as he turned to sit up. "Who is it? What time is it? Why did Melissa wake me?" "I am Dunn Smith," a steady male voice responded from outside the door. "Dunn Smith? I don't know you," Klein replied, shaking his head as he got out of bed and approached the door. He opened it to find the officer with gray eyes from yesterday. "Is something the matter?" Klein asked warily. The officer's expression was serious as he replied, "We have located a coachman who confirmed that you visited Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th, the very day Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya were found dead. Furthermore, it was Mr. Welch who covered your fare." Klein paused, experiencing none of the terror or guilt typically associated with being caught in a lie. He was not lying at all. Rather, he found the evidence provided by Officer Dunn Smith to align perfectly with his expectations. Indeed, on June 27th, the original owner had gone to Mr. Welch's residence, and that very night, he had taken his own life, mirroring the fates of Welch and Naya. Klein opened his mouth, managing a bittersweet smile as he said, "That is not compelling evidence. It does not directly link me to the deaths of Welch and Naya. To be honest, I am equally eager to understand the circumstances of my two unfortunate friends. But I truly cannot recall that I have almost completely forgotten what transpired on the 27th. You may not believe it, but I have only been able to infer that I perhaps visited Mr. Welch's residence based on my own notes. Your mental fortitude is commendable. Officer Dunsmith nodded, devoid of anger or amusement. You should be able to discern my sincerity, Klein asserted, gazing directly into the officer's eyes. What I say is the truth, albeit only a part of it. Officer Dunsmith did not respond immediately. Instead, he scanned the room before speaking slowly. Mr. Welch is missing a revolver, and I believe I should be able to find it here. Correct, Mr. Klein? At last, Klein understood the origins of the revolver. His thoughts raced like lightning, and he made a swift decision. Raising his hand slightly, he took a step back to clear the way, then pointed with his chin towards the lower bunk. Saying, "It's behind the bedsboard," he refrained from specifying the lower bunk, as a normal person would not conceal something behind the upper bedsboard, which would be immediately visible to visitors. Officer Dunsmith did not advance, but instead quirked his lips slightly, asking, "Do you have anything else to add?" Without hesitation, Klein replied, "Yes. The night before last, I awoke to find myself slumped over my desk, next to the revolver, with a bullet lodged in the wall. It appeared I had attempted suicide. But perhaps due to inexperience or fear at the last moment, the bullet did not achieve its intended effect. My head remains intact, and I am alive today. Since then, I have forgotten some memories, including what I did and saw at Mr. Welch's residence on the 2017. I am not lying. I genuinely do not recall that I in a bid to clear his name and resolve the strange incidents surrounding him." Klein divulged nearly everything, omitting only the details of his time travel and the gathering. Additionally, he carefully crafted his words to withstand scrutiny, such as not stating that the bullet had missed his head, but rather that it had failed to achieve the desired outcome, while still emphasizing that his head remained intact afterward to an outsider. These statements seemed nearly identical, yet they bore entirely different meanings. Officer Dunsmith listened quietly before speaking deliberately. This aligns with my hypothesis and fits the concealed logic of similar previous incidents. However, I do not know how you survived. You may as well believe it. I too am uncertain how I survived, Klein sighed with slight relief. But, Dunn interjected, belief is insufficient. You are currently under significant suspicion, and you must undergo verification by experts to confirm that you truly have forgotten your experiences or that you did not directly cause the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. That he cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. "Mr. Klein, please cooperate with the investigation and accompany us to the station. This will likely take 2 to 3 days, provided you have no issues." "The experts have arrived?" Klein asked. Bewildered, that weren't they supposed to come in 2 days? "They arrived sooner than we anticipated," Dunn replied, gesturing for Klein to exit the room. "That I'd like to leave a note," Klein requested. With Benson away on business and Melissa at school, he could only leave a message informing them of his involvement in a matter related to Welch, assuring them not to worry. Dunn nodded with little concern. "That is acceptable," returning to his desk. Klein retrieved a piece of paper to write. All the while contemplating his next steps, to be honest, he was quite reluctant to meet the expert, as he harbored an even greater secret that I in a place with 7 great churches. Amidst the backdrop of the suspected assassination of the esteemed Emperor Russell, such matters of time travel would likely require adjudication in court. However, lacking weapons, combat skills, or extraordinary powers, he was no match for a professional officer, especially with several of Dunn's subordinates lurking in the shadows outside. If they drew their guns in unison, he would be done for. Taking a deep breath, Klein left the note, grabbed his keys, and followed Dunn out of the room. In the dimly lit corridor, 4 officers clad in black and white stood at attention, maintaining a vigilant watch. As Klein walked alongside Dunn, the sound of his footsteps echoed against the wooden stairs, ascending 1 step at a time, occasionally punctuated by creaks and groans. Outside the apartment, a 4-wheeled carriage was waiting, its side emblazoned with the emblem of a police system featuring crossed swords encircled by a crown. The area bustled with the same lively chaos as every other morning. "After you." Dunn gestured for Klein to enter first. Just as Klein was about to step forward, a fishmonger suddenly accused a customer of being a thief, igniting a scuffle that startled the horses and plunged the surroundings in a turmoil. An opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Klein bent low and surged into the crowd. Pushing and dodging, he fled frantically toward the other end of the street. In his current predicament, to avoid encountering the expert, he had to escape to the docks outside the city and take a boat down the Taysok River to the capital, Beckland, where the population was dense and provided ample hiding spots. Of course, he could also hijack a steam train to the nearest inmap port, travel by sea to Plitz, and then head to Beckland. Before long, Klein reached the street corner and turned onto Iron Cross Street. Where several hireable carriages were stationed, that to the docks outside the city, Klein instructed, jumping onto one of them, that he was determined to mislead the pursuing officers. Once the carriage had traveled a distance, he would jump off. Understood, the driver replied, snapping the reins. The carriage rattled away from Iron Cross Street. Just as Klein prepared to leap from the vehicle, he suddenly noticed that the carriage was veering onto another road. Not the one leading out of the city. "Where are you going?" Klein exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "To Mr. Welch's residence," the driver answered flatly. "What?" Klein gasped in shock as the driver turned to reveal the deep, emotionless gray eyes of Officer Dunn Smith. "You?" Klein felt a wave of terror wash over him, his surroundings spinning as he jolted upright. Awake, Klein looked around, bewildered, and saw the crimson moon shining brightly outside. The room draped in sheer fabric. He touched his forehead, which was damp and cold with sweat. The sensation mirrored down his back. Just a nightmare. Klein exhaled slowly, relieved. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He felt surprisingly alert in the dream, able to think clearly, which struck him as odd. After calming himself, Klein glanced at his pocket watch. Noting it was barely past 2 in the morning, he quietly got out of bed, intending to wash his face in the communal restroom and address his pressing stomach issues. Turning the doorknob, he stepped into the dim corridor, and with the faint, indistinguishable light of the moon, he quietly approached the communal restroom. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing by the window at the end of the hallway. Clad in a black overcoat that was shorter than a robe, yet longer than formal wear, the figure was half immersed in darkness, bathed in the cool, scarlet moonlight. The figure slowly turned its body, its gaze deep gray and indifferent. Dunn Smith. Chapter 13. The Night Watcher. With a sudden jolt, Klein could not help but take a step back, momentarily unsure whether he was awake or still ensnared in a dream. The figure removed its black top hat and bowed slightly, a low, cryptic smile gracing its lips as it spoke. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, the Night Watcher, Dunn Smith." The Night Watcher, the code name for the extraordinary members of the Night Goddess Church mentioned by Justice and the Hangman. Klein was momentarily bewildered, and recalling previous events, he blurted out, "You manipulate dreams. You orchestrated the dream I just experienced." Dunn Smith replaced his black top hat, concealing his slightly receding hairline, while his gray, profound eyes glimmered with hidden amusement. "No, I merely entered your dream to provide the necessary guidance." His voice was rich and gentle, resonating like a soothing echo in a dimly lit corridor. In dreams, while repressed emotions and various dark psychologies may amplify, rendering everything chaotic, absurd, and frenzied, reality still exists. Hidden within an experienced individual like myself, everything is apparent and easily discernible. I trust the version of you that exists within the dream more than the waking you. What ordinary person can control their dreams? If I were to dream of something from Earth, wouldn't Dunn Smith discover it? A chill ran down Klein's spine, filled with dread at the thought of his dream experiences. However, he soon discerned an oddity, for he recalled being acutely aware and rational in the dream. Knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold, in simple terms, it felt nothing like dreaming. So, Dunn Smith only beheld what I wished for him to see? Klein's thoughts raced, hinting at a glimmer of understanding. Was this a benefit of crossing over, perhaps a consequence of the ritual, or the uniqueness of my own spirit? "So, Mr. Smith, are you certain that I have truly lost my memory?" Klein carefully phrased his question in response. Dunn Smith did not answer directly, but instead regarded him with a penetrating gaze. "You are not surprised by this at all. The individuals I encountered before, even those who had just awakened from a dream, refused to believe in extraordinary powers, preferring to think they had yet to truly awaken." Klein replied with a simple acknowledgement. "Perhaps it is because I have been yearning for such power to aid me." An intriguing line of reasoning. "Perhaps your survival is not solely attributed to luck." Dunn nodded solemnly. "I can now confirm that you have indeed lost a portion of your memory due to this incident, particularly concerning events themselves. Then can I return?" Klein exhaled deeply, tentatively inquiring. Dunn casually walked closer with one hand in his pocket, the surrounding darkness becoming serene and gentle to know, "You still need to meet the expert." A polite smile graced his lips. "Why?" Klein blurted out, then quickly added, "You don't trust your own guidance in dreams." What a jest. If that expert possesses skills in hypnosis or mind reading, wouldn't my greatest secret be laid bare? The consequences are unimaginable. I have always been humble, but I possess a modicum of confidence regarding dreams. Dunn replied calmly. However, it is prudent to confirm significant matters once more, especially since her expertise differs greatly from mine. She may assist you in regaining some memory. Before Klein could respond, Dunn's tone grew grave. After all, you are connected to the whereabouts of that Antigonus family journal. What? Klein paused in astonishment. Dunn halted before him, his gray eyes fixed on Klein's. The fourth epic journal is absent from the scene. It is nowhere within the house. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. And you are the sole lead. Very well. Klein remained silent for a moment, releasing a breath. The disappearance of the journal is indeed peculiar. I had completely neglected to ponder the fate of that fourth epic journal. Dunn nodded almost imperceptibly, then passed by Klein, stating, "Lock the door, and come with me to Welch's residence. The expert awaits us there." Silently inhaling, Klein's heart raced with trepidation. He felt the urge to refuse, even to flee, yet knowing the precedent set by the dream. Dunn Smith would undoubtedly be on high alert, and given the disparity in strength between ordinary individuals and the extraordinary, any forced attempt would have minimal chance of success, but he likely still had a firearm and should have practiced shooting extensively. Various thoughts clashed violently in his mind, but ultimately, Klein chose to confront reality. "Very well, Dada. I can only take it one step at a time. Perhaps the peculiarities from my dream will manifest once more. Then let us proceed." That Dunn's tone remained unwavering. Klein turned to follow, but abruptly halted. "Mr. Smith, I wish to visit the restroom first, that I came out specifically to relieve myself." Dunn did not impede him, but regarded him with a penetrating gaze. "No problem. Klein, trust me, in the darkness. I am far more powerful than you could possibly imagine. That I in the darkness." Klein silently repeated those words that he refrained from recklessly attempting to stall and instead attended to his urgent needs. Then splashed cold water on his face to fully regain his composure. After donning his cap and cloak, he quietly followed Dunn down the stairs towards the apartment's entrance. That I in this moment of tranquility. Dunn Smith suddenly inquired, "At the end of the dream, why did you wish to flee? What were you afraid of?" Klein's thoughts raced, and while contemplating, he responded, "I cannot recall what transpired at Welch's residence. Nor do I remember if I played a direct role in either his or Naya's deaths, that I fear that it may ultimately be confirmed that I am indeed responsible. I dare not gamble on that, and would rather escape to the southern continent to begin anew. If it were me, I would likely do the same." Dunn pushed open the apartment door, allowing the cool night breeze to dispel the stifling warmth inside. He was unperturbed by Klein's potential escape, stepping into the carriage first. It was the very one Klein had seen in his dream. Four-wheeled, drawn by a single horse, with the carriage body adorned with the emblem of a police system, featuring crossed swords and a crown. Klein followed inside, discovering thick carpeting within, suffused with a calming fragrance that soothed the mind and spirit. Casually taking a seat, he sought to initiate conversation, hoping to glean further information. "Mr. Smith, if, hypothetically, the expert confirms that I have indeed forgotten that portion of my memory, and there is no other evidence to suggest I am the perpetrator rather than the victim, would that conclude the matter?" "In theory, yes. We would seek the journal through other means that as long as it exists. It can be discovered that, of course, prior to that, we must ensure you bear no curses, no lingering traces of malevolent spirits, nor any psychological issues, so that you may embrace your future life safely and healthily." Dunn Smith offered a peculiar smile, one that appeared somewhat strange. Klein keenly sensed this and, disregarding any sense of relief, pressed on. "Theoretically? Indeed. Merely theoretically. I in this realm, we are often confronted with distorted, illogical, and unbelievable occurrences." Dunn regarded Klein's eyes. "Their continuance, their conclusion, at times, is beyond our foresight and control. For instance," Klein felt a surge of fear. The carriage raced swiftly down the nearly deserted street, and Dunn took out his pipe, inhaling the aroma. "Just when we believe matters have concluded, and everything has returned to normal, it may resurface in a terrifying and horrifying manner. A few years ago, we handled a cult case where the followers committed suicide as a form of living sacrifice to appease a malevolent deity. One follower, selected for this grim fate, overcame foolishness, heresy, and hallucinogens and stealthily reported to the police. The case was handed to us. It was a minor task since the cult possessed no extraordinary members, and the deity they worshipped was merely a figment of their leader's imagination. Designed for profit and pleasure, devoid of humanity, that we utilized only 2 team members, along with the police's cooperation, and successfully dismantled the cult without a single escapee that AS for the informant. We confirmed he bore no lingering traces of malevolent spirits. No curses and certainly no psychological barriers, no personality issues, nor any other peculiar marks. Subsequently, his career flourished, he married well, and had a son and daughter. All shadows seemed to have fled from him, and the horrors and bloodshed of the past appeared to have vanished completely. At this point, Dunsmith chuckled. Yet, just this past March, in good financial standing, with a strong marital bond and bright children, he took his own life by strangling himself in his office. The scarlet moonlight streamed through the carriage window, casting a glow upon Dunsmith.i in that moment. His seemingly self-deprecating smile evoked an indescribable feeling in Klein. Klein silently inhaled a breath of cold air, seemingly witnessing his own dismal fate as he contemplated the thought of self-destruction. Even if he managed to evade a calamity, was it merely a temporary reprieve? Was there any way to resolve the situation entirely? Could he elevate himself to become an extraordinary being capable of combating such threats? The carriage fell into a profound silence, with countless thoughts flooding Klein's mind, only to dissipate one by one. In this ineffable stillness, the carriage sped onward for what felt like an eternity, just as Klein resolved to shamelessly seek counsel from Dunsmith regarding potential solutions. The carriage came to a halt at Mr. Smith. "We have arrived at Mr. Welch's residence." The driver's voice reached their ears. "Let us disembark." Dunn adjusted the black coat that reached his knees and remarked, "Allow me to introduce our expert, who poses as the most renowned medium in Ohio County." Klein suppressed his other thoughts and inquired with curiosity, "And what is her true identity?" Dunn turned partially, his gray eyes deep and contemplative at a genuine medium. Chapter 14. The medium. Klein silently repeated this description of a true medium, refraining from further commentary as he followed Dunsmith down from the carriage. To Welch's residence in Tingen was a standalone house with a garden, its ornate iron gate opening onto a road wide enough for 4 carriages to traverse simultaneously. Every 50 meters along the road stood a gas lamp, distinct from those Klein had seen in his previous life, with posts slightly taller than an adult man, facilitating easy lighting. The black metal, closely hugging the glass, formed a grid-like pattern, creating classical artworks reminiscent of lanterns, where coldness danced with warmth and shadows coexisted with light. As they tread upon the dimly lit road, Klein and Dunsmith passed through the partially open iron gate into Welch's abode. Directly facing the entrance was a passageway wide enough for 2 carriages, paved with cement and leading directly to the 2-story house. To its left lay a garden, while the right side featured a lawn, where the faint fragrance of flowers intertwined with the refreshing air, instilling a sense of tranquility. Upon stepping inside, Klein suddenly felt an icy shiver run down his spine. Glancing around nervously, he sensed a multitude of eyes observing him from the garden, the shadows of the lawn, the upper floor of the house, behind the swing, and from each dim corner. Despite the apparent emptiness, he felt as though he were amidst a bustling street. This eerie contrast, this strange sensation, caused his body to tense, a chill creeping up from his tailbone. There is something amiss. He couldn't help but alert Dunn. Dunn, maintaining his stoic expression, walked alongside him and replied flatly, "Pay it no mind." Seeing that the night watchman had spoken so, Klein suppressed the chilling sensation of being followed, scrutinized, and appraised without ever identifying the source, and he carefully approached the front door of the standalone house. "If this persists, I shall become neurotic," Dunn remarked as he raised his hand to knock. Klein quickly glanced back one last time. The flowers swayed in the breeze, yet no figure was in sight. "Come in, gentlemen." A somewhat ethereal voice emanated from within the house. Dunn twisted the doorknob and entered, addressing the woman seated on the sofa. "Dolly, have you any results?" The living room chandelier was unlit, and the leather sofas, arranged in a main and 2 auxiliary configuration, surrounded a marble coffee table that a single candle flickered atop the table, its flame casting an eerie blue hue that enveloped the semi-open layout of the living room. Dining area and kitchen in a quivering, surreal glow. In the center of the long sofa sat a lady clad in a hooded black robe, adorned with blue eyeshadow and blush, her exposed wrists wrapped in silver chains bearing white crystal pendants. At the first glance, Klein felt an inexplicable sensation. She was dressed like a genuine medium. Was she merely playing a role? The enchanting medium, Dolly, swept her emerald eyes over Klein before directing her gaze to Dunsmith. The original spirits have vanished, including Welch and Nias. The little ones here know nothing. Spirits? Those unseen observers earlier were spirits. So many spirits exist. Klein removed his hat, holding it against his chest, and bowed slightly. Good evening, madam. Dunsmith sighed. Indeed, this is quite the predicament. Dolly, this is Klein Moretti. See if you can glean anything from him. The medium Dolly's attention immediately shifted to Klein as she gestured toward the single armchair beside her. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Klein nodded, stepping over to sit down, his heart rising involuntarily. Whether he would live or die, whether he would navigate through successfully or have secrets exposed, all hinged on the developments to come. What rendered him most powerless was his lack of dependable resources, leaving him to place hope in the extraordinary. This was an exceedingly unsettling feeling. Klein thought bitterly that A.S. Dunn settled onto the double sofa opposite him. The medium Dolly retrieved 2 thumb-sized glass vials from a concealed pocket at her waist. With a smile in her emerald gaze, she addressed Klein, I require a bit of assistance. After all, you are not my enemy. I cannot be so direct or harsh, as it might cause you discomfort, pain, or even leave you with severe after-effects that I will provide you with a fragrance, offering you sufficient gentleness and lubrication, allowing you to gradually let go of yourself and truly immerse in the experience. This sounded rather unsettling to Klein, leaving him momentarily speechless, eyes wide with surprise. Dunn, sitting opposite, chuckled, Do not be alarmed. Unlike those from the Stormlord's church, here, ladies are also permitted to tease men verbally. You should understand this well. Your mother is a devout follower of the goddess, and you and your brother have attended Sunday school at the church that I understand, but I never anticipated it would be so Klein gestured, struggling to find suitable words. Nearly letting slip a crude term. Dunn smirked. Rest assured, Dolly rarely behaves this way. She simply wishes to calm and relax you through this means. She prefers corpses over men. You make me sound like a pervert. Dolly interjected with a smile. She opened one of the small vials and sprinkled a few drops into the vibrant blue candle flame that night-blooming jasmine, deep sleep flower, and chamomile, distilled and extracted into a pure essence. I've named it Amanda, meaning tranquility in Hermetic. The moment she spoke, the candle flame flickered, and the drops evaporated rapidly, filling the room with an enchanting aroma that a gentle, captivating scent wafted into Klein's nostrils, easing his tense emotions as his spirit quickly found peace. As though he were gazing down at the darkness in the dead of night. This vial is called Spirit's Eye, crafted from the bark and leaves of dragon-patterned trees and poplars, sun-dried for 7 days. Boiled thrice and steeped in Lonchi wine, of course, accompanied by a few incantations. The amber liquid, as Dolly described, dripped onto the vibrant blue flame. Klein caught a whiff of the ethereal, drifting aroma of the wine. Watching the candle flicker wildly, the blue eyeshadow and blush on Dolly shimmering with an eerie sheen, even appearing to have a double image, it is an excellent aid for divination, as well as being sufficiently alluring. Dolly elaborated. Klein felt as though her voice enveloped him from all sides that as he gazed around in confusion, he noticed everything swaying, blurring, as if shrouded in layer upon layer of thick fog, his own body following suit. Swaying, blurring, floating, and losing weight. Red became redder, blue bluer, black blacker, the colors merging like an impressionist painting, bewildering and dreamlike, while fragmented whispers echoed around him, as if countless invisible beings were conversing. This feels reminiscent of my previous fortune-turning ritual, yet lacking that maddening, explosive essence. Klein pondered as he observed it all, that moment. His gaze was drawn to a pair of eyes that glimmered like emeralds. Dolly, clad in black robes, sat on the blurred sofa, her gaze peculiarly fixed upon the crown of Klein's head. Her voice tenderly lilting, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am medium Dolly. I can still maintain a calm and rational thought process, Klein mused, akin to his experience during the fortune-turning ritual and at gatherings, with a mental shift. He feigned a dazed demeanor. Hello. The human mind is vast, harboring many secrets. Look at that ocean. We can only grasp the islands that surface above the water, yet beneath the waves lies a greater expanse of each island. Beyond the islands, there is the ocean itself, and the boundless sky that symbolizes the spirit realm. You are the spirit of the body. You not only comprehend the visible islands, but also the parts hidden beneath the waves. Understanding the entirety of the ocean. Wherever existence is found, traces must remain. The memories of the island's surface may be erased, yet the depths and the ocean as a whole certainly retain their corresponding projections. Dolly lured him repeatedly, and the indistinct winds and shadows around them morphed into similar forms, as if Klein's inner sea was entirely laid bare here, awaiting his own exploration and discovery. Klein calmly observed. Occasionally turbulent like the sea, ultimately responding in a dreamy tone. I cannot recall. I have forgotten, but he perfectly exhibited his anguish. Dolly made another attempt to seduce, but the awakened Klein remained unaffected. Very well. Let us conclude here. It is time to return. As the ethereal voice lingered, Dolly vanished. The wind and shadows began to settle, and the serene aroma, coupled with a faint scent of wine, became palpable once more. All colors resumed their normal hues. The blurring sensation dissipated, and Klein felt a tremor through his body as he regained his weight. He opened his eyes, which he was unaware had closed, only to find before him the same vividly blue candlelight, the comfortably seated Dunn Smith, and the hooded figure of the medium Dolly. How did you incorporate the theories of those malevolent lunatics from the Psychological Alchemy Society? Dunn furrowed his brow as he gazed at Dolly. Dolly calmly replied while stowing away 2 small vials. I find it quite accurate, at least in accordance with some of the things I have seen and encountered, before Dunn could speak again. She spread her hands and added, he is a tricky fellow, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Klein beside them let out a long sigh of relief and feigned ignorance as he inquired. Is it over? What just happened? I felt like I took a nap. Does that mean I passed? Thankfully, there was a rehearsal for the transference ritual. Let us assume so, Dunn interjected, turning to the medium Dolly. Have you examined the bodies of Welch and Naya? The corpses can reveal more than you might imagine. Regrettably, both Welch and Naya indeed committed suicide. Point 1. Can only say that the forces influencing them are fearsome. Leaving no trace behind, Dolly rose, extending her hand toward the candle that I need to rest. The vibrant blue light vanished, and an enchanting crimson hue flooded the room. Congratulations. You may return home, but you must remember not to divulge this matter to your family and friends. It is imperative. Dunn led Klein toward the door. Klein, bewildered, retorted, Isn't it necessary to check for traces of curses or malevolent spirits? Dolly remained silent. It simply was not done. Dunn answered tersely. Klein felt relieved and, recalling his earlier worries, promptly asked, How can I be sure there won't be any trouble later? Do not fret excessively, Dunn replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Statistically speaking, in similar situations, 80% of the survivors encounter no dreadful aftermath. Well, I must confess that this figure is based on my recollection, but it's roughly accurate. And what of the 20% of unfortunate souls? Klein dared not tempt fate. Then you might consider joining us as a clerical staff member. This way, any ominous signs can be detected promptly, Dunn casually remarked while approaching the carriage, or you could become an extraordinary individual. After all, we are not your guardians, capable of watching over you night and day, monitoring your every interaction with women. Can I? Klein inquired, following this line of thought. Naturally, he held little hope, as it seemed implausible to join the Night Watchers and acquire extraordinary powers so effortlessly. Such powers were indeed extraordinary. Dunn halted, casting a sidelong glance at him. It is not impossible, depending on the circumstances. What? This unexpected turn astonished Klein, who stood beside the carriage, momentarily stunned before asking, Really? Are you joking? It can be that easy to become extraordinary. Dunn chuckled lightly, his gray eyes obscured by the shadows of the carriage. Do you not believe it? In truth, becoming a night watcher entails sacrifices, such as your freedom. Setting that aside, there are other concerns. First, you are neither a commendable cleric nor a devout believer, so you cannot be selective or choose the safest paths. Secondly, Dunn grasped the handrail and boarded the carriage. We, the Punishers, the Mechanical Hearts, and other similar judicial bodies handle cases annually, a quarter of which involve the loss of control by extraordinary individuals, a quarter of extraordinary individuals losing control. Klein was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Dunn turned partially, his gray gaze deep and devoid of humor as he spoke, and a significant portion of that quarter consists of our teammates. Chapter 15. The Invitation Why. Hearing Dunn's words, Klein felt a tempest of emotions surge within him, instinctively blurting out, Are extraordinary individuals fraught with severe risks? So much so that even the church's internal judicial bodies, dealing with aberrant incidents, may encounter problems. Dunn Smith entered the carriage and resumed his previous seat, maintaining his usual demeanor and tone. This is not something you need to comprehend, nor is it something you are capable of understanding unless you become one of us. Klein fell silent, taking a seat beside him, half amused and half confused as he queried, "How can I make a decision to join without clarifying this? And without joining, understanding becomes impossible. It is a vicious cycle." Dunn Smith retrieved his pipe, placing it at his nose and inhaling deeply. "You may have misunderstood. Our members include clerical staff that's so. As long as I become one of your clerical personnel, I can access related secrets. Clarify the risks associated with extraordinary individuals, and then ponder whether to become one of them." Klein rephrased Dunn's meaning as he organized his thoughts. Dunn smiled and replied, "Indeed, with one caveat. Just because you consider becoming extraordinary does not guarantee you will. All major churches are equally stringent in this regard." Not being strict would be strange, Klein thought to himself, gesturing emphatically. What about clerical personnel? Surely, that must also be quite strict. "If it were you, there should be no problem," Dunn said, his eyes half closed, his expression slightly relaxed as he savored the scent of his pipe without igniting the tobacco. "Why?" Klein found himself puzzled once more. Simultaneously, he began to internally jest. Could it be that my uniqueness, my aura of a transcender, shines as brightly as a firefly in the night, so distinct and outstanding? Dunn opened his half-closed eyes, his gray gaze as profound as before. "First, surviving in such events without our assistance indicates you possess qualities that set you apart from others. Such as luck and fortunate individuals are always in demand." Seeing Klein's expression become somewhat dazed, he smiled slightly. "All right, consider it a humorous remark. Secondly, you are a graduate of the history department at Hoy University, which we greatly value. Although the attitude of those who follow the storm Lord Lulmy toward women is distasteful, his insights into society, culture, economics, and politics remain incisive. He once stated that talent is the key factor in maintaining competitive advantages and fostering good development. A view I wholeheartedly endorse." Noticing Klein's slight frown, he casually explained, "You can probably imagine that we frequently encounter quaternary, and even earlier documents and artifacts. Numerous cults and various heretics attempt to derive power from these items. And sometimes they themselves can lead to bizarre and terrifying occurrences. Aside from extraordinary individuals in specialized fields, most of us are not adept at learning, or rather, we have outgrown that at this point." Dunn Smith indicated toward his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips as if mocking himself. "Those tedious, monotonous facts always make one want to sleep. Even the sleepless cannot resist that I in the past. We would collaborate with historians and archaeologists, but this poses risks of secret leaks, potentially leading to unfortunate outcomes for professors and associate professors. Therefore, having a professional join us and become one of us is an opportunity difficult to refuse." Klein nodded gently, accepting Dunn's explanation, and pondered aloud, "Then why didn't you simply, recruit one earlier?" Dunn continued, "This brings us to the third and most critical point. You have already encountered similar events, and inviting you does not violate confidentiality agreements. However, recruiting others poses a risk of confidential information being disclosed if it fails. Most of our team members and clerical staff come from within the church." After listening quietly, Klein curiously asked, "Why do you maintain such strict confidentiality? Wouldn't it be better to make many things public, allowing more people to know and thus avoiding the repetition of similar mistakes?" "The greatest fear arises from the unknown. We can transform the unknown into the known. No, humanity's folly exceeds your imagination. This would only lead to more imitation, greater chaos, and more severe incidents." Dunn Smith shook his head in response. Klein murmured in acknowledgement, coming to an understanding. "The only lesson humanity learns from history is that it cannot learn any lessons from history, forever repeating the same tragedies. The famous saying of Emperor Roselle indeed holds profound wisdom." Dunn expressed his agreement. Did the great Roselle say that the transcender forebears truly leave no opportunity for the successors to pose, that I in a moment of bewilderment? Klein found himself at a loss for words. Dunn turned his gaze toward the outside of the carriage, where the dim yellow of the streetlights intertwined to create the brilliance of civilization. Within the judgmental circles of various churches, there exists a phrase that echoes with uncanny familiarity. Perhaps the very reason for the stringent secrecy that prohibits the common folk from gaining insight. What is it? Klein's spirit stirred, a thrill of clandestine exploration igniting within him. Dunn turned his head slightly, the muscles of his face barely twitching. Belief and fear breed trouble. An excess of belief and fear leads to even greater troubles, until all is consumed in ruin. With a sigh following his proclamation, he added, and apart from beseeching divine protection and aid, humanity is powerless to resolve the true enormities of distress. Klein repeated the phrase in his mind, struggling to grasp its full meaning, and in his confusion, a sense of dread enveloped him. As if in the shadows cast by the streetlights outside, a multitude of malicious eyes and gaping mouths lurked within the impenetrable darkness. The horses trotted nimbly. The wheels rolled steadily. An iron-crossed street loomed in the distance. Dunn shattered the sudden silence with a formal invitation. Would you care to join us as a civilian staff member? A flurry of thoughts rushed through Klein's mind, rendering him momentarily indecisive. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "May I take some time to consider?" This was a matter of great consequence, and hasty decisions could lead to dire consequences. "No problem. Just let me know before Sunday." Dunn nodded that, of course. Remember to maintain confidentiality, that do not disclose any information regarding Welch's affairs to anyone, including your brother and sister. A breach could not only embroil them in trouble, but also lead you to a special court. Understood, Klein responded solemnly. The carriage fell into silence once more. The Iron Cross Street drew near. Signaling the approach to home, Klein suddenly recalled a pertinent question. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Mr. Smith, what are the salary and benefits for your civilian staff?" It was a serious inquiry. Dunn paused for a moment, then smiled. "You need not worry about that. Our funding is jointly supported by the church and the police department. Newly appointed civilian staff receive a weekly wage of £2.10, along with a confidentiality and risk allowance of 10 shillings, totaling to about £3, which is not far from what a university lecturer earns. Subsequently, as your experience and contributions grow, your salary will increase incrementally. For civilian staff, we generally offer a 5-year contract. After 5 years, should you wish to resign, you may do so, but you will be required to sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement, and you cannot leave Tingen without our approval. Relocating to another city will also necessitate immediate registration with the local night watch. By the way, there are no Sundays, only rotational time off, as it is imperative to maintain at least 3 civilian staff on duty at all times. If you wish to journey south for a holiday at DC Bay, proper coordination with your colleagues is essential." Just as Dunn finished speaking, the carriage came to a halt, revealing the apartment where the Kleins resided. "I see," Klein remarked, turning to disembark. "By the way, Mr. Smith, where should I go if I decide?" Dunn replied with an amused smile. "Head to the Hound Tavern on Bisick Street and ask for the owner." "Right. Inform him that you wish to hire a mercenary team for a task." "Ah," Klein was left bewildered. "Our address is also confidential. I cannot disclose it directly until you agree." "Well then, Klein Moretti, I wish you a pleasant night's sleep." Dunn bid farewell with a smile. Klein doffed his hat in respect. Watching as the carriage gradually receded from view, he retrieved his pocket watch, flipping it open to find it was just past 4 in the morning. The cool breeze swept through the street, the glow of the lamps casting a soft yellow hue. Klein inhaled deeply, savoring the tranquil stillness of the night. The once bustling streets of the day were eerily quiet at this hour, a stark contrast to the silent gaze and the ethereal mystique within Welch's abode. It was only then that he noticed his linen shirt was soaked with sweat, cold and clammy against his skin. Chapter 16. The dog catches the mouse finally. He had passed the medium's test. Klein exhaled a breath of relief, leisurely turning, savoring the serenity of the night and the refreshing breeze as he strolled towards the entrance of his apartment. He produced his key, inserted it, and gently twisted it, allowing the door, adorned in a deep crimson hue, to creak open. As he walked through the deserted staircase, breathing the crisp air, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of having gained several extra hours of life compared to others, lightening his step. With a click, he maintained this buoyant mindset as he opened his own door, but before he could step inside, he spotted a figure sitting quietly in the darkness before the desk, a silhouette with dark hair glistening red, bright brown eyes, and a fair visage. It was Melissa Moretti. "Klein, where have you been?" she inquired, her brow unfurling in puzzlement. Without waiting for his response, she continued, seemingly intent on laying out the entire sequence of events and their logical connections. I got up to use the washroom and noticed you were not home. Klein, seasoned in the art of deceiving parental figures, quickly devised a calm response. I woke up once and couldn't fall back asleep. Rather than waste time, I thought it best to exercise a bit. So I went for a few laps. You see, I'm drenched in sweat. He shrugged off his coat, turning slightly to reveal his back. Melissa stood, casting a casual glance, then pondered for a few seconds before saying, Klein, you really don't need to feel too pressured. You will surely pass the interview at Tingen University. Even if not, if that happens, you will find something better that I haven't even considered the interview. Klein nodded. I understand. He refrained from mentioning that he had already received an offer, as he had yet to decide whether to accept it. Melissa scrutinized him for a moment before abruptly turning and jogging into the inner room. Emerging with a turtle-like contraption composed of gears, rusted iron, springs, and cogs, swiftly winding the spring, she placed the item on the desk. As it hopped and moved with rhythmic precision. It drew Klein's attention, creating a comforting distraction. When I feel troubled, watching it move is quite soothing. That I've been doing this often lately. It's remarkably effective. Klein, you should give it a try, Melissa urged with bright eyes. Klein accepted his sister's kind gesture, leaning closer to observe the turtle. Once it came to a halt, he chuckled. Simplicity and rhythm indeed bring relaxation. Before Melissa could respond, he pointed at the turtle and casually asked, Did you make this yourself? When did you do it? I had no idea that I used materials discarded by the school and things I found on the way. I just finished it a couple of days ago, Melissa replied, her expression calm, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It's quite impressive, Klein genuinely praised, as a boy who struggled with mechanical tasks, recalling the struggles he faced even assembling a simple toy car in his youth. Melissa raised her chin slightly, her eyes curving as she replied in a mild tone, It's nothing extraordinary. Excessive modesty is a vice, Klein chuckled. Isn't this a turtle? The atmosphere in the room suddenly thickened. Melissa's voice floated like a soft red veil. It is a puppet. Klein forced a smile, attempting to clarify. Due to the materials, it's still rather rudimentary. That he quickly shifted the topic. Why were you going to the washroom in the middle of the night? There's a toilet, after all, and aren't you the one who excels at sleeping soundly until dawn? Melissa paused, momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, she opened her mouth, preparing to explain. Just then, a loud gurgling sound emanated from her abdomen. I'll go back to sleep for a bit. With that, she snatched up the turtle-like puppet and hurried back into the inner room, slamming the door behind her. Last night's dinner was too good. I overindulged and my stomach can't handle it, Klein chuckled to himself. Shaking his head, he ambled towards the desk, silently sitting down in the chair, contemplating Dunn Smith's invitation under the warm glow of the crimson moon emerging from behind the clouds. The disadvantages of being a civilian member of the Night Watch are glaringly apparent. As a traveler, the instigator of the mysterious gatherings, known as the Fool, harbors numerous secrets within himself. Wandering for an extended period under the watchful eyes of the team dedicated to addressing extraordinary events within the Church of the Night Goddess poses significant risks. By aligning oneself with Dunn Smith and his associates, the inevitable ambition would be to become an extraordinary being, thereby obscuring the benefits acquired from the gatherings. However, becoming a formal member would undoubtedly curtail one's freedoms. Akin to how civilian personnel must declare their intentions when leaving Tingen, one cannot simply go where they wish or do as they please, resulting in missed opportunities. The Night Watch is a tightly knit organization, and once a task is assigned, one must await orders and comply without the option of refusal. The extraordinary beings also carry the risk of losing control. After listing the downsides in his mind, Klein began to contemplate the necessity and potential advantages. Based on experiences with transfer rituals and the like, it was clear he would not be among the 80% of fortunate individuals spoken of by Dunn. Bizarre incidents would undoubtedly befall him, fraught with danger. Only by becoming extraordinary or joining the Night Watch could he possess the capability to confront such threats. The aspiration to become extraordinary cannot solely rely on the gatherings. The potion formulas are not the primary concern, but sourcing the corresponding materials, acquiring them, and mastering the brewing process, along with the fundamental knowledge required for the daily practices of extraordinary beings, presents considerable obstacles. It would be impractical to continually seek guidance from Justice or the Hangman, or to exchange all matters with them. Doing so would not only tarnish the fool's image and raise suspicions, but would also consume precious time that could not be wasted on trivial inquiries. Likewise, he could offer little of interest to them. Moreover, increased material exchanges would leave traces of his real identity, and should online disputes escalate into offline conflicts, it would lead to significant troubles. Conversely, joining the Night Watch would provide access to knowledge of the mysterious world and relevant channels, allowing him to cultivate a substantial network of contacts. Such a foundation would enable him to leverage the gatherings and extract the maximum benefits from justice and the hanged man, which in turn would enhance his real-world circumstances, yielding greater resources and fostering a virtuous cycle. Of course, he could seek to join the Psychological Alchemical Society that Dunn had mentioned, an organization suppressed and hunted by various churches. However, becoming a member would also entail a loss of freedom, living in constant fear that a crucial issue remains. He has no idea where to find them. Even if he were to extract relevant information from the hanged man, any rash contact could endanger his life. Becoming a civilian member offers a buffer and an opportunity to withdraw. The small concealment in the wild, the moderate concealment in the city, and the grand concealment in the court suggest that the identity of a Night Watch member might serve as a better guise. In the future, as he rises to a senior position within the arbitration court, who would suspect that he is a heretic, the mastermind behind a clandestine organization? As dawn breaks, the crimson hues fade. And gazing at the golden horizon, Klein resolves firmly. Today, he shall seek out Dunn Smith and become a civilian member of the Night Watch. Are you not asleep? At that moment, Melissa rose anew, pushing open the door, surprised to see her brother stretching without a care. Lost in thought, Klein replied with a smile, exuding an air of relaxation. After a moment's contemplation, Melissa remarked, "When faced with dilemmas, I list out the pros and cons meticulously. Once completed, comparing them yields the hint of what one ought to do. That's a good habit. I do the same." Klein responded with a smile that Melissa's expression brightened, and without further ado, she took the yellowed sheet of paper and her toiletries to the communal washroom. After breakfast, with his sister departed, Klein did not rush out, but instead indulged in a pleasant nap, aware that nearly all taverns remained closed in the morning, at 2 in the afternoon. He smoothed the creases of his top hat with a small brush and handkerchief, cleaning off the dirt to restore its neat appearance, then donned formal attire as if to attend an interview. Since Basic Street was somewhat distant, fearing he might miss the Night Watch's working hours, Klein opted against walking and instead waited for a public carriage at the intersection of Iron Cross Street, in the Kingdom of Ruin. Public carriages come in two varieties, those without tracks and those with tracks. The former is drawn by 2 horses and, including the top of the carriage, can accommodate around 20 individuals. They operate on a general route without specific stops, allowing for flexible operation, stopping only when full. The latter is managed by a tram company, which lays down rail-like tracks on major streets, allowing horses to walk along the inside while the wheels rotate above, making it easier and less labor-intensive. Thus able to pull larger double-decker carriages, accommodating nearly 50 passengers. The sole drawback is the fixed routes and stops, making access to many locations rigid and unyielding. After about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels clattering on the tracks approached, and a double-decker carriage halted at the stop on Iron Cross Street. Basic Street. Klein instructed the driver that you'll need to transfer at Champagne Street. From there, it's only about a 10-minute walk to Basic Street. The driver explained the route. Then to Champagne Street it is, Klein affirmed with a nod. Over 4 kilometers, that'll be 4 pence, remarked a fair-faced young man beside the driver, responsible for collecting fares. Very well, Klein replied, producing 4 copper pence from his pocket and handing them over. Upon boarding the carriage, he noted that the number of passengers was sparse, with several vacant seats even on the lower level. With only 3 pence left, I'll have to walk back, he thought as he adjusted his hat and settled comfortably. The gentlemen and ladies on this level were mostly dressed in formal attire. Some wore work uniforms and casually read newspapers. Yet conversation was scarce, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Klein closed his eyes to conserve energy, disregarding the comings and goings of his fellow passengers. Stop after stop passed until he finally heard the word Champagne Street. Disembarking, he inquired along the way and soon arrived at Basic Street, spotting the tavern marked with the emblem of a brown-yellow hound. Klein extended his right hand and pushed firmly, causing the heavy door to creak open, unleashing a torrent of raucous sounds and a wave of heat. Though it was still afternoon, the tavern was already filled with patrons, some being temporary workers seeking opportunities, and others aimlessly numbing themselves with alcohol. The tavern was rather dim, with two large iron cages positioned centrally, a third of which was buried underground, leaving no gaps. People surrounded them with wooden mugs in hand, at times engaging in loud discussions or cursing and laughing. Klein glanced curiously inside, discovering two dogs confined within, one black and white, reminiscent of a Siberian husky, and the other entirely black, sleek, and robust. Care to place a bet? Doug has won 8 matches in a row. A short man wearing a brown soft hat approached, pointing at the black dog. Bet? Klein was momentarily taken aback, then realized, dog fighting. During his time at Hoy University, the noble students and offspring of affluent families would often inquire, with a mix of disdain and curiosity, whether he, a rough worker or an idle rogue, enjoyed participating in boxing and gambling at the tavern, with the gambling events limited to boxing and card games. Or did they also include the brutal and bloody spectacles of cockfighting and dogfighting? The short man scoffed, "Sir, we are civilized individuals. We do not engage in such disreputable activities," that he then muttered softly. "Moreover, last year, a law was enacted to prohibit such things." "Then what are you betting on?" Klein asked, intrigued to see who was the better hunter. The short man replied, just as a commotion erupted in the arena. He turned, excitedly waving, "This match has started. No more betting now. Wait for the next one." To hearing this, Klein stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to see as two burly men dragged a sack to the cage, opened the door, and dumped the contents inside. To his shock, it was a mass of gray, repulsive creatures. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were rats, dozens, if not hundreds of them. With the cage door closing, the chains binding the dogs were released. Woof! The black dog lunged forward, swiftly dispatching a rat. The black and white dog initially appeared bewildered but soon joined in, frolicking with the rodents. Surrounding patrons either raised their mugs in anticipation or shouted, "Kill it! Get it! Doug!" Klein's eyes widened in realization. The gambling was predicated on which dog would catch more rats. Or perhaps even on the specific number captured, that no wonder there were always buyers for live rats around Iron Cross Street. It truly was a unique affair. Shaking his head in amusement, Klein stepped back, maneuvering around the throng of patrons to reach the bar at a new face. The bartender looked up, wiping a glass. "Rye beer is 1 penny a cup. Inmat beer 2 pence. South Wales beer 4 pence. Or would you prefer a pure malt brew of Ronzi?" "I'm looking for Mr. Light," Klein stated directly. The bartender whistled, calling out to the back, "Old man, someone else looking for you." A muffled voice replied, as a drunken elder emerged from behind the bar. Rubbing his eyes, he focused on Klein and asked, "Young man, are you looking for me?" "Mr. Light, I wish to hire a mercenary team for a task." Klein responded to Dunn's instruction, "That a mercenary squad? Are you living in an adventure tale? That thing has long been obsolete," interjected the bartender with a laugh. After a brief silence, Light inquired, "Who told you to come here?" Dunn Smith," Klein replied candidly. Light burst into laughter. "I see mercenary squads still exist, albeit under a different guise, adopting a name more befitting contemporary society. You can find one at 36 Zodelin Street, 2nd floor." "Thank you." Klein expressed his sincere gratitude, turning to exit the bar. Just before he stepped out, the patrons huddled together fell silent, leaving behind only a murmur. Doug actually lost. Klein shook his head in amusement and hurried away, finding his way to Zodelin Street. Counting the house numbers, he walked up the stairs. As he rounded a corner and ascended step by step, he spotted a vertical sign bearing the current name of the so-called mercenary squad, Black Thistle Security Company. Chapter 17. Special Operations Department, Black Thistle Security Company. Upon seeing the sign, Klein was momentarily taken aback, feeling a peculiar blend of surprise and inevitability. He truly did not know how to express his thoughts and simply chuckled to himself as he climbed the stairs, extending his right hand to gently knock on the partially ajar door. Knock, 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 the slow, rhythmic sound echoed, yet there was no response from within, only the faint clatter of movement. Knock, knock, knock. Klein repeated the action, but the outcome remained unchanged. He shifted from knocking to pushing, widening the gap, and peered inside, catching sight of a set of classical sofas, soft armchairs, and a wooden coffee table, as well as a desk across from him, behind which sat a girl with her head bowed, her brown hair cascading down. Though the sign of the security company was merely a fade, it seemed rather unprofessional, didn't it? How long had it been since they received any business? Well, I suppose they don't require any clientele. Klein mused as he approached, knocking lightly again on the table, this time near the girl's ear. Knock, knock. The brown-haired girl straightened up suddenly, seizing a newspaper spread before her and raising it to shield her face. The honest man's newspaper, Klein silently noted as he glanced at the headline facing him. The steam train, the flyer to Constance City, is now operational. Truly, when will it reach the Dissy Bay? I dread the discomfort of traveling by boat. Who are you? The brown-haired girl pretended to read aloud, sharing her thoughts, and as she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, first displaying a friendly demeanor, then a look of surprise directed at Klein. Hello, I am Klein Moretti, here at the invitation of Mr. Dunsmith. Klein removed his hat and held it to his chest, bowing slightly. The girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, wore a light green, casual long dress in the ruined style, adorned with delicate lace at the cuffs, neckline, and chest, enhancing her beauty. Captain, please wait here. I will inquire with him, she said hurriedly before disappearing into the adjacent room. Not even offering a glass of water. Such a lack of service awareness, Klein thought with a mild smile, choosing to remain standing instead of sitting on the sofas or chairs. After 2 or 3 minutes, the brown-haired girl returned, her smile bright as she said, Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is on duty at the Charney's Gate and cannot leave. Very well, Klein replied amicably, stepping forward, though his mind was filled with questions. Charney's Gate? What could that be? As they passed through a partition, Klein's gaze was first drawn to a short corridor, with 3 offices on either side. Some doors were locked, while others stood ajar, revealing individuals diligently typing away on heavy mechanical typewriters. A quick glance revealed a familiar face. The young officer with black hair and blue eyes, the one who had come to search his home, exuding a poet's romantic aura, but he was not in formal attire. His white shirt was untucked, presenting a carefree appearance. Perhaps he truly was a poet, Klein thought as he nodded in greeting, and the officer returned the gesture with a smile. The brown-haired girl turned the handle of the leftmost office at the end of the corridor. Pushing the door open and pointing inside with a smile, you'll need to descend a few more flights of stairs. This particular office was devoid of any furnishings, merely featuring gray-white stone steps leading downward. Elegant gas lamps adorned the walls on either side, casting a steady glow that dispelled the darkness and imparted a sense of tranquility. The brown-haired girl walked ahead, carefully watching her footing. Though I traverse this path often, I still feel apprehensive, always fearing I might stumble and roll down. You wouldn't believe it, but Leonard once did something quite foolish. On his first day as a sleepless, he attempted to sprint down without fully mastering his own strength. And then he turned into a wheel. It's amusing to think about. Yes, the one I just greeted you with, that was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I joined the Night Watch 5 years ago when I was merely 17. As the girl spoke, her gaze remained fixed ahead, but suddenly she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Rosen. My father was a formal member of the Night Watch and sacrificed himself in an accident 5 years ago. We should be colleagues from now on. I suppose colleagues is the appropriate term, as we are not extraordinary individuals, yet that I hope to have the honor, but ultimately it depends on Mr. Smith's decision, Klein remarked, surveying the enclosed surroundings. Feeling the dampness of the stone walls seeping through, a stark contrast to the summer heat. Rest assured, being allowed to come here directly means the captain has given his consent, that I've always held a slight fear of the captain. Although he is very kind and considerate, evoking a fatherly presence, for some reason, I still feel a bit intimidated, Rosen continued, her voice sweet as if laced with sugar. Klein humorously responded, Isn't it normal to fear one's father? That makes sense, Rosen replied, placing her hand on the wall at the corner. Yes, they completed the spiral staircase. They arrived at a flat stone-paved area that was a long corridor, similarly adorned with gas lamps encased in metal grills. Their light cascading down, casting elongated shadows of Klein and Rosen. Klein's keen eye caught sight of dark holy emblems embedded in the walls at regular intervals, symbols of the goddess of night, a deep black background adorned with brilliant embellishments, cradling a perfectly half-illuminated scarlet moon. These emblems seemed unremarkable, yet walking among them brought a gradual sense of calm to Klein, and Rosen fell silent, no longer engaging in idle chatter as before. Before long, they reached an intersection where the brown-haired girl briefly explained. To the left leads to St. Selena's Church, to the right is the armory, materials, and library, and straight ahead is the Charney's Gate. St. Selena's Church. Is Zodelin Street located just behind Red Moon Street? Klein pondered, momentarily taken aback. St. Selena's Church was the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Night in the city of Tingen, a sacred place sought after by the local devout, alongside the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the outskirts, and the River and Sea Church of the Lord of Storms, both of which together sustained the religious community in Tingen and its surrounding towns and villages. Feeling that it was inappropriate to inquire further given his current status, Klein chose to remain silent, simply listening. After passing through the intersection and continuing straight ahead, within a minute, a pair of large black iron doors adorned with 7 holy emblems came into view. They stood imposing, evoking a sense of weightiness, coldness, and superiority, like a giant guarding the darkness. The Charney's Gate, Rosen remarked, gesturing towards an adjacent room. The captain is inside. You may enter. Thank you, Klein replied politely. The room Rosen indicated was just in front of the Charney's Gate. Its window open, light spilling out. Klein took a deep breath, steadying himself before rapping his knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Dunn Smith's warm, rumbling voice from within. Klein gently pushed open the slightly ajar door and found the room furnished with only a table and 4 chairs. Dunn Smith, with a prominent forehead, was dressed in the same black overcoat from the previous evening, leisurely reading a newspaper, a golden chain visible near his buttoned chest. Please sit. Have you made your decision? Are you certain you wish to join us? Dunn inquired with a smile, setting aside the newspaper. Klein removed his hat and bowed slightly, taking a seat by the table, nodding slowly as he replied. Yes, I am certain. Then please review this contract. Huh. Everyone seems to prefer calling it a contract nowadays. Dunn opened the drawer of the table and produced 2 identical copies of the contract. The terms were few, mainly reiterating what Dunn had previously mentioned, with a focus on confidentiality clauses. Violators would be judged not by the kingdom's court, but rather by the arbitration court of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Much like soldiers and officers facing a military tribunal, did a 5-year contract with a weekly salary of £2 and 10 shillings, alongside a 10-shilling confidentiality and risk allowance. Klein read through it all, responding earnestly, I have no objections. Then please sign. Dunn indicated the dark red pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the pen on scrap paper before taking a discreet breath and signing his full name, Klein Moretti, on both copies of the contract. Due to the absence of a seal, he ultimately had to resort to affixing his fingerprint. Dunn retrieved the contract, extracting a stamp from the drawer, which he then applied to the end and several key sections. Having completed this task, he rose, extending one hand to return a copy of the contract while reaching out towards Klein with the other. Welcome. From this moment forth, you are one of us. Do note that the contract must remain confidential. Klein, rising in turn, accepted the contract while shaking Dunn's hand and smiling. Should I then address you as captain? Indeed, replied Dunn, his gray eyes appearing exceptionally profound in the dim light. After their handshake, they both resumed their seats. Klein glanced at the seal on the contract, realizing the text read Night Watcher Squad of Tingen City, Ahova County, Kingdom of Ruin, that I never anticipated you would use Blackthorn Security Company as a facade. He chuckled casually that in truth, we have another name, Dunn stated as he pulled out a sheet of paper, which bore the dual seals of the city government and the police department. The content simply read, Special Operations Department. Group 7, Ahova County Police. The first 4 groups were tasked with conventional security duties, such as dignitary protection and safeguarding important locations. However, from the 5th group onward, they dealt with supernatural occurrences across various cities within the county. Our 7th group is responsible for incidents related to the devotees of the goddess in Tingen City. Should individuals of differing beliefs arise, we categorize them by region, primarily focusing on the Northern District, Western District, and the Jean Wutong District, among others. Dunn provided a brief overview, explaining that the 6th group, affiliated with the Church of the Storm Lord, known as the Avengers, oversees the dock area, Eastern District, and Southern District, while the University District and outskirts fall under the jurisdiction of the 5th group, dubbed Heart of Machinery in Tingen. Klein mused, finding little to inquire about, and instead remarked with a smile, what if someone were to approach us for a task due to the Blackthorn Security Company sign? We would take it on. Why not? As long as it does not interfere with our daily operations, Dunn replied, his tone calm and humorous. Any profit would serve as a delightful bonus. The team is quite amenable to it. After all, such trivial matters like locating lost cats or dogs are now the domain of private detectives. How many members are there in our Night Watcher squad? Klein inquired, sticking to the subject. Supernatural events are rather infrequent, and extraordinary beings even more so. There are only 6 official members of the Night Watchers in all of Tingen City, myself included. Counting the administrative staff, that makes 6 of you as well. Dunn responded leisurely. Klein nodded, finally broaching the matter he was most concerned about. Captain, what do you mean by extraordinary beings going out of control? Why do they lose control? Upon hearing Klein's question, Dunn glanced towards the corridor leading to the Charney's gate, producing his pipe to fill it with tobacco and mint leaves. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled deeply, his voice laced with a wistful tone. Only at home can I indulge in the delightful blend of tobacco and mint without restraint. Klein, are you familiar with the creation myth? Of course. During my enlightenment at Sunday school in the church, I learned words through the revelation of night, where both the Book of Wisdom and Letters of the Saints reference the creation myth. Klein replied, recalling fragmented memories of the original host as he slowed his speech. The Creator awoke from chaos, shattering the darkness, producing the first ray of light, and wholly merging into the universe, transforming into all things. His body became the earth, his gaze became the sun with one eye and the crimson moon with the other, and parts of his blood surged forth to become the seas and rivers. Nurturing and giving life to this point, Klein instinctively paused, partly due to the haziness of the subsequent memories and partly because this creation myth bore a resemblance to the Pangam myth of the gluttonous people. The imaginative power of different worlds and their mythologies shares some commonality. Noticing Klein's struggle, Dunn smiled and supplemented. His lungs evolved into elves, his heart into giants, his liver into tree men, his head into dragons, his kidneys into feathered serpents, his hair into phoenixes, his ears into demonic wolves, his mouth and teeth into aberrations, and the remaining bodily fluids evolved into sea monsters, with the essence becoming Nagas, his stomach, small and large intestines, and the malevolent parts of his body evolved into demons, evil spirits, and various unknown malevolent existences. From the Creator's spirit was born humanity, marking the first era, the chaotic epoch. Klein concluded with a mix of amusement and absurdity. As a keyboard folklorist, this was the first time he encountered a creation myth so intricately arranged, specifying which part of the Creator gave rise to each notable race, that it resembled a gathering where everyone sat down to consume fruits together. Moreover, it was not solely the texts of the night goddess that conveyed this narrative. The Church of the Storm Lord, god of steam and machinery, also possessed similar descriptions, neither elevating themselves nor belittling other deities. This either suggests that the creation myth is indeed a factual account, or subtly reveals that the major churches reached a consensus after prolonged struggles and compromises in prehistoric times, prior to the Fifth Era. Contemplating these thoughts, Klein suddenly found himself plagued by another question, furrowing his brow. I find this somewhat problematic. Why did the eternal Sun, Storm Lord, and God of knowledge and wisdom emerge directly from the Creator's spirit, while the goddess did not? According to the prehistorical records in the Revelation of Night, the night goddess did not awaken until the end of the Second Era, alongside the Storm Lord, Eternal Sun, and other deities, to protect and assist humanity through the Great Cataclysm, commonly referred to as the Third Era, the Cataclysm Epoch. The Earth Mother and War God also made their appearances during that period, whereas the god of steam and machinery, originally known as the god of craftsmen, did not come into being until the Fourth Era. Consequently, the hierarchy among the deities seems rather evident. Who is older and who is more orthodox is exceedingly clear. This has also caused some confusion among the followers of the night goddess. Dunn Smith, cradling his pipe with one hand, countered with a question rather than providing an answer. Please recite the full title of the goddess. Klein immediately felt as though he had inadvertently wounded himself, racking his brain to recall. She is the night goddess, more exalted than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity, the Crimson Lord, the Mother of Secrets, the Queen of Misery and Fear, the Lord of Sleep and Silence. Fortunately, Klein's mother was a devout follower of the night goddess, and during her lifetime, she would recite this every evening and at mealtime. Despite the original host's memories being fragmented, he had not lost it all. What does the Crimson Lord symbolize? Dunn inquired with a guiding tone. The red moon, Klein replied, and as soon as he uttered it, he seemed to grasp the implication. And from which part of the Creator did this red moon originate? Dunn smiled and asked. From a single eye. Klein exchanged a knowing smile with him. This was certainly not on par with the Storm Lord and others formed from the division of the Creator's Spirit. As for the Earth Mother and War God, their churches should have similar claims. However, the god of steam and machinery emerged far too late, leaving no reason for their church to remain disadvantaged for over a millennium until the invention of the steam engine, which allowed them to finally stand alongside the others. Dunn caressed his pipe, stating, "Humanity was born from the wisdom of the Creator, thus possessing intelligent and extraordinary minds, albeit lacking other miraculous abilities. However, from the creation myth, we can derive a simple yet clear conclusion. All things have a common origin." Common origin. Klein echoed the last few words. Based on this conclusion, humanity, under the protection of deities, gradually discovered methods to obtain extraordinary powers through encounters with giants, demons, aberrations, and other entities. This involved utilizing corresponding parts of malevolent spirits, dragons, monsters, miraculous trees, flowers, or crystals in conjunction with other materials to concoct potions, then consuming them to acquire different abilities. A common knowledge shared among all mystical sections. Dunn did not elaborate extensively, merely summarizing. In this process, our ancestors, through painful lessons, discovered that directly consuming high-grade, extraordinary potions could lead to tragic outcomes, resulting in only 3 possible fates. What are the 3? Klein inquired with curiosity. Firstly, mental death, bodily collapse, with every fragment of flesh transforming into a terrifying monster. Secondly, being instantly transformed in personality by the power contained within the potion, becoming cold, sensitive, irritable, cruel, and indifferent to everything. And the third, Dunn set down his pipe, picking up a nearby porcelain cup to take a sip. The coffee from the Fermo Valley is quite bitter yet fragrant, with a splendid aftertaste. Would you care for a cup? I prefer the Highland coffee from Feneboat, though I've only had it a few times at the Welch household. Klein politely declined. And what is the third? Mental instability, going mad on the spot, becoming worse than a demon. That is what it means to lose control. Dunn emphasized the word lose control. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he placed the coffee cup down and continued. After a long period of experimentation and exploration, coupled with the emergence of the blasphemous tablet, humanity has finally perfected the potion system, establishing a series of progressive enhancements that exhibit stable growth. The lower the sequence number, the higher the grade of the potion. As of today, each of the 7 major churches has mastered at least one complete sequence, alongside several incomplete paths gathered over the course of hundreds or even thousands of years. The blasphemous tablet? Klein keenly caught this term. .it had also been mentioned by the hangman during the gathering. According to the hangman, the blasphemous tablet is the most crucial factor in the formation and completeness of the potion system. This differs somewhat from Dunn's earlier statements that it is an artifact conjured by certain eldritch deities. Though I am not entirely clear on the specifics of its origin, what it records, or its peculiarities, should you uncover any clues, you must report to me immediately. It possesses the highest level of response. Dunn vaguely explained, having just mentioned one form of loss of control, and now he would elaborate on the remaining 4. Klein cast aside the thought of the blasphemous tablet and focused intently on Dunn's words. Although humanity may possess only clever minds devoid of any other extraordinary abilities, this is not an absolute truth. There are always a few fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, individuals who are innately gifted with heightened inspiration. That is, an ability to sense the ethereal. They can hear sounds inaudible to others, perceive things hidden from ordinary sight, and possess certain extraordinary traits. As Dunn spoke, he glanced around the empty room, sending a chill down Klein's spine. In other words, they are akin to half-sequence 9 extraordinary beings, possessing fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 is the lowest grade in the chain. Thus, they can only choose corresponding fixed sequence paths, should they consume potions of a different nature. It may lead to mild mental anomalies, severe loss of control, or, in the worst cases, death. I understand. Klein nodded slowly. The third form of loss of control is similar to the second. Once you have chosen a sequence chain, you can only follow this path without the possibility of turning back. If you consume potions from another path, even if they are suitable for your sequence, the likelihood is that you will acquire a bizarre, twisted ability, but it is almost certain that you will descend into a state of madness, either becoming irritable, cruel, or melancholic. Such an opportunity arises only once. Thereafter, whether consuming potions from the original path or those from the current sequence, The outcome will invariably be loss of control, resulting either in mental death, physical transformation into a monster, or metamorphosis into a malevolent spirit. Dunn paused momentarily to sip from his coffee cup. After a few seconds of silence, Klein, feeling a mix of dread and curiosity, inquired, "What about the fourth form of loss of control?" Dunn chuckled softly. This is one of the most common issues. When we consume potions, we gain abilities that rightfully belong to extraordinary beings, resulting in a form of unnatural mutation that we may be affected by residual mental influences, perhaps without any outward symptoms, imperceptible to outsiders. But such influences undoubtedly lurk within, that if one recklessly consumes potions of a higher sequence before fully mastering the extraordinary power bestowed by the previous potion and eliminating those subtle traces, it will inevitably lead to a buildup of madness and loss of control. Dunn fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Within our Night Watchers, it is stipulated that even if a member has achieved significant merit, they must consume the last potion for 3 years and undergo corresponding evaluations before being eligible for promotion. Yet, even under such conditions, many still succumb to loss of control each year. How terrifying. Klein inhaled deeply. And the last form? Dunn's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, yet it lacked genuine mirth. The fifth form is another common cause of loss of control for extraordinary beings. Inspiration is heightened to varying degrees. The lower the sequence number, the greater the enhancement. Thus, they can hear sounds that others cannot, see things hidden from the ordinary eye, and encounter experiences beyond the ken of most. They are constantly beset by mysterious temptations and illusory seductions. Should they encounter other stimuli or succumb to greedy desires, they will gradually spiral toward loss of control. As he spoke, Dunn turned to face Klein directly, his gray eyes reflecting the latter's image. His tone grew somber. The founder of the modern Night Watcher system, Archbishop Charnes, once remarked, "We are guardians, yet we are also pitiful souls who constantly combat danger and madness." Outside, the corridor was closed off, the stone walls cold, while the dim yellow light illuminated the room. Dunn Smith's words echoed hauntingly in this environment, striking Klein's heart and rendering him briefly speechless. Observing Klein's silence, Dunn shook his head with a smile. "Are you disappointed? Extraordinary beings are not as you might imagine. We continually walk alongside danger. With gain, there is certainly a price," Klein replied, having regained his composure, carefully considering his words. He had not anticipated that the extraordinary would come with such hidden perils. However, perhaps this realization stemmed from merely hearing descriptions without having faced true encounters, or perhaps it was due to his own entanglement in this vortex, making him acutely aware that strange events could befall him at any moment. His feelings of fear, anxiety, and trepidation soon diminished to a manageable level. Of course, the thoughts of retreat were inevitable, lingering like an unwelcome shadow. Indeed, quite mature and rational. Dunn finished his coffee and added, "Moreover, extraordinary beings are not as powerful as you might think. Low-sequence extraordinary beings. Why do we designate one as the highest grade and 9 as the lowest? This seems contrary to intuition and logic. When we refer to low sequence, we mean lower grade, higher number, which represents the starting point of the sequence chain." Now, where was I? Yes, extraordinary beings are not as powerful as you assume. Low-sequence extraordinary beings' strength pales in comparison to firearms, let alone artillery, in certain respects, they may be more peculiar and harder to defend against. If you ever have the opportunity to become an extraordinary being, you must carefully contemplate everything I have said today and avoid making rash choices. Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I have no idea when such an opportunity might arise. If it does, I doubt I would let it slip by. Consuming the wrong potion or one that exceeds his level could be avoided to the greatest extent. The primary hazard lay in the subtle influences inherent in the potions and the unknown dangers that might arise from the heightened inspiration. The former had generations of predecessors' experiences as reference. As long as one remained patient and diligent in mastering their power, the probability of losing control should remain relatively low. Moreover, his primary aim was to address the potential dangers at hand, comprehend the essence of mysticism, and discover a means to return, rather than aiming for a high-sequence position that if losing control were genuinely so easy, he could simply refrain from promotion, remain in his current sequence, and strategize his return home through knowledge. As for the latter hazard, Klein vividly recalled the whispers that had driven him close to madness during the transmutation ritual. This was not something one could avoid merely by not becoming an extraordinary being. Given this, it might be better to possess some power to counteract potential threats. Contemplating these matters, Klein found the pros and cons glaringly clear, to the extent that his thoughts of retreat diminished significantly. Dunn picked up his pipe again, his gray eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth. Regarding this matter, I cannot provide a definitive answer. Until become an extraordinary being, one must first achieve sufficient merit. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, you will decipher a crucial ancient text or offer invaluable insights for our case. Secondly, it depends on whether the higher authorities have any new ideas. This is something no one can predict. Very well. I believe you now have a better understanding of extraordinary beings, and you will not make impulsive choices in the future. Now, allow me to introduce you to the clerical duties of our Night Watcher team. He rose and paced to the door, gesturing in the opposite direction from Charney's door. We have an accountant, someone responsible for purchasing essential items, and a part-time driver who manages supplies issued by the church and police departments. They are all professionals and do not require rotation, enjoying Sundays off. The remaining 3 clerical staff members are Roshan, Brett, and Old Neil. Their tasks include receiving visitors, cleaning rooms, drafting case documents and item declaration lists, and overseeing the armory, materials, and library, maintaining strict records of entry and return. Each person takes a day off per week, except for Sundays, in addition to the rotation of night shifts and rest days, which are arranged among themselves. Am I doing the same things as Roshan and the others? Klein inquired, seeking clarification on his role. No, you are not required to do so. You are a professional, Dunn chuckled. Your current responsibilities consist of 2 tasks. First, to take a walk every morning or afternoon, focusing on the various routes from Welch's residence to your home. Klein looked perplexed. What kind of job is this? Is it professional? Dunn inserted his hands into the pockets of his black overcoat and remarked, once you confirm your memory loss, the cases of Welch and Naya will be deemed concluded. Similarly, the diary of the Antigonus family has completely vanished, and we suspect that you left with it at that time, concealing it on your way home. This explains why we found no clues at your residence, which may also elucidate why you were not at the scene, but rather took your own life at home. Although you have been mysteriously influenced and have entirely forgotten this memory, the human spirit and brain are wondrous. Perhaps some traces remain. Just because Dolly could not obtain them through spiritualism does not mean they are absolutely non-existent. In familiar places or crucial moments, you may experience a sensation of having seen or done something before. That is the insight we seek. Klein had an epiphany. The Night Watcher's deduction regarding the diary's whereabouts was indeed reasonable. Among those present at the time, he was the only one still alive, the only one with both the time and motive to take the diary and hide it along the way. If he could locate that diary, he would surely earn sufficient merit to become an extraordinary individual. Dunn Smith encouraged, indirectly implying that the diary was of considerable significance. Klein nodded in acknowledgement. Dunn then shifted the conversation back. Secondly, you will have 1 day off each week, which you may temporarily determine for yourself. When not out, you are to visit the armory to peruse the literature and texts we have preserved. This is the work of a historian. Once you have completed your reading, you will rotate with Old Neil and the others. All right, no problem. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. It was not an overly difficult task. At that moment, Dunn turned half his body and pointed to the large black iron door, intricately engraved with 7 sacred emblems, saying, "This is the Charney's Gate, named after the founder of the modern Night Watcher system. Archbishop Charney's.h.i. in every major city. There exists one in the central churches underground. IT is guarded in rotation by official members of the Night Watch, and at least 2 church guardians are present within, along with countless traps. You must not approach it recklessly. Otherwise, you may attract misfortune. That IT sounds quite formidable," Klein remarked. Inside, it is divided into several areas, containing a certain sequence of potion formulas and various magical materials, temporarily holding heretics, aberrations, cultists, and members of secret organizations. They will ultimately be sent to the sanctuary, Dunn casually explained. The sanctuary is at the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church located in the northern kingdom of Winter County. The Tranquil Church? Klein nodded slightly, as if in contemplation. Moreover, there are various high-security copies of documents and texts inside. Once your authority increases, you may have the opportunity to read them, Dunn added thoughtfully to in the lower level behind the Chinese gate. There are also some sealed items. Sealed items? Klein pondered over the term, which sounded like a specialized concept. Among the extraordinary items we have collected, some are too crucial and too magical. If they fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, they could cause immense destruction. Therefore, they must be kept strictly confidential and supervised. Even we ourselves can only use them under specific circumstances. Dunn paused before continuing. Moreover, some of these items possess a very special existence, having a certain living characteristic that can entice guardians, influence their surroundings, escape on their own, and cause catastrophic consequences. Thus, they must be strictly controlled. How intriguing, Klein marveled. The Night Watch headquarters categorizes these sealed items into 4 levels. Level 0 indicates extreme danger, with the highest priority and confidentiality. No inquiries, no disclosures, no descriptions, and no prying. They can only be sealed beneath the sanctuary. Level 1 denotes high danger, with limited usage allowed, confidential only to bishops and Night Watch officers of higher rank. Central churches in districts like Beckland may hold 1 or 2 items, while the rest must be handed over to the sanctuary. Level 2 is dangerous, requiring cautious and restrained use, with confidentiality limited to bishops and Night Watch squad leaders and above. Major city central churches may hold 3 to 5 items, while others must be handed over to the sanctuary or district headquarters. Level 3 indicates a certain degree of danger, requiring careful use, and requests for action must involve 3 or more individuals, with confidentiality extending to official members of the Night Watch.i in the future. When you encounter relevant documents, you should understand what the corresponding numbers represent. For instance, 2125 signifies the dangerous level 125 sealed item. As Dunn continued speaking, he suddenly turned and returned to the room, retrieving a piece of paper from the bottom of a drawer. By the way, take a look at this point 3 years ago. A newly appointed archbishop lost control and somehow breached numerous layers of protection, mysteriously disappearing with a level 0 sealed item. Recognize his photograph. If you spot him, do not alert or disturb him. Report back quietly, or you will face a 1000% chance of perishing. What? Klein took the paper, discovering it contained no heading, only a black and white photograph and a few lines of text. Ines Zangwehr, male, 40 years old, former archbishop, a failed gatekeeper promoted, seduced by a devil, fallen into evil, absconded with sealed item 008. Specific features include: according to the photograph, combined with the description, Ines Zangwehr wore a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe, topped with a soft hat, his hair dark golden, his pupils blue to the point of appearing black, a high nose bridge. Tightly pressed lips, his features resembling classical sculpture, unblemished by wrinkles, with the most striking mark being one blinded eye. The description of the fallen was detailed, while the sealed item was only given a code name. Klein expressed his first impression candidly. So, this is of the highest confidentiality level. The search for sealed item 008 is communicated only verbally, not documented, and only minimal information is shared, Dunn sighed. The appearance of 008 is that of a common quill pen, but it can write without the need for ink. That is all. Dunn did not elaborate further on this matter. Following the golden chain of the black overcoat, he retrieved a splendid pocket watch of the same color, snapped it open, glanced at it, and pointed toward the door. I've conveyed all that I needed to. You should find old Neil in the armory and have him arrange specific readings for you. He is not an ordinary clerical staff member. He was once an official member, but due to age and lack of promotion, his health has deteriorated, and he is no longer suited for handling cases. He prefers companionship with literature and text.ps. Second update, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 20. The Forgetful Dunn, third update, seeking recommendation votes. Very well, Klein slightly bowed, removing his modest top hat and placing it back on his head, while his mind was filled with imaginings of the sealed item 008, a seemingly ordinary quill pen, capable of writing without ink. What could its genuine purpose be to warrant such confidentiality and be deemed extremely dangerous? Surely it could not be a pen that writes the fates of the living. No, that would be too extraordinary. Ines Zangwehr would have no need to flee. Just as Klein turned to leave, Dunn Smith suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, I forgot something. What? Klein turned back, his eyes filled with curiosity. Dunn set the pocket watch aside, smiled, and said, Remember to find Mrs. Oleana, to advance for week's salary. totaling 12 pounds. Afterward, you will only receive half your salary each week until it is repaid. That is too much. There is no need for that. It can be less, Klein instinctively replied, but he had no objections to the advance, as he had not even enough for a public carriage ride home. But receiving a hefty sum of 12 pounds was somewhat intimidating to know. This is essential. Dunn shook his head and smiled. Consider this. Do you wish to continue residing in your current apartment? You have to share the washroom with several households, not only for yourself but also for the ladies. Upon seeing Klein nod in agreement, he paused, smiled, and scrutinized Klein's attire with meaningful glances, stating, moreover, you need a cane and must also purchase a proper suit. Klein was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, feeling a flush on his face, as he recognized that his clothing was of inferior quality. Normally, a top hat should be made of silk, valued at 5 to 6 sols, the bow tie 3 sols, a silver inlaid cane 7 to 8 sols, the shirt 3 sols, trousers, waistcoat, and tailcoat around 7 pounds, and leather boots 9 to 10 sols. Altogether, that would exceed 8 pounds and 7 sols. Of course, a respectable gentleman would also require a chain, pocket watch, and wallet. The original owner and his brother Benson had scrimped and saved to amass a sum, inquiring at a hat shop, only to leave dejectedly without even daring to haggle, ultimately settling for a couple of suits at a low-cost shop near Iron Cross Street for less than 2 pounds. This experience left a deep impression on the original owner regarding the prices of clothing. All right, Klein replied, slightly stammering. Like the original owner, he too was a man of pride. Dunn took out the pocket watch again, snapped it open for a glance, and remarked, or perhaps you should go find Mrs. Oleana first. I am unsure how long you will be with old Neil, and if you wait a bit longer, Mrs. Oleana will be heading home. Klein was deeply troubled and made no objections. Dunn returned to the table and tugged at one of the dangling ropes, stating, I'll have Roshan take you. The rope operated, gears turned, and Roshan, who was in the reception area of the Blackthorn Security Company, heard the gentle chime of a bell nearby and promptly stood up. Carefully descending the stairs, before long, she appeared before Klein. Dunn Smith humorously remarked, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. Well, take Moretti to Mrs. Oleana. Roshan discreetly curled her lips and cheerfully replied, Certainly, Captain. Just like that? Klein exclaimed in surprise that T.O. go to the finance department for an advance on your salary. Do you not need a note from you, Captain? So? Dunn inquired in confusion. That I mean, to advance your salary with Mrs. Oleana, do you not need your signature? Klein spoke as plainly as he could. Oh no, that's not necessary. Roshan can vouch for it. Dunn Smith pointed to the brown-haired girl in response. Captain, our financial management here is almost non-existent. Klein suppressed the urge to retort and followed Roshan out of the room. Just then, he heard Dunn call out again, Wait, there's one more thing. Can we finish this all at once? With a smile on his face. Klein turned back and said, Please go ahead. Dunn pressed his temple and said, When you go to old Neil's, remember to collect 10 Demon Hunter bullets. Demon Hunter bullets? Klein replied, astonished, Isn't Welch's revolver with you? No need to return it. Dunn casually placed his hand in his pocket, adding, With the Demon Hunter bullets, should you encounter any bizarre dangers, you'll be able to protect yourself. Well, at least it will give you courage. Klein, who was already troubled by this matter, responded without hesitation. All right, I'll remember that. This requires me to draft a formal document. Please wait. Dunn Smith sat down, took up a dark red fountain pen, and swiftly wrote a note, signed it, and stamped it. Thank you, Captain. Klein sincerely accepted it, but he took a few steps back and turned again. Wait. Dunn called out once more. Captain, you look to be only in your 30s. Why do you already show signs of aging? Klein forced a smile and turned back to ask, Is there anything else? I just remembered that you haven't practiced shooting. Having Demon Hunter bullets won't be of much use to you. So, you should also collect 30 regular bullets daily. While you're out, practice at the underground shooting range located at 3 Zotland Street. Most of it belongs to the police department, but a section is exclusively for us night watchmen.o, and you'll need to collect a badge from old Neil. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the range. Dunn smacked his forehead, took the note back from Klein, quickly added other details, and affixed a stamp. Good marksmen are made with bullets. Do not underestimate that. Dunn handed the revised note back to Klein. Did I understand? Klein, fearful of the dangers, was eager to go today that he took 2 steps outside, suddenly turned cautiously and pondered. Captain, there is nothing else, right? Nothing more, Dunn assured with a nod. Klein sighed in relief, walking out the door. Almost turning back to ask if there was truly nothing else, he restrained that impulse and successfully exited the guardroom. The captain often forgot things like this. Roshan walked beside him, whispering, "My grandmother has a better memory than him. Of course, he only forgets the small things. Well, small things. Klein, I'll just call you Klein from now on, but Mrs. Oleana is a kind person. Very easy to get along with. Her father is a skilled watchmaker." Listening to the brown-haired girl's chatter, Klein ascended the stairs and found Mrs. Oleana in the outermost office on the right. She was a black-haired woman in a frilly long dress, appearing to be in her 30s, with fashionable curls and a pair of clear, smiling emerald eyes, graceful and elegant. After Oleana heard Roshan relay Dunn-Smith's arrangements, she took out a notepad and wrote an advance slip, saying, "You just need to sign here. Do you have a stamp? If not, just use your handprint." All right. Klein adeptly completed the procedure. Oleana retrieved a brass key, unlocked the safe in the room, and while counting the pounds, she smiled and said, "You're quite fortunate. We have enough cash today. By the way, Klein, you were invited by the captain due to your involvement in peculiar events and your unique skills. Correct?" "Yes, ma am. Your intuition is quite sharp." Klein did not hold back his praise. Oleana took out 4 notes with a light gray background and deep black designs, relocked the safe, and turned around while smiling. "Because I am the same." "Really?" Klein expressed appropriate surprise. "Do you remember that serial killer who shocked the entire city of Tingen 16 years ago?" Oleana handed the 4 pounds to Klein. "That I remember. The one who murdered 5 young girls, taking their hearts and stomachs, the butcher of blood?" Klein recalled, "My mother often used that incident to scare my sister when we were children." After a brief contemplation, he accepted the notes, realizing they consisted of 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes, all gray with black patterns, featuring intricate designs and special watermarks. The former was slightly larger, depicting Henry Augustus I, the direct ancestor of King George III of the Kingdom of Ruin, wearing a white wig with a round face, elongated eyes, and an exceptionally serious expression. Yet to Klein, he seemed inexplicably familiar. This is a 5-pound note, equivalent to nearly 4 weeks of salary for Benson. The 1-pound note featured King William Augustus VI, the father of George III, a strong figure with a thick beard and resolute gaze, during his reign. The Kingdom of Ruin broke free from archaic constraints and rose to prominence among nations once again. These are all good kings. Klein vaguely caught the refreshing scent of the ink on the notes. Indeed, had it not been for the timely arrival of the night watchman, I would have been the 6th victim. That a hint of trepidation lingered in Oleana's tone, despite the event having transpired over a decade ago. It seems that serial killer, no butcher, was quite extraordinary. Klein carefully folded the banknotes and placed them in the inner pocket of his suit, then patted around to confirm their presence. Yes, Oleana nodded gravely. He had many more victims before. And the reason he was captured was that he was preparing for a demonic ritual. And no wonder he required different organs. Klein apologized. "My apologies, Mayam, for bringing up unpleasant memories." Oleana chuckled lightly. "I've long since lost my fear. At that time, I was studying accounting at a business school, and afterwards, I came here. Well, I won't keep you any longer. You still need to see old Neil." "Goodbye, Mayam." Klein doffed his hat in salute, exiting the office. Before descending the stairs, he couldn't help but check his inner pocket again to ensure the 12 pounds were still there. But he turned at the intersection, proceeding to the right, and soon spotted a half-open iron door. "Knock, knock," knocked out a frail voice call from within. "Come in." Klein pushed open the iron door, discovering a narrow room that could barely accommodate a table and 2 chairs. On one side of the room was a tightly locked iron door, and behind the table sat an elderly man in a classical black robe with graying hair, reading several yellowed pages by the light of a gas lamp. He raised his head and looked toward the door, saying, "You must be Klein Moretti. Roshan just mentioned that you are quite polite. Miss Roshan is truly a kind person." "Good afternoon, Mr. Neil," Klein greeted, removing his hat. "Have a seat." Neil gestured towards an ornate silver-inlaid tin can on the table. "Would you like a cup of freshly ground coffee?" His eyes were deeply set with wrinkles at the corners and around his mouth, and his dark red irises appeared somewhat clouded. "You seem not to have had any." Klein keenly observed that Neil's ceramic cup contained only water. "Haha, it's my habit. I don't drink coffee after 3 in the afternoon." Neil chuckled as he explained. "Why?" Klein casually inquired. Neil smiled as he looked into Klein's eyes, saying, "I fear it will hinder my sleep at night. making me hear whispers from inexplicable entities. Klein momentarily found himself at a loss for words and then asked, "Mr. Neil, what literature and text should I read?" As he spoke, he pulled out the note written by Dunsmith. Those related to history, complex and fragmented, to be honest. I've been trying to learn but can only grasp the basics. The rest is too cumbersome, like the diaries of people from that time, popular books, epitaphs, and so forth. Neil lamented, "For instance, these I have at hand require more detailed historical records to deduce the specific content." "Why?" Klein listened with a hint of confusion. Neil pointed to a few yellowed pages before him and said, "These are the diary entries lost by Marcel Gustave before his demise to ensure secrecy. He recorded them using bizarre symbols of his own invention. Marcel the Great, the predecessor of the Traversers." Klein paused for a moment, then leaned in with keen interest. "Many believe he did not truly perish, but rather transformed into a hidden deity, leading to the existence of cultists who worship him through various rituals in hopes of acquiring power, that we occasionally encounter such occurrences, obtaining a few original or copied notes." Neil shook his head, stating, "To this day, no one has been able to decipher the true meanings of those peculiar symbols, which is why the sanctuary has permitted us to retain copies for study, hoping for an unexpected revelation." At this point, Neil wore a proud smile. "I have managed to interpret several of the symbols, confirming they represent numbers. Look what I have discovered. This is indeed a diary. I intend to compare the historical events from different dates, particularly those surrounding the emperor, with the entries from the diary corresponding to those days, in order to glean further insights that a brilliant line of thought. Wouldn't you agree?" The elderly gentleman, with his gray hair and deeply etched wrinkles, looked at Klein with bright eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. "Indeed." "Haha, you can take a look as well. You shall begin assisting me with this work tomorrow." Old Neil pushed the yellowed pages toward Klein. As Klein straightened them, he merely glanced at the content and was instantly transfixed. Though the symbols were poorly replicated and slightly distorted, he could not mistake them, for they were the characters he knew best. Chinese. Simplified Chinese, no less. For a brief moment, Klein thought he had traversed back in time, but the elegant gas lamps enclosed by brass grills and old Neil's silver-plated tin coffee grinder brought him back to reality. Was Marcel the Great truly a compatriot of his? Did he record secrets in simplified Chinese, a script non-existent in this world? Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of familiarity in this foreign land, Klein swiftly perused the 3 pages of manuscripts in his hands. November 18th. It is truly a miraculous occurrence. An outlandish experiment coupled with an accidental misstep has led me to discover a wretched soul trapped in a storm, lost in the depths of darkness, that he can only draw near to the realm of reality during the full moon each month, yet remains unable to convey his cries to us that he is fortunate. He has encountered me, the protagonist of this era. Upon reading this passage, Klein couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Even though it was written in Chinese characters, it inadvertently carried a strong translational tone. 40 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Past memories now felt like mere dreams. January 1, 1884, a grand New Year's celebration. Madame Flournel is truly a captivating beauty. January 2, my esteemed gentlemen of the diplomatic committee are a bunch of fools. January 3, my initial choices were indeed too hasty. In retrospect, whether apprentice, diviner, or thief, any of them would have been preferable. Alas, there is no turning back now. January 4, why are my children so foolish? I have warned them countless times not to be deceived by those charlatans. No, perhaps those charlatans have been deceived themselves. The essence of potion is not in mastery, but in digestion. It is not excavation, but performance. Moreover, the names of potions are not merely core symbols but also specific imagery, serving as the key to digestion. September 22, the alliance opposing me is forming, from the northern Vasak, the eastern Rune, to the southern Phenobot. My enemies have finally united. Yet, I am unafraid. I will demonstrate to them that the disparity in weaponry and knowledge cannot be compensated by mere numbers or low-tier practitioners. Besides, I am not without my own forces. And as for the elite, do they forget who I am? September 23, I have lost contact with the vessel searching for the godforsaken land. I must consider inventing a wireless telegraph, hoping it remains unaffected by the storm. September 24, Miss Isaka is even more enchanting than Madame Flournel. Perhaps I am merely reminiscing about my youth, due to the complexity of the Chinese characters. The replicated copy had significantly enlarged each character, resulting in limited content on each page. Even the reverse side was left blank for preservation and study purposes. Yet, despite this, Klein felt a surge of excitement, particularly from Rossell the Great's description of the essence of potions, igniting a sense of euphoria as if he had discovered a key to invaluable secrets. Perhaps this could be the guiding light on my future path as an extraordinary individual. The 3 pages of manuscripts represent diary entries from different periods that it is evident that Rossell the Great had a habit of noting down the initial year only at the beginning of each year. The entries from November and September remain ambiguous regarding their respective years. Who is the wretched soul he discovered? What do digestion and performance specifically refer to? Where is the godforsaken land? A flurry of questions bubbled within Klein, urging him to gather the entirety of Rossell the Great's diary and read it cover to cover. Klein, at that moment, old Neil, seated across from him, spoke in confusion. Klein snapped back to reality, hastily concealing his smile. I thought I would be the most unique one here. Attempting to decipher and interpret this the youthful spirit. Old Neil chuckled heartily. I too once believed I was the most unique one. That Klein flipped through the 3 pages of manuscripts, ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything. Then returned them, casually inquiring. Is this all we have? I wish to see more of Rossell the Great's diaries. You think there would be many? Old Neil chuckled, caressing the manuscripts. Every year, the occurrences surrounding the extraordinary and the mysterious are scarce. Alas, the extraordinary species are gradually vanishing from our northern continent. Without them, there is less potion, and thus fewer extraordinary individuals. For centuries now, dragons, giants, and elves have become mere entries in books, and even the sea folk seldom appear in coastal regions anymore. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a humorous quip and promptly exclaimed, I think it is time to establish a dragon and giant preservation society. Old Neil looked bewildered for a moment before grasping the implication. Then he slapped the table, laughing heartily, though not particularly gentlemanly. Ha, Klein, you are quite the humorous fellow. This is a tradition in our ruined kingdom. A bit of humor will not go amiss for the youth. I believe we should not be so narrow-minded. Why only focus on dragons and giants? It should be called the Magical Creatures Preservation Society. No. How can we forget those pitiable plants? Klein shook his head. At this point, he and old Neil exchanged glances, simultaneously declaring, the Magical Beings Preservation Society. As soon as the words left their mouths, they shared a knowing laugh, the earlier awkwardness dissipating significantly. You are quite the rare young person with such wit. Now, where was I? Old Neil's face wrinkled with mirth as he continued. I recall mentioning that each year, the events concerning the extraordinary and the mysterious are few, and the fools who worship Rossell the Great are a minority among minorities. It is quite fortunate that we have obtained these 3 manuscripts. It is indeed a remarkable stroke of luck. There should be more in other cathedrals or parishes. That he muttered a few words, then picked up the note Klein had placed on the table earlier, glancing at it. Is it a revolver bullet, a rifle bullet, or perhaps a bullet from a steam-powered high-pressure gun? A revolver. Klein replied in accordance with the reality. Good, I shall retrieve it. Ahem, do you have a holster? Old Neil made a jest understood among men that I know. Should I ask the captain to write one up? Klein chuckled in response. Old Neil rose. No need. As long as it is recorded, it falls under accessory items. Repeat after me. Accessory items. Were you a teacher before? Klein inquired with amusement that I spent some time in the Sunday school and free school of the church. Old Neil held up the note, retrieved keys from his drawer, and unlocked the iron door leading to the inner chamber. The distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary seemed negligible. Klein mused silently, as he turned his gaze back to the 3 pages of the diary. Rossell the Great indeed delved into the realm of the mysterious. His diary is worth a fortune. To others, it may merely be a collection of discarded papers, waiting for an unknown time to be deciphered. But to me, it is a treasure. I must find a way to locate the remaining diaries. The Klein's thoughts surged and ebbed, difficult to calm, until old Neil emerged from the inner chamber. Closing the iron door behind him, .10 demon-hunting bullets, 30 revolver bullets, a leather holster, and a badge from the Special Operations Group 7 to please check and sign in the logbook. Old Neil placed the items on the table. The pistol cartridges were housed in a paper box, divided into 3 layers, neatly arranged, and bore a striking resemblance to the yellowish bullets found in Klein's home, albeit slightly elongated. The demon-hunting bullets were contained within a small metal box, sharing the same shape as standard pistol cartridges, yet adorned with a silvery exterior, intricately patterned with complex and dazzling designs. The bottom even bore an engraving of a small holy emblem depicting a crimson crescent moon amidst a starry black backdrop. The leather gun pouch felt robust to the touch, its strap equipped with a clasp, while a badge, roughly the size of a half-palm, displayed iron-colored text identifying the Special Operations Unit No. 7 of the Ahova County Police, encircling a crest of crossed swords encircled by a crown. Regrettably, it was not the badge of the Night Watch, Klein remarked, half in reflection, half in inquiry. Old Neil chuckled softly, merely urging Klein to try the underarm gun pouch. After removing his coat, Klein struggled significantly to secure the pouch snugly against his left arm's underarm. It felt satisfactory that he did not remove it but instead donned his formal attire directly. Old Neil gave it a scrutinizing glance and nodded in satisfaction. It fits perfectly. My judgment remains impeccable. After stowing away other items and signing in the ledger, Klein engaged in a few casual exchanges with Old Neil before taking his leave. Midway through his departure, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, smacking his forehead. I forgot to inquire further about the sequences and potions. It's all the fault of Emperor Rosel's diary. T.O. this day. He remained unclear about the complete path sequence controlled by the goddess of Night Church. Specifically, the inception of sequence 9 at Rosen seemed to have mentioned something about the sleepless ones. As Klein ambled towards the staircase, a figure came bounding down, dressed in form-fitting trousers conducive to movement, his white shirt untucked, exuding a distinctly romantic aura of a poet. It was none other than the black-haired, green-eyed officer who had previously searched Klein's home. They had crossed paths upstairs, though, without exchanging words. "Good afternoon," the poetically inclined young night watchman greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon. I suppose I need not introduce myself." Klein responded humorously to, "No need. I have a vivid impression of you." The young night watchman extended his right hand, introducing himself as Leonard Mitchell, the midnight poet of Sequence 8. "Sequence 8 is indeed poetic," Klein replied, shaking his hand lightly, returning the smile with a questioning gaze. "Impressionable, you say?" Leonard Mitchell's deep green eyes sparkled faintly as he replied with a subtle smile. "You possess a unique aura." Klein, with a hint of self-deprecation, managed a strained smile. "I don't perceive it myself. Having encountered such an event and not having accepted our protection immediately, your survival alone is quite remarkable," Leonard remarked, gesturing ahead, "that I must relieve the captain. See you tomorrow." Until tomorrow, Klein stepped aside to clear the path. As Leonard gradually disappeared at the staircase's end, he suddenly turned, gazing at the dim, golden light and the stone floor, murmuring to the air, "Did you see anything?" Indeed, he exhibited nothing extraordinary. Chapter 22. The genesis of the sequence upon ascending the staircase and returning to the reception hall. Just as Klein was about to bid farewell to Rosen, he heard the lively tone of the brown-haired girl. "The captain asked you to come back on Monday. First, tend to your household matters." "Very well." Klein was pleasantly surprised by the humane management of the Night Watch team, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him that he had initially intended to rise early the next day. Taking advantage of his morning wanderings to visit Tingen University, to inform the faculty responsible for the interview reception that he would not be participating in the subsequent stages. After all, the original owner had entered the interview with a recommendation from a mentor. Thus, it was a matter of basic courtesy to provide closure, if not for himself, then out of respect for his mentor's goodwill. With no phone, telegrams charged by individual letters, and mailing clearly out of the question, taking a public carriage was the most economical and suitable option. Now, with the captain's special authorization, Klein saw no need for such exertion. He could enjoy a restful sleep and approach the visit leisurely. Just as Klein was about to remove his hat in farewell, he suddenly recalled something, glancing around before lowering his voice. "Rosen, do you know the inception of the complete sequence controlled by the church?" This was the question he had forgotten to ask Old Neil earlier. Rosen's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Klein. "Do you wish to become an extraordinary? Am I that obvious?" Klein touched the corner of his mouth, slightly embarrassed as he replied. "Knowing that there truly exists extraordinary, mysterious powers, one cannot help but feel a bit of yearning to, oh my goddess. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Rosen gestured emphatically, her reaction somewhat overzealous. "Has the captain not informed you?" The enemies of the extraordinary are not only cultists and dark sorcerers, but also themselves. Every year, people lose control. Some even sacrifice themselves. Have you considered your family's feelings? Rosen, stop. Just a moment. Klein interjected, his forehead damp with sweat as he hurriedly sought to halt the brown-haired girl. I merely wish to understand the basic knowledge. All right, Rosen paused for a few seconds, lowering her gaze, somewhat embarrassed. Due to my father's circumstances, I tend to become, you understand, a bit agitated when it comes to similar topics. However, to be frank, I hold great admiration for every gentleman and lady who voluntarily becomes a night watchman. I understand, Klein quickly affirmed. Rosen blinked her light brown eyes and added, my father once said, do not think that becoming stronger or ascending to a higher sequence as an extraordinary will resolve hidden dangers or combat threats. In fact, it is quite the opposite. You will encounter increasingly terrifying matters. When faced with certain unknown and horrific entities, madness and death are the only two outcomes that he sacrificed himself just a week after making that statement. Klein, do not look at me with pity. I am living quite well now. Truly well. You should feel afraid of these things. I merely sought to grasp the fundamental knowledge, Klein repeated, torn between laughter and tears. The captain articulates things more clearly than you do, and even if I do not become an extraordinary, I have already encountered my share of calamities. Very well, Rosen contemplated. I have heard both the captain and old Neil mention that due to the decline and disappearance of extraordinary beings, high-sequence powerhouses are nearly extinct in this airs.h.i. Become an extraordinary is already quite an achievement. In Tingen City and its suburbs, there are tens of thousands of residents, perhaps even more, yet there are only about 30 extraordinary beings. I suppose, excluding those cultists and dark sorcerers lurking in the shadows. Before Klein could respond, she seemed to regain her vigor, her fists clenched before her. And among these 30 or so extraordinary beings, Sequence 9 makes up the majority. I seem to have digressed at no matter. This is also the knowledge I wish to understand. Klein hoped Rosen would, as she often did, ramble on, revealing more information. Ultimately, simply being an extraordinary was already quite impressive. Rosen reiterated, the inception of the complete sequence belonging to our church is the Sleepless Ones. Sequence 9, the Sleepless Ones. Klein nodded ever so slightly, as he listened to Miss Rosen uncontrollably elaborate further. From the name alone, you should infer that the Sleepless Ones are those who do not require sleep at night, and only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day. Oh, how enviable. No, I do not envy at all. Sleep is a blessing from the goddess. The greatest happiness. Where was I? Ah, yes. The Sleepless Ones can see in the dark without light. The deeper the night, the stronger they become, in every sense of the word, including their strength, their inspiration, their thoughts. However, while they can discover hidden dangers lurking in the darkness, when faced with monsters that cannot be resolved through conventional means, they still require items such as demon-hunting bullets. My father was once a sleepless one. Before Klein could inquire further, Rosen continued on her own. Next is Sequence 8, the Midnight Poet, and above that is Sequence 7, the Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein immediately recalled Dunsmith guiding him through his dreams. Confirming his suspicion, the captain? You know, Rosen's mouth nearly formed a na shape in surprise. The captain once entered my dreams, Klein said, glancing around before lowering his voice. Once more did I understand, Rosen replied, realization dawning upon her, as she responded softly. She lifted the coffee cup beside her, took a sip, and then lamented. In our Tingen City, there are only 2 individuals in Sequence 7. The captain is certainly one of them. Even if he were to go to a large diocese like Beckland, he would still be a formidable figure. Some deacons might not even surpass him. So, the captain is quite remarkable. Indeed, Klein smiled in agreement. To be candid, Dunsmith's performance last night left a profound impression, and I instinctively believed he was an extraordinary individual of remarkable prowess. Indeed, Rosen proudly straightened her back. However, her thoughts flickered, and with a troubled expression, she lamented, beyond Sequence 7, I have no knowledge. Perhaps only the captain of the Night Watch understands. What about the initial sequences? The incomplete ones? Klein deftly shifted the topic that I must say, Rosen's description of the Sleepless indeed aligns with some of his imaginings and expectations regarding extraordinary beings, though not the kind he aspired to become. In his mind, The perfect sequence 9 should be capable of acquiring extensive esoteric knowledge to elucidate the reasons behind his own traversal and to lay the groundwork for a future return. After some contemplation, Rosen sighed. I'm not particularly interested in this matter. I only know that there are more than other churches. After all, the goddess is the mother of secrecy. There should be 2 or 3 types. As some team members are perpetually cold and intimidating, with an odd scent about them. Then there are others, like old Neil. He possesses a wealth of knowledge and is well-versed in many intriguing magical rituals. Let me think. He once mentioned a Sequence 9 title, which is the name of a potion formula. Yes, it's called the Seeker. Many fascinating magical rituals. Seeker. That sounds quite akin to what I desire. Klein mused with delight. Moreover, I am aware of a Sequence 7 title, the kind that is incomplete. Rosen, inspired by her earlier recollections, boasted. What is it? Klein inquired with great curiosity, that in a context where high sequence powers are scarce or possibly non-existent. Sequence 7 can be regarded as the backbone of the church. Rosen flashed a sweet smile and replied with a hint of pride, the medium. Lady Delhi, Klein instinctively questioned, after a moment of surprise. He found that this revelation was not so unexpected. Only a Sequence 7 practitioner could achieve the kind of mediumship exhibited by Lady Delhi. Rosen's eyes widened once more. Incredulous, she exclaimed, You? How did you know again? I have encountered Lady Delhi, Klein admitted without reservation. Very well, Rosen said with a tone of yearning. If I could directly become a medium, like Lady Delhi, I would willingly embrace being extraordinary. No, I would seriously contemplate it for 10 minutes. Lady Delhi fulfilled all my imaginings of what an extraordinary being should be. Klein exaggeratedly concurred. Having achieved his intended purpose, he and Rosen engaged in casual conversation for a few more minutes. And upon finding no further information, he doffed his hat, bowed, and took his leave. As he descended the stairs, Klein paused abruptly, reaching into his inner pocket to feel the banknotes. He then retrieved the 12 gold pound notes, clutching them tightly in his left palm, before shoving his hand into his trouser pocket, resolutely refusing to let go or withdraw them again, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his face. According to the customs of the gluttonous folk, upon acquiring money, one must indulge in a feast. Tonight, I shall treat my sister to a splendid meal. Chapter 23. The sidearm strolling along Zodaland Street, with the warm, humid breeze caressing him, Klein suddenly recalled something. He was left with only 3 pennies in change, while a public carriage ride back to Iron Cross Street would cost 4 pennies. Offering a £1 note for change felt akin to attempting to purchase a bottle of cheap mineral water with a $100 bill before his traversal. There simply was no way he could humble himself to do that. Should he travel 3 kilometers on 3 pennies and walk the remaining distance back? With one hand in his pocket, Klein slowed his pace, pondering alternative options. He swiftly dismissed the previous thought. Walking the remaining distance would take quite a while, and with 12 pounds of wealth in his possession, it was far too perilous. Furthermore, he had intentionally left his revolver behind today, worried it might be confiscated by the night watch. Should any danger arise reminiscent of Welch's demise, he would be utterly defenseless. Should he seek a nearby bank to exchange for smaller denominations? No, that would be imprudent, with a 5 per 1,000 service charge being far too extravagant. Klein silently shook his head, wincing at the very thought of the potential fees. One by one. He discarded each option until suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him as he spotted a hat and clothing shop. Of course, the most logical approach would be to purchase something reasonably priced to receive change in return. Formal attire, shirts, vests, trousers, boots, and a cane all fell within budget. He needed to buy them sooner or later. Trying on clothes could be quite a hassle, and Banson was more knowledgeable and adept at haggling than he was. He could wait for him to return to deliver it. How about a cane? Excellent. As the saying goes, a cane is a gentleman's finest weapon for self-defense, serving as a makeshift crowbar. Wielding a gun in one hand and a cane in the other is the civilized way to engage in combat. Amidst his myriad thoughts, Klein resolved to proceed, half-turning to enter the Wilker hat and clothing store. The layout of the clothing store resembled those he had frequented before his traversal. To the left against the wall stood a row of formal wear, while the center displayed shirts, trousers, vests, and ties, and to the right lay pairs of leather shoes and boots encased in glass. Good sir, what may I assist you with? A male clerk clad in a white shirt and red vest approached him with polite inquiry. In the kingdom of ruin, gentlemen of status, Power and wealth favored the monotony of white shirts, black vests, black trousers, and black formal attire, leading to a requirement for male servants, clerks, and waitstaff to don vibrant or multicolored attire to distinguish between master and servant. In contrast, ladies and young miss had gowns of various hues and elaborate decorations, while maids could only wear black and white. After a moment's reflection, Klein replied to the male clerk, a cane, preferably heavier and sturdier. One capable of smashing someone's skull. The clerk in the red vest discreetly assessed Klein with a glance before guiding him inside, pointing to a row of canes in a corner. The one inlaid with gold is crafted from ironwood. It is quite heavy and sturdy, priced at 11 shillings and 7 pence. Would you like to try it? 11 shillings and 7 pence. Why not just rob a bank? Just because it's adorned with gold doesn't make it special, Klein exclaimed, startled by the price. Maintaining a facade of composure, he nodded slightly. Very well. The clerk gingerly removed the ironwood cane and carefully handed it to Klein. As if fearful he might damage the merchandise, upon receiving the cane, Klein immediately felt its heft, attempting a swing and discovering it was far too heavy to wield effectively. This won't do, he muttered, shaking his head in relief. That is not an excuse. The clerk returned the ironwood cane and pointed to 3 others. This one is made of walnut, crafted by the renowned cane maker Mr. Hess from Tingen, priced at 10 shillings and 3 pence. This one is of water-sunken wood, inlaid with silver. It is as hard as steel, priced at 7 shillings and 6 pence. And this one is made from the heart of the white bolly tree. Also silver inlaid, priced at 7 shillings and 10 pence. Klein took each in turn, testing their weights, and after some consideration, he tapped each to gauge their hardness before selecting the least expensive one. I'll take this one. The water-sunken wood. He indicated the silver-tipped cane held by the clerk in the red vest. Very well, sir. Please follow me to the payment counter, and if this cane suffers wear or stains in the future, you can bring it to us for maintenance at no charge, the clerk in the red vest assured Klein as he led him toward the counter. Seizing this opportunity, Klein unfolded the 4 gold-pound notes he clutched in his palm. Retrieving one of the smaller 2 hello, 7 shillings and 6 pence, the clerk behind the counter greeted him with a smile. Klein had intended to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, yet as he extended his left hand holding the 1-pound note, he couldn't help but ask, could you possibly lower the price a bit? Sir, these are all handcrafted. Our costs are quite high, the clerk in the red vest interjected, and the owner is not present. So we lack the authority to offer discounts. The clerk behind the counter chimed in, my apologies, sir. Very well, Klein relented, handing over the banknote and accepting the black cane with the silver tip from the clerk in the red vest. As he awaited his change, he stepped back a few paces, creating distance, and made a small attempt to test the swinging effect of his newfound sidearm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air was heavy. The slicing through the air palpable. Klein nodded in satisfaction that he redirected his gaze forward, prepared to receive his notes and coins, only to be astonished to find the clerk in the red vest retreating. While the clerk behind the counter had shrunk into the corner, pressing against the wall where a double-barreled shotgun hung, that I end the kingdom of ruin. Firearms are subject to a semi-regulated policy. To possess a gun, one must apply for a general weapons permit or a hunting license. However, under either, one cannot own military-controlled items such as automatic rifles, steam-powered guns, or 6-barrel machine guns that a general weapons permit allows for the purchase and possession of any civilian firearm. But obtaining one is exceedingly arduous. Even merchants of some standing may struggle to pass the scrutiny that a hunting license, on the other hand, is relatively easier to acquire. Even a farmer in the countryside can secure one. But such licenses are limited to shotguns and have quantity restrictions. Many individuals of modest means apply for one for self-defense in emergencies, much like the current situation. Klein regarded the wary expressions of the 2 clerks. A twitch at the corner of his mouth, he chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, this cane is exceptionally suited for swinging. I am quite satisfied. Noting his lack of hostile intent, the clerk behind the counter visibly relaxed, extending both hands with the change he had prepared. Klein took a glance and noted the presence of 2 5-solar bills, 2 1-solar notes, a 5-penny coin, and a 1-penny coin. He couldn't help but nod in approval. After a brief pause, he disregarded the shopkeeper's gaze and meticulously unfolded the 4 banknotes in the light, confirming that the anti-counterfeiting patterns and watermarks were intact. Once he completed this task, Klein neatly stored the notes and coins, grasped his cane, adjusted his top hat, and exited the Wilkler hat shop with the poise of a gentleman that he luxuriously boarded a trackless public carriage, and after a transfer and a total expenditure of 6 pennies, he successfully returned to his apartment. After securely closing the door, he counted the 11 pounds and 12 solar notes 3 times before placing them in the drawer of his writing desk. He then retrieved a handgun with a copper-colored cylinder and a wooden grip. With a clatter, 5 brass bullets fell onto the desk, and Klein proceeded to insert the intricately patterned silver demon-hunting bullets, each adorned with dark insignias, into the cylinder that he placed only 5, leaving a space to prevent accidental discharge, while the remaining 5 standard bullets were stored in a small iron box. With a decisive snap, he closed the cylinder, which brought him a considerable sense of security. With enthusiasm, he slipped the revolver into the holster under his arm, fastening it securely, and practiced the motion of drawing the weapon repeatedly. He paused to rest whenever his arms grew weary, continuing until twilight fell and the sounds of tenants moving in the hallway could be heard. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Klein returned the revolver to its holster. It was only then that he changed out of his formal attire and waistcoat, donning a casual brown-yellow coat, and began some arm relaxation exercises. As footsteps approached, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed. Melissa, with her smooth black hair cascading down, entered the room, her nose subtly twitching as her gaze swept over the unlit fireplace, a flicker of disappointment dimming the sparkle in her eyes. "Klein, I'll cook the leftover ingredients from last night. Benson might return tomorrow," she said, glancing toward her brother. Klein, with his hands in his pockets, leaned against the edge of the desk, smiling as he replied, "No, we shall dine out." "Dine out?" Melissa echoed in surprise. "What about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street?" "I've heard the food is exquisite," Klein suggested. But Melissa still seemed bewildered by the situation. Klein chuckled softly. "To celebrate my new job." "You found a job?" Melissa's voice involuntarily rose. "But the interview at Tingen University isn't until tomorrow." "A different position," Klein replied with a smile, pulling out the stack of banknotes from the drawer. "They even advanced me, for a week's salary." That Melissa's eyes widened at the sight of the crisp pound and solar notes. "Oh my goodness, what kind of job is this?" Klein hesitated, carefully choosing his words. "This with a security company dedicated to the search, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require a professional consultant, a 5-year contract, with a weekly pay of £3. "Were you worried about this last night?" Melissa asked after a moment of silence. Klein nodded. "Yes, being an instructor at Tingen University would be more respectable, but I prefer this job." "Actually, it sounds quite good." Melissa encouraged him, though her curiosity remained. "But why would they advance you an entire month's salary?" "Because we need to move, require more space, and need our own washroom," Klein replied, a smile playing on his lips as he shrugged. He felt his grin was flawless, almost daring to ask if she was surprised. Melissa hesitated, then spoke rapidly, her tone slightly flustered. "Klein, our living situation is quite decent. My occasional complaints about not having my own washroom are merely habitual. Do you remember Jenny? She used to live next door. Ever since her father was injured and lost his job, they had to move down the street, and a family of 5 is crammed into a single room. With 3 sleeping in bunk beds and 2 on the floor, they even contemplated renting out the remaining space. Compared to her family, we are fortunate. Please don't waste your salary on this." "Dear sister, your reaction is not what I anticipated," Klein remarked, somewhat dazed. As the golden hues of the setting sun cast shadows outside, Klein found himself momentarily speechless, unable to recall the lines he had prepared. He cleared his throat, thinking quickly, "Melissa, this is not a waste of salary. When Benson and my colleagues come to visit, would we entertain them in such a place? If I marry Benson and have a wife, should we still be in bunk beds? But you don't even have a fiancé yet. You could wait a bit longer and save more money." Melissa countered logically that no, Melissa, this is the way society operates. If one earns £3 a week, one must live in a manner befitting that income. To be honest, having once lived in a shared accommodation, Klein was quite accustomed to their current living conditions. However, it was precisely because of this experience that he understood the inconveniences such environments pose for women. His ambition was to become extraordinary, to delve into the arcane, to find his way home. And he would inevitably need to conduct magical rituals in the future. A crowded apartment would lead to complications. Seeing Melissa about to speak again, Klein quickly added, "Rest assured, I'm not considering a detached house. I plan to look for a row house that in any case. It must have its own washroom. And I, too, Enjoy Mrs. Slynn's Bakery, Tinge pastries, and lemon cakes that we can prioritize locations close to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. Melissa bit her lip, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Moreover, I'm not in a hurry to move. We need to wait for Benson to return. Klein smiled. Otherwise, when he opens the door, he'll be utterly shocked, wondering where all his belongings are, where his siblings are, and if this is even his home. Did I walk into the wrong place? Oh dear, please tell me this isn't a dream. How can I be away for a few days and return to find I have no home? He mimicked Benson's tone, causing Melissa to unconsciously smile, revealing a delicate dimple on her cheek. No, Mr. Franke will be waiting at the door for Benson to hand over the apartment keys. Benson won't even be able to ascend the stairs, the girl quipped, poking fun at their stingy landlord. In the Moretti household, it was customary for everyone to make jokes about Mr. Franke, a habit instigated by older brother Benson. Indeed, he wouldn't change the locks for the subsequent tenants, Klein agreed with a grin. Gesturing toward the door. Miss Melissa, shall we celebrate at the Silver Crown restaurant? Melissa sighed slightly. Klein, do you know Selena? She is my classmate, a good friend. Selena? Klein's mind conjured the image of a girl with wine-red hair and deep brown eyes. Her parents were devotees of the night goddess, blessing her with the name of Saint Selena. She was not yet 16, a year younger than Melissa, and was a cheerful, outgoing girl. Yes, Klein nodded, recalling Selena Wood. Her brother Chris is a transactional lawyer, currently earning nearly £3 a week, and his fiancée, he works part-time as a typist. Melissa elaborated on their situation before adding, they've been engaged for over 4 years. Saving for a stable, decent life after marriage to this day, they are still saving, having not yet stepped into the church. According to Selena, most people similar to her brother are like this. They generally marry after the age of 28. So one must prepare in advance, saving diligently and not wasting that is it really necessary to discuss such grand principles over a simple meal at the restaurant. Klein mused, unsure whether to laugh or cry. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Melissa, I currently have a weekly salary of £3, and it will increase annually. You need not worry. But we must save for unforeseen circumstances, like the security company suddenly going bankrupt. I have a classmate whose father's company went under, forcing him to seek temporary work at the docks, leading to a rapid decline in their living conditions that he had to drop out of school. Melissa earnestly urged her brother. Klein covered his face with his hand. That company. It has connections with the government. It won't simply go bankrupt, but the government is unstable as well. After every election, if there is a change in parties, most positions will be shuffled, leading to chaos, Melissa persistently countered. Sister, you truly know a lot, Klein said, half amused and half exasperated, shaking his head. Fine, I'll stew the leftover ingredients from yesterday. And you can go buy a pan-fried fish, a piece of beef with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and a glass of ginger ale. In any case, let us celebrate in some small way. These were all items frequently sold by the vendors of Iron Cross Street. A pan-fried fish costing between 6 to 8 pennies, a moderately sized piece of beef with black pepper sauce priced at 5 pennies. A glass of ginger ale for 1 penny, and a small can of cream, approximately a quarter pound, costing 4 pennies. To buy a pound of cream would only require 1 solar and 3 pennies. Every holiday, the original owner took charge of purchasing the family's provisions. Thus he was no stranger to prices. Klein calculated mentally for a few seconds and arrived at an estimate of 1 so and 6 pence. Promptly withdrawing 2 1 so notes, Melissa, no longer opposing this, set down her bag of stationery and accepted the currency, observing her sister retrieve a small cream container and a bowl for other food items. She briskly made her way toward the door. Klein pondered for a moment and called out to her, Melissa, use the remaining money to buy some fruit. Numerous vendors on Iron Cross Street procured subpar or overly aged fruits from elsewhere, and the locals bore no resentment, for the prices were exceedingly low. As long as one trimmed away the spoiled parts upon returning home, they could relish a delightful treat, a veritable bargain. After uttering these words, Klein hastened to her side, extracting the leftover copper pennies from his pocket and placing them into his sister's palm. Melissa's brown eyes gazed at her brother with confusion and bewilderment. Klein stepped back 2 paces, offering a slight smile. Remember to stop by Mrs. Sling's and treat yourself to a small slice of lemon cake. Melissa's mouth opened and closed, her eyes blinked in astonishment, ultimately producing a single word, all right. She swiftly turned on her heel, pulled open the door, and scampered up the stairs that a river flowed by, flanked by towering cypress and maple trees, the air so fresh it felt intoxicating. Klein, armed with a revolver and a cane, descended from the public carriage after paying 6 pence, walking along the cement path toward the 3-story brick building shrouded in greenery, the administrative office of Tianjin University. Truly one of the most renowned universities in the Kingdom of Ruin, Klein mused as he strolled, comparing it to the rather shabby appearance of Hoi University across the river that The calls grew nearer as 2 racing boats surged downstream from the Hoi River, their wooden oars maneuvering in perfect synchrony. Rowing was a popular sport among all universities in the Kingdom of Ruin, and with Klein's financial constraints necessitating a scholarship for his education. He had participated in Hoi University's rowing club alongside Welch and others, proving himself a competent oarsman. Youthful exuberance, Klein remarked wistfully as he paused to watch, sighing that in just a week, such scenes would vanish. For the school would soon be on summer break. Following the tree-lined path, he arrived at the gray 3-story brick building, registered, and smoothly made his way inside, effortlessly locating the office that had previously attended to him. Knock, 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 he gently tapped on the half-open door. Come in, a male voice called from within. Upon seeing Klein enter, a middle-aged instructor clad in a white shirt and black tailcoat frowned slightly. The interview is in an hour. Mr. Stone, do you remember me? I am Klein Moretti, a student of Professor Cohen, and you have seen my recommendation letter. Klein smiled as he removed his hat. Haven Stone stroked his black mustache, looking puzzled. Is there something you need? I am not in charge of the interviews. Actually, I have secured a job, so I will not be attending the interview today. Klein explained candidly that I see. Haven Stone acknowledged, rising to extend his right hand. Congratulations. You are indeed a polite young man. I shall inform the professors and senior lecturers. Klein shook his hand, intending to exchange pleasantries before taking his leave when a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Moretti, have you found another job? Klein turned to see an elderly gentleman with a head full of silver hair, defined features, yet few wrinkles. His deep-set eyes were a striking blue, and he wore a crisp black tailcoat. Good morning, mentor, Mr. Azek, he greeted, bowing slightly. What brings you here? The elderly gentleman was none other than Quentin Cohen, a senior lecturer in the history department at Hoi University. Beside him stood a middle-aged man of average height with bronze skin. Holding a newspaper, he was clean-shaven, wore a bowler hat, had black hair and brown eyes, with gentle features that conveyed an ineffable weariness. A small black mole was barely visible beneath his right ear. Klein recognized him as Mr. Azek, a lecturer from Hoi University's history department, who often assisted the original owner. He enjoyed engaging in debates with his mentor Cohen, their views frequently clashing. However, they shared a good rapport, evident in their fondness for conversing together. Cohen nodded, his tone relaxed. Azek and I are here for an academic conference. What job have you found? A security company specializing in antiquities searching, collecting, and preservation. They require a professional consultant, offering £3 a week. Klein recounted the words he had shared with his sister the previous day, adding, I prefer exploring history rather than summarizing it. Cohen nodded thoughtfully. Everyone has their own choices. I am pleased that you remembered to inform Tianjin University rather than simply being absent at this moment, Azek interjected. Klein, do you know what happened with Welch and Naya? I read in the newspaper that they were murdered by intruders. Did the case turn into a burglary? And so quickly reported in the papers. Klein paused, carefully choosing his words. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Welch had obtained a notebook from the Anagonid family of the Fourth Solomon Empire and sought my help in deciphering it. I began assisting for a few days, but then I got busy looking for a job. Just a couple of days ago, the police came to inquire about me, that he deliberately mentioned the Solomon Empire and the Anagonid family. Curious if the 2 history professors would recognize anything. The fourth Cohen murmured, his brow furrowing. Azek, with his weathered bronze skin and profound eyes, initially appeared startled, then inhaled deeply, rubbing his temple with his left hand that held the newspaper. Anagonid sounds familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it before. Chapter 25. The church. As Azek spoke to himself, he unconsciously glanced at Quentin Cohen, seemingly seeking a clue for inspiration. Cohen, with his deep-set blue eyes, shook his head decisively. I have no recollection whatsoever. Well, perhaps it's merely a similarity in word roots, Azek replied with a self-deprecating smile. Klein felt a twinge of disappointment at this outcome, but could not resist adding, Mentor. Mr. Azek, As you know, I am very interested in exploring and reconstructing the history of the Fourth Era. If you happen to recall anything or come across additional materials, could you possibly write to me? Of course, the silver-haired senior lecturer Cohen expressed his satisfaction with Klein. Azek nodded in agreement. Is your address still the same? For now, yes, but I will be moving soon, and I will inform you of my new address. Klein replied respectfully. Cohen, wielding his black cane, remarked, It is indeed time to find a better environment. That moment, Klein glanced at the newspaper in Azek's hand and, weighing his words, asked, Minner, Mr. Azek, what did the newspaper say about Welch and Naya? I only learned a bit from the investigating officer. Azek was about to respond. Cohen suddenly pulled out a pocket watch attached to the gold chain on his black tailcoat. With a click, he opened it and gestured with his cane. The meeting is about to commence, Azek. We cannot delay. Please hand the newspaper to Moretti. Certainly. Azek passed the now-turned newspaper to Klein, saying, We must head upstairs. Remember to write. Cohen S. and my addresses remain unchanged, still at the Hoy University History Department office. With a smile, he turned and exited the room alongside Cohen. Klein bowed respectfully, watching the two gentlemen depart before bidding farewell to their host. Havenstone, that he then leisurely traversed the corridor and exited the gray three-story building into the sunlight. Raising his cane, he unfolded the newspaper, finding the headline, Tianjin Morning News. Indeed, Tianjin boasted a plethora of newspapers and magazines, morning papers. Evening papers, the Honest Man's News, the Baeklan Daily, the Taesak News, family magazines, and story reviews. Klein casually recalled several names, a portion of which were not local, but distributed based on steam trains, in this age of industrialized papermaking and printing. The price of a newspaper had plummeted to just 1 penny, consequently broadening its audience. Klein did not scrutinize the other content closely, but quickly located the report on the burglary and murder case on the news page. According to police sources, Mr. Welch's residence was a scene of utter devastation. All gold, jewelry, and cash, along with any valuables that were easily carried away, had been stolen, leaving not even a copper penny behind. There is reason to believe that this was the work of a cruel and vicious gang, who would not hesitate to kill any innocent bystanders who happened to witness their appearance, such as Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya. This is a blatant affront to the laws of the kingdom. This is a provocation to public safety. No one wishes to encounter such unfortunate events. However, a silver lining is that the police department has identified the perpetrator and apprehended the main suspect. We shall provide further updates shortly. The journalist, John Browning, handled the situation with finesse as Klein strolled along the tree-lined path, imperceptibly nodding that he casually flipped through the newspaper, immersing himself in other news and serialized stories as he walked. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. As if countless tiny needles were prickling him. Someone watching me, assessing me, monitoring me. A flurry of thoughts surged within him, and Klein began to grasp an unsettling realization. During his time on Earth, he had also felt an invisible gaze, eventually discovering its source, yet never before had he reacted so clearly or reached such a definitive conclusion. The fragmented memories of the original owner echoed the same experience. Was it a crossing of worlds, or had that peculiar ritual heightened his sixth sense? Resisting the urge to seek out the observer, Klein recalled the novels, films, and television shows he had seen, gradually slowing his pace. Folding the newspaper and gazing towards the Hoy River, that he then subtly tilted his head as if admiring the scenery, smoothly turning to take in his surroundings, apart from the trees, lawns, and students passing in the distance. There was no one else in sight. Yet, Klein was certain that someone was still watching him. His heart raced, blood pounding through his veins with an intense rhythm that he unfolded the newspaper, half concealing his face, fearful that someone might discern the disturbance in his expression. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on his cane, readying himself to draw his weapon point 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein advanced slowly, just as before. The sensation of being scrutinized persisted. Yet no immediate danger erupted. Completing the tree-lined path with a slight stiffness, he arrived at the waiting area for public carriages, fortuitously spotting one approaching. Zotno, Champagne Street, Klein swiftly dismissed his own thoughts, initially intending to return home directly. He feared leading the unknown observer to his apartment. Then he considered heading to Zotland Street to seek assistance from the night watchman or colleagues, but worried that such actions might provoke the observer. Thus opting for a random location instead. 6 pence. The fare collector replied with familiarity. Klein had not brought pounds with him today, having stashed them in his usual hiding place. He had taken only 2 solars in paper currency. Earlier, he had spent an identical amount. Leaving him with precisely 1 solar and 6 pence, he emptied his pockets, handing over all the coins to the fare collector. Boarding the carriage, he found a seat. And as the door closed behind him, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched finally dissipate. He exhaled slowly, feeling a slight tremor in his hands and feet. What should he do next? Klein gazed out the carriage window, desperately pondering a course of action. Given the ambiguous intentions of the observer, he assumed malevolence that a series of thoughts emerged, only to be swiftly dismissed by Klein, having never experienced anything like this before. It took him several minutes to find clarity that he must inform the night watchman. Only they could truly resolve the predicament. Yet he could not approach them directly, for that would reveal his position. Perhaps aligning with the observer's intentions. Following this line of thought, Klein roughly devised one plan after another, gradually refining his ideas. Exhaling deeply, he regained a semblance of calm and began to observe the rapidly passing scenery outside the window. Until the carriage reached Champagne Street, nothing unexpected occurred. However, upon stepping out, he immediately felt that familiar unease of being scrutinized once more. Pretending to be oblivious, he picked up his newspaper, grasped his cane, and strolled leisurely towards Zotland Street. Yet he did not enter that street. Instead, he circled to the back on a Red Moon Street, where a charming white square and a grand spire-topped cathedral awaited him. St. Selena's Church, the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in Tingen. As a devotee, attending Mass and engaging in prayer on a day of rest was entirely unremarkable. This cathedral, with its distinctly Earth-like Gothic architecture, presented a dark facade, its lofty, weathered bell tower rising above the immense central buttress nestled between red and blue checkered windows. Piercing the heavens, Klein stepped into the church, making his way down the aisle towards the grand prayer hall, where small, intricately patterned stained glass windows allowed streams of colored light to filter in deep blue, almost black and red like the moon, casting the surroundings into an extraordinary gloom. The sensation of being watched vanished once more, and Klein maintained a composed demeanor, devoid of joy, as he approached the open entrance to the grand prayer hall. Here, there were no high windows. The profound darkness took center stage. Yet behind the arched altar, dozens of fist-sized round openings punctured the wall, allowing brilliant, pure sunlight to flood in. Coalescing into radiant light, the it felt like a traveler in the night, suddenly gazing upwards to witness the starry sky. Each star resplendent, embodying the sublime, the pure, the sacred. Even though he had always believed that divinity could be studied and understood, Klein found himself instinctively lowering his head. Amid the bishop's deep and gentle sermon, he quietly traversed the aisle that separated the left and right pews, selecting a seat that was unoccupied and close to the aisle. Settling down slowly, he leaned his cane against the back of the chair in front of him, removed his top hat, and placed it alongside the newspaper on his lap, then clasped his hands together, resting them against his lowered forehead. He performed each action slowly and methodically, as if genuinely engaged in prayer. Klein closed his eyes, quietly listening to the bishop's voice in the enveloping darkness. They are naked, without clothes or food, exposed to the cold without shelter. They are drenched by the downpour, clinging to the rocks for safety. They are the mothers robbed of their children, the orphans stripped of hope, the impoverished driven from the righteous path. The night has not abandoned them. It bestows its compassion upon them. The echoes intertwined, resonating in his ears, and Klein found himself enveloped in darkness. His spirit cleansed, he absorbed these words until the bishop concluded his sermon and the Mass came to an end. The bishop opened the door to the adjacent confessional, where men and women formed a queue. Klein opened his eyes, donned his hat, picked up his cane and newspaper, and joined the orderly line. After more than 20 minutes, it was finally his turn that he stepped inside, closing the door behind him, once again enveloped in darkness. "Child, what would you like to say?" The bishop's voice emerged from behind the wooden partition. Klein retrieved the emblem of the Special Operations Group 7 from his pocket and handed it through the gap to the bishop. "Someone is following me. I wish to find Dunsmith.h.i. If tainted by the shadows," his tone softened. The bishop took the emblem, fell silent for a few seconds, then replied, "To the right at the confessional door. At the end, there is a hidden door. Upon entering, someone will guide you to as," he spoke, He pulled a cord in the room, summoning the sound of a bell to signal another priest. Klein took back the emblem, removed his hat, pressed it to his chest, bowed slightly, and then turned to push the door open. Confirming that the sensation of being watched had not returned, he donned his black top hat once more, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he grasped his cane and turned right, walking towards the arched altar on the wall adjacent. He discovered the hidden door, which he silently opened and slipped inside. The hidden door closed quietly behind him, and a middle-aged man in a black clerical robe emerged into the gaslight's glow, appearing before Klein. "What is the matter?" the middle-aged priest inquired succinctly. Klein presented the emblem and reiterated his previous words to the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not inquire further, but turned and walked forward in silence. Klein nodded, tipped his hat, and quietly followed behind him. Roshan had mentioned that to the left of the intersection leading to Cheney's Gate lay St. Selena's Church. The echoes of footsteps reverberated through the dim, narrow corridor, resonating in the stillness, devoid of any other sound. Klein walked with his back straight, neither hurried nor slow, following the middle-aged priest in silence, as tranquil as a windless lake. Navigating through the heavily guarded passage, the middle-aged priest unlocked a secret door with a key, gesturing towards the stone staircase leading downward. To the left at the intersection is Cheney's Gate. May the goddess bless you. Klein traced the shape of the crimson moon over his chest. The secular world employs its own customs, while religion adheres to its rituals. Praise the goddess. The middle-aged priest reciprocated with the same gesture. Klein refrained from further conversation, descending the stone staircase, utilizing the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls to guide his steps into the depths of darkness. Halfway down, he instinctively glanced back, only to see the middle-aged priest still standing at the entrance. At the top of the stairs, shrouded in the shadows of the gaslight, as if he were an immobile wax figure, Klein averted his gaze and continued downward, soon reaching the cold stone floor. Arriving at the intersection, he did not turn towards Cheney's Gate, for Dunn Smith, who had just finished a shift, would surely not be there. Following the familiar path to the right, Klein ascended another staircase, emerging within the confines of the Blackthorn Security Company. Observing the doors either tightly shut or ajar, he refrained from recklessly searching and instead entered the reception area, where a sweet-faced brunette girl was engrossed in reading a magazine. "Hello, Roshan." Klein approached from the side and deliberately tapped the table lightly. Clang. Rosen abruptly stood up, knocking over her chair in her flustered state, exclaiming, "Hi, the weather is lovely today." You, Klein, what brings you here?" She placed a hand on her chest. Taking a couple of breaths, resembling a little girl caught slacking off by her father, "I have matters to discuss with the captain," Klein replied succinctly. "You startle me. I thought the captain had come out." Rosen shot a glare at Klein. "You could have at least knocked." "Humph. You should be grateful I'm a generous and merciful lady." "Well, I prefer the term young lady. What do you need the captain for?" He*s in the room opposite Mrs. Oriana. Despite his taut nerves, Klein could not help but smile at Rosen's antics, pausing momentarily to say, "It's a secret," that Rosen's eyes widened in disbelief while Klein gave a slight bow and hastily took his leave. He passed through the partition door of the reception area and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Come in," came the deep, gentle voice of Dunn Smith. Klein entered, closing the door behind him, and tipped his hat as he greeted, "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. What brings you here?" Dunn's black overcoat and hat hung on the nearby coat rack, revealing his white shirt and black vest. Despite his receding hairline and deep gray eyes, he appeared quite fresh. "Someone is following me," Klein replied honestly, without embellishment. Dunn leaned back, clasping his hands together, his profound gray eyes quietly studying Klein's gaze, but he did not pursue the topic of the stalker, but instead inquired, "Did you come from the church?" "Yes," Klein affirmed. Dunn nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying, then redirected the conversation. "It's possible Welch's father doesn't believe the cause of death we reported and has hired a private investigator from Wind City to look into it." Constant City, also known as Wind City, is a region where the coal and steel industries flourish, ranking among the top 3 cities in the Kingdom of Ruin. Before Klein could voice his opinion, Dunn continued, "It could also stem from the source of that notebook that, we are investigating where Welch obtained the Antigonus family notes. Of course, we cannot rule out other individuals or organizations pursuing this notebook." "What should I do?" Klein asked in a low voice, undoubtedly hoping for the first reason. Dunn did not reply immediately, taking a sip from his coffee cup, his gray eyes revealing no emotion as he said, Return the way you came, and then do whatever you wish. Anything? Klein questioned in response. Anything, done confirmed, though do not scare off the individual, nor break the law. Understood. Klein inhaled deeply, excused himself, and turned to leave the room. Making his way back to the lower level, that he turned left at the intersection, bathing in the glow of the gas lamps on either side, quietly walking through the dimly lit, cold corridor devoid of people. The echo of his footsteps amplified his solitude, heightening his sense of dread. Soon, Klein approached the staircase, ascending step by step until he saw a middle-aged priest standing in the shadows at the doorway. Upon their encounter, neither spoke. The priest silently turned and stepped aside to allow passage. Progressing in silence, Klein returned to the grand prayer hall, where the light streaming through the arched altar's circular openings remained pure and bright. The room's dim tranquility undisturbed, and the gentlemen and ladies waiting outside the confessional had significantly dwindled. After waiting for a while, Klein, grasping his cane and newspaper, strolled out of the grand prayer hall. Exiting St. Selena's Church, he stepped outside into the blazing sun. He was suddenly engulfed by that familiar sensation of being watched, feeling akin to prey under the gaze of an eagle, that a point of suspicion suddenly surfaced in his mind. Y&T the Watcher followed him into the church. While it was possible that he could have used the dim environment and the priest's assistance to evade detection momentarily, wouldn't it be difficult for the Watcher to pretend to pray while keeping an eye on him? Hadn't he done anything wrong? What issue was there in entering openly? Unless he harbored a dark past, fearing the church and the bishop, aware that the other party might possess extraordinary capabilities. This consideration significantly diminished the likelihood of the private investigator theory. Huff! Klein exhaled, no longer as tense as before, leisurely stepping around to the rear of Zotland Street. He halted before an old building with a weathered facade, its door marked with the number 3. Named the Zotland Shooting Club. The police department's underground shooting range was partially open to the public to generate extra funds. As Klein entered, the sensation of being watched vanished instantly, seizing the opportunity. He presented the Special Operations badge to the attending server. After a brief verification, he was led underground to a small, enclosed shooting range at 10-meter target. Klein succinctly informed the server before retrieving his revolver from under his arm and pulling out a box of brass-colored bullets from his pocket. Suddenly feeling the gaze upon him, his desire for self-defense overcame his procrastination, compelling him to practice his marksmanship without delay. Bang! Once the server exited, he swung out the cylinder, ejecting the silver demon-hunting bullets one by one. Then picked up the brass-colored standard bullets, inserting them into the chambers one by one. At this time, he did not leave a space to prevent accidental discharge, nor did he remove his formal coat or take off his half-height top hat, opting to practice in his usual attire. After all, it was unrealistic to expect to change into more comfortable clothing when faced with an adversary or danger. Clack! Klein closed the cylinder, rotating it with his thumb. Suddenly, he gripped the gun with both hands, raising it straight up to aim at the target 10 meters away. However, he did not rush to shoot. Instead, he meticulously recalled the lessons from military training about missing the target. The three-point alignment and the recoil from firing. Whoosh, whoosh, as the fabric rustled. Klein repeatedly practiced aiming and holding the gun, concentrating as if he were a student preparing for a crucial exam. After numerous repetitions, he retreated to a wall, sitting on a soft bench, placing the revolver aside and massaging his arms, resting for a while. After reflecting on his earlier practice for a few minutes, Klein picked up the wooden grip revolver once more, returning to the shooting position, adopting the standard stance and squeezing the trigger. Bang! His arm jolted slightly, his body leaning back as the bullet veered off target. Bang, bang, bang! Drawing from his experience, he fired one shot after another, exploring the field through practice until all 6 bullets had been discharged. He took a step back, catching his breath. Clack! He swung out the cylinder, allowing the 6 spent cartridges to clatter to the ground. Then continued without changing expression, loading the remaining brass-colored bullets one by one. Stretching his arms, Klein stood up again, summarizing his thoughts as he returned to the shooting position. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, the target quivering as Klein practiced repeatedly, alternating between shooting and resting, expending all 30 standard bullets along with the 5 remaining ones, gradually stabilizing his aim and beginning to strive for higher scores. Shaking his sore arms, he ejected the last 5 cartridges, lowered his head, and inserted the intricately patterned silver demon-hunting bullets one by one, leaving a space for accidental discharge. After returning the revolver to its holster, Klein dusted off the residue of gunpowder from his clothing and, feeling a sense of lightness, exited the dedicated shooting range, stepping back onto the street. The sensation of being scrutinized resurfaced once again. Yet Klein felt even calmer than before as he strolled towards Champagne Street, spending 4 pence to ride the tram back to Iron Cross Street, entering the apartment where he resided. The feeling of being watched dissipated silently as he produced his key, opened the door, and found a man nearing 30, dressed in a linen shirt and sporting very short hair, seated at the desk. His heart tightened momentarily, then relaxed as Klein greeted with a smile. "Good morning, no, good afternoon, Benson." This man was none other than his and Melissa's elder brother, Benson Moretti, who was only 25 yet appeared nearly 30 due to his receding hairline and mature features that he had black hair and brown eyes, somewhat resembling Klein but lacking that subtle scholarly air. "Good afternoon, Klein. How did the interview go?" Benson stood up, a smile gracing his lips. "Very poorly," Klein replied expressionlessly. Seeing Benson momentarily taken aback, Klein chuckled and added, "In fact, I didn't attend the interview at all. I found a job beforehand, with a weekly salary of £3." That he reiterated what he had told Melissa earlier. That Benson's demeanor softened as he shook his head and smiled. "It feels like watching a child grow up." "Well, this job sounds quite promising," that he sighed and continued. "Returning from my errands only to hear such wonderful news is truly delightful, that we must celebrate tonight. Shall we buy some beef?" Klein replied, "Sure, but I think Melissa might be upset about it. Shall we go together to buy the ingredients in the afternoon? At least 3 solars. Honestly, the conversion rates are quite counterintuitive. 1 pound equals 20 solars. 1 solar equals 12 pence, plus half a pence and a quarter pence. This currency system is undoubtedly one of the most absurd in the world." After speaking, he noticed Benson's expression shift to seriousness, causing a flicker of unease as he questioned whether he had misspoken. Is it true that the original owner's missing fragments of memory reveal that Benson is a staunch and extreme supporter of the kingdom? Intolerant of any dissent, Benson took a few steps, his expression grave as he retorted, "No, not at all." Klein was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, sharing a knowing smile with his brother. Indeed, it was the kind of sardonic humor that Benson excelled at. With a slight smirk, Benson added earnestly, "You must understand that establishing a reasonable and simple monetary system requires one fundamental premise: the ability to count and a grasp of the decimal system. Unfortunately, such individuals are exceedingly rare among those high-ranking figures." Chapter 27. The dinner of the 3 siblings. Klein chuckled, drawing from his rich experiences from a past life, and quipped, "In fact, there is no evidence to suggest that those prominent figures possess any intellect at all." "Well said, terrific." Benson laughed heartily, giving Klein a thumbs up. "That you've become much more humorous than before." After a moment to catch his breath, he continued, "I still have to head to the docks this afternoon. I want to be able to rest until tomorrow at that time. Let us visit the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company to see if they have any affordable and decent row houses for rent. And first, we must pay a visit to Mr. Franke." "The landlord?" Klein asked, puzzled. "That is there really a row house in a good neighborhood under the current landlord's name?" Benson shot his brother an amused glance and replied, "Surely you haven't forgotten that we have a 1-year lease?" "It has only been 6 months." Klein gasped, suddenly realizing he had indeed forgotten. Although the rent was paid weekly, the lease's duration was a full year. Moving now would mean breaching the contract, and if taken to court, it could cost a hefty sum. "You still lack sufficient social experience," Benson remarked, running a hand through his receding hairline. "This was a term I fought hard for. Otherwise, Mr. Franke would only agree to a 3-month lease. For the affluent, landlords typically rent out for 1, 2, or even 3 years for stability. But for us, and for our previous neighbors, landlords are often anxious that unforeseen circumstances might prevent someone from paying rent. So they prefer short-term contracts. This way, they can frequently adjust the rent as the situation permits." Klein added, combining the original owner's fragmented memories with his own rental experiences. Benson sighed, saying, "This is the harsh reality of society today. But don't worry. The contract issue can be easily resolved. To be frank, as soon as we fall behind on a week's rent, Mr. Franke will immediately throw us out and seize our valuables. After all, his intellect is hardly above that of a baboon, and he cannot comprehend overly complex matters." Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest regarding Sir Humphrey and shook his head earnestly. "No, Benson, you are mistaken. Why? Banson asked, bewildered that Mr. Franke's intellect is still a tad higher than that of a baboon. Klein replied solemnly. Just as Banson began to show a knowing smile, Klein added, if he is in good spirits. That is. Ah. Banson could not contain his laughter. After a hearty chuckle, he pointed at Klein, momentarily at a loss for words before returning to the topic at hand. Of course, as gentlemen, we shall not resort to such unscrupulous methods. Tomorrow, we will speak directly with Mr. Franke. Trust me, he is quite easily persuaded. Klein had no doubts about this, as the existence of the gas pipeline was the most compelling evidence. The brothers chatted for a while. Incorporating the remaining sautéed fish from the previous night into a vegetable stew, using the steaming process to soften the rye bread. After spreading some butter on the bread, Klein and Banson quickly prepared a meal. Yet they found it immensely satisfying, as the creamy and sweet flavors lingered delightfully. Once Banson left, Klein took with him 3 Suler bills and a handful of copper pennies to the market for lettuce and meat. Spending 6 pennies on a pound of beef, 7 pennies on a large, tender, and low-bone Tassoc fish, along with potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and herbs like rosemary, basil, cumin, and oils. Throughout this process, he still felt the sensation of being watched, though no actual contact ensued. After lingering at the Slynn bakery for a while, Klein returned home and began exercising his arms with heavy objects, such as stacked books. Initially, he intended to practice military drills to strengthen himself, but realized he had forgotten even the simplest exercises. Reluctantly, he opted for simpler routines. Klein did not overexert himself, as that would lead to fatigue and increase the risk of injury, that he paused at a suitable moment to review the original owner's textbooks and notes. Hoping to revisit the knowledge related to the quaternary period, by evening, Banson and Melissa sat at the desk, eyeing the arranged food, sitting upright like upper-grade students in elementary school. The emlaying of aromas composed a rich symphony of culinary delights. With the enticing scent of boiled beef wafting through the air, the unmistakable and lasting allure of mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of pea soup, the subtle yet balanced harmony of stewed rhubarb, and the creamy sweetness enveloping the rye bread, Banson swallowed, turning to Klein, who was placing a golden, crispy fish onto the plate, and felt the fried aroma wafting into his throat, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. Gurgle, his stomach audibly protested. Klein rolled up his shirt sleeves, holding the plate of fried fish, and placed it in the center of the tidily arranged desk that he then turned to the cupboard, retrieving 2 large mugs of ginger beer, positioning them at the respective spots for Banson and himself. With a smile at Melissa, he performed a little magic, producing a lemon pudding. We have beer, and you have this. Thank you, Melissa murmured softly as she accepted the lemon pudding. Observing this, Banson raised his cup with a smile. Let us toast to Klein for finding a good job. Klein lifted his cup, clinking it with Banson's, and then with Melissa's lemon pudding, exclaiming, to the goddess. Gurgling, he tilted his head back for a sip, the spicy flavor igniting his throat, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Ginger beer, despite its name, contained no alcohol but combined the spice of ginger with the acidity of lemon to create a beer-like flavor. Suitable for women and children alike, though Melissa was not particularly fond of it. Tio the goddess, Banson echoed, taking a sip, while Melissa took a small bite of her lemon pudding, savoring it slowly, reluctant to swallow. Give it a try, Klein said, setting down his cup and picking up his fork, gesturing towards the array of dishes before them. Among them, he felt the least confident about the pea soup, as he had never encountered such a peculiar dish on Earth, and could only recreate it based on the original owner's fragmented memories. As the elder brother, Banson did not hold back, scooping a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. The taste of the thoroughly stewed, mashed potatoes mingled with a hint of lard and just the right amount of salt, igniting his appetite. Not bad, Banson mumbled. This is much more delicious than what I had at the company last time, where they served it with cream. This can be considered my signature dish. Klein graciously accepted the praise. Thanks to the chef from the Welch family for his guidance, Melissa, meanwhile, gazed at the beef soup, where green basil leaves, pale lettuce heads, and white radish chunks floated in the clear broth, concealing the tender, stewed beef, its appearance refreshing and its aroma tantalizing. She speared a piece of beef, placing it in her mouth. It was soft yet retained a bit of chewiness, a hint of saltiness mingling with the radish's subtle sweetness and the spiciness of the basil, all enhancing the inherent flavor of the beef. She seemed to be praising something, though her words flowed freely. Klein tasted it, and, while finding it delicious, felt some regret, recognizing that it fell short of his best standard. After all, some seasonings were missing, forcing him to substitute with others, which inevitably felt odd that, of course, even at his best, his own cooking was merely passable. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for Banson and Melissa, who had not been exposed to the broader world. Swallowing the piece of beef, Klein then picked up a piece of fried Tazak fish sprinkled with cumin and rosemary, its outer crispiness giving way to tenderness within. Golden and delectable, the savory and oily flavors intertwining beautifully. Nodding slightly, Klein next sampled a piece of stewed rhubarb, finding it merely acceptable, capable of cutting through the richness of the meat. Finally, he mustered the courage to scoop a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour, Klein frowned involuntarily. Yet upon seeing the satisfied expressions on Banson and Melissa's faces after they tasted it, he began to doubt his own palate and could not resist taking a swig of ginger beer to cleanse his tongue. The three siblings sat contentedly, their stomachs full, unable to rise from their chairs for quite some time. "Let us once more toast to the goddess," Banson declared, raising his cup, which contained only a sip of ginger beer. With satisfaction, "Tio the goddess," Klein exclaimed, finishing the last of his drink. "Tio the goddess." Melissa finally put the last bits of lemon pudding in her mouth, savoring them thoroughly. Seeing this, Klein, feeling slightly tipsy, chuckled. "Melissa, that's not how it should be done. The best and most beloved foods should be enjoyed right from the start, allowing you to experience their most exquisite flavors, that if you wait until you're full and your appetite wanes, the taste will undoubtedly diminish. No, it remains just as delicious," Melissa replied with unwavering determination. The three siblings engaged in lighthearted banter, taking time to digest their meal before collectively tidying up the plates and cutlery. Pouring the oil used for frying the fish back into its container. After their flurry of activity, they settled into their respective pursuits, one reviewing lessons, another self-studying accounting, and the last continuing to peruse textbooks and notes, each feeling fulfilled and content. At 11 o'clock, the Klein siblings extinguished the gas lamp and prepared for bed in the dim light. A sense of disorientation washed over Klein when suddenly he beheld Dunn Smith, clad in a black knee-length trench coat and wearing a half-height top hat. Instantly, Klein snapped to attention, realizing he was ensnared in a dream that Dunn's gray eyes reflected no emotion, as if he were casually recounting a trivial matter. "Someone has infiltrated your room, seized your revolver, and confronted him in the hallway, after which he was handed over to us. Someone broke into my room. The watcher has finally made a move," Klein gasped, too startled to ask further questions, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Immediately, the scene before him morphed, colors swirling chaotically like bubbles bursting. Upon opening his eyes, Klein cautiously turned his head toward the window, where he spotted a slender, unfamiliar figure standing silently at his desk, rifling through something. Chapter 28. The Secret Society. Thump, thump, thump. Klein's heart began to race violently, contracting tightly before surging once more, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a fleeting moment, he almost forgot what he was supposed to do until the intruder paused. Tilting his head as if he had heard something, blood rushed back to Klein's brain, restoring his basic faculties, and he reached beneath his pillow and grasped the wooden grip of the revolver. The hard, smooth texture steadied his emotions, allowing him to draw the firearm silently, aiming it at the intruder's head. To be frank, he had no certainty about hitting his target, although he had previously demonstrated accuracy against stationary targets. Moving figures presented an entirely different challenge, and he was not arrogant enough to conflate the two. Nevertheless, he recalled a saying from a past life, implying that the greatest power of a nuclear weapon lies solely in its pre-launch state. In this moment and environment, the principle held true. The most effective deterrent exists before the bullet is fired. By refraining from pulling the trigger and avoiding hasty shots, the intruder would remain uncertain of his novice status, significantly increasing the likelihood that he would miss, fostering fear and hesitation that would bind him in his own trepidation. In an instant, a cascade of thoughts flooded Klein's mind, leading him to make a decisive choice. He was not the type to grow calmer under pressure. Rather, he had long anticipated encounters with watchers, envisaging scenarios centered on intimidation rather than outright aggression. There is an old adage in the gluttonous nation: preparation prevents misfortune. As Klein's gun remained aimed at the intruder, the slender man suddenly froze, as if sensing something. Almost immediately, a soft, Amused voice broke the silence. "Good evening, sir." The slender man's hands gradually moved to shoulder height, his body tensing slightly. Klein, seated on the lower bunk, kept the gun trained on the man's head, attempting to sound as relaxed and natural as possible. "Please raise your hands and turn slowly. To be honest, I am a timid and easily startled person, that if you move too quickly, I might become frightened and inadvertently discharge my weapon." "Yes, exactly like that." The slender man raised his hands halfway beside his head, slowly turning his body. The first thing that caught Klein's eye was the neatly buttoned black bodysuit, followed by two thick, sharp, brownish-yellow eyebrows. Klein could discern no fear in his azure eyes. Rather, he felt as though he were being stalked by a predatory beast. As if a single misstep could result in being torn to shreds, that he tightened his grip on the revolver, striving to maintain a calm and composed expression. Once the slender man faced him completely, Klein nodded slightly toward the door, gently suggesting, "Sir, let us step outside to converse, so as not to disturb others' pleasant dreams and please move slowly and tread lightly. It is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The slender man's cold gaze flicked toward Klein, but he continued to keep his hands raised as he took measured steps toward the door. Under the aim of the revolver, he cautiously turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Just as it was halfway ajar, he suddenly crouched down and rolled forward, and the door slammed shut as if propelled by a fierce wind. Benson, on the upper bunk, was startled awake by the commotion. Groggy and on the verge of full consciousness, that moment, a melodious and tranquil tune wafted in from outside, accompanied by a deep, soothing voice singing. "Ah, the thread of fear, the scarlet hope. At least one truth remains. Life swiftly passes. One truth indeed. All else is a lie. Flowers bloom, but once before bidding farewell to the world." This song seemed to possess a calming and stabilizing power, lulling Benson and Melissa, along with others in the adjoining room. Back in his slumber, Klein's mind and body were enveloped in tranquility, nearly stifling a yawn. The slender man's swift escape had caught him off guard, and as he gazed at the closed door, a smile crept across his face as he muttered to himself, "You might not believe it, but my shot was actually a blank, a precaution against accidental discharge." Klein then listened intently to the midnight verse, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the external conflict. After a mere minute, the serene melody akin to moonlight on a lake ceased, and the night returned to its profound stillness. Klein silently turned the revolver's chamber, shifting the empty slot aside as he awaited the outcome. This wait extended for 10 minutes, during which his anxiety grew, and he hesitated over whether to venture out for a look. Finally, a steady, gentle voice broke the silence. "Done, Smith, that it has been resolved." Klein exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, readied his revolver, grabbed his keys, and cautiously approached the door, silently opening it to find Dunn, clad in a knee-length black coat and half-height top hat, his deep gray eyes glimmering with assurance. Closing the door behind him, Klein followed Dunn to the end of the corridor, standing in the faint, crimson moonlight. "That I wasted some time entering your dream," Dunn remarked, gazing out at the red moon. "Have you come to understand his origins?" Klein felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Dunn nodded slightly, that an ancient organization known as the Secret Society. They were established in the Quaternary period and are linked to the Solomon Empire and certain fallen nobility of the time. "Ah, the notes of the Antigonids originated from them, having inadvertently entered the antiquities market due to a member's oversight, which Welch acquired. They are now compelled to send people in pursuit." Before Klein could pose a question, Dunn paused and continued, "We will use the clues to capture some of their members in reverse. The results may not be promising. These individuals are as adept at hiding as rats in the sewers. However, they will understand that the Antigonid notes may very well be in our possession, or that we hold crucial leads. In that case, unless the items are of utmost importance, they will abandon this endeavor entirely. It is their philosophy of survival. What if the notes are indeed crucial?" Klein inquired anxiously. Dunn smiled but did not respond directly, instead stating, "Regarding the secret society, our knowledge is limited. Our success in this instance is largely due to your cleverness. A credit to you. Considering the potential dangers, as well as the heightened inspiration aiding in the search for the notes, you have an opportunity to make a choice. An opportunity to choose." Klein felt a dawning realization. His breath instinctively growing heavier, that Dunn's demeanor shifted, becoming solemn and serious. "Do you wish to become an extraordinary individual?" You may only select a starting extraordinary from an incomplete sequence that, of course, you may also forego this chance, opting to accumulate merit until it suffices to transform you into an awakened, the initial guardian of the night bestowed by the goddess, a complete sequence taught by the church that Klein's heart leapt with excitement, momentarily dispelling any hesitation that he eagerly asked, "From which sequence 9 may I choose?" It was essential to have detailed information to determine whether to accept or decline and to specify which option to pursue. Dunn turned his body, the crimson veil cascading around him as he gazed into Klein's eyes, slowly articulating, "Aside from the awakened, the church possesses 3 sequence 9 potion formulas. Point 1 is called the Seeker, which encompasses the abilities mastered by Old Neil. Ah, Roshan must have mentioned it to you. She has a tendency to be rather loose-lipped." Klein offered an awkward smile, unsure how to respond. But fortunately, Dunn pressed on without concern. "Our Seeker potion formula is derived from an unconnected part of the subsequent sequence obtained from the Morris ascetics. At that time, they were said to be unfallen, still adhering to morality and strict codes, devoted to the pursuit of knowledge while maintaining secrecy. Every member, upon becoming a Seeker, must observe a 5-year vow of silence to cultivate focus and serenity. Do as you wish. But harm not is a maxim that originated from them, that the Seeker of Secrets possesses a comprehensive yet rudimentary understanding of mystical knowledge such as magic, witchcraft, and astrology. They are familiar with numerous ritualistic spells and can easily sense certain entities hidden behind the veil of reality. However, they must tread carefully, harboring a profound reverence for extraordinary powers that we lack most of this sequence, rendering our fragments incapable of forming a coherent chain. For instance, it's sequence 8, which perhaps the Sanctum possesses. This aligns almost perfectly with all my requirements." Klein nodded slightly, feeling an impulse to choose. Fortunately, he remembered other options. "What about the second type?" "The second is known as the Grave Robber, a choice made by many cultists from the southern continent who worship the god of death. Upon consuming this potion, they are mistaken for their kind by mindless undead, thus avoiding attacks. They can withstand the cold, the decay, and the miasma of death, perceive certain malevolent spirits, understand the traits and weaknesses of various undead creatures, and gain enhancements to their physical prowess that we possess. Its subsequent sequences 8 and 7 that you could probably guess it's sequence 7. Medium. This was originally Dolly's choice," Dunn elaborated. "The medium indeed appears both mysterious and impressive. However, what I desire most is mastery over esoteric knowledge." Klein refrained from interjecting, listening intently. Dunn Smith glanced at the crimson moonlight and remarked, "The third type, of which we only have sequence 9, is the diviner. I am uncertain whether the Sanctum conceals anything else." "The diviner?" Klein's pupils constricted as he recalled the regret left by Emperor Roselle in his diary. He lamented not choosing among the apprentice, the thief, and the diviner. Note: adapted from Edward Fitzgerald's English translation of the Rubaiyat. Chapter 29. Occupations and housing are serious matters. Klein strove to suppress any unusual reactions, adopting a genuine curiosity as he inquired, "What abilities does the diviner possess?" "Your question lacks precision. It should be, what abilities are bestowed upon one who consumes the diviner's potion?" Dunn Smith shook his head with a smile, his gray eyes and face shrouded in shadow, turned away from the red moon. "Astrology, card divination, pendulums, spirit sight, and many similar arts that, of course, consuming the potion does not instantly grant you understanding and mastery over them. The potion merely qualifies you to learn and acquire these skills. Due to a lack of direct combat methods, you can imagine that ritual magic requires excessive preparation, making it wholly unsuitable for encounters. Thus, correspondingly, in terms of esoteric knowledge, the diviner is far more erudite and specialized than the Seeker of Secrets. It sounds quite aligned with my requirements, yet the absence of direct combat capabilities gives me pause. Moreover, the Night Goddess Church likely lacks subsequent sequences. The Sanctum presumably refers to the headquarters of the Church, and low-sequence direct combat methods may not rival Firearms. Klein fell silent, his mind weighing the options, sometimes the Seeker of Secrets, sometimes the diviner, while the Grave Robber was no longer in consideration. Observing this, Dunn Smith smiled and said, "Do not rush your choice. Inform me of your decision by Monday morning, regardless of which you wish to select or if you intend to forego the options altogether. There will be no extraneous opinions within our Night Watchers. Calm yourself and consult your inner self. With that, he removed his hat, bowed slightly, and walked past Klein toward the staircase. Klein remained silent, offering no immediate answer, merely returning the gesture in silence as he watched Dunn depart. Although he had continuously yearned to become extraordinary, the reality of the opportunity before him filled him with hesitation. The lack of subsequent sequences, the various uncontrollable aspects of being extraordinary, the credibility of Emperor Roselle's diary, and the maddening, seductive whispers of illusion combined to form a quagmire obstructing his path forward. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Akin to a student contemplating university applications, Klein chuckled at himself, reining in his wandering thoughts, quietly opened the door, and returned home. Lying on his bed, he lay there, eyes wide open, quietly gazing at the faintly crimson-stained underside of the upper bunk. Outside, a drunken man staggered by, and in the distance, a carriage sped along the empty street. These sounds did not disrupt the tranquility of the night. Rather, they rendered it more ethereal and profound. Klein's emotions settled as he reminisced about various events on Earth. Recalling his father, who loved physical exercise and spoke in a booming voice, his mother, who despite her chronic illness, busied herself with various tasks, and his close friends with whom he had grown up, evolving from playing soccer and basketball to engaging in video games and mahjong. He thought of the one who had confessed their feelings to him, but whose features had faded from memory. These memories flowed like a tranquil river, creating few ripples devoid of deep sorrow, yet silently submerged his spirit. Perhaps only in loss does one come to appreciate what they once had. As the crimson hue faded and the horizon ignited in fiery gold, Klein had made his choice. He rose to wash his face in the communal restroom, refreshing himself before taking a 1 Suler banknote to Mrs. Wendy, where he purchased 8 pounds of rye bread for 9 pence, replenishing the staple he had consumed the night before. The price of bread began to stabilize after breakfast. Benson, while changing clothes, offered his commentary. Today was Sunday, and he and Melissa finally had a chance to rest. Dressed formally, Klein sat in a chair, perusing the expired newspaper he had brought back yesterday, and was pleasantly surprised to exclaim, "There's an advertisement for a house for rent. 3 Wendell Street, North District, a detached house with 2 floors, featuring 6 rooms and 3 washrooms upstairs, 2 large balconies. A dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 washrooms, 2 guest rooms, and a basement storage area downstairs. Outside the house, there is a 2-acre private lawn in front and a small garden in the back. Available for rent for 1, 2, or 3 years, at a weekly rent of £1 and 6 Sulers. Interested parties should visit airs.h.i at 16 Champagne Street. This is our future goal." Benson, adjusting his black bowler hat, smiled as he added, "The rental prices in the newspaper are quite high. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company offers cheaper options that are not much inferior. Why not seek out the Tingen Labor Class Housing Improvement Association?" Melissa, holding her tattered bonnet and wearing a grayish-white lightweight dress that had been mended several times, yet was still her best, emerged from the stall. She was calm and reserved, yet her youthful essence was unmistakable. Benson chuckled. "Who have you heard about the Tingen Labor Class Housing Improvement Association from? Jenny? Mrs. Rochelle? Or perhaps your good friend Selena?" Melissa glanced aside and replied softly, "I happened upon Mrs. Rochelle last night while she was washing up. She inquired about Klein's interview, and I briefly mentioned it. She then suggested seeking the Tingen Labor Class Housing Improvement Association." Noticing Klein's puzzled expression as well, Benson shook his head with a smile. "This association is aimed at the impoverished, or more accurately, the lower class. The housing they construct and renovate primarily consists of communal washroom types, offering only 3 options: 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3-bedroom. Do you wish to continue living in a place like that? The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has similar operations, but also provides opportunities for the lower middle class. Frankly speaking, we are slightly better off than the lower class, yet still fall short of being truly middle class, not due to salary, but rather the lack of time to accumulate wealth." Klein understood, folded the newspaper, donned his hat, and stood up. "Then let us set off. I recall the Tingen Housing Improvement Company is located on Daffodil Street." As Benson opened the door, he remarked that, like the Tingen Labor Class Housing Improvement Association, they are known as 5% charity. "Do you know why?" "I do not." Klein lifted his cane, walking alongside Melissa, whose dark hair cascaded down her back. Benson stepped outside. These housing improvement associations and companies were established under the influence of Beckland. Their funding comes from 3 sources. First, fundraising from charitable foundations. Second, by applying for low-interest loans of only 4% from government public affairs loan officers. And third, accepting commercial investments, collecting a certain amount of rent, and providing a 5% return annually. Thus the term 5% charity. Clattering down the stairs, the trio made their way towards Daffodil Street, intending to confirm the housing before seeking out the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, to avoid a situation where they could not move in there while being compelled to vacate here. I heard from Selena that there are also purely charitable housing improvement companies. Melissa mused thoughtfully. Benson chuckled. Indeed, the DeVille Trust established by Sir DeVille is one such company that he constructs apartments for the working class, providing specialized property management at remarkably low rents. However, the requirements are exceedingly stringent. That IT sounds like you are not too fond of it. Klein perceptively replied with a smile that no, I hold Sir DeVille in high regard. Yet I am convinced he is utterly oblivious to the true nature of impoverished existence. The stipulations for residing in his apartment resemble the hope bestowed by a clergyman. Far too unrealistic. For instance, the requirement to be vaccinated with the primary vaccines, the obligation to take turns cleaning the lavatory, the prohibition on subletting or utilizing the premises for commercial purposes, the ban on littering, and the restriction against children playing in the corridors. Goodness! Does he aspire to transform everyone into gentlemen and ladies? Benson replied in his customary tone. Klein, furrowing his brows in confusion, remarked, It sounds quite reasonable. They are all commendable requirements. Indeed, Melissa concurred with a nod. Benson tilted his head, casting a glance at them, and chuckled softly. Perhaps I have sheltered you too well, preventing you from truly witnessing the lives of the destitute. Do you believe they have the means to receive the essential vaccinations? The waiting list for free charitable healthcare stretches 3 months into the future. The DOU think their employment is stable, not temporary. If they are prohibited from sharing rental costs, how are they to manage during unemployment? Moreover, many women supplement their income by mending clothes and assembling matchboxes at home. Does that not constitute commercial activity? Shall we expel them all? The majority of the impoverished expend every ounce of energy merely to survive. Do you think they have the luxury to discipline their children and prevent them from playing in the corridors? Perhaps they can only confine them indoors until they reach 7 or 8, at which point they will be sent to places that accept child labor. Benson described the situation with minimal adjectives, sending a shiver down Klein's spine. Is this truly the existence of the underprivileged? Beside him, Melissa fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, she spoke in an ethereal tone. After moving downtown, Jenny has been unwilling to let me visit her at home. I hope her father can emerge from the shadows of his injuries and regain stable employment. However, I have witnessed too many drown their sorrows in alcohol. Benson scoffed heavily, his tone laden with gravity. Klein found himself at a loss for words, and Melissa seemed to share his sentiment as the 3 siblings walked in silence to Daffodil Street, where they arrived at the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company. They were greeted by a kindly middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, without formal attire or a hat. You may call me Scott. May I inquire as to what kind of accommodation you require? He glanced at Klein's silver-tipped cane, his smile becoming even more genial. Klein looked to the eloquent Benson, indicating that he should respond. Benson spoke plainly, a row house. Scott perused the documents in his hand, a smile curving his lips. Currently, there are 5 unoccupied units. To be frank, we primarily cater to those genuinely in housing distress. Laborers and their children crammed into one room, 6, 8, or even 12 to a space. Row houses are scarce. One is located at 2 Daffodil Street, another in the North District, and one in the East District, with weekly rents ranging from 12 to 16 shillings. You may review the detailed descriptions. He pushed the documents towards Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After a quick glance, the 3 siblings exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed to a specific location on the paper. Let us first examine 2 Daffodil Street, Benson suggested, with Klein and Melissa nodding in agreement. This vicinity was at best familiar to them. Chapter 30. A New Beginning. 2, 4, and 6. Daffodil Street were row houses featuring polygonal 4-pitched roofs, their overall appearance a muted gray-blue, with 3 prominent chimneys rising above. Naturally, there were no lawns or gardens nor porches. The entrance faced directly onto the street. Scott from the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company held a set of brass keys and, as he unlocked the main door, introduced, Our row houses lack hallways. Upon entry, you find the living room, which boasts a bay window facing Daffodil Street, allowing ample natural light. What greeted Klein, Benson, and Melissa was a set of fabric sofas basking in golden sunlight. within a space comparable to their previous two-room apartment. This living room could also serve as a parlor. To the right was the dining area, and on the left wall stood a grand fireplace to warm you during winter. Scott expertly pointed out the features. Klein surveyed the layout, confirming it was a rough, open-plan design, with no separation between the dining and living areas, but the distance from the bay window rendered it rather dim. A modest red rectangular wooden table occupied the center, surrounded by 6 cushioned hardwood chairs, while the left wall's fireplace resembled those seen in foreign films and television shows Klein had watched. Behind the dining area lay the kitchen, but we do not provide any utensils. Opposite the living room are a small guest room and a lavatory, Scott continued, leading the siblings through the remainder of the first floor's layout in detail. The lavatory was divided into 2 sections, the outer area for washing up and the inner area for the toilet, separated by folding doors. The guest room, though small, was comparable in size to the partitioned space where Melissa currently resided, leaving her somewhat stunned. After touring the first floor, Scott led the trio to the staircase adjacent to the lavatory. Downstairs is a storage cellar, where the air is quite stifling. Remember to ventilate it before entering. Benson nodded discreetly. Following Scott up the stairs to the second floor, to my left is a lavatory, accompanied by 2 bedrooms on the same side. To my right is a similar layout, except the lavatory is nearer to the small balcony. As he spoke, Scott opened the lavatory door and stepped aside, allowing Klein, Benson, and Melissa to inspect unobstructed. This lavatory boasted a bathtub, and the toilet also had a folding door, although it was somewhat dusty. It was free from any filth, neither foul-smelling nor cramped. Melissa gazed at the space in a daze until Scott moved toward the adjacent bedroom, prompting her to lower her gaze and follow slowly. After a few steps, she glanced back once more. Klein, having seen the world, felt an equal measure of delight and anticipation, for even though the landlord frequently supervised cleaning, the communal lavatory was often less than pristine, frequently inducing feelings of nausea, not to mention the occasional queue during busy times. The other lavatory mirrored this one, and among the 4 bedrooms, only one was slightly larger, equipped with a bookshelf, while the others were of similar dimensions. Furnished with beds, tables, and wardrobes, the balcony was rather small, allowing only a limited amount of laundry to be hung out at once at the end of the corridor. Scott pointed to a section with a door and lock, stating, "Here, you will find a complete drainage system, gas piping, and a meter, making it quite suitable for gentlemen and ladies like yourselves. The weekly rent is merely 13 shillings, along with a furniture usage fee of 5 pennies, plus a deposit for the 4 weeks." Before Benson could speak, Klein, intrigued, surveyed the surroundings, asking, if one wished to purchase this property outright, what might the cost be? As a gluttonous traveler from a prosperous nation, the desire for home ownership lingered in his heart. Upon hearing this question, both Benson and Melissa looked at Klein in shock, as though he were a monster, while Scott responded firmly, "Purchase? No, we do not sell property. We only offer rentals that I merely wish to understand. Do you comprehend?" To gain insight, Klein awkwardly explained. Scott hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Last month, the owner of 11 Daffodil Street happened to sell a similar residence, under a leasehold arrangement, for £300 over 15 years. This is significantly cheaper than direct rental, but not everyone can afford such a sum outright, that if one were to buy outright, the owner's asking price is £850. £850? Klein quickly began calculating in his mind. I earn £3 weekly, while Benson earns £1 10 shillings. The rent is 13 shillings, and considering we eat well daily, we likely spend close to £2 a week. Not to mention clothing, transportation, social expenses, and so forth. At most, we might save a few shillings a week, totaling around £35 annually. £850 would take roughly 20 years to save, and even for the leasehold arrangement of £300, it would take at least years. This does not even account for future marriage, family, children, travel, and other expenses that in a world without personal housing loans, most must resign themselves to renting. With this realization, he stepped back, glancing at his brother Benson, signaling him to negotiate the rent. As for Melissa's intentions, her sparkling eyes spoke volumes. In that moment, Klein felt as though he were closing the door and granting Benson the opportunity. Benson tapped his non-silver-tipped cane, looking around before stating, "We should explore other housing options. The dining area's lighting is insufficient. The balcony is quite small, and as you can see, only one bedroom has a fireplace. Additionally, the furnishings are excessively outdated. We would need to replace more than half. With a steady yet unhurried pace, he articulated a series of issues, successfully persuading Scott within 10 minutes to lower the price to a rent of 12 shillings and a furniture fee of 3 pennies, and to adjust the deposit to a flat £2. Wasting no more time, the three siblings followed Scott back to the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company, where they signed a duplicate contract and sought a notary at the Tianjin City Notary Office to authenticate it. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Benson found their remaining funds total £9, 2 shillings, and 8 pennies, standing at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, each holding a set of brass keys. They found themselves momentarily transfixed, engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. Having felt as though she had just awoken from a dream, Melissa lifted her head to gaze at the Moretti residence behind her. Her voice soft and ethereal as she spoke. Benson exhaled, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Then let us not awaken." Klein, less affected by the moment, nodded and remarked, "We must swiftly replace the locks on the main door and the balcony. There's no need for haste. The reputation of the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company is exemplary. The remaining matter concerns the expenses of your formal attire. However, before that, we must visit Mr. Franke." Benson gestured toward the direction of the apartment. After making do with some rye bread at home, the three siblings proceeded to the row house on Iron Cross Street, knocking upon the landlord's door. "You should be aware of my principle. I absolutely do not permit rent arrears." Mr. Franke, a diminutive man, declared with a commanding presence from his seat on the sofa. Leaning forward, Benson smiled and stated, "Mr. Franke, we are here to terminate our lease at SO Direct. Is such a negotiation truly advisable?" Klein listened in astonishment. On the way over, Benson had mentioned that his bottom line was a compensation of 12 souls. Terminate the lease? Absolutely not. We have a contract, with 6 months remaining. Franke glared at Benson, his arms flailing. Benson maintained his gaze, waiting for the tumult to subside before calmly stating, "Mr. Franke, you must surely understand that you ought to earn more." "Earn more?" Franke questioned, touching his gaunt face, intrigued. Sitting upright, Benson explained with a smile. "Renting a 2-bedroom apartment to 3 of us costs 5 souls and 6 pence. However, if you were to rent it to a family with 5 or 6 members, with 2 or even 3 individuals employed, I believe they would be more than willing to pay a higher price rather than resorting to that neighborhood with its deplorable security, which charges 5 souls and 10 pence, or even 6 souls. I deemed that a reasonable price." Noticing Franke's eyes brighten and his throat move, he continued, "Furthermore, you are undoubtedly aware that in recent years, rental prices have been on the rise. The longer we stay, the more you lose. But I need time to find new tenants." The inheritor of the apartment, Mr. Franke, was clearly swayed, "and I am confident you will find someone soon. You possess the ability and resources, perhaps within 2 days. Or 3. We shall compensate you for your losses during this period, utilizing our security deposit of 3 souls. That is quite fair," Benson decisively concluded. Franke nodded in satisfaction. "Benson, you are indeed a conscientious and honest young man. Very well, we shall sign a lease termination agreement." Klein, observing in astonishment, comprehended just how easily Mr. Franke could be persuaded. This is far too easy, he thought. Resolving the prior contract issue, the three siblings first assisted Klein in acquiring formal attire before busily preparing for their move. They had no heavy or cumbersome belongings, as those belonged to the landlord. Thus, Benson and Melissa dismissed Klein's idea of hiring a carriage, opting instead to transport their things themselves, making numerous trips between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue tinged with the heat of the day through the protruding windows onto the surface of the desk, Klein glanced at the neatly arranged books and notes on the shelf. Gently placing the ink and pen onto the now-cleaned table, finally finished, he exhaled, feeling a rumble in his stomach as he rolled down his sleeves and made his way to the door. He now had a bed that belonged solely to him, with white sheets and a duvet, old but clean. Turning the doorknob, he stepped out of the bedroom and was about to speak when he saw the 2 doors across from him swing open simultaneously, revealing Benson and Melissa. Noticing the gray dust and dirt smeared across each other's faces, Klein and Benson suddenly erupted into laughter, their joy infectious. Melissa, lightly biting her lip, gradually succumbed to their merriment, quietly expressing her amusement. On the following morning, Klein stood before a now uncracked mirror, meticulously adjusting the collar and cuffs of his shirt. This ensemble included a white shirt, a black tailcoat, a half-height silk top hat, black trousers and vest, polished boots, and a bow tie, costing him a total of 8 pounds, which he felt was quite a burden. Nevertheless, the result was commendable. Klein perceived that the scholarly air about him had intensified, rendering him somewhat more handsome. With a snap, he closed his pocket watch and slipped it into his inner pocket, then took up his cane, concealed his revolver, and boarded a public tram to Zotland Street. Just before entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he recalled that he had become accustomed to his previous lifestyle, neglecting to provide Melissa with extra money that morning, allowing her to walk to school. Shaking his head, he made a mental note of this oversight and entered the Blackthorn Security Company, where he found the brown-haired girl, Rosen, brewing coffee, filling the air with its rich aroma. "Good morning, Klein. The weather is lovely today," Rosen greeted cheerfully. "To be honest, I have often wondered, do you gentlemen not find it warm in formal attire on days like this? I understand that Tianjin summers cannot compare to those in the south. They are not as sweltering, yet they still belong to summer. It is the price of decorum," Klein replied humorously. "Good morning, Miss Rosen. Where is the captain?" "In the usual place," Rosen indicated with a nod. Klein acknowledged her with a slight bow and, passing through the partition, knocked on the door of Dunn Smith's office. "Come in." Dunn's voice was as deep and gentle as ever. Upon seeing Klein had indeed donned a fine suit, he nodded slightly, his gray eyes twinkling with a smile. "Have you made your decision?" Klein inhaled deeply, responding with gravity, "Yes, I have made my choice." Dunn straightened slowly, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, his gray eyes becoming inscrutable. "Tell me your answer." Without hesitation, Klein replied, "The diviner." Chapter 31. The potion. Dunn Smith's gray eyes bore into Klein's, the silence stretching for a full minute without utterance. Under such pressure, Klein did not falter nor avert his gaze, resolutely returning the stare. "You must understand that once you consume the potion, there is no opportunity for regret." Finally, Dunn spoke again, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Klein smiled slightly. "I am aware, yet I must honor the voice within me. Firstly, the sleepless do not fulfill their own needs. The audience at the tarot gathering also heard the descriptions, while other extraordinary avenues may take an indeterminate time to access, which is hardly urgent. Thus, there is no need to wait." Following the same reasoning, the corpse collector was also excluded, leaving only the seeker and the diviner as options, given that the potions carry equal danger. And without the ability to acquire more information, both the seeker and the diviner met the requirements. Therefore, regardless of whether Emperor Roselle scribbled carelessly or genuinely regretted not choosing the apprentice, thief, or diviner, it was sufficient to tilt the balance in Klein's heart. Moreover, from his notes, it was evident that as long as one could grasp the essence of digestion and performance, the negative impacts of the potion could be mitigated to the greatest extent. As for the alluring whispers that lead one to madness and temptation, even without becoming an extraordinary being, one would still come into contact with them. "Very well." Dunn Smith stood, donning his half-height black top hat as he spoke. "Come with me to the underground." Klein nodded, gratefully performing a gentlemanly gesture. Clack, clack, clack. The two descended, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the quiet, empty stairwell and corridor that a sudden wave of nervousness washed over Klein, prompting him to fill the silence. "Captain, you mentioned that consuming the potion does not grant immediate access to the corresponding knowledge of mysticism. It merely affords the qualification to learn and master it. So, where does the initial knowledge of mysticism originate?" The air underground always felt refreshingly crisp, clearly well ventilated, though the occasional gust of wind in such an environment could indeed send chills down one's spine. Dunn glanced at him, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light, but he answered matter-of-factly, "Firstly, as you mentioned, exploration, summarization, and improvement. Secondly, the gifts of the deities. And thirdly, those dangerous whispers that others cannot hear are not always mere ramblings of madness devoid of meaning. Occasionally, they do recount tales of the mysterious. However, to my knowledge, those who truly listen and do so for an extended period invariably succumb to madness or devolve into monsters that, of course, we must be grateful to them, for their notes are invaluable treasures in the field of mysticism." Human guinea pigs. The chill of the underground enveloped Klein, causing him to shudder suddenly. Will my transformation ritual into a friendship magic always carry those insane and terrifying whispers? Will it bring about the same effects? Upon reaching the crossroads, Dunn did not proceed towards the Charney's Gate, nor did he turn toward the armory, materials, and literature repository. Instead, he guided Klein toward the left. Approaching the Church of St. Selena, halfway through, he paused, seemingly triggered by something, and opened a concealed door. "This is the alchemist's chamber of our night watch team that I will instruct old Neil to retrieve the formula and corresponding materials for the diviner potion from within the Charney's Gate." "Ah, you are fortunate. The goddess is favoring you. There should still be 2 portions of the necessary materials for the diviner. Otherwise, you would have to wait an inordinate amount of time." Dunn pointed towards the room beyond the door and said, "You may wait here and observe the entire process of potion-making conducted by old Neil. This is the most fundamental aspect of mysticism that do refrain from touching anything within. They are either perilous, costly, or a combination of both at this juncture," Dunn added, as he often did. "By the way, I have forgotten to mention something. Your ascension to the status of an extraordinary individual is predicated on the necessity to confront danger and seek out notes. Merit constitutes only a fraction of this process. Therefore, you cannot yet be promoted to a formal member of the team. You remain in an administrative role, with a corresponding salary, and will continue to undertake the tasks I previously assigned. However, you will have the additional opportunity to accompany old Neil and absorb a wealth of mystical knowledge at your own pace." "Very well," Klein responded, somewhat begrudging the lack of a salary increase, but otherwise wholeheartedly in agreement. According to Dunn, the potion would need to be consumed, coupled with a learning and mastering process, to directly become a formal team member and engage in tasks concerning supernatural events, a notion that left him bewildered. Dunn turned his body, taking 2 steps towards the crossroads, but then turned back to say, "There is one more matter, that I knew Klein had grown accustomed to the captain's peculiar style, that we have garnered some insights from our previous encounters with the secret society." Dunn spoke with a calm demeanor. "In the short term, they should be deterred from provoking us again, but do not let your guard down, as we cannot yet ascertain the significance of that Antigonus family notebook to them. From our findings, it is evident that they retain certain ancient customs, which can be confirmed to be related to the Solomon Empire and the fallen nobility of that era." "Understood. Thank you," Captain Klein exhaled. This was also one of the reasons he was reluctant to wait. The opportunity to become an extraordinary individual was one he was eager to seize. After watching Dunn depart, confirming that he would not return to elaborate further, Klein stepped into the alchemist's chamber. There lay long tables adorned with test tubes, droppers, scales, and beakers, reminiscent of a chemistry laboratory he had seen in a past life, albeit more rudimentary and ancient. Additionally, there were large iron cauldrons, black wooden spoons, transparent crystal orbs, and an array of peculiar symbols of the Dark Saint, which imbued the space with an air of mystery. Klein surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, yet refrained from recklessly touching anything. After a while, footsteps echoed, and old Neil entered, carrying a silver box adorned with intricate patterns, but he was still clad in an antiquated black robe, topped with a matching round-brimmed felt hat. "Little one, I did not expect you to choose diviner," old Neil remarked, setting down the silver box while casting a slightly murky gaze at Klein. "You possess a character akin to mine in my youth. You do not conform. Well done. You should light these gas lamps and close the dark door." "Very well," Klein replied, suppressing a shiver as he lit the gas lamps one by one, allowing the dim light to reclaim dominion over the chamber. With a soft thud, the dark door closed, and he returned to old Neil, who was busily brushing the black iron cauldron with several peculiar branches tied together. The preparation of sequence potions is quite straightforward, at least for those below sequence 7. It does not require special flames, elaborate rituals, or even incantations, nor does it necessitate the involvement of one's own spirituality. One merely needs to adhere to the order of the recipe, adding the materials in precise quantities, followed by a brief stirring. Old Neil's smile deepened, causing his wrinkles to seem as though they were blooming. "Really?" Klein asked, somewhat incredulously. "It sounds as simple as my own fortune-turning ritual. Thinking about it is a bit terrifying. Perhaps this is the blessing of the divine. Praise the goddess." Old Neil made an unorthodox gesture across his chest. He then opened the silver box and retrieved a roll of ancient parchment. The yellow-brown parchment unfolded inch by inch, revealing familiar words to Klein written in blood-like ink, which seemed to retain a flowing quality, yet bore no other extraordinary essence. Diviner. 100 milliliters of pure water, 13 drops of nightshade juice, 7 leaves of golden mint. Klein silently recited the contents of the formula. But the subsequent part was obscured by Old Neil's elbow, rendering it unreadable. Pure water is simply distilled water, which I happen to have prepared previously, so there is no need to waste time. Old Neil explained as he deftly retrieved a large glass bottle with measurements from the long table. He opened the cap and casually poured approximately 100 milliliters of pure water into the iron cauldron. Klein dared not ask any questions, fearing it might disrupt the preparation. After all, he would be the one consuming the potion, 0.13 drops of nightshade juice. This can be extracted and preserved as essential oil. Old Neil took out a small brown bottle from the silver box and, using a dropper, easily dripped 13 drops into the cauldron that a faint, calming fragrance wafted through the air, and Klein's mood unconsciously settled. 7 leaves of golden mint, Old Neil said, picking up a tin can with silver patterns, removing the lid, and with bare hands, pinching out several leaves to sprinkle into the cauldron, releasing a fresh and invigorating aroma. 4, 5, 6, 7, just right. Old Neil chuckled, glancing at the potion formula on the parchment. 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. You must not consume this carelessly. It can cause paralysis and lead to a stiff death. In ancient times, it was considered the best choice for suicide. That I am not foolish, Klein thought to himself. Old Neil switched to a different dropper and added the poison hemlock juice to the cauldron, creating a peculiar scent that invigorated the mind. 0.9 grams of dragon's blood grass powder. Old Neil calmly reached into the silver box and retrieved a transparent test tube containing powder as deep and dark as iron. He measured out 9 grams using the beaker and scales, casually pouring it into the cauldron, stirring it twice with the black wooden spoon, which made Klein's heart race with a sense of unease. As if something was amiss. In fact, the preceding materials were merely auxiliary. Adjusting the quantity slightly would not affect the final result. Should I add a bit more? Old Neil joked. The last 2 ingredients are crucial. Their amounts can be slightly reduced, but must not deviate too far, or your promotion will fail. Yes, their quantities must not exceed, not even by a smidgen, or you will need treatment for mental issues after consumption. And there are cases where individuals have simply perished. Klein immediately tightened his mental focus, watching Old Neil retrieve a black glass bottle from the silver box. Blood of the lava octopus, 10 milliliters. This octopus belongs to an extraordinary species, exhibiting significant mutations, covered in mysterious symbols. Its blood rapidly decomposes under sunlight, losing its special properties, and must be stored in opaque materials. Old Neil's tone turned serious. And with swift yet careful movements, he used a test tube to extract 10 milliliters of the blood. The blood was a sky blue hue, occasionally bubbling with ethereal foam, as if it were a conduit to the realm of the spiritual. Pour the blood from the test tube into the cauldron. Do not worry about the residue left on the sides. That is merely a precaution against excess. Old Neil whispered that as the azure blood entered the cauldron, it met the previous liquid with a cacophony of sounds, and the surrounding light took on a pale blue hue, evoking a strange sense of distant familiarity. Inclined, that it felt reminiscent of an experience within the womb, elevating the soul. Lastly, star crystal, 50 grams. Old Neil's voice resonated in Klein's ears, bringing him back to focus as he gazed at the long table. In the old man's hand was a piece of crystal so pure it seemed otherworldly, appearing gelatinous and lacking sufficient hardness, reminiscent of jelly found on Earth. Under the soft blue light, it reflected myriad sparkles, as if concealing a resplendent starry sky within. This is an excellent material for crafting divination crystals. It should be slightly less to account for error, Old Neil said as he measured and carefully cut pieces with a patterned silver knife. Pure water, nightshade, golden mint, leaves, poison, hemlock, dragon's blood, grass, lava, octopus, blood, star, crystal diviner. At this moment, Klein involuntarily recalled the formula. With preparations complete, Old Neil tossed several small pieces of star crystal into the cauldron. Hiss! Ethereal mist immediately erupted, enveloping the alchemist's chamber in a haze. Within this fog, Klein felt as though he beheld the night sky, sensing the gaze of some unseen presence. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and Old Neil scooped out a viscous, deep blue liquid from the cauldron with a black wooden spoon. It possessed an unusual characteristic, as the components were interconnected, refusing to separate, leaving no residue in the black iron cauldron. The deep blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup, and Old Neil pointed at it, declaring, "Here it is, your diviner potion." Chapter 32. Spiritual sight, Klein gazed at the deep blue viscous liquid, which was hard to describe as either a cup or a solid, and swallowed with difficulty, asking, "Do I simply drink it like this? Is there no further preparation required, for instance, a ritual, incantation, or prayer?" Old Neil replied with a slight pause. "Preparation? Certainly. Allow me to indulge in a glass of Innisalmer wine, followed by a fine Dissy cigar, then hum a melodious tune and engage in a lively court dance. If you prefer, a tap dance will suffice as well. Lastly, let us partake in a game of Gwent." Observing Klein's increasingly bewildered expression, Old Neil chuckled softly and summarized the preceding description. "If you are feeling tense, you possess quite the sense of humor." Klein's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed the impulse to draw his weapon. He set aside his cane, extending his right hand as if lifting a weighty object, and raised the opaque cup to his lips. The potion's flavor was faint, almost ethereal. "Young man, do not hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more tense and fearful you become, which will adversely affect your absorption." Old Neil remarked casually, his back turned to Klein. Unbeknownst to him, he had approached the nearby sink, turning on the tap to wash his hands. Klein nodded silently, inhaling deeply, resembling a child pinching their nose to take medicine. As he brought the opaque cup to his mouth and tilted his head back, gulping it down, a cool, slick sensation swiftly filled his mouth, then slid down his throat and into his stomach. The viscous, deep blue liquid seemed to sprout long, slender tendrils, its coldness and stimulation penetrating every cell of Klein's being. He involuntarily convulsed, his vision swiftly blurring, colors intensifying. Reds becoming redder, blues deeper, blacks darker, vivid hues colliding chaotically. Reminiscent of an impressionist masterpiece. This scene was familiar to Klein, akin to the visions experienced during the diviner Dali's inquiries. This moment, his sight was hazy, thoughts drifting but clear, akin to a castaway adrift at sea. Gradually, he began to discern his surroundings, with colors distinctly overlapping, a misty haze wafting gently around him. Surrounding him were indescribable forms, some even so translucent they seemed to defy existence. In the depths, there were beams of varying colors, pure and radiant, as if imbued with life or containing boundless knowledge. This bore a resemblance to the scenes witnessed during the transmutation ritual. Instinctively, Klein looked down to find himself still standing in place, his body twitching. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. His consciousness plunged deep, merging with his body. Boom! The mist dissipated rapidly, colors returning to normal, the radiant lights and insubstantial objects vanishing in an instant. The alchemical chamber returned to its usual state. Yet Klein felt as though his head were swelling, on the verge of bursting, every object appearing to possess countless afterimages, while a distant, ethereal whisper echoed in his ears. "Hanachis Freegril, Hanachis Freegril, Hanachis Freegril." A sharp pang surged through Klein's forehead, filling him with an overwhelming urge to vent and destroy. He frowned, shaking his head repeatedly. "Is my vision not normal? And am I hearing sounds that were previously inaudible?" Old Neil inquired with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Neil, what should I do?" Klein, fighting against the strong impulses of mania, asked. Old Neil chuckled. "This is due to the overflow of the potion's power and your lack of control. Now, follow my instructions. Imagine an object in your mind. Common, simple, and easy." Klein focused his attention, envisioning his half-height black silk top hat. Recalling its texture and specific shape, he concentrated all his attention on it. Repeating the exercise continuously, did you feel any improvement? Old Neil's voice pierced through, akin to a soothing melody. Gradually, Klein shifted his focus entirely to the imagined silk hat, noticing the whispers in his ears diminishing until they faded, and the afterimages in his vision began to merge, no longer hazy. "Much better," Klein exhaled, calming the turmoil within. He looked down at his body, finding no signs of abnormality. Moving his limbs, Klein, half expectant and half curious, asked, "Have I succeeded? Am I considered a diviner now?" Old Neil produced a mercury-coated mirror from nearby, holding it before him. "Look into your eyes." Klein gazed intently, seeing himself adorned with the black hat, his features ordinary, save for the sheen of sweat on his brow, seemingly unchanged. Following Old Neil's suggestion, he scrutinized his eyes and discovered that his once brown irises had darkened significantly, as if absorbing all light, resembling a void that could consume souls. Normally, deep brown pupils could easily be mistaken for black. Without careful discernment, even Klein might struggle to perceive the difference. This was the manifestation of the potion's power. Once you master meditation and learn to contain it, your eyes will return to normal. Old Neil smiled, extending his right hand. Congratulations, our new extraordinary being, our diviner. Thank you, Klein replied, shaking his hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn meditation? Right now, in fact, the initial stages of meditation are quite simple, particularly for extraordinary beings. Old Neil replied with a smile. What you did earlier, envisioning an object to redirect your attention and contain the overflow, was essentially the first step of meditation. Now, do it again. Klein closed his eyes, once more vividly picturing the half-height black silk top hat in his mind. His focus seemed to sharpen more easily than before, and soon, stray thoughts emerged only to dissipate, leaving only the image of the hat. He allowed his mind to feel slightly vacant, then replaced the imagined object with something that did not exist in this world, conjuring it from thin air. You must adhere to this rule. Only then can you enter meditation, gradually merging with the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, gaining insights and revelations of truth, acquiring knowledge that can only be comprehended through personal experience. In the realm of mysticism. This is referred to as a mystical experience, Old Neil explained in a soothing tone. For now, you only need to listen to the subsequent description. The most crucial part is to enter meditation with something that does not exist on this earth. Imagine from thin air, Count Klein attempted to replace the half-height black silk hat with an intercontinental ballistic missile, long and thick, of a muted green hue, as seen on television. Yet, no matter how he envisioned it, he could only maintain his focus. It appeared ineffective. Klein was compelled to exercise his imagination, conjuring a sphere of light, and then several similar objects, drawing them together. The overlapping light spheres brimmed with a sense of fantasy. And Klein's thoughts began to feel ethereal, as if he were floating. His body and spirit settled into tranquility, the previous haze of non-existent objects and radiant lights re-emerging, mingling colors gently suspended in the air. Within reach, his spirit extended gradually, unfolding inch by inch, as Klein quietly observed and felt it, gathering his thoughts. Excellent, truly befitting a diviner. Entering meditation with great ease. Only slightly less proficient than I was at the beginning. Old Neil chuckled. With that in mind, I shall teach you the most commonly used, simplest, and most promising ability in the realm of mysticism, spiritual sight. He extinguished the gas lamps one by one, yet opened the dark door of the alchemical chamber, rendering Klein's surroundings dim, though not so obscured that the outlines of objects were indiscernible. Now, maintain your current state, raise your hands before you, with your index fingers facing each other, but do not let them touch. Open your eyes and adjust to the darkness. Following Old Neil's instructions, Klein completed the steps, seeing the outlines of his fingers and the surrounding objects, although he should have lain down to fully relax. Old Neil remarked, "Since your meditation is going well, let us continue. Now, focus on the area behind your hands. It must be behind. Then slowly move your fingers while keeping them relative but not touching, ensuring they remain within your line of sight." Klein calmly listened, directing his gaze to the void behind his palms, allowing his index fingers to move slowly within sight, but not touching. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, Klein noticed a flicker of fiery red between his fingers. "Oh," he exclaimed. "You see the color? Excellent. That is the initial stage of spiritual sight. The color you perceive is your own aura." Old Neil chuckled. "Do not rush. Repeat this a few more times to stabilize. And then look elsewhere. Meanwhile, I will take this opportunity to explain the meanings of different colors." "All right," Klein replied, moving his fingers back and forth, concentrating on the fiery red. Old Neil pondered for a moment before stating, "In simple terms, the mainstream of mysticism categorizes the non-physical aspects of individuals into 4 layers, the core being the spiritual body, which represents each person's fundamental spirituality. The animistic belief posits that all living beings possess spirituality and a spiritual body. While I may not know much else, for those who seek the arcane, the purpose of meditation, and the means of enhancing power all point towards the spiritual body. Beyond the spiritual body lies the stellar spirit body, which serves as a conduit between the former. The spirit realm, and the cosmos.h.i is an external manifestation of the former and is directly linked to your will and current emotional state. The visions you perceive after consuming the potion are merely reflections of what the stellar spirit body encounters while traversing the spirit realm. A place where the laws of the material world do not apply, where the transcendent self, the infinite self, and the cosmic self can overlap across the past, present, and future. This is the essence of divination.h.i in the spirit realm. What you witness is merely imagery, mere symbolism, which must be interpreted to uncover its true meaning. Both divination and many other forms of magic are performed through the stellar spirit body. It is crucial not to confuse its relationship and distinction from the spiritual body. One is the essence, while the other is the manifestation. Klein continued to observe the energy emanating from his fingertips and succinctly summarized his thoughts. Further out is the mental body, which signifies the integration with this pertains to your reasoning ability, cognitive skills, perceptive insights, and understanding of phenomena. Certain potions primarily enhance this aspect, and many forms of magic targeted as well. Old Neil elaborated in considerable detail, explaining that the outermost layer is the etheric body, which represents your life, energy, and state. The colors of the aura you perceive are symbolic manifestations of the etheric body. In other words, through your spiritual sight, you can not only directly observe various spiritual entities, ghosts, and vengeful spirits, perhaps even some entities that ought not to be seen, but also discern the etheric body or aura of others, thereby assessing their health and emotional states through the varying thickness, brightness, and colors it exhibits. Your spiritual sight enhances and your knowledge of mysticism deepens. You may even uncover finer details, enabling you to gauge the lifespan of others. Indeed, I previously mentioned emotional states, as the stellar spirit body also manifests outwardly. When your sequence rises and your spiritual sight reaches a considerable level, you may even perceive the stellar spirit body of others, granting you insight into even more profound truths. This is a level attained only by extraordinary beings akin to diviners and seers. Some individuals even claim that at the peak of spiritual sight, one can witness anything anywhere, encompassing both the past and the future. However, I remain skeptical of such assertions. Klein felt a burgeoning sense of aspiration as he listened to Neil's words. Old Neil cleared his throat and continued. Let us return to the colors of the etheric body or aura. The areas associated with movement, such as your limbs, will exhibit red, while the head and surface of the brain will show purple. The regions involved in excretion and detoxification will reveal orange. And the digestive system corresponds to yellow. The heart and regulatory systems will manifest green. The throat and parts of the nervous system will appear blue, and overall balance will envelop the body in white. These hues symbolize health. Should they darken, thin out, or change color, it indicates that corresponding areas are troubled, fatigued, or ill. Furthermore, the colors of the interstellar spirit body reflect current emotions. Red signifies passion and excitement. Orange denotes warmth and satisfaction. Yellow indicates joy and extroversion. Green embodies tranquility and harmony. Blue represents calmness and contemplation. White symbolizes brightness and positivity, while darker shades suggest melancholy, sadness, and silence. Purple indicates a predominance of spirituality, characterized by cold detachment. Klein silently absorbed this information, stabilizing his initial spiritual sight. Now, you may observe other phenomena, Old Neil remarked, nodding affirmatively. Klein slowly turned his gaze toward Neil and soon noticed the varying colors and thicknesses of the aura surrounding him. The purple at his head was particularly vivid, while the red of his limbs appeared relatively muted, and the overall white seemed somewhat thin. Indeed, age seemed to be a factor, Klein mused to himself. It was only at this moment, upon witnessing these manifestations, that he truly felt himself to be an extraordinary being. I am an extraordinary being. He shifted his focus, scrutinizing Old Neil, but suddenly he caught sight of a pair of eyeless, cold, and almost translucent eyes lurking in the void behind Neil. These ethereal eyes were fixated upon Klein, observing him intently. A shiver ran down Klein's spine as he gasped, "You have eyes behind you." Old Neil paused for a moment, then forced a smile, saying, "Do not mind them. P.S. Monday is approaching again. I will continue updating tonight at midnight. P.S.2. I noticed many friends couldn't find the information regarding the 22 initial professions, or Sequence 9, on my WeChat public account. Thus, I overcame my laziness and organized a menu. You can directly click on the work of the octopus, Mystery Lord, to find the information inside. My public account is Wuze 1985. Chapter 33, The Switch, First Update, seeking recommendations. As soon as old Neil finished speaking, the dim, ethereal eyes behind him vanished without a trace. Even in his state of spiritual sight, Klein could no longer discern any remnants of their existence. This is a manifestation of ritual magic, old Neil explained with a chuckle. Is spiritual sight merely an enhanced version of the yin-yang eye? Klein pondered, akin to a child who has just received a new toy. Eagerly, he shifted his gaze to examine every corner of the room, eager to discover the differences between the current alchemy chamber and the previous one that the dimness outlined the contours of objects. The long table. Test tubes, scales, cups, cabinets, and so forth appeared unchanged, devoid of any luminous glow. Are inanimate objects devoid of spirituality? Klein mused quietly, his gaze sweeping over a silver box atop the table. Suddenly, he noticed a radiant glow emanating from within. Either a deep azure reminiscent of the sky, a dazzling brilliance akin to stars, or a fiery crimson that resembled flames. The materials sourced from extraordinary beings possessed a certain vitality, active perhaps, even if the original owner had perished. Klein pondered the phrasing, brimming with curiosity as he inquired of old Neil. The accurate description is that their spirituality lingers. This is one of the keys to successful potion formulation and one of the sources of extraordinary beings losing control. Dunn should have informed you of this. Old Neil explained calmly to AS if recalling something amusing. He suddenly burst into laughter. I remember that the formula for the corpse collector includes dried, adult spotted frogs. To consume this potion requires an immense amount of courage. Klein imagined the scenario and found it somewhat repulsive, opting not to echo old Neil's sentiment. Instead, he redirected his gaze to the dimly lit surroundings, yet there were no ethereal entities or ghosts to be found. As he had anticipated, isn't it said that the world of spirits is omnipresent? He queried, perplexed. Old Neil chuckled. Little one, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Night Watchers team, the underground of the Church of the Night Goddess, where numerous extraordinary beings reside. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to wander freely here? Moreover, the world of spirits and spirits are two distinct concepts. Klein felt a bit embarrassed and turned his head, feigning interest in the faint light of gas lamps illuminating the entrance of the dark door. I understand now, as he spoke. A sudden twitch began at his brow, uncontrollable, as if in spasm. What is happening? Klein was about to turn and ask when he abruptly noticed a nearly translucent figure standing quietly near the edge of the bright yellow light at the inner part of the dark door. It manifested in human form, its aura seamlessly blending with the dim environment, making it difficult to discern. Gasp! Klein felt a sharp pain in his brow, and his vision became chaotic. When he concentrated again to look closer, there was no trace of the ethereal figure. How strange, he turned back and said, Mr. Neil, my brow is twitching and it hurts a bit. Haha, this is entirely normal. You are a newly ascended extraordinary being. The spiritual sight places a considerable burden on your spiritual body and continuously consumes energy, manifesting outwardly as brow twitches, head pains, heightened sensitivity, and occasional hallucinations. Furthermore, in a state of spiritual sight, you may easily feel discomfort in unfamiliar environments and be influenced by the emotions of others. These are all factors to be mindful of, and you must adapt and eliminate them through repeated practice. Additionally, moderation in usage and timely cessation are essential. Old Neil replied with a smile. Why does it feel like you harbor a sense of amusement? Klein hastily inquired. How does one exit the state of spiritual sight? He initially intended to mention the formless figure he had seen earlier, but hesitated upon hearing the mention of hallucinations. Considering the twitching and pain in his brow, old Neil's response was entirely predictable. Just as before, focus on an object, center your attention, then shift into a meditative state, closing your eyes to control your spirituality. Repeatedly instruct it to cease, and then reopen your eyes to find that your spiritual sight has ended. Old Neil described leisurely, adding at the end, of course, this is the most cumbersome and clumsy method. We can practice, repeatedly suggest to ourselves in meditation, and leave behind a simple switch action. For instance, if I lightly tap my brow twice, I can easily engage spiritual sight. Tapping twice more will allow me to effortlessly disengage it. How you set this up depends on your own habits and preferences. Understood. Klein contemplated, intending to imitate old Neil's actions of lightly tapping his brow twice as a switch for his spiritual sight. The distinction between instinctive tapping and the more deliberate three taps can often become blurred, especially in times of crisis, where precious moments may be squandered at AS for actions such as snapping fingers. They are overly individualistic and easily noticeable that he focused his attention, envisioning a gathering of luminous orbs, and re-entered a state of meditation. Under the guidance of Old Neil, through repeated suggestions and practice, he finally established the switch action. Lightly clenching his fist, he tapped the area between his eyebrows twice with the joint of his index finger, and before him, a variety of auras, differing in thickness and hue, suddenly manifested. After tapping twice more, everything reverted to its original state, devoid of any peculiarities. .it last. I have mastered it, he exclaimed with joy. .it was only at this moment that he realized his exhaustion. He felt as if he could fall asleep at any moment, his head throbbing as though he had endured 3 sleepless nights. Old Neil chuckled and remarked, "We are not the sleepless." After excessive practice or overuse of clairvoyance, a period of rest is essential for recovery. You may return home now and rest well. This afternoon, take a stroll along the route to Welch's residence at Iron Cross Street and strive to uncover clues regarding the Antigonus family's notes. Tomorrow, we shall continue with the teachings of esoteric knowledge, though do not forget to peruse those historical texts. Very well, Klein responded, wholeheartedly endorsing Old Neil's arrangements. Grabbing his cane, he exited the alchemical chamber and watched as the concealed door closed behind him. As Old Neil returned to the armory, Klein rubbed his temples and his temples, gripping the banister as he ascended the staircase step by step. That moment, Dunsmith approached from behind, a slight smile playing on his lips. His gaze deep and contemplative. "Did I hear from Old Neil that you have adapted quite well, both in meditation and clairvoyance? Perhaps it is simply a gift of the diviner." Klein replied modestly that he suspected that Dunn had been overseeing the armory for Old Neil just moments ago. Dunn slowed his pace, staying just ahead of Klein, and after a brief silence, he spoke without turning. "You must remember, curiosity can be the death of the cat, and it can also be perilous for the extraordinary. Do not attempt to probe into whispers that should not be heard or sights that should not be seen." "Understood," Klein acknowledged, recognizing this as yet another reminder regarding the perils of losing control as an extraordinary being. Upon entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Roshan, who was evidently unaware that she had become extraordinary, and leisurely stepped outside, boarding a trackless public carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly succumbing to sleep along the way. It was still morning, the temperature hovering around 26 or 27 degrees. Klein removed a brass key from his belt and unlocked his front door. Inside, many items had yet to be acquired. The living room and dining area were both starkly empty, while Benson and Melissa had long since departed for work and study. Paying little mind to these matters, Klein swiftly closed the door behind him and ascended the stairs to his own bedroom, which boasted a bookshelf. After shedding his tailcoat and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly collapsed onto the bed, sinking into a deep slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. Klein awoke to the brilliance of sunlight streaming in. Turning his head slowly, he opened his eyes to find the sun shining brightly outside. "What time is it? I can't be late for the afternoon tarot gathering, can I?" Struggling to rise, he made his way to the coat rack, remembering that his pocket watch was still tucked inside the pocket of his tailcoat. Not only had he forgotten this detail, but he also neglected to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains. With a snap, Klein retrieved his pocket watch and, upon checking it, felt a wave of relief that it was only just past noon, leaving him ample time before the scheduled 3 o'clock meeting. Today was Monday, the day of his gathering with the hangman and justice. Adopting a contemplative posture, he tapped his brow twice, and once more his surroundings shifted, revealing his aura restored to vibrant hues. After tapping again, he exited clairvoyance effortlessly, made his way to the first floor, boiled some water, added a touch of inferior tea leaves, and paired it with a bit of cream while nibbling on a slice of rye bread. Subsequently, Klein retrieved his history textbooks and the original owner's notes, leisurely engaging in revision and consolidation. At 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed his books, capped his fountain pen, and swiftly drew the curtains shut. He then locked the bedroom door, plunging the room into an unusual dimness. Tapping his brow twice once more, he activated clairvoyance and scanned his surroundings, confirming the absence of any intangible spirits within the room. Klein concluded his clairvoyance, pulled out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Tick-tock. Tick-tocked at 1 minute to 3. He set forth, just as before, taking 4 steps counterclockwise to form a square, each step accompanied by a silent recitation of the corresponding incantation in Chinese. However, this time, he had not prepared a main course. Closing his eyes, Klein felt a slight itch on the back of his hand, as if the 4 black dots forming a small square were becoming more prominent and emerging. Frantic screams and seductive whispers began to echo around him. Yet Klein noticed that the headache was not as severe as before. It was not that he was immune to the effects. Rather, he had learned to exert control over himself to avoid actively listening. As an extraordinary being, he possessed a heightened sense of self-control in such an environment. Soon, he felt his body lighten, lifting upwards into the swirling, gray-white, boundless, and nebulous mist, where he beheld deep red stars, 2 of which seemed to possess a subtle connection to him, evoking a sense of uncanny familiarity. Klein glanced at his blurred form and whispered in confusion. The star spirit that old Neil spoke of. He calmed himself for a few seconds before conjuring the grand temple once more above the gray mist, along with the bronze long table situated directly beneath the broad dome, and the 22 high-backed chairs adorned with symbols of various constellations. Klein quietly took a seat at the head, allowing his body and face to become enveloped in even denser gray mist. Then extended his right hand to point towards the 2 familiar deep red stars, forging a wondrous connection. P.S. Please recommend this on Monday. P.S.2. The esoteric knowledge mentioned in this book is heavily modified. Please do not attempt to replicate it. P.S.3. I realize that my explanations may be unclear, making it difficult for many to find their way to the 22 professions at the beginning of the sequence. Please, 1. Follow my public account. 2. Do not type any text inquiries. Simply click to transform into a menu. View the leftmost column for the Squidworks. Select the submenu titled Master of the Uncanny, and then check for updates regarding the new book, including news on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th waves. Chapter 34. The Prepaid Reward. 2nd update, Seeking Recommendations. In a windowless underground chamber, the rugged and profound figure of Algie Wilson sat beside a long table cluttered with various vessels and parchment scrolls. Before him stood a half-burned candle, its dim, yellow flame casting flickering shadows upon the surrounding items and the surface of the table. To Algie's hair, disheveled like seaweed and dark blue to the point of blackness, was adorned with a robe embroidered with lightning motifs. He clasped his hands together, thumbs touching, leaning forward to scrutinize a bottle of pitch-black liquid to his left. Woo-woo-woo, crash, 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 eerie winds howled from the sealed bottle, occasionally echoing the surging sounds of the ocean, while wisps of mist that had not been submerged by the liquid swirled and writhed, seemingly sprouting eyes and mouths. Algie cast a sidelong glance at the clock on the wall. Noticing that the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock, that he pressed his temples, his gaze darkening suddenly, and the various vessels on the table began to emit a subtle glow. At that moment, he was engulfed by a torrent of deep crimson light that surged forth from nowhere, overwhelming him entirely. In a luxurious villa within Beakland, Queens, Audrey had dismissed her dance instructor and locked the door behind her, sitting upright at her vanity. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, flowers blooming vibrantly. On the table lay a blank notebook bound in fine, light brown parchment, and beside it, a fountain pen adorned with a golden tip and embedded with red gemstones. Audrey tested the pen, confirming that the moment she departed from the gathering, she could swiftly seize it to record her formulas. How thrilling! She inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement as she gazed into the mirror. However, she could not see her own reflection. Instead, deep crimson and ethereal light erupted from all around her, and from within her being. Above the gray mist, within a grand temple that resembled the abode of a giant king, deep red hues blossomed along the sides of the bronze long table, cascading like a fountain, forming 2 indistinct figures. Their positions remained unchanged from the last encounter. The tall, blonde Audrey instinctively looked towards the head of the table, where a figure shrouded in thick gray mist reclined, one hand resting on the table's edge, while the other idly stroked their chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey called out cheerily. She then turned her head to face the opposite end of the table, addressing the figure there in the same buoyant tone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. This girl truly possesses an untroubled spirit, confirming my benevolence without a hint of fear. That a well-protected noble lady." Klein chuckled softly, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, raising his left hand, which was poised in the air. and tapped his brow twice. Instantly, his perception shifted, revealing the vibrant auras radiating from Justice and the Hanged Man. Meanwhile, the surrounding gray mist and deep red stars remained unchanged, with no signs of anything that might seem non-existent or possessed of a certain vitality. As his gaze shifted, Klein observed that Justice's aura perfectly matched old Neil's description. It was the appropriate red, purple, blue, and white, each hue bright and vibrant, indicative of a lively young woman. Her emotional hues flickered between red and yellow, embodying joy, fervor, and exuberance. Klein made an assessment, directing his attention towards the Hanged Man similar to Justice. The Hanged Man's aura bore no remarkable colors, merely a blue emotion interspersed with hints of orange. Calm, contemplative, cautious, and tinged with a modicum of satisfaction. In this initial endeavor, Klein lacked confidence in his conclusion. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly discerned something peculiar. The innermost layer of the Hanged Man's aura appeared entirely unified in color and sensation. Klein concentrated his thoughts, scrutinizing closely, and faintly perceived that deep within the Hanged Man's ethereal form lay a profound blue, reminiscent of ocean depths, invoking a sense of tempest and wave at his spiritual body, or perhaps the surface of his spiritual body. It seemed he was indeed an extraordinary being, seemingly more powerful than old Neil. That Klein's mind raced with intrigue and uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely due to this unique environment. Perhaps it was only because this was his home ground that he could perceive such things. And not that old Neil lacked similar manifestations. That he turned to glance at Justice, confirming that this was indeed a trait of the extraordinary. That moment, Algie completed his greetings. Audrey inhaled softly, her voice laced with anticipation as she inquired, "Mr. the Hanged Man, have you received the box of Ghost Shark's blood?" Algie glanced at Klein, observing him lightly tapping his brow as if contemplating other matters. "Thank you very much. It perfectly aligns with all my expectations. I truly did not anticipate your swift delivery. Ghost Shark's blood is no ordinary extraordinary substance," Algie replied with composure. Audrey smiled modestly. "I am delighted to see this outcome." Having harbored a fascination with the mysterious since childhood, she had befriended others in the aristocratic circles who shared her interests, exchanging information, books, and rare items. However, until now, none had acquired supernatural abilities, becoming true extraordinary beings. Several princes had hinted that should she wish to become a princess, she would receive the gift she desired. Nonetheless, this Ghost Shark's blood was directly obtained from her family's treasury. The inventory simply listed a large bottle without specifying the volume or whether it was full. She believed that taking a small fraction would go unnoticed, and even if an accident occurred, her parents would likely not pursue the matter. Algie cast a deep glance at the fool shrouded in mist, then turned back with a smile. "According to our agreement, I shall now disclose the formula for the potion to the audience. Allow me a moment to prepare." "All right, let us begin." Audrey took a breath, concentrating all her attention. The preparation of low-sequence potions was quite simple. One merely needed to add the materials in the given order. However, it was crucial to remember that the quantities of the ingredients should err on the side of caution. Less is preferable to more, as excess could lead to grave consequences. You must have heard of extraordinary beings losing control. I need not reiterate that, right? Algie began with the precautions. Audrey nodded gently. "I fully understand." While speaking, she glanced at Mr. Fool, curious if this mysterious power would offer any additional insights. Unfortunately, within her line of sight, the fool remained silently seated, akin to a statue. After a moment's thought, Algie added, "A lesser amount does not imply a substantial deviation. If you lack assistance, I recommend taking time to familiarize yourself with chemical experiments that I have a tutor in that field." Audrey replied without hesitation. Algie then elaborated on the maximum extent of deviation and other related matters before smoothly reciting. The audience, sequence 9 potion. 80 milliliters of pure water. Add 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult manhal fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of ram's horn black fish blood. The last 2 ingredients are the primary components, both derived from oceanic extraordinary species, and extreme caution is required. "Yes," Audrey repeated while recalling, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder. Algie provided reminders, and with his assistance, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order. Yet she remained uneasy, murmuring softly, repeating it again and again. "Do you understand meditation?" Algie asked as Justice nodded, continuing, "I am unsure what your concept of meditation entails. So let me describe it. After consuming the potion, commence meditation as swiftly as possible. Controlling one's spirit and power must be practiced daily to truly master the potion's strength, unearthing its symbolic significance and deeper mysteries. Only then can you mitigate the risk of losing control, and the essence of the potion's symbolism lies within its name." Such as the audience, Klein listened quietly to their exchange, initially intending to remain silent, merely memorizing and learning. However, upon hearing this, a sudden thought sparked within him. Audrey attentively absorbed the hanged man's explanation, just about to pose a few detail-related queries when she abruptly heard a soft tap on the table. Both she and Algie turned to face the enigmatic figure of Klein seated above. This mysterious power lightly tapped his fingers and spoke in a low tone. "It is not mastery, but digestion. It is not excavation, but role-playing. The name of the potion is not merely symbolic. It is an image and, moreover, the key to digestion." Audrey listened, both astonished and perplexed, struggling to grasp what Mr. Fool aimed to convey. She instinctively cast a sidelong glance at the hangman's reaction, only to be taken aback as she noticed him stiffen, his body rigid as if an ordinary person had just heard a thunderous, sudden clap. Digestion, role-playing, digestion, role-playing, the key. Algie muttered repeatedly, as though he had grasped some crucial insight or perhaps fallen under some strange spell. After a moment, he lifted his head, his voice hoarse. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as precious as life itself, clarifying many matters for me. Of course, I believe I have not yet completely understood or comprehended everything." Klein maintained his enigmatic demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "This is a prepayment for services rendered. In truth, he himself was not entirely certain of the exact meaning of his earlier statements, only confident that Emperor Roselle was indeed stronger than the average extraordinary being, even surpassing the hanged man." Noting the hanged man's reaction, Audrey grasped the value of the earlier hint, savoring it as she inquired, "Mr. Fool, what do you wish for us to do?" Algie nodded in agreement. "Is there something you wish to delegate to us?" Klein leaned back slightly, glancing between the two, before speaking in a low, calm voice. "Assist me in procuring Roselle Gustav's secret diary, even if it is merely a single page." Roselle Gustav's secret diary? The Emperor Roselle? Indeed, only such matters would warrant the attention of a powerhouse like Mr. Fool. Audrey initially felt taken aback, but then realized she felt no surprise at all that it was said that Emperor Roselle had once gazed upon the blasphemous tablet, and that the secret cards he crafted contained 22 pathways to the divine, a matter of utmost concern for every high-sequence powerhouse. A diary? Could it truly be a diary? Algie furrowed his brow slightly, keenly sensing a detail. Mr. Fool had referred to the remnants of Roselle Gustav as a diary with certainty. How did he know? How could he confirm such a thing? Did he possess the means to decipher Roselle's cryptic texts? In response to the hanged man's inquiry, Klein reclined further in his chair, interlocking his fingers as he casually replied, "For now, let us consider it a diary that he neither denied nor affirmed. That it is said that Emperor Roselle's diary was penned in a secret script of his own invention, or perhaps symbols." Audrey had heard other aristocratic youths mention this matter, yet had never truly witnessed it, feeling quite curious as she posed the question. "Indeed," Algie replied succinctly, "some believe it to be a unique set of mystical symbols, while others assert it resembles pictographs. However, to this day, no one has discovered the correct method of interpretation, at least to the best of my knowledge." As he spoke, he turned to Klein, seemingly seeking affirmation or perhaps harboring some doubts. "That script has undergone several generations of evolution. It is no longer the original pictographic form. That be why your reasoning. How could it possibly be deciphered?" Klein remained composed, suppressing a smirk. The notion of treating it as mystical symbols immediately conjured absurd yet amusing scenarios in his mind. A malevolent sorcerer clad in a black hooded robe, rolling up his sleeves to reveal symbols purportedly imbued with mystic power. Remnants of Emperor Roselle's legacy, depicted as two large, blue simplified characters. Dobai Klein's lips curled into a slow smile, his spirits lifted further. After hearing the hanged man's description, Audrey expressed her concern. "If we cannot comprehend the symbols or text, how can we relay them to you, Mr. Fool? Or send them to a specific location? This indeed presents a significant question to AT present. I lack a discrete means of receiving information. Klein, unhurried in his response, intertwined his fingers, his thumbs touching and parting repeatedly. Soon he conceived an idea. If I can create a temple and furniture here based on my own thoughts, could it be possible for others to directly transcribe the contents of their minds? Let us experiment. That moment, Audrey and Alger observed Mr. Fool, enveloped in a thick gray mist, slowly sit up and say, "Miss Justice, let us conduct an experiment. Imagine a passage of text and imbue it with a fervent desire to write it down. Now, pick up the pen beside you and inscribe it on the paper." No sooner had Klein's words faded than Audrey noticed a piece of brownish parchment and a dark red pen appear before her. With a mixture of curiosity and confusion, she grasped the pen and, following his instructions, envisioned a line from a poem once penned by Emperor Roselle. "If winter has come, can spring be far behind?" After contemplating this line, she took the pen and focused on manifesting it entirely. Klein sensed her emotions and acted as a conduit through the pen as soon as Audrey set the pen down. A line of words appeared on the parchment. "If winter has come, can spring be far behind?" "Oh, my goodness, this is truly miraculous," Audrey exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. She then regarded Klein with a hint of trepidation. "Mr. Fool, can you decipher the thoughts within my mind?" "No, I am merely a facilitator, streamlining the process of your transcription into a method of imprinting. If you do not wish to express yourself, no traces will materialize." Klein replied in a soothing tone, "So we merely need to remember the shapes of those symbols or cryptic texts, and we can present them directly according to our will?" Audrey inquired, relieved. "Indeed," Klein answered succinctly. "This is quite an ingenious approach, Miss Justice, not doubt your memory. Once you become an audience member, you will experience significant enhancement in this regard." Alger, having observed the recent experiment, found Mr. Fool to be even more mysterious and powerful than he had previously imagined. He was confident that his memory would grow sufficiently with the forthcoming advancement. This, Audrey nodded enthusiastically. "This is indeed an encouraging insight. Mr. Hang demanded, do you have any further guidance for me regarding being an audience member?" At this juncture, she turned to Klein and said, "Mr. Fool, I shall strive to fulfill your task and endeavor to gather more of Emperor Roselle's secret diaries. As I have stated, I am a proponent of equitable exchange. The advance payment corresponds to merely 2 pages of diaries per person. Should there be any surplus, I shall provide additional compensation." Klein stated in a tone that implied he was not one to take advantage of children. As for the additional compensation, it would, of course, come from new entries of Emperor Roselle's secret diaries, creating a beneficial cycle. "You are indeed a generous gentleman," Alger remarked quietly, placing his hand over his heart and bowing slightly. After this exchange, he turned to Justice and reiterated, "I must emphasize once more, an audience member is forever merely an audience member. I understand that many audience members like to imagine themselves as protagonists or other roles, investing a great deal of emotion, to the extent that they weep, laugh, rage, or mourn alongside the drama. However, this is not the role you, as an audience member, should assume in the face of the various dramas of the mundane world. And the individuals who consciously or unconsciously play certain roles, you must maintain an absolutely detached demeanor. Only thus can you observe them with calmness and objectivity, discerning their habitual gestures, detecting their habitual lies, and sensing their anxiety. From myriad subtle cues, you can grasp their genuine thoughts. Trust me, each person, influenced by their emotions, naturally secretes different substances, emanating distinct aromas, yet only a true audience member can perceive them. Once you become emotionally invested, your observations will be compromised, and your sensitivity to others' emotions will deviate." Audrey listened intently, her eyes growing brighter. "This sounds exceedingly intriguing." Klein, perched above, felt a stirring within. The requirements for the audience potion seemed to encapsulate the essence of being an absolutely neutral observer. This equates to a form of role-playing. Could it be that the role-playing referred to by Emperor Roselle implies this? Must I assume the guise of a diviner, gradually digesting the potion, just as Klein fell into contemplation? Alger concluded his explanation of the audience's requirements and pondered aloud. "It seems there is nothing else. Perhaps we could casually converse, sharing events occurring around us. What may seem trivial to oneself could serve as vital clues to another." "Certainly," Klein replied, shaking off his reverie and nodding slightly. He had resolved to attempt the role of a diviner, as it appeared to bear no adverse consequences. "Then, shall we start with you, Mr. Hangman?" Audrey expressed her keen interest. Alger considered for a moment before stating, "The self-proclaimed Admiral Ludwell has embarked once more on an exploration of the easternmost reaches of the airs, the owner of the Black Tulip?" Audrey inquired thoughtfully. "Indeed," Alger affirmed with a nod. Klein remained silent, pondering what information he should share, something that would neither expose himself nor fail to yield intelligence. Soon, he reached a decision, maintaining the enigmatic fa of the fool, and lightly traced the edge of the bronze table with his fingers. "To my knowledge, the Secret Order has misplaced a notebook belonging to the Antagonid family. This information is not solely known to the Night Watchmen of Tingen. The Secret Order, along with their closely allied extraordinary individuals, is equally aware. The Antagonid family's notebook," Alger echoed, chuckling softly as he shook his head, "that I am genuinely curious about the response of the Church of the Night Goddess upon learning of this." Why only mention the Church of the Night Goddess? Klein perceptively detected an issue but hesitated to voice it, fearing it might undermine the mystique of the fool. That moment, Audrey queried, "Why are you curious about that? Will the goddess's church have any particular reaction?" Alger chuckled lightly. "The Antagonid family was precisely eradicated by the Church of the Night Goddess. I am not certain whether it was at the tail end of the fourth epoch or the beginning of the current era." Klein's pupils contracted as a chill surged through him. "It seems the Night Watchman's concern for that Antagonid family notebook far exceeds my expectations. Their proposition for me to become an extraordinary individual, citing certain merits and preventing dangers, must be but a minor aspect of their intentions. They desire for me to enhance my inspiration, which would aid in locating the notebook." This point was not concealed by the captain. He mentioned it, but at the time, I paid little heed. After hearing the hanged man's explanation, Audrey expressed her enthusiasm. "I never anticipated such matters. Well then, it is my turn. Allow me to ponder what I shall share." She tilted her head slightly, resting her hand against her forehead, and with a light laugh, began, "Yesterday, my etiquette instructor was teaching me how to feint, how to do so gracefully yet politely, an invaluable technique for evading awkward situations and detestable individuals in social settings. I was just organizing my thoughts. What I truly wish to convey is that since the defeat at the Barandon coast, the king, the prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure and possess an urgent desire for change." As she recalled her father and brother discussing the situation, she elaborated, "They believe that the current structure of the government is excessively chaotic. Following each election, whenever there is a change in parties, a complete overhaul of personnel occurs from top to bottom, resulting in utter disarray and inefficiency. This has not only led to the loss of the war, but has also caused great inconvenience to the populace." Klein was acutely aware that, lacking a reference point, the Kingdom of Ruin had yet to evolve a civil service examination system. The party governance model remained in its infancy. Thus, following a victorious election, many so-called administrative positions would be awarded to members and supporters. It is utterly uncharacteristic of Emperor Roselle not to have invented such a system during his reign in Intis. Could it be that he shifted his focus elsewhere in later years? The hanged man, Alger, interjected with a chuckle. "They believe. Their perceptions are rather dull. Perhaps it takes them a year after being bitten by a black mosquito to realize the itch. The black mosquito is a creature from the southern regions of the Kingdom of Ruin, notorious for its potent venom, which drives one to the brink of scratching their skin raw." Audrey extended her palm to cover her mouth, disregarding the jests of the hanged man, and cast forth the crux of the earlier message. "Regrettably, they have yet to find a suitable alternative to this system." Klein listened intently, sensing that the discourse had ventured into his realm of expertise, and with a slight smile, remarked, "This is a rather straightforward issue. The great gourmand empire, along with its imitative counterpart, the corrupt nation, possesses remarkably successful advanced experiences." "Straightforward?" Audrey replied with a hint of incredulity. Although her upbringing did not encompass political studies, her frequent eavesdropping on discussions among her father and brother had endowed her with ample understanding in related matters. Klein appeared to be transported back to his former forums, calmly stating, "Examinations akin to university entrance tests could be conducted publicly, segmented into 2 or 3 rounds, objectively selecting the elite." Yet, Audrey instinctively grasped the potential opposition this would incite. Without allowing her the chance to articulate her thoughts, Klein continued, "Subsequently, these elites would populate the cabinet, county governments, municipal administrations, and various local offices, essentially positions that require direct action, such as that of a senior cabinet secretary. Different roles may necessitate distinct evaluations during the second or third rounds, as specialized tasks should be entrusted to professionals. The ministerial, county, and municipal positions would be reserved for the victorious party in elections, as they rightfully deserve their share of the pie. Unbeknownst to him, Alge, who had previously lacked sufficient interest in the matter, inadvertently turned his head and listened intently, while Audrey furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Do not hasten to replace everyone at once. The cabinet and various levels of government would become paralyzed that we could conduct examinations annually or every 3 years, gradually phasing in replacements. Then, depending on the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies created by resignations or aging government employees, we could allocate positions in a planned manner. Klein fully embraced his role as a keyboard politician, concluding with a gesture of exasperation. This design would maximize the inclusion of knowledgeable elites within the government, ensuring that regardless of which party ascends, and irrespective of who the ministers are, the administrative officers can maintain the kingdom's fundamental and relatively efficient operation. Of course, the downside is the emergence of the immortal demon of bureaucracy. As Audrey pondered this, she curiously inquired, so, even if those ministers were to become curly-haired baboons, it would not have a significant impact? No, Alge interjected. I believe that curly-haired baboons would be a superior choice compared to the current ministers. He paused to add, after all, curly-haired baboons only require sustenance, rest, and mating. They do not propose foolish ideas or insist on nonsensical plans. Mr. Hangman, it seems you have an unfortunate superior, Klein remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Audrey mulled over the fool's earlier description and, after some time, exclaimed in astonishment, "This truly sounds effective. A remarkably simple yet efficient approach." She turned to Klein, sincerely praising, "Mr. Fool, you must be a sage of profound life experience and exceptional wisdom." Klein's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the hangman and Justice, remaining silent for a few moments before stating, "Let us conclude today's gathering here. Should Miss Justice be able to influence her relatives to promote this initiative, I shall preemptively guide Benson, allowing him the opportunity to become a civil servant." Upon reflection, Klein acknowledged that Benson was indeed quite suitable for this role. However, Justice would likely not take the initiative, as doing so would enable him and the hangman to deduce her true identity based on which Noble had proposed the suggestion. Of course, she could take a roundabout route, employing more discreet methods. "As you wish." Audrey and Alge both rose in unison. Klein reclined slightly, severing the connection, witnessing the ephemeral figures of Justice and the hangman swiftly dissipate into fragments above the gray mist within a grand hall reminiscent of a divine abode. He found himself alone, seated at the head of a bronze table. Unlike the last occasion, he did not plunge directly into the mist to depart, for having become an extraordinary being, he still possessed ample vitality. The reason for his premature conclusion of the tarot meeting was his newfound understanding of the Watcher's true stance regarding the Antagonid family's notes. He resolved to feign a diligent search rather than succumb to slumber, lest he arouse suspicions from Dunsmith and others regarding his activities at home. Furthermore, today's yield was not insignificant. Klein settled into the high-backed chair at the head of the bronze table, resting his arms on the armrests, his fingers interlaced as he gazed solemnly into the vast gray mist, feeling as though this space had remained untouched for countless millennia. While establishing connections and summoning the projections of Justice and the hanged man, he keenly discerned a significant realization. As an extraordinary individual, he possessed the capacity to reach out to another deep crimson star. In other words, could he summon yet another? Klein reflected upon that sensation, almost certain as he muttered to himself. However, he had previously refrained from impulsively attempting it, uncertain of the identity and disposition of the newcomer he would draw forth. After all, not everyone could seamlessly integrate like Justice and the hanged man, each seeking to conceal their true selves. That if he were to summon someone akin to Dunsmith, his nascent mysterious organization would be immediately exposed to the Church's scrutiny, placing the future of his nefarious organization, OSS, in jeopardy. Klein understood that this gray mist was exceptionally unique, realizing it was beyond the comprehension of extraordinary individuals like Dunsmith. Yet, the existence of extraordinary powers compelled consideration of divine entities. Presently, Klein cautiously believed in the tangible existence of the 7 orthodox deities, although he leaned towards the notion that these deities were merely slightly stronger and mightier than high-sequence beings, constrained by some strict limitations. Since the fifth epoch, aside from a few oracles, no significant deeds had been recorded. Forcibly drawing individuals into this realm is unwise. No one wishes to be inexplicably embroiled in mystifying events. Perhaps it is best to wait and see. Klein sighed and stood up. He expanded his innate spirituality, attuning himself to his corporeal existence, and began to emulate the sensation of a rapid descent. Instantly, the light and shadows around him shifted, the gray mist and deep crimson receding. As if he had penetrated an endless membrane of water, finally beholding the realm of reality, shrouded in dimness. This time, he remained fully conscious, earnestly experiencing the process. Strangely, the gray mist and the spirit realm felt somewhat distinct. Klein moved his limbs, feeling the tangible reality of flesh and blood. After deeply contemplating for a moment, he shook his head and approached his writing desk, reaching out to draw back the curtains. With a swift motion, the drapery retreated, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Gazing at the bustling street outside, the protruding window, and the passers-by, Klein inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, "It is time to venture forth and fulfill my duties. How shall I portray the diviner? This cannot be rushed. For now, I can only glimpse the spiritual realm that I am the Queen's district of Beakland." Audrey Hall beheld her reflection in the mirror, witnessing her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes shimmering to the point of being blinding. She paid little heed to her appearance, hastily recalling the previous moments, and seized the gem-studded steel pen, swiftly inscribing the formula for the potion intended for the audience on the exquisite parchment. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow-toothed peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult mankelfish eyes, and 35 milliliters of the blood of a horned blackfish. With a sigh of relief, Audrey exhaled, reviewing the formula several times until she finally confirmed its accuracy. That an impulse to dance surged within her, yet she admonished herself to maintain composure. Contemplating further, she began to write various chemical names around the potion's formula, disguising the page as a convoluted and chaotic collection of scientific knowledge that as long as no one consciously scrutinizes it, a casual glance will surely overlook my concealed details. Splendid. Audrey praised herself, shifting her thoughts towards procuring the materials. First, I shall search within the family's several treasure vaults for any missing components. I shall see if I can trade with others. That if I still cannot gather everything, I will have to seek assistance from the Fool and the Hanged Man during the next gathering. What should she offer as payment? After a moment of contemplation, Audrey closed her notebook and placed it on the small bookshelf in her bedroom, then cheerfully made her way to the door. Pulling it open, a golden-haired dog sat obediently outside. That Audrey's lips curled into a radiant smile, bright as sunlight. "Susie, you have completed your task splendidly." In the serialized stories of newspapers, the detective always has a capable assistant. I believe that every true audience requires a large dog by their side. That I in a dimly lit basement, only illuminated by a flickering candlelight, Alge Wilson raised his palm to scrutinize it closely. After a considerable pause, he sighed. "It remains as wondrous as ever, utterly elusive in its details. Even with ample preparation beforehand, I still failed to comprehend how the Fool accomplished the summoning." His gaze drifted downward, resting upon the parchment scroll on the long table. In that ochre-hued, elevated position, deep blue ink inscribed a line of hermetic script. 7. Navigator. Chapter 37. The Club. Beneath the blazing afternoon sun, Klein emerged from his abode. The T.O. traversed from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence. He exchanged his formal attire, including a top hat and leather boots, for a linen shirt, a weathered brown coat, a matching round-brimmed felt hat, and old leather shoes, thus alleviating any concern about the odor of perspiration tainting his valuable ensemble. Strolling along Daffodil Street, he ambled towards Iron Cross Street, casting a subconscious glance at the corner square. The tents had vanished, remnants of the circus that had long concluded its performances and departed from the locale. Klein had once fantasized that the beast tamer who had divined for him was, in fact, a concealed power, drawn to guide him due to his uniqueness, anticipating further encounters and hints. However, none of this transpired. As she embarked on the next leg of her journey with the circus. How naive, Klein chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he turned towards Iron Cross Street. Iron Cross Street was not a singular thoroughfare. but rather, as its name implied, constituted two intersecting roads. Centered around the intersection, it branched in a left street, right street, upper street, and lower street, with the apartment where Klein, Benson, and Melissa had resided situated on Lower Street. Yet, the inhabitants of the apartment and the surrounding populace did not recognize this area as Lower Street, instead coining the term Middle Street to distinguish it from the impoverished district that extended 200 meters away. In that dismal place, a single bedroom might accommodate 5, 6, or even 10 individuals that as Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts meandered to the notes of the Antigonid family, recalling their mysterious disappearance, the significance attributed to them by the night watchers, and the ensuing bloodshed. His mood gradually darkened, his expression becoming sombered. That moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Little Klein. Hesitant, Klein turned to find himself at the entrance of the Slynn Bakery, where the gray-haired Mrs. Wendy greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. "You don't seem very happy," she inquired gently. Klein rubbed his face and replied, "Just a little. Regardless of the troubles, tomorrow will inevitably arrive." Mrs. Wendy smiled. "Come, help me try my newly concocted sweet iced tea. I am unsure if it suits the local palate." "Local? Aren't you, Mrs. Slynn?" Klein chuckled, shaking his head. "Try it means it should be on the house." "Right." Mrs. Slynn smirked. "You guessed correctly that I am originally from the South, having moved to Tingen with my husband over 40 years ago. Back then, Benson hadn't yet been born, and your father and mother hadn't even met. I have always found myself somewhat unaccustomed to Northern cuisine, perpetually yearning for the flavors of home. Pork sausages, potato bread, roasted pancakes, vegetables fried in lard, and roasted meat with distinctive sauces. Yes, and sweet iced tea." Listening to her, Klein couldn't help but smile at Mrs. Slynn. "That's truly an appetizing topic. However, I feel much better now. Thank you. Good food always has the power to heal sorrow." Mrs. Wendy handed Klein a glass of reddish-brown liquid. "This is sweet iced tea made from memory. Do tell me if it's pleasant." After expressing his gratitude, Klein took a sip, discovering the drink bore a resemblance to the iced tea on Earth, yet was less intense, with a richer tea flavor and a refreshing quality that instantly dispelled the heat of the blazing sun. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "Then I can rest easy," Mrs. Wendy said, her eyes crinkling with delight as she watched Klein finish the sweet iced tea. After a leisurely chat with Mrs. Slynn about moving homes, Klein returned to the street he knew best. In the afternoon, the street vendors had significantly diminished, only to regroup after 5:30, leaving behind a few lethargic souls. As he turned onto this street, Klein suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable gloom wash over him, an oppressive weight that cast a pall over his spirits. What is amiss? He keenly sensed his unease. Halting to survey his surroundings, yet nothing appeared out of the ordinary. After a moment's contemplation, Klein raised his hand, tapping his brow twice as if in thought. His perception shifted, revealing the aura of the street vendors and a few passers-by. Before he could assess their healthy hues, he was drawn to the pervasive darkness that symbolized their emotions. While he could not discern the specific thoughts of those observed, the impression of pessimism, numbness, and melancholy indelibly marked his heart. As he surveyed the area, he noted the prevailing somber tones, even the sunlight failing to penetrate the gloom. This oppressive atmosphere seemed to have accumulated over countless days, months, and years. Recognizing the reason for his discomfort, Klein recalled old Neil's words. Once one attains spiritual sight, it is easy to feel uneasy in unfamiliar environments and to be influenced by the emotions of others. A similar principle applied to the ability of inspiration, a skill acquired upon becoming a diviner without the need for further study. It is a passive sensitivity that cannot be refused, allowing one to perceive the presence of anomalies directly. Klein sighed, shaking his head, moved by the realization that he tapped his brow again, striving to rein in his spirituality. Step by step, he approached the apartment, attuning himself to any potential anomalies and subtle connections in search of the Antigonid family notes concealed within him. The street, as ever, was littered with dirty water and refuse, only becoming clean upon reaching the apartment entrance. Klein pushed open the half-closed door and circled the first floor, enveloped in shadow, where sunlight dared not tread. Ascending the creaking wooden stairs, he ventured to the second floor, which remained as dim as ever. Allowing his inspiration to flow freely, he gazed into the gloom. However, he found no clues regarding the notes. Nor did he encounter even a single intangible spirit. If it were so easy to stumble upon, most ordinary individuals would not remain oblivious to the extraordinary. Klein mused to himself that it became evident to him that most spirits did not exist in corporeal forms, but rather in a spiritual essence, requiring a diviner for effective communication. After a circuit of the third floor, Klein exited the apartment and retraced his steps toward Welch's residence that he walked for a full hour, yet found no discoveries along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein gazed through the locked iron gate at the house, muttering to himself, "Surely there is no need to search the Welch residence. The captain and Ms. Deli must have conducted a thorough search, and I lack a key to this place. Surely I cannot scale the wall. Tomorrow, I shall take a different route, after traversing so much ground today." Yet without a step count leaderboard. Amidst his grievances, Klein turned towards a nearby neighborhood, intending to take a public carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company to collect 30 rounds of ammunition for the day. Eager to practice, the diviners lacked swift and effective means of attack, relying solely on revolvers and canes to compensate. The area near Welch's residence was notably clean, with numerous tidy shops lining the streets. As he turned the corner, just as Klein was about to search for the public carriage stop, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon several signs on the second floor across the street. Harold's Department Store, the Retired Officers Club, and the Diviners Club. Diviners Club. Klein murmured the name, suddenly recalling his intention to play the role of a diviner. Perhaps I should take a look and seek new ideas. Lost in thought, Klein crossed the street, ascended to the second floor, entered the hall, and stood before a lovely lady at the reception. This lady, with her chestnut hair elegantly styled, regarded Klein with a smile and said, "Sir, are you seeking a divination? Or do you wish to join our club? What are the requirements for membership?" Klein inquired casually. The lady, with her hair neatly pinned up, expertly elaborated, "You would need to fill out a detailed application. Pay a membership fee of £5 for the first year, and £1 annually thereafter. Rest assured, we are not like those political or commercial clubs that require formal recommendations for membership. Members can freely use the club's meeting rooms and various divination spaces, access divination tools, enjoy complimentary coffee and tea, and read our subscribed newspapers and magazines. Meals, beverages, and some divination materials are available at cost. Moreover, we invite a renowned diviner each month to give lectures and address inquiries. Most importantly, you will find a community of like-minded individuals with whom to share experiences. That IT sounds delightful. However, I find myself lacking in funds." Klein chuckled at his own predicament before inquiring, "What if I wish to seek a divination?" Chapter 38. Amateurs. Upon hearing Klein's question, the elegantly coiffed lady with chestnut hair displayed no sign of impatience, maintaining a courteous smile as she replied, "Our members are free to offer divination services within the club and can set their own prices. We merely take a minimal commission that if you wish to seek a reading, you may peruse this catalog, which contains introductions and pricing for those members willing to provide such services. However, as today is a Monday afternoon, the majority of our members are at work, leaving only a handful present." As she spoke, she gestured for Klein to take a seat on the sofa by the window in the reception area, then opened the catalog across from him, indicating the members currently available in the club. Heinous Vincent, a renowned diviner from Tingen, is a resident mentor at the club, skilled in various methods of divination, charging 4 Sulers per session, but that's rather expensive. I could treat Banson and Melissa to 2 sumptuous dinners with that. Klein thought to himself, remaining silent. Observing his reaction, the chestnut-haired lady continued to flip through the pages, introducing each member in turn. Lastly, we have Gracious, a member who just joined this year, specializing in tarot divination, charging 2 pennies per session. Which one would you like to choose, sir? Klein replied without hesitation, "Mr. Gracious." The charming lady in charge of the reception paused for a moment before saying, "Sir, I must preface that Mr. Gracious is merely a novice." "Understood. I shall take responsibility for my choice," Klein affirmed with a smile and a nod. "Then please follow me." The elegant lady stood and led Klein through the door adjacent to the reception area. They traversed a moderately long corridor that led to an open conference room, filled with sunlight and furnished with tables and chairs, adorned with newspapers, magazines, and playing cards, from which a faint aroma of coffee wafted. As they approached 2 more rooms before the conference area, the lady gestured for Klein to halt, quickening her pace to enter the room at the end of the corridor, her soft voice calling, "Mr. Gracious, someone is here for a reading to me." came a voice filled with surprise and confusion, accompanied by the sound of a chair being pushed back. "Yes, which divination room would you like to use?" the lady inquired without any particular emotion. "The citron room. I have an affinity for citron." Gracious appeared at the doorway of the conference room, casting a curious glance at Klein, who awaited not far away. He was a man in his 30s. With a darker complexion, dark green eyes, soft blonde hair, dressed in a white shirt and a black waistcoat, exuding a commendable presence. The reception lady said nothing further, opening the door to the citron room right next to the conference area. Inside, the curtains were drawn tight, shrouding the space in dim light, as if only in such an atmosphere could one receive divine and spiritual revelations, leading to accurate divination results. "Hello, I am Gracious that I did not anticipate that you would select me for your reading." Gracious greeted with a gentlemanly bow, swiftly entering the room and taking a seat behind the long table. "To be frank, I am only experimenting with divination. I lack extensive experience, for the time being. I am not a proficient diviner, and you still have the opportunity to reconsider." After returning the gesture, Klein entered the room and shut the door behind him, bathed in the light filtering through the fabric. He smiled and said, "You are indeed an honest gentleman, but I am one who firmly adheres to my choices. Please, have a seat." Gracious gestured towards the opposite chair and pondered for a few moments before continuing. "Divination is merely my hobby. Heh. Throughout life, one may often receive guidance from the divine, yet ordinary individuals cannot accurately interpret the will of the higher powers. This is the very essence of divination. Which is why I joined this club, that in this regard, I do not yet possess sufficient confidence. Let us consider the upcoming reading as an exchange, a complimentary exchange, if you will, that I shall personally cover the club's fee. It is but a quarter of a penny." Klein neither agreed nor declined, but instead remarked with a smile, "I can see that you have a respectable and commendable occupation." As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, his right fist resting against his forehead, tapping it lightly twice. "Yet that does not enhance the accuracy of my divination," Gracious replied humorously, pausing to inquire, "Are you experiencing a headache? Do you wish to inquire about health matters?" "Just a bit. I hope to divine the whereabouts of a certain item." Klein had already prepared his response, gradually leaning back in his chair. In his perception, Gracious's aura was distinctly clear, with a faint and dull orange hue emanating from his lungs, affecting the overall brightness. This did not appear to be a sign of fatigue. Klein subtly nodded. "Searching for a lost item?" Gracious contemplated for a few moments before stating, "Then let us commence with a simple assessment." He slid the neatly stacked tarot cards across the black table towards Klein. "Calm yourself, reflect on the item in question, and silently repeat the query. Can it still be found? Meanwhile, shuffle and cut the cards." "Very well." Klein did not distinctly recall the appearance of the ancient notebook, so he expanded the question in his mind. "Can the notebook of the Antigonus family still be found?" In repetition, he expertly shuffled and cut the cards. Gracious picked up the top card and horizontally slid it across the table towards Klein. "Rotate it clockwise to a vertical position and then reveal it. If it appears inverted, meaning the image is facing away from you, it indicates that the item cannot be retrieved. That if upright, we shall proceed with the reading to ascertain its precise location." Klein followed the instructions, turning the horizontally placed card to a vertical position. Grasping the edge of the tarot card, he flipped it over. It was an inverted card depicting a jester adorned in splendid garments and extravagant headgear. Another fool? What a coincidence. According to the interpretations of the Hanged Man and Old Neil, divination is a result of communication with the spiritual realm and a higher self. Tarot cards merely serve as a tool for interpreting symbolic insights. Theoretically speaking, any method of divination would suffice and not affect the outcome. Klein furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Can I divine whether that item has already been acquired by someone else?" "Absolutely. Simply repeat the previous process." Gracious nodded enthusiastically. Klein shuffled and cut the cards once more, silently pondering his question. He drew a card, placed it horizontally, and then rotated it to a vertical position, his expression earnest as he completed the preparations. Taking a deep breath, Klein reached out to flip the tarot card. "Please, do not let it be another fool." In a moment of prayerful anticipation, he suddenly relaxed as the card revealed a star. "Inverted. It seems that the item has yet to be claimed by anyone else," Gracious interpreted with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, lightly tapping his brow twice in contemplation, then retrieved 2 pennies with a dull yellow-brown sheen from his pocket and slid them towards Gracious. "Did I not mention it was complimentary?" Gracious frowned. Klein smiled and stood, stating, "This is a token of respect for the reading." "Very well. Thank you for your generosity." Gracious stood and extended his hand. After a brief handshake, Klein stepped back, turned his body, and approached the door, twisting the doorknob. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly turned back and said, "Mr. Gracious, I suggest you see a doctor promptly, particularly regarding your lungs." "Why?" Gracious responded in astonishment. "Did I ask this a curse for being dissatisfied with the reading?" Klein pondered for a moment before replying, "It is merely a symptom I observe from your complexion. Your brow appears darkened." Darkened brow? Gracious had never before heard such a description. Klein offered no further explanation, smiling as he exited the room and casually closed the wooden door behind him. "Did I ask he an unlicensed doctor, or perhaps a rural apothecary?" Gracious chuckled, shaking his head as he casually picked up the silver mirror used for divination. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found that his brow appeared darkened. However, this was merely a consequence of the lighting. Under the dim light filtering through the curtains, his entire face appeared shadowed. "What an unamusing jest," Gracious murmured. Feeling uneasy, he performed a health reading for himself, confirming that he encountered no issues that A.S. Klein departed the Divination Club. He had formulated a plan for the future, to save money swiftly, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club, thereby beginning to embody the role of a so-called diviner. The reason he did not venture out on his own was due to a lack of resources and channels, as well as the impossibility of setting up as a street vendor. After all, he was a man of some dignity. He cared about appearances. A few minutes later, he boarded a public carriage, spending 2 pennies to reach the not-so-distant Zoderland Street, pushing open the door of the Blackthorn Security Company. He did not spot the familiar brown-haired girl, but rather found the poetically inclined Leonard Mitchell, with black hair and green eyes, seated behind the reception desk. "Good afternoon. Where is Roshun?" Klein inquired after removing his hat and bowing respectfully. Leonard smiled and gestured towards the partition door. "She is on duty at the armory tonight." Before Klein could inquire further, Leonard seemed to ponder a question and said, "Klein, there is something that has always puzzled me." "What is it?" Klein asked, looking bewildered. Leonard stood up, his tone gentle as he smiled. "Why did Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot while you returned home? It must be that the unknown entity wanted me to take the Antigonus family as notes away and hide them." Klein replied, articulating a widely accepted theory. Leonard took a few steps, suddenly turning to gaze directly into Klein's eyes. "If your suicides were meant to silence you and erase the clues, then why not simply destroy that notebook right there?" Chapter 39. Intriguing Techniques in Truth. I do not know whether that notebook was destroyed or concealed. However, one can deduce that if it were to be destroyed, it could have been done on the spot without the need for me to take it away first. Upon hearing Leonard's question, Klein instantly activated his detective mode, pondering aloud. Perhaps Welch, Naya, and I encountered the unknown entity, which relished in the sacrifice of life and wished to continue such occurrences. Thus, in the event that the suicide incident would inevitably be discovered, it allowed me to take the notes and hide them, preparing for a second experience. Only, something must have gone awry in the process, resulting in my failure to commit suicide. This was a reasonable conjecture Klein made based on the materials, novels, movies, and television shows he had encountered in his previous life regarding malevolent rituals that asked for what went wrong. He was acutely aware it was due to the variable of his presence as a time traveler. "That is a plausible explanation," Leonard replied, "but I believe there may be another possibility. Welch and Naya's sacrificial suicides could have enabled the unknown entity's descent. That notebook might harbor or nurture evil. In the act of allowing you to take it away and conceal, it was perhaps to prevent us from discovering it before it was born and grew powerful." Leonard Mitchell elaborated on another possibility. At this juncture, he fixed his gaze on Klein's eyes and smiled slightly. "Of course, it is also possible that the notebook has already been destroyed, aimed at concealing its contents and obscuring the true vessel or source of evil. In that case, your failed suicide would have a sufficient explanation." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I am suspecting that the original body harbors or nurtures evil?" Klein thought to no, it is the time traveler that nurtures. Klein paused momentarily, internally mocking himself before carefully stating, "I do not need to defend myself. After all, I truly have forgotten that memory. Nevertheless, both the captain and Miss Daly have confirmed that I have no other issues." Your jest is not particularly amusing. I am merely exploring a possibility, not excluding the chance that the unknown entity faced a setback upon its arrival, which led to your failure and suicide. We must believe that the goddess continually watches over us. Leonard chuckled and shifted the topic. What discoveries did you make this afternoon? Following the earlier conversation and previous events, Klein had developed a deep-seated wariness towards Leonard. Yet he maintained a composed facade and replied, "None. I need to change my route tomorrow afternoon." That he pointed toward the partition. "I must go to the armory to collect ammunition. The shooting club will remain open until 9 o'clock in the evening. After all, many of its members can only spare time after work." "May the goddess bless you." Leonard smiled, drawing a circle on his chest, symbolizing the scarlet moon. As he watched Klein pass through the partition and heard his footsteps descending the stairs. The smile on Leonard's face gradually faded, his emerald eyes brimming with uncertainty. He murmured something under his breath, his tone slightly discontented. Descending the stairs, Klein turned towards the armory, materials and archives illuminated by gas lamps. The iron door stood ajar, and a brown-haired girl named Rosen was standing before a long table, conversing with a middle-aged man sporting a thick black beard and a half-top hat. "Good afternoon. Or rather, good evening. It always feels like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you have become an extraordinary one." "What is your title, diviner?" Rosen inquired, turning her head, her words flowing rapidly. She did not disguise her curiosity and concern. Klein smiled and nodded. "Good afternoon, Miss Rosen. Although it is perpetually dark here, it feels tranquil. Your description is slightly inaccurate. I should clarify that the name of the sequence potion I consumed is diviner. You still chose to become an extraordinary one." Rosen sighed, momentarily falling silent. Klein turned towards the middle-aged man and politely asked, "And who might this be? Another night watchman, or one of the two clerks I have yet to meet?" Rosen bit her lip and replied, "Brett, our colleague, that he wishes to swap duty with me, freeing up the night after tomorrow as he plans to take his wife to the North District Theater to see the Arrogant Ones to celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary." "Such a romantic gentleman." Brett smiled and extended his hand. "With Miss Rosen here, everything need not be repeated. Hello, Klein, that I did not expect you to become an extraordinary one so swiftly, while perhaps will never have the courage." "Perhaps ignorance breeds fearlessness," Klein self-deprecatingly remarked, shaking the man's hand. "That is not a bad perspective," Brett chuckled, shaking his head. "Once, an extraordinary one told me, before his death, to never delve into strange and perilous matters." "The less you know, the longer you live to at that moment," Rosen interjected. "Klein, you need not be overly concerned. That I heard from old Neil that your diviner role is supportive and relatively safe, as long as you do not attempt to communicate with the unknown entity." "Why are you dressed like this? Not gentlemanly at all. What brings you here?" "To collect 30 rounds of ammunition for today." Klein did not respond to Rosen's earlier inquiries, that he trusted that the young lady would soon forget about it. "Very well." Rosen pointed to the table. "Brett, it's all in your hands. You should know where the keys and ammunition are located. That old Neil is quite stingy. He didn't even leave any coffee ground for me. He promised I would be satisfied with a cup today." As she rambled on, Klein received the ammunition. The two parted ways, ascending to the surface, and separated on Zotland Street. One took a public carriage home, while the other entered the shooting club. Bang, bang, bang. Holding the gun, raising his arm, shooting, ejecting the spent cartridge, and loading the bullet, Klein repeated this process time and again, familiarizing himself with the sensation of shooting. Naturally, he paused several times to summarize and rectify. After completing his practice, Klein utilized the facility to engage in various exercises akin to push-ups, striving to improve his physical fitness. Once everything concluded, he took a trackless public carriage back home and realized it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the sky had already darkened. Just as Klein intended to purchase dinner ingredients at the market or street vendor, he discovered the door ajar, and Melissa returned, carrying a bag filled with stationery and books. Additionally, she bore an abundance of vegetables. "That I figured you and Benson would be home late today. That I took one so from your hiding place this morning when I left," Melissa explained earnestly upon noticing her brother's puzzled gaze. "You took the money, why not take a public carriage to school?" Klein recalled the morning's events. Melissa furrowed her brow. "Why take a public carriage? It costs 4 pennies to get to school, 8 pennies for a round trip. Including you and Benson, we spend 24 pennies a day on public carriages, which amounts to 2 sous in a week. Excluding Sunday, that totals 12 sous, nearly equivalent to our rent." Stop. No need to flaunt your mathematical prowess. Klein chuckled, gesturing for her to pause. Melissa hesitated, then added, walking to school is perfectly fine. The teacher says everyone should exercise regularly, and I can pick up some discarded parts along the way. Klein smiled lightly and said, then let's do the math again. Public carriage fees are 12 sous. Rent is 12 sous and 3 pennies, totaling £1 for sous and 3 pennies, which can easily be covered by Benson's salary. With plenty left over. He received his pay last week, and I still earn £1 and 10 sous weekly. Even if we indulge in meat every day and account for gas, coal, timber, and seasoning expenses, there would still be surplus, enough to even subscribe to a morning newspaper for just 1 penny daily. After 2 months, once I have repaid my advance salary, I will be able to save up money for Benson and for you, to acquire new clothing. But we must consider unforeseen circumstances, Melissa insisted, holding steadfast to her viewpoint. Klein smiled at her and said, then we could eat less meat. Don't you think it's a waste of time to spend 100 minutes on the road each day? We could utilize that time to read more, contemplate more issues, and improve our grades. That in doing so, Melissa, you would graduate with excellent results and find a well-paying job. At that point, what would there be to worry about? He drew upon his prior experiences of debating in forums and ultimately persuaded Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. Phew, he had finally managed to convince her, or rather, it would be more appropriate to say he won her over with reason. Klein muttered to himself, accepting the groceries Melissa had purchased, and sighed, saying, remember to buy beef or lamb tomorrow. Eating well and filling your stomach is essential for maintaining a healthy body and a sharp mind to tackle the rigors of study. Just the thought of it made him salivate a bit. Melissa pressed her lips together, pausing in silence for a few seconds before replying, all right. The following morning, after ensuring Melissa boarded the public carriage, Klein parted ways with Benson at the street corner, each heading to their respective workplaces. As Klein stepped through the door, he spotted old Neil and Roshan chatting at the reception desk. The former remained clad in his classical black robe, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others, while the latter had donned a light yellow, casual long dress. Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan, Klein greeted, tipping his hat in respect. Old Neil shot him a sly glance. Good morning. Did I trust you didn't tea over here anything inappropriate last night? No, I slept quite soundly, Klein replied, somewhat puzzled by the inquiry, attributing it to his lack of inspiration. Haha, no need to worry. It's not easy to hear, old Neil remarked, gesturing towards the partition, head to the armory. We shall continue our mysticism course this morning. Klein nodded and followed old Neil down the stairs into the subterranean armory, replacing the night watchman, Brett. What shall we learn today? Klein inquired with curiosity. Old Neil let out a thoughtful hum. Complex foundational knowledge. But before that, let me teach you an intriguing technique. That he pointed to the silver chain wrapped around his wrist, from which dangled a pristine white crystal. Chapter 40. The Mysticism Course, an intriguing technique, Klein asked, his curiosity piqued. Old Neil chuckled. I will take a round to inspect the weapons, materials, and library. Meanwhile, you use the 2 cups on the table to brew 2 cups of coffee. In 1 cup, add something undesirable. What that is, I leave to your imagination, but do ensure you do not waste too much coffee grounds, as I hand grind those from Highland specialty beans. Understood. Although Klein did not fully grasp old Neil's intent, he agreed cheerfully. Watching as old Neil retrieved a brass key to unlock the iron door of the armory, he slowly arranged the cups, confirming there was hot water in the kettle. Removing the lid from a silver tin jar, Klein used a small, metallic spoon to add a scoop of richly fragrant coffee grounds to each cup, then poured in the hot water, stirring with practiced ease. That a traveler from a resource-rich era. He was no stranger to coffee, albeit limited to instant varieties. After completing the task, Klein contemplated for a moment, seated himself, crossed his right leg, and pinched a bit of mud from the sole of his leather boot. Placing it into the left cup, he then stirred once more, ensuring the 2 cups appeared nearly indistinguishable in both color and aroma. Minutes later, old Neil jingled his keys as he emerged from the armory, closing the iron door with a clang. All set, he said, his murky red eyes scanning Klein across the table. Ready, Klein affirmed with a nod. Old Neil smiled, untangling the silver chain from his wrist as he sat down. His expression swiftly turned serious as he held the chain aloft, allowing it to dangle directly above the left cup of coffee, the pristine white crystal almost touching the liquid. In a moment of tranquil relaxation, the crystal inexplicably began to sway slightly, rotating counterclockwise along with the silver chain. This cup contains the undesirable element, old Neil asserted confidently. Without waiting for Klein to confirm, he retracted the silver chain and took a sip from the other cup of coffee. Do you enjoy bitter coffee? I prefer mine with a spoonful of sugar and milk. Klein refrained from answering, his interest deepening as he asked, is the accuracy of your divination reliant on that white crystal? It must be the white crystal, right? This is the pendulum method of divination, also known as the dowsing method, relying on the connection between one's astral spirit and the spiritual realm, as well as the cosmos. Utilizing natural materials to communicate with the spiritual, such as crystals, gemstones, and special metals, to discern the nature of events. Let us return to those 2 cups of coffee. Counterclockwise signifies bad, clockwise signifies good, and no movement indicates neither good nor bad. You can also write the events on paper. Note, it must be events, not questions. Old Neil set down his coffee cup, elaborating further. Klein pondered aloud, so it's essential to avoid phrasing them as questions. Precisely, do not ask. Does someone wish to be my fiancé? Instead, phrase it as so-and-so wishes to be my fiancé. Write it on paper. Place it flat on the table. Then hold the pendulum with your non-dominant hand. Remember, it must be your non-dominant hand. Old Neil chuckled at this point. Extend your arm, adjusting the length of the pendulum so that the crystal hangs just above the paper, nearly touching the written event. Close your eyes and silently repeat that phrase 7 times. Once done, open your eyes and observe if the pendulum moves. If it does not, close your eyes again and repeat the process until you witness movement. Klein nodded slightly. Counterclockwise indicates no, while clockwise indicates yes. It can also be interpreted as unfavorable and favorable. Old Neil corrected, proceeding to teach Klein additional applications and nuances of pendulum divination. Klein reflected on the method, recognizing it as a highly practical divination technique. For instance, in unfamiliar environments, it could swiftly ascertain if food was poisonous without needing additional skills in wilderness biology. However, he noted that this simplified form of divination yielded only a few answers, making it unsuitable for deeper exploration and interpretation. Certain substances, while harmful, could become beneficial with proper treatment. For example, some ingredients may pose minor risks to health, yet in dire situations, consuming them might not be problematic, aspect that could not be assessed using the pendulum method. I must quickly save up to purchase crystals or pure silver to create a pendulum, Klein sighed. Old Neil looked at him in surprise. You can apply for them directly. This belongs to the extraordinary category, especially for our type of supportive extraordinary individuals, standard equipment. The armory also has a yellow crystal and a pure silver pendulum available. But I am not yet an official member of the squad. Klein felt a surge of excitement, but hesitated. Old Neil chuckled lightly. For extraordinary individuals, whether or not you are an official member, if there is no salary increase, certain conveniences must be afforded in other ways. Using benefits might be more appropriate. I shall request it from the captain shortly. Klein silently clenched his fist, having made up his mind. Without trying, how could he know if the captain would agree? Very well. Old Neil smiled. Let us commence our formal mysticism course. Point 1 of its foundations is called symbolism.do. You know what symbolism is? Klein recalled fragments of information he had heard previously, as well as his own experiences in the spiritual realm. Above the mist, and pondered whether in the spiritual realm, the ethereal cosmos, or those unknown domains, they exist beyond our sensory world. Information gleaned through the ears, nose, and eyes cannot accurately describe them. What we receive are only ineffable intuitions and experiences, which manifest as abstract symbols and graphical representations, each symbol representing different entities and meanings. Very accurate. You are indeed an oracle. Old Neil nodded solemnly. Only by mastering the ability to interpret symbols can one truly enter the realm of mysticism. The patterns on tarot cards, each element within those patterns, serves as a symbol, artificially designated symbols, to aid our understanding and interpretation of the primal revelations. That he pulled out a sheet of paper, took a pen from the side, and drew a short arc. Following that, he added several vertical lines beneath the arc and looked up at Klein, asking, "Do you know what this symbol represents?" Klein gazed intently, pondering for a while before hesitantly responding. Eyelashes? Old Neil exhaled. This represents the symbol of the harvest constellation. This one represents the thunder constellation, and this one represents the frost constellation. That he casually sketched several more symbolic representations. That as Klein committed them to memory. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The names of these constellations are truly, simply charming." Yes, charming, so rustic and primitive. Old Neil smiled. Emperor Roselle thought the same. He intended to rename the constellations to things like Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio. Alas, he could not withstand the power of tradition. For at least the ancient names of these constellations and their corresponding dates guide planting and harvesting. Point one cannot deny that Emperor Roselle was a visionary. Klein mused, unsure how to respond. Certainly, here is the refined translation. Indeed, during his lifetime, the great Russell was undoubtedly a dignified individual. Old Neil, unable to comprehend Klein's humor, continued to elucidate various fundamental symbolic representations, such as those associated with constellations, including the sun, the red moon, the brown star, the red star, and the blue star. In the course of his explanations, he also interspersed teachings on the creation of astrological charts, the materials for crystal ball crafting, and the selection of incantations, leaving Klein with an overwhelming sense of information overload. Had he not discovered that the diviner's potion offered a slight enhancement to his memory, he would have urged old Neil to cease, to facilitate his own comprehension of the knowledge imparted. Today's mysticism course concludes here. Ponder over it, and feel free to approach me with any inquiries. Old Neil remarked as he produced a golden pocket watch. Snapping it open to check the time, "Do not forget to review the historical materials I prepared for you. Frankly speaking, I feel a sense of trepidation upon seeing them." Understood. Klein took the drafts inscribed with symbols from old Neil, swiftly revisiting the mystical knowledge acquired that day to avoid any glaring lapses in memory. Old Neil, taking a sip of the freshly brewed coffee, stated, "Relying solely on memory is insufficient. One must frequently engage with this knowledge to internalize it. And daily meditation is essential. Only through practice and application can one truly harness the power of potions, unearthing their latent mysteries while dispelling adverse influences." Upon mentioning this, Klein recalled the performance aspect and the divination club, cautiously suggesting, "My potioness abilities are related to divination. Practicing alone is inadequate, that I must engage with numerous individuals, offering them readings to expedite mastery, that I plan to join the divination club on House Street in the North District once I have some extra funds. To become a genuine diviner, this matter would undoubtedly come to the attention of the Night Watchers in the future, so it was prudent to lay the groundwork now. Your thoughts mirror those of Delhi. She has often expressed a desire to become a true medium." Old Neil chuckled, shaking his head. "But why wait until you have additional funds? You could write a request to Dunn for approval of expenses. Organizations like the Divination Club may harbor cultists and members of nefarious organizations. As a clerical member of the Night Watchers, a standard extraordinary individual, joining them would facilitate monitoring, as it falls within the purview of your duties. Previously, we would conduct regular inspections of such places, but due to manpower shortages, extended surveillance was challenging. Now, it conveniently falls to you. Such an operation exists." Klein was utterly astonished by old Neil's earnest demeanor. This was a blatant justification to reimburse his personal expenses. "I am utterly ignorant of matters like this. I am indeed merely a keyboard warrior. Do you wish to finance this endeavor out of your own pocket?" Old Neil added with a smile upon noticing Klein's reaction. Klein immediately shook his head, responding with unwavering determination, "I shall report to the captain shortly." Old Neil nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the half-full cup of coffee tainted with undesirable elements. "What precisely did you put in it?" Klein chuckled sheepishly. "Just a smidgen of mud from my boot. Its color is quite similar to your coffee grounds." Old Neil paused for a moment, then abruptly covered his mouth, exclaiming in a hushed tone, "Get rid of it at once." Chapter 41. Audrey and her Susie. After discarding the coffee, Klein returned to the armory to collect the thick stack of historical materials and explanatory drafts organized by old Neil. Following the gas lamps lining the walls, he turned towards the staircase leading to the Blackthorn Security Company. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed in the sealed, desolate underground. Upon completing the spiral staircase, he pushed open the door, quickly orienting himself and heading straight for the second office across the hall. After 2 days of familiarization, he had grasped the general layout of the Blackthorn Security Company. Upon entering was a spacious reception area furnished with a set of sofas and tables. Through a partition lay the inner area, where the 3 rooms on the left side of the corridor, in order from nearest to farthest, belonged to Mrs. Oriana's accounting office, a lounge with several sofa beds, and the staircase leading underground. The 3 rooms on the right side, Also ordered from nearest to farthest were the office of Captain Dunn Smith, the clerical staff's office equipped with typewriters, and the entertainment room for the official members of the Night Watchers. Klein had previously seen Leonard Mitchell in the entertainment room playing cards with two other team members. He suspected they were playing a variant of Landlord, renamed by the great Russell as Fighting Evil. Although the gameplay was indistinguishable from what Klein knew, after their night watch, the members enjoyed a day of compensatory rest, while Roshan remained at the reception desk, responsible for procurement and supplies, alongside the part-time coachman. Cesar Francis was out as usual. When Klein pushed open the door to the clerical office, he found all three desks unoccupied, the mechanical typewriters silently in place, having seen similar devices in the Mentor's office and at the Welch residence. Klein murmured to himself about the exquisite complexity of the 1346 model typewriter from Axe & Company, which exuded a mechanical beauty that he sat down at the desk with a typewriter, gathered his thoughts, and attempted to engage in virtual typing. Initially, he instinctively processed everything into Pinyin, but as he grew accustomed, he absorbed the corresponding fragments of the original owner's memory, eradicating errors. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of typing resonated like a metallic industrial symphony, and to this melody, Klein swiftly completed the budget application document. However, he did not rush to find Dunn Smith. Instead, he composed himself and attentively reviewed the historical materials provided by Old Neil. Both as a revision and a learning exercise, as noon approached, he stretched his neck, stored the materials, and revisited the morning's lessons based on the mystical course drafts. Only then did he take the application and head to the adjacent office. Gently knocking on the door, Dunn was awaiting the delivery of lunch when he saw Klein extending the documents, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Did Old Neil instruct you?" Indeed, Klein did not hesitate to divulge Old Neil's involvement. Dunn picked up a dark red fountain pen and swiftly signed the document, stating, "I need to apply for funds for July, August, and September from the church and the county police department, and I will include yours in the request. Once approved, you can collect from Mrs. Oriana. The pendulum will be ready for pickup this afternoon." "Understood," Klein replied succinctly, his tone and expression imbued with evident joy. Before taking his leave, he casually inquired, "Shouldn't the funding for July, August, and September have been applied for back in June? How can one apply for July's funds in July?" Dunn paused for a few seconds, taking a sip from his coffee cup before responding. "In June, we encountered 3 consecutive cases, and amidst the busyness, some matters were overlooked as expected of the captain with a poor memory." Klein realized he had ventured into inappropriate territory with his question, chuckling awkwardly before hastily exiting. Thus commenced his simple yet structured life. Half an hour of meditation each morning, 2 hours of mysticism courses, an hour and a half mastering historical materials, a brief nap in the common room after lunch to regain energy, then collecting ammunition and heading to the shooting club for practice. Afterward, he would stroll to the relatively nearby Welch residence, altering his route to return via Iron Cross Street to save on a public carriage fare. And if time permitted, he would hone his skills in clairvoyance, pendulum work, and also pick up some groceries in a well-equipped private chemistry laboratory. The tall, golden-haired Audrey gazed intently at the cup in her hand, where countless bubbles emerged, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Eventually, the liquid in the cup settled into a viscous silvery white substance. "Ha! I truly possess a talent for mysticism. I succeeded on my first attempt," the young girl exclaimed joyfully to herself. Having tidied the various leftover materials acquired from her family's treasury in exchange from others, she took a deep breath, preparing to close her eyes and drink the potion of spectatorship that moment. A series of barks resonated from outside the laboratory, causing Audrey to furrow her brows. She gently placed the cup containing the silvery liquid into a shadowy corner and walked towards the door. "Susie, who is it?" Audrey inquired, addressing the golden retriever seated at the entrance. The golden retriever, Susie, wagged her tail eagerly, while her maid, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Stepping out of the laboratory, Audrey pulled the door shut behind her and looked at Annie. "Did we not agree that I should not be disturbed during my chemistry experiments?" Annie replied, distressed, "But there is an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Della, the Duchess of Negan." Audrey took a few steps closer to Annie. "Yes, she has invited the court baker, Ms. Wavy, and asked for you and your mother to join her for afternoon tea." Annie recounted the contents of the invitation. Audrey subtly puffed out her cheeks. "Tell my mother I am feeling dizzy. Perhaps the sunlight is too strong, and I may be slightly dehydrated. Please convey my apologies to Lady Della. As she spoke, she feigned a weak demeanor. Miss, this is not merely afternoon tea. It is also a literary salon. Annie added, however, this cannot alleviate my dizziness. I require rest. Audrey firmly declined. Meanwhile, she silently muttered to herself, if I persist, I shall faint before you. As the etiquette instructor said, I executed this gesture flawlessly. Did I hear something? Very well. And exhaled, inquiring, do you need assistance returning to your room? No need. I will tidy up the laboratory first. Audrey yearned to return immediately to consume the potion. Yet she restrained her impulses, watching and depart before retracing her steps to the laboratory entrance. Suddenly, she realized that the golden retriever, Susie, who should have remained outside, was nowhere to be found, and the laboratory door stood ajar. I forgot that Susie could open doors with handles. What sound is that? Oh no! Audrey heard a distinct clattering from within and was suddenly struck by an idea, dashing into the laboratory. Her eyes beheld a shattered cup on the floor and the last drop of silver liquid licked away by the golden retriever. Susie, Audrey stood frozen at the doorway, akin to a statue. Susie promptly sat upright, gazing innocently at her owner, wagging her tail. Off the coast of Priai's harbor, on an island perpetually shrouded in storms, an ancient sailing ship lay anchored in the port. A man with soft golden hair, clad in a robe adorned with lightning patterns, looked perplexedly at the figure of Alger Wilson before him, saying, Alger, you could easily return to the kingdom, becoming the captain of the Retribution Squad or a respectable bishop. Why choose to set sail, to become the captain of the Azure Avenger? Alger's rugged and profound visage bore no extraneous expression as he solemnly replied, the sea belongs to the storms. This is the realm of the Lord. I am willing to follow the Lord's will and patrol this domain. Very well, the golden-haired man said, clenching his fist against his chest. The storm is with you. The storm is with you. Alger returned the standard greeting. He stood upon the deck with but a few crew members, observing his companions depart the ghost ship, walking farther away. Signs, you do not understand because you lack sufficient knowledge, Alger whispered silently. Meanwhile, Audrey, trembling with trepidation, completed her second concoction. Gazing at the silver potion, which appeared no different from before, she was moved to the brink of tears. Taking a small, swift sip of the audience potion, she felt a rush of emotion. On Friday, a torrential downpour struck Tingen, the raindrops pelting against every window. Inside Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Rosen, and Brett sat on the sofa in the reception area, enjoying lunch from the table. There was only a stove to boil water. Reheating leftovers was impossible, and Klein could not subsist on black bread daily or return home in a public carriage. After walking from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he contemplated the expense of a return carriage ride, which was quite wasteful. Thus, he had no choice but to partake in the so-called office meal with Rosen and the others. The nearby Old Vale restaurant sent a waiter promptly at 10:30 each day to inquire how many required lunch. After confirming the number, they would deliver the meals at 12:30 in containers resembling lunch boxes, returning at 3 in the afternoon to ask if dinner was ordered and to collect the dishes. This fare included meat, vegetables, and bread. Though the portions were modest, they sufficed to satiate an individual, priced between 7 to 10 pence for various tiers. Klein shamelessly chose the 7-penny option each time, typically receiving half a pound of oatmeal bread, a small piece of meat prepared in different styles, a spoonful of vegetable soup, and a bit of cream or butter. Today, only one night watchman was present while Rosen spooned the soup into her mouth. I heard there was a case in the Golden Wudong district involving cold elements, so the police department requested 2 night watchmen to assist, Brett remarked, setting down his bread. Klein dipped the remaining oatmeal bread into the last of the meat juices and stuffed it into his mouth, remaining silent. Within his left sleeve, a silver chain with a yellow crystal hung faintly. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the slightly ajar door. Come in, Rosen said, momentarily startled, setting down her spoon and quickly wiping her mouth with a napkin before standing. The door swung open, revealing a man wearing a half-high top hat, his black formal attire dampened on the left shoulder, with graying hair at his temples and a folded umbrella in hand. He looked at Klein and the others, asking, Is this the former mercenary squad? You could say so, Rosen replied adeptly. The tall, slender man cleared his throat and stated, I have a task I would like to commission. Chapter 42. Butler Kelly, I have a task I wish to entrust, but you may have come to the wrong place. The sign of this security company is merely a fade. Upon hearing the visitor's words, Klein felt an overwhelming urge to voice his frustrations, lamenting the absence of forums or comment sections for discourse. Nevertheless, he quickly recalled a similar inquiry he had made in the past, to which the captain had replied, "If there is time, why not take it? The money earned can serve as the squad's little treasury and benefits for the participants." Rosen pondered for a moment, her eyes darting before she spoke. "All our security personnel are currently on assignments. The earliest they will return is at least an hour from now, that if your matter is not urgent, you might consider waiting." Among the 6 formal members of the night watch, Captain Dunsmith had been summoned by the bishop to the church for discussions unknown, while Leonard Mitchell was guarding Charney's gate in his stead. The gravedigger, Fry, and the sleepless one, Liao Lading, had departed for the Golden Wutong district to assist the police in investigating a theft involving cult elements. The other sleepless one, Cohenly White, was on leave. And the midnight poet, Shi Jiatian, had gone to the outskirts of North District to conduct routine patrols at Raphael Cemetery. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 extraordinary individuals, Old Neil, whose age had rendered him frail, had not undertaken a task in quite some time, while Klein remained a novice, truly a jack of all trades in every aspect. The tall, slender man with graying hair and a damp umbrella darkened slightly, removing his hat and bowing, saying, "I apologize for the interruption. I shall take my leave." That he turned and walked towards the door, departing 36, Zotland Street amidst the sound of pouring rain and howling wind. What a stroke of bad luck, Rosen sighed regretfully as she watched the gentleman leave. Although the commission would not benefit her, she was certain there would be a sumptuous meal to share. Alas, Charney's gate must always be guarded. Klein contentedly set down his knife and fork, finishing even the soup of turnips and vegetables, which he did not particularly enjoy. "Do you want Brett to take the assignment? Or perhaps you?" Rosen teased, her eyes twinkling. "Brett is not up to the task, but you certainly could, our diviner." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized the implication and quickly fell silent, for the door had not fully closed, and any mention of extraordinary matters overheard by passers-by would constitute a breach of secrecy. Thankfully, the captain was not present. Rosen glanced at the doorway, secretly sticking out her tongue, thinking, "Otherwise, I would have to repent again." Brett and Klein burst into laughter, exchanging glances before they began to clear the table. Once everything was set, and seeing that the downpour showed no signs of letting up, Klein, unprepared with an umbrella, opted to remain at Blackthorn Security Company. That he grabbed a newspaper, settled onto the plush, springy sofa, and leisurely began his midday rest. The airship route from Beckland to DC Bay had been inaugurated. Detective Manson was compiled and soon to be published. The AN advertisement for Lawgrass Weapons Store. A standard revolver with 6 rounds. £3 10 shillings. A double-barreled shotgun, £2. That A.S. Klein perused the Tingen City Honest Man's newspaper. He suddenly stumbled upon a headline. "The criminals responsible for the murders of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya have all been apprehended." That it is believed that the atmosphere of panic pervading the North District, Golden Wudong District, and East District will be greatly alleviated. That Mr. Welch's father, banker Mr. McGowan, is escorting his youngest son's body back to Constance City, where a grand funeral is to be held. After reading it several times, Klein sighed. It seems Mr. Welch's father has accepted the police's explanation and has not sought a private investigator. The grief of losing his youngest son surely could not compare to the sorrow my parents felt in losing their only child. Feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him, Klein sat in silence for a long while. As for the absence of an invitation to the funerals of Welch and Naya, he felt neither surprise nor disappointment. Once everything calmed down, he would find an opportunity to lay flowers at their graves. Just as Klein was preparing to take a brief nap in the lounge, the door to the reception area was suddenly knocked upon once more. "Come in," Rosen, nodding off, was instantly alert. The slightly ajar door swung open again, and the tall, slender man in formal attire with graying hair re-entered. "May I wait here for a while? Your mercenaries, no, security personnel, should be returning soon." "Right." He strove to conceal his anxious demeanor, inquiring earnestly. "Certainly, you may sit there for a while." Rosen gestured to the nearby sofa. Klein, intrigued, asked, "How did you hear about our security company? Who referred you to us? What prompted you to traverse back and forth in this torrential rain and be willing to wait?" Indeed, it seems that the members of the Night Watch Brigade effortlessly resolved what others perceived as daunting tasks, thereby amassing a commendable reputation within this field. The tall, slender man leaned his umbrella against the door and, as he walked towards the sofa, responded with a wry smile. I have visited all the mercenaries, security firms, and private detectives in the nearby streets, and you are the only ones who still harbor hope. They are completely devoid of personnel to take on additional assignments. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for a delivery waiter I encountered, I would never have imagined there was still a security company here. Klein paused for a moment, taken aback. Roshan interjected with a question. Are they very busy? So many tasks. The gray-haired, slender man sat down and sighed, stating, as a mercenary team, no, a security company, you must have heard of the burglary and murder case in the Halls district, correct? The Halls district burglary and murder case. Well, unfortunately, I am one of the involved parties. Klein replied, nodding gravely. Due to the ferocity and brutality of the criminals, the wealthy of the surrounding neighborhoods, and indeed the entire city of Tianjin, were gripped by fear that in response, they not only increased their own security, but also hired a considerable number of additional security personnel and private detectives, resulting in a conspicuous shortage of manpower in this industry. The tall, slender man elucidated clearly that a standard chain reaction. Klein and Roshan exchanged glances, both seeing the self-deprecation on each other's faces. The security industry had entered a golden age. Yet Blackthorns felt no impact whatsoever, highlighting the company's abysmal performance that, of course, in a certain sense, it also attested to the concealed success of the Night Watch Brigade. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, as the torrential rain was about to cease, Klein prepared to leave to practice with his revolver at the shooting club. That moment, Leonard Mitchell, with his dark hair and green eyes, emerged from the partition, looking curiously at the sofa. Who is this? The client. Has the captain returned? Roshan asked joyfully. Returned? The slender man was momentarily taken aback. He had been sitting right here, staring at the door, yet had not noticed anyone coming back. Roshan's expression instantly froze, and she hurriedly chuckled. As a security company, we don't rely solely on the front door. Understood, the slender man nodded in realization that as for the title of captain, he found it entirely unremarkable. After all, a security company was merely a former mercenary team or a small mercenary guild, and having a captain was quite normal. That Leonard's white shirt was untucked, and his black waistcoat was casually draped over him. He glanced at the slender man and suddenly snapped his fingers. I am a security personnel of Blackthorns. What shall I call you? Is there something you wish to commission, perhaps having heard of the mercenaries' untamed nature? The slender man was not incensed, but rather relieved. He watched as Leonard took a seat, organizing his thoughts. My name is Kelly, and I am the steward for Mr. Vickroll, a tobacco merchant, his only son. Young Elliot was kidnapped this morning, though we have already reported it to the police and received adequate attention. But Mr. Vickroll remains uneasy and wishes to investigate from another angle through your mercenary, security personnel channels. Leveraging your knowledge of Tianjin to ensure the safe recovery of young Elliot, that if you can locate the kidnapper's hideout, Mr. Vickroll is willing to offer a reward of £100. If you can successfully rescue young Elliot, he is prepared to double the reward to £200. Leonard Mitchell chuckled leisurely. It seems Mr. Vickroll only hopes for us to find the kidnapper's hideout. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe his only son is worth just £100. A tobacco merchant with close ties to the southern plantations wouldn't merely offer £200. No, Mr. Vickroll is just an ordinary merchant, not a wealthy man. Besides, he believes the police department is more professional in matters of rescue. The old steward Kelly replied calmly. Very well, no problem. Leonard snapped his fingers again. He turned his emerald gaze towards Roshan and said, Beautiful lady, could you please draft a contract? Stop pretending to be a poet. In truth, you can only recite others' works, Roshan retorted, accustomed to the mutual banter with Leonard, momentarily forgetting there were guests present. Of course, Blackthorn Security Company was indifferent to the identity of the client. Whether there was one or not made little difference. Roshan left the reception desk and entered the clerical office, the sound of typing immediately filling the air. Klein's lips twitched, feeling that they were exceedingly unprofessional. They didn't even have a standard, ready-made contract. This was indeed a disheartening matter. And what was even more disheartening was the realization that he was in such an unprofessional company that his thoughts raced. Roshan quickly drafted a brief contract containing only a few clauses, prompting both Steward Kelly and Leonard Mitchell to sign it. Once Kelly affixed the seal, she took the contract to the accounting room to obtain the Blackthorn Security Company's stamp from Mrs. Oleana. This stamp was almost of no use. Dunn generally left it with Oleana for safekeeping and handed it to Roshan and others on Sundays that we await your good news. taking one of the contracts. Steward Kelly stood up, removing his hat and bowing. Leonard did not respond, seemingly lost in thought for several seconds. That he suddenly turned to Klein, a smile gracing his face. "I require your assistance." Huh. Klein was taken aback. "What I mean is, this task will be accomplished by you and me together," Leonard explained with a slight smile. "That I excel in combat, shooting, climbing, sensing, and chanting, as well as providing some support, but locating individuals is not included. Surely you wouldn't want old Neil venturing out in such weather." His voice grew muddled when he mentioned sensing, rendering it nearly inaudible. "Very well." Klein felt a surge of eagerness to attempt new skills, coupled with a degree of wariness towards Leonard Mitchell. "Let us hope for a smooth completion. That I wonder how much my divination abilities can contribute," he thought with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 43. Searching for a person observing Klein. Leonard nodded with a smile in his emerald eyes. "What do you require from them?" Having collaborated with old Neil and others multiple times, he naturally understood that divination necessitated a medium, particularly when the subject was absent. Klein pondered for a moment, then turned to Steward Kelly. "I need clothing that Elliot recently wore and has not been laundered, that if possible, it would be even better to have any accessories he carried with him." He aimed to select normal mediums rather than those that might provoke wild speculation from ordinary individuals. Yet even so, old Steward Kelly bore a puzzled expression. "Why?" After asking, he added, "I have a photograph of young Elliot." "Why?" "Because we intend to use divination to locate his whereabouts." Klein momentarily found himself at a loss for words, that if he were to speak the truth, not mentioning the potential breach of confidentiality, Steward Kelly would likely turn on his heel, tear up the contract, and inwardly curse. "What a bunch of frauds! If this would be of any use, I might as well seek out the most renowned medium in Ahova County." Nearby, Leonard Mitchell chuckled softly. "Mr. Kelly, my companion, colleague, has a peculiar pet whose sense of smell is keener than that of a hound, so we require the clothing young Elliot wore and any items he carried to assist in locating him. As you know, clues often only narrow down to a general area. As for that photograph, we equally need it. I must know what young Elliot looks like." Old Steward Kelly accepted this explanation, slowly nodding. "Will you be waiting here? Or shall we go together to Mr. Vickrol's residence in the city?" "Let us go together. It will save time." Klein replied succinctly that he sought to test his extraordinary abilities while harboring a genuine desire to save others. "Very well. The carriage is downstairs." As old Steward Kelly spoke, he retrieved a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. "This is a portrait of Elliot Vickrol, taken when he was around 10 years old. His hair is somewhat long, nearly obscuring his eyes, and he has distinct freckles, though he is not particularly remarkable in appearance." Leonard glanced at it before casually passing it to Klein. Klein examined the photograph carefully, pocketing it before taking his cane, adjusting his hat, and following the two men out of the Blackthorn Security Company and into the carriage waiting below. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, carpeted with thick fabric, and furnished with a small table for placing items. Due to the presence of old Steward Kelly, both Klein and Leonard remained silent, quietly experiencing the carriage's steady journey over the waterlogged road amidst the gradually easing rain. "A fine coachman." After an indeterminate amount of time, Leonard broke the silence, smiling in praise. "Indeed," Klein replied perfunctorily. Old Steward Kelly managed a smile. "Your compliment is his honor. We shall arrive shortly," concerned about being detected by the kidnappers. The carriage did not approach the tobacco merchant Vickrol's residence, but instead halted on a nearby street. The old butler, Kelly, held up an umbrella as he returned alone. While waiting, Leonard spoke to Klein, saying, "My previous speculations had no ulterior motive. I merely wish to inform you that the notebook will undoubtedly resurface, perhaps sooner than expected. That it was indeed an unpleasant deduction." Klein gestured with his chin towards the position of the coachman outside, signaling that sensitive topics should not be discussed in the presence of others. Leonard whistled, turning his gaze to the window, where droplets of rain slid down the glass, leaving behind a hazy imprint that rendered the outside world completely indistinct. After a while, Kelly returned, carrying a bag. Having hurried, his pant cuffs were splattered with mud, and there were damp marks on his front. Inside the bag were the garments worn by young Master Elliot yesterday, along with the storm talisman he had previously possessed. Klein took a glance at the contents, discovering a miniature gentleman's suit, a small shirt, a waistcoat, a bow tie, and so forth. The storm talisman, with a bronze base, was intricately engraved with symbols representing fierce winds and crashing waves. Yet it did not stir Klein's inspiration. I shall now recount in detail the circumstances surrounding young Master Elliot's abduction, to facilitate your identification of the target. Old Butler Kelly sat down and recounted the harrowing experience of the morning, hoping that the hard-won assistance would prove beneficial. Klein and Leonard showed little interest in the specifics. They were solely concerned with the number of kidnappers, any unusual behavior exhibited, and whether they were armed. Point 3, normal, armed, came the responses. After acquiring the necessary information, they bid farewell to Old Butler Kelly and hired a lightweight two-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public carriages, this hire could be charged either by distance or time, the former costing 4 pence per kilometer within the city and 8 pence in the outskirts, while the latter was 2 sols per hour, with any duration under an hour charged as a full hour, and exceeding an hour charged an additional 6 pence for every 15 minutes, with rates increasing in adverse weather or urgent situations. Klein had heard from instructor asked that in the capital, Beckland, taxi drivers were notorious for arbitrary pricing. For him, this was quite a luxurious indulgence. However, he need not worry about it at present, as Leonard casually tossed 2 one-sol notes to the coachman, opting for the time-based fare. Once Leonard had given his instructions, he closed the carriage door. "Where are you headed?" The coachman, holding the 2 notes, asked with a mix of joy and confusion. "Wait," Leonard said, turning his gaze to Klein. Klein gave a slight nod, retrieved Elliot's clothing, laid it on the floor of the carriage, and then wrapped the storm talisman around the tip of his cane. Grasping the silver-inlaid black cane, he planted it firmly atop Elliot's garments. A luminous orb of thought coalesced in his mind, and Klein felt a swift calm wash over him. The brown of his eyes deepened as he slipped into a semi-meditative state, but he sensed a lightness in his body, as if it were beginning to float, and vaguely glimpsed the omnipresent realm of spirits, silently intoning Elliot's location in his mind. After 7 repetitions, he withdrew his hand from the cane, which astonishingly remained upright, steadfastly standing there, even as the carriage swayed gently. A subtle, invisible commotion surrounded him. Klein felt as though he were being observed by indifferent eyes that in recent days he had occasionally experienced similar sensations during meditation. While in a state of spiritual vision, with a shiver of apprehension, he focused his deep black eyes on the cane and silently repeated Elliot's location, just as he completed his silent mantra. The silver-inlaid black cane fell forward, pointing straight ahead. Straight ahead, Klein instructed, his voice low and ethereal, as if it could penetrate the unknown realms. This was one of the divinatory abilities he possessed, known as the dowsing rod for locating objects, requiring a prop made of wood, metal, or a combination of both. Typically, this would necessitate 2 true dowsing rods shaped similarly to a straightened wire bent at a right angle, held by the shorter side to determine direction through rotation. However, as a diviner, Klein discovered through practice that he could utilize this method to locate individuals directly, using his cane as a substitute. The direction it fell indicated the course toward the sought-after object. As for the Antigonus family's notebook, Klein could not recall its appearance at all, rendering him unable to search for it. Straight ahead, Leonard called out to the coachman loudly, "I'll let you know when to turn." The coachman, completely bewildered by the reasoning behind such instructions, chose to accept, influenced by the notes in his pocket and the other's nonchalant demeanor. The carriage rolled forward, traversing street after street along the way. Klein employed the dowsing method multiple times to recalibrate their direction. When the carriage circled a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was indeed inside. It had only been 30 minutes since parting with Old Butler Kelly. After dismissing the coachman, Klein refrained from using Elliot's garments again, directly planting the cane, wrapped with the storm talisman, into the ground. His gaze deepened once more, and the few raindrops around them began to swirl in place. The cane tilted forward and Klein pointed towards a staircase, saying there, "Sometimes I envy old Neil. Likewise, I envy you now." Leonard sighed with a smile, observing the scene. Klein glanced at him and replied flatly, "It's not particularly difficult. If you wish, you could certainly learn. Your intuition must be quite high, I presume." Leonard nodded, chuckling lightly. That's hardly a good thing. He quickened his pace, stepping into the staircase as the last remnants of rain fell. Klein, wary of ruining his formal attire, nearly jogged to keep up. The building was 3 stories tall, resembling an apartment block on Earth, with only 2 rooms on each floor at every entrance. Klein utilized the dowsing method once more on both the first and second floors, with the cane remaining steady, pointing resolutely upward. The 2 moved quietly, Reaching the third floor, where Klein again positioned the silver inlaid black cane upright on the ground, that a gentle breeze swept through the staircase, altering the color of his eyes to a deep black, as if capable of absorbing souls. That a faint, intangible sound reminiscent of weeping seemed to echo around them. Klein released his grip, and the cane, entwined with the storm talisman, miraculously stood firm. He repeated the silent incantation for Elliot's location once more, watching as his black cane fell silently, indicating the room to the right, that it should be inside. Klein remarked, retrieving his cane while lightly tapping his forehead twice. As colors deepened around him, he directed his gaze towards the right door, immediately perceiving the various auras within. 1, 2, 3, for presences, 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage. The latter's aura being notably diminutive. It must be Elliot that A.S. Kelly had mentioned. They possessed 2 shotguns and 1 revolver, Klein murmured. Leonard chuckled lightly. Allow me to recite a poem for them. Why choose the path of a kidnapper when one could joyfully embrace civility? He set down the bag containing Elliot's clothes, took 2 steps forward, and his expression turned serene and sorrowful. His deep, magnetic voice began to resonate. Ah, the terror of threats, the crimson hope. One truth remains. This life swiftly passes. One truth indeed, all else is false. The bloom shall fade and depart from this world. Chapter 44. Destiny. Leonard's recitation resembled a lullaby, delicately resonating between the doors of the adjoining rooms, echoing through the winding wooden staircase. Klein's mind momentarily drifted, envisioning tranquil moonlight and a gently rippling lake surface. His eyelids grew heavy, as if he could fall asleep while standing. Amidst this haze of perception, he sensed the presence of an unseen, eerie, indifferent gaze from behind, as if he were traversing the spiritual realm himself. That a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him, and Klein abruptly regained his focus, relying on his formidable intuition and deeply ingrained meditative practices to shake off the influence of that midnight poem. Yet he remained tranquil, struggling to evoke any other emotion. Soon, Leonard ceased his recitation and turned his head with a smile, saying, I'm considering applying for a Phenibode harp. How can one sing without accompaniment? He chuckled. Just kidding. I think I heard them all fall asleep. The dark-haired, green-eyed member of the Night Watch, imbued with the essence of a poet, stepped forward, approaching the door where the kidnappers and hostage were located. Suddenly, he swung his shoulder, striking his fist against the door lock. Crack! The wood around the lock splintered, the sound remarkably subdued. This required precise control. Leonard, while turning back to jest, reached through the breach to unlock the door. Having regained his alertness, Klein was not as confident as Leonard. He slipped his hand under his arm, drawing out his pistol and adjusting the cylinder to ensure it was ready to fire. As the door swung open, he beheld a man slumped over a table, asleep, with a gun lying at his feet, and another groggy individual rubbing his eyes, attempting to rise. With a swift motion, Leonard glided forward and knocked out the soon-to-awaken assailant. Just as Klein intended to follow him in, he suddenly sensed something, spinning around sharply to face the staircase. The rhythmic sound of footsteps ascended from below, gradually becoming clearer. That a man clad in a brown coat, without a hat, cradled a paper bag filled with bread as he rounded the corner of the staircase, making his way to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze drawn to the glinting muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at him. Reflected in his pupils was a young man adorned with a half-height silk top hat and dressed in a black suit, complete with a matching bow tie, leaning against the railing with a cane beside him. The dangerous revolver poised in his grip. Cease all movement and raise your hands. 3. Klein's voice was low and soothing. He held the revolver firmly, treating the man before him as a target for practice. In the tense atmosphere, the man in the brown coat discarded the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. Sir, I believe there's been a misunderstanding, he said, fixating on Klein's finger resting on the trigger. Managing a faint smile, Klein could not ascertain whether he was an accomplice of the kidnapper or merely a neighbor, yet he displayed no signs of uncertainty, stating gravely, do not attempt to struggle. Soon someone will arrive to clarify this misunderstanding. That moment, Leonard, who had dealt with the kidnappers inside, emerged, casting a glance at the man by the staircase that he leisurely remarked, so, the kidnapper has a companion responsible for support and procuring food? Upon hearing this, the man in the brown coat's pupils constricted, and he suddenly kicked the bag of bread that lay before him, attempting to obscure Klein's line of sight. Klein appeared unfazed, calmly pulling the trigger as if in practice. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the man's left shoulder that he rolled instinctively, attempting to flee to the second floor, but Leonard had already reached out to brace himself against the railing and leaped down. With a muffled thud, Leonard descended upon the man, rendering him unconscious that he brushed off the specks of blood that had splattered on him and looked up at Klein with a chuckle. "Your marksmanship is commendable." I intended to shoot his leg. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly, the faint metallic scent of blood reaching his nostrils. He realized that after consuming the diviner's potion, while his vision, hearing, and touch had not improved, he could still perceive obscured objects and hear faint footsteps, enabling him to make judgments ahead of time. Was this a form of inspiration? Klein pondered, nodding thoughtfully as he observed Leonard retrieving a sharp dagger from the unconscious kidnapper and dragging him into the room. With one hand gripping his revolver and the other holding his cane, Klein entered the space where the kidnappers had been, encountering Elliot Vickrall, who had been roused by the gunfire, his body uncurled from a fetal position, gradually sitting up. The three kidnappers had been securely bound with the very ropes they had used against Elliot, strung together and tossed into a corner, while the inadequate portions were replaced with torn clothing. The man who had been shot in the shoulder lay unconscious, receiving bandaging, yet Leonard, finding him filthy, had refrained from extracting the bullet. "Who are you?" Elliot stammered, eyes wide with a mix of surprise and hope as he beheld the scene before him. "Indeed, you have guessed correctly, very astutely," Leonard replied casually, crouching slightly, "that I didn't expect this fellow to possess a sense of humor," Klein remarked, lowering his revolver and addressing Elliot. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You may also refer to us as security personnel. Is that true? Have I been rescued?" Elliot inquired, his voice brimming with joy, yet hesitant to move freely. It was evident that in the brief hours since his abduction, he had endured considerable distress, losing the impulsiveness typical of his age. Leonard rose and said to Klein, "You should go downstairs to find the patrolling officers and have them notify the tobacco merchant. I would rather not exit like a kidnapper with a child and these four ruffians." Contemplating how to handle the aftermath, Klein nodded, holstering his revolver, grasping his cane, and making his way toward the staircase. As he descended the steps, he felt a vague sense of having forgotten something and heard Leonard tell Elliot, "Do not be anxious. You will soon see your father, mother, and old steward Kelly. Shall we play a game of Gwent?" Resisting a smile, Klein stepped out onto the street, following the directions of passers-by, until he found two patrolling officers. He refrained from using the Special Operations badge and credentials, instead presenting himself as a professional security personnel and recounting the events in full. As for the matter of carrying weapons, he felt no concern, having recently acquired a comprehensive weapons permit through internal channels, with approval expected to be swift. The two officers exchanged glances, sending one to notify the reinforcements and the Vickrall family, while the other accompanied Klein back to the room with the kidnappers. After waiting for over 40 minutes, seizing an opportunity when the officers were momentarily inattentive, Leonard signaled to Klein, urging him to follow as they slipped out of the room. "Trust me, going to the police station is a waste of time. Let us leave first," the night watchman with a poetic demeanor explained, his face relaxed. Klein, adopting a mindset that if the sky were to fall, a tall man would hold it up, made no objections and followed suit. After nearly 5 more minutes, several rapid carriages arrived at the building where the kidnappers were located, with the old steward Kelly accompanying his rotund employer, Vickrall. As they disembarked this moment, Vickrall remained in a state of confusion, unable to believe that good news had arrived so swiftly, as if from a dream. Suddenly, he heard a sharp crack, instinctively turning to look. A two-wheeled carriage passed by, with its windows open. And the dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard snapped his fingers. After passing Vickrall's carriage, Leonard closed the window, turning to Klein with a smile, raising his right hand, and saying, "A pleasure to collaborate. We seem not to be acquainted." Klein replied politely, exchanging a brief handshake, but he had not anticipated the kidnapping case to be resolved so promptly, silently marveling at the extraordinary capabilities of extraordinary individuals. Even as a mere apprentice of Sequence 9, he could achieve many incredible feats. "This is a gesture of celebration among nobles after a fencing match," Leonard explained with a smile. "That I am aware," Klein responded, having numerous noble classmates. That he glanced out the window, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Should we not confirm with Mr. Kelly? If he believes Elliot was rescued by the police, our reward will be halved, that a full £100. As for providing the whereabouts of the kidnappers, Given their earlier encounter, there would be no doubts that do not worry. Money is not of paramount importance in our lives. Leonard replied with a shrug and a smile. That it is exceedingly important to me. Klein forced a polite smile, adding, many poets have met untimely ends due to poverty. Leonard chuckled softly. I believe Elliot will not lie about this matter. I can see he still retains a semblance of innocence. However, even if the reward amounts to 200 pounds, you will receive but a fraction. What share might I receive? Klein inquired immediately. According to the long-standing, unwritten rule, half of the reward goes to Lady Oriana as additional funds for the team, and the remainder is divided among the participating members. Unfortunately, as you are not a formal member, you will likely receive only 10%. 10 pounds. That is still reasonable. Klein pretended to mask his disappointment. Then asked, are you not concerned that the kidnappers will awaken and realize they were influenced by extraordinary forces? They will not suspect a thing. They will merely believe the weather was too pleasant, too conducive to sleep, causing them to succumb. They might even convince themselves that the singing existed solely in their dreams. This has been verified. Leonard replied confidently, Des for that demon-hunting bullet of yours. It may raise some eyebrows, yet a penchant for the mysterious is a perfectly reasonable explanation. Indeed, Klein set aside his concerns, feeling as though he had forgotten, or rather overlooked, something upon returning to Zotland Street. Klein did not wait for Kelly's arrival, opting to take a stroll to the Welch residence, choosing an alternate route home while purchasing beef and cabbage for dinner. As usual, the dinner was pleasant, accompanied by leisurely conversations among the three siblings as they studied. Though an unexpected visitor knocked at the door, that he was there to collect all of the 1-penny coins from the gas meter. As night deepened, the three siblings exchanged good nights and retreated to their respective rooms. Klein was sound asleep when he was abruptly awakened by rustling noises from outside. Puzzled, he opened the door and stepped into the vacant bedroom. Pushing open the weathered door, Klein beheld a gray table. Upon the table lay a notebook, its cover crafted from stiff paper and completely stained black, that a sense of familiarity washed over him inexplicably as he approached and opened the notebook. The page lay open, depicting an illustration of the fool, adorned in splendid attire and dazzling headgear. Beneath the fool, a line of hermetic script read, Everyone will die, including me. Klein's heart raced in shock as he suddenly noticed the corners of the fool's mouth curling upwards. Startled, he sat upright, seeing the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains, the outlines of the bookshelf and desk, and the contours of his own bedroom. Realizing he had been trapped in a nightmare, diviner. He understood that dreams often reveal truths, so he took time to reflect on in his recollections. Klein froze, for he recognized what he had overlooked today. Immersed in Leonard's chant, he had been subjected to an invisible, indifferent gaze from behind. This gaze diverges significantly from both conventional meditation and the experience of clairvoyance, imparting a sense of déjà vu. As Captain Dunn articulated, such sensations often herald an impending revelation. Klein abruptly straightened, affirming the sensation. Yes, it is indeed that notebook. The notebook belonging to the Antigonus family. Chapter 45, Return. The very notebook of the Antigonus family lies within the room opposite the kidnappers. Although this coincidence is striking, Klein firmly believes in the accuracy of his intuition. Without hesitation, he rolled out of bed, swiftly shedding the worn garments he had donned for sleep, that he seized a white shirt from beside him. Draping it over his form, and rapidly began fastening the buttons from top to bottom. 1, 2, 3. He suddenly realized a button was missing, and the sides appeared somewhat asymmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein discovered he had misaligned the buttons from the outset, rendering the shirt distorted. He shook his head in resignation, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled, employing a modicum of meditation techniques to regain a semblance of calm. After putting on the white shirt and black trousers, he awkwardly secured the shoulder strap beneath his arm, retrieving the revolver concealed beneath the soft pillow and tucking it away. Neglecting to tie a bow tie, he donned his formal attire, grasping his hat in one hand and his cane in the other as he approached the door. Adjusting his half-height silk top hat with gentle precision, Klein deftly turned the doorknob, opening the door to the corridor. Cautiously closing the wooden door to the bedroom, he descended the stairs with near silence, akin to a thief, and left 2 lines of words on the living room's stationery, indicating he had forgotten to mention a matter concerning the company last night and would need to arrive early today. Upon stepping outside, Klein was immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. The street before him was dim and silent, devoid of pedestrians, illuminated solely by the soft glow of the gas lamps. Klein retrieved his pocket watch from the inner pocket, snapping it open to discover it was just 6 o'clock. The crimson moon had yet to fully wane, though a glimmer of brightness was already emerging on the horizon. He was about to seek out an expensive cab when he suddenly spotted a horse-drawn omnibus approaching. Public carriages so early, Klein felt a twinge of surprise and waved it down. "Good morning, sir." The driver skillfully brought the horses to a halt. The attendant beside him stifled a yawn, covering his mouth with his hand. "T.O. Zoderland Street," Klein replied, extracting 2 pennies and 4 halfpennies from his pocket. 4 pennies, the attendant responded without hesitation. Handing over the fare, Klein boarded the carriage, noting its emptiness. There were no other passengers, and the atmosphere was palpably desolate. "You are the first," the driver remarked with a smile. The 2 brown horses began to trot with a relatively brisk pace. "To be honest, I didn't expect public carriages to be running this early," Klein casually replied, attempting to distract himself and alleviate the tension within. The driver chuckled self-deprecatingly. "From 6 in the morning until 9 at night. Yet my weekly pay is only £1. I didn't know time for a break." Klein inquired, astonished that we take turns resting 1 day a week. The driver's tone grew somber. The attendant added, "We are responsible from 6 in the morning until 11. Then we break for lunch and rest, returning at 6 for the evening shift, even if we don't need breaks." The horses' divination wasn't always like this. Some drivers became too fatigued, leading to mistakes that caused the horses to bolt and the carriage to overturn, hence the rotation. How could that pack of vampires suddenly become benevolent? The driver scoffed as the morning light bathed the public carriage. It made its way towards Zoderland Street, picking up 7 or 8 passengers along the route. Once Klein's tension had somewhat eased, he fell silent, closing his eyes and replaying the events of yesterday frame by frame, searching for any overlooked details. When the sun had fully risen and the sky brightened, the carriage arrived at Zoderland Street. Klein pressed his left hand against his hat and hopped down from the carriage. He hastened into number 36 Zoderland Street, ascending the stairs to the exterior of the Blackthorn Security Company. At that moment, the door was closed and had yet to open. Klein retrieved a keychain from his waist, locating the brass key that corresponded, inserting it into the lock, and with a twist, he pushed the door open slowly, revealing Leonard Mitchell, with his dark hair and green eyes, lightly inhaling the aroma of the latest fashionable cigarettes. "In truth, I prefer cigars. You seem rather eager," the poetically inclined night watchman inquired leisurely. "Where's the captain?" Klein countered with a question of his own. Leonard gestured toward the partition. "In his office. That's an extraordinary sleepless one. He only requires 2 hours of rest during the day. I imagine the factory owners and bankers must adore such a potion." Klein nodded, swiftly passing through the partition to find Dunn Smith standing at the entrance of his office. "What is it?" he inquired, clad in a black overcoat and holding a cane adorned with gold. His expression calm, yet serious. "I experienced that sensation of having seen it somewhere before, which must pertain to that notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein endeavored to maintain clarity in his response, where Dunn Smith's demeanor showed no discernible change. Yet Klein's intuition hinted at an evident, intangible fluctuation in the other, possibly a flicker of the spirit or a shift in emotion. "It was in the room opposite the kidnappers, where Leonard and I rescued the hostage. I was unaware at the time until I had a dream that brought me enlightenment." Klein revealed without reservation, "It seems I missed a significant opportunity yesterday." Leonard, who had silently approached the partition, chuckled lightly. Dunn nodded slightly, his expression grave as he commanded, "Have Cohen replace old Neil in guarding the armory, and bring old Neil, Fry, and us along." Leonard ceased his frivolity and promptly informed the night watchman Cohen and Fry, one being a sleepless one and the other a collector of corpses. 5 minutes later, a double-wheeled carriage belonging to the night watch team sped forth into the still relatively quiet morning. Leonard, donning a felt hat and dressed in a shirt and waistcoat, temporarily assumed the role of driver, occasionally cracking the whip in the air for effect. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on one side, facing Dunn Smith and Fry. The collector of corpses had a pallor reminiscent of someone who had long been deprived of sunlight or suffered from severe anemia. He appeared to be in his 30s. With black hair and blue eyes, a prominent nose, thin lips, and an aura that was cold and shadowy, as if tinged with the faint scent of long-term exposure to cadavers. Please recount the details once more. Dunn straightened his black overcoat collar. Klein caressed the yellow crystal pendant hidden beneath his sleeve, narrating from the moment of accepting the commission all the way to his dream, while old Neil chuckled softly. It seems you share a fateful bond with that Antigonus family notebook. What a coincidence. Indeed, it is rather fortuitous. Had Leonard not mentioned earlier that the preliminary interrogation results of the Elliot kidnapping case indicated no hidden forces or mysterious powers at play. Merely a straightforward crime driven by greed, I would have suspected it was all deliberately orchestrated. Klein expressed his bewilderment. Such coincidences abound. Dunn remained silent, seemingly deep in thought, while the similarly attired Fry maintained his steadfast silence. The stillness was broken only when the carriage came to a halt, revealing the building Klein had described outside the window. Let us proceed, Klein. You and old Neil will bring up the rear. Be cautious. Utmost caution is required. Dunn exited the carriage, retrieving a peculiar revolver with an unusually long and thick barrel from his pocket and tucking it into his right-hand pocket. Understood, Klein dared not rush to the forefront. Once Leonard located someone to guard the carriage, the 5 extraordinary individuals entered the stairwell in an orderly fashion, treading lightly as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Is this the place? Leonard pointed to the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein lightly tapped his forehead twice, activating his clairvoyance. In this state? His intuition heightened, and he felt an uncanny familiarity with the door, as if he had entered within before. Yes, he affirmed with a nod. Old Neil also activated his own clairvoyance, observing closely before stating, there is no one inside, nor any magical auras. The collector of corpses, Fry, hoarsely added, there are no malevolent spirits. He need not invoke clairvoyance to perceive numerous spirits, including evil entities and vengeful souls. Leonard stepped forward, much like yesterday, and delivered a punch to the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden panel splinter, but the lock also flew off with a resounding clatter. Klein felt an intangible seal dissolve in an instant, followed by an overwhelming stench invading his senses. A corpse, a rotting corpse, Fry stated coldly, showing no sign of revulsion. Dunn extended his gloved right hand, slowly pushing open the door, revealing first a fireplace that exuded an abnormal warmth in the early July weather. In front of the fireplace sat a rocking chair, occupied by an elderly woman dressed in a black and white patterned gown. Her head bowed. She had grotesquely swollen in size, her skin a mottled black and green, taut and glistening as though a mere poke would cause her to burst, releasing a putrid stench, while maggots and parasites writhed amidst the flesh and decay, crawling in and out of the creases of her garments, appearing as glimmering specks that clustered around a smoldering gloom. With a soft pop, the old woman's eyeballs plopped out, rolling across the floor and leaving behind yellowish streaks. Klein felt a wave of nausea wash over him, unable to withstand the overwhelming stench, and he doubled over, retching violently. Chapter 46. The portrait. Ugh! Klein squatted there, uncontrollably vomiting, having had no breakfast, soon exhausting his meager reserves. At that moment, a small tin pot, resembling a cigarette box, appeared before him. The open mouth of the vessel exuded a mingled aroma of tobacco, disinfectant, and mint leaves, causing Klein's nose to sting and invigorating his senses. The oppressive stench still lingered in the air, yet Klein no longer felt queasy, and his vomiting subsided swiftly. He gazed upward from the tin pot to behold a pallid hand that seemed devoid of life, the sleeve of a black trench coat, and the cold, somber figure of the corpse collector, Fry. Thank you. Klein finally regained his composure, propping himself on his knees before rising to his feet. Fry nodded expressionlessly. Get used to it. He capped the tin pot and stowed it in his pocket, turning his attention to the heavily decomposed body of the old woman, beginning his examination without gloves. Meanwhile, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell strolled around the room, occasionally touching the surfaces of tables and newspapers. Old Neil pinched his nose, standing outside the door, grumbling in a low voice. It's utterly revolting. I'm going to apply for a subsidy this month. Dunn turned back, brushing the ash from the wall beside the fireplace with his gloved right hand, glancing at Klein. Does this place seem familiar? Klein held his breath, envisioning the silver pocket watch in his mind, calming both body and spirit. Already in a state of spiritual awareness, he suddenly experienced a distinct sensation as a vivid image from the depths of his memory flashed before him. the fireplace. The rocking chair, the table, the newspapers, the rusted nails in the door, and the silver-inlaid tin can. This scene was dim and shadowy, reminiscent of a documentary on Earth, yet more nebulous and ethereal. It swiftly overlapped with everything Klein beheld. The sense of familiarity and the feeling of having been here before became pronounced, and an elusive, ghostly whisper penetrated the intangible barrier once more. Hanach's Freegrel, Hanach's Freegrel, Hanach's Freegrel. Somewhat familiar, Klein replied truthfully, a sharp pain pricking at his head, prompting him to tap his forehead twice. The Hanach's Mountains mentioned in the original diary. That was information deciphered from the Antigonus family notes. The whisper just now bore a striking resemblance to a previous occurrence, both involving the term Hanachis. Was this a temptation? A chill ran down Klein's spine, and he dared not ponder further, fearing he might spiral out of control. Dunn nodded slightly, moving toward the cupboard, suddenly extending his hand to pull open the wooden door above. Inside, bread had grown moldy and several gray, bristly mice lay dead nearby. Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling officer. Ascertain the situation here, Dunn instructed his team member. Understood. Leonard turned and exited the room. Dunn then opened the doors to 2 bedrooms, meticulously searching each one. Once he confirmed there were no clues or the Antigonus family notes, Fry straightened, wiping his hands with a white handkerchief, stating, death occurred over 5 days ago, with no external injuries nor significant effects from extraordinary powers. The precise cause must await further examination. Have you found anything? Dunn inquired, looking towards old Neil and Klein. Both, having exited the state of spiritual awareness, shook their heads in unison. Aside from the deceased, everything here appears normal. No. Initially, there was an intangible force sealing the room. You know, similar operations often occur when we use ritual magic, old Neil added after a few moments of contemplation, just as Dunn was about to speak. His gaze darted to the door. A few seconds later, Klein and old Neil sensed something amiss and turned to look at the staircase corner. Moments later, faint footsteps grew louder as Leonard and a police officer ascended. Upon detecting the foul odor, the officer's expression shifted, and he promptly collaborated with his colleagues from the Special Operations Division to knock on the door of the second-floor resident, inquiring about the situation on the 3rd floor. Moments later, adorned with silver insignia on his epaulettes, he gazed at the corpse in the rocking chair, declaring, Katie Stefina Bieber, aged between 55 and 60, a widow, has cohabited here with her son, Riel Bieber, for over 10 years. Her husband was a jeweler during his lifetime. Her son, approximately 30 years old, is unmarried and has inherited his father's trade, earning around £1 and 15 shillings weekly. According to their neighbors, they haven't been seen for over a week. At this point, Klein understood the forthcoming focus. The missing, or more accurately, the whereabouts of Riel Bieber. That ancient notebook was likely in his possession. Is there a photograph of Riel Bieber? Dunn inquired of the officer, who played the role of a senior inspector. However, it was not merely a pretense, as the police department's records indeed identified him as a senior inspector, with his salary and allowances reflecting this. Excluding the Church S portion, the officer, appearing somewhat nervous, shook his head. I'm afraid not. We must return to the station to search. Normally, we can't leave a photograph for every individual that I understand. Continue to inquire about the first-floor residents. Asking detailed questions, Dunn commanded. Watching the officer leave, he shut the door and turned to old Neil. The next steps are yours. Otherwise, we may have to put the residents here to sleep and extract Riel Bieber's likeness from their dreams. I don't have much faith in sketches based on verbal descriptions. Old Neil nodded, retrieving several thumb-sized bottles from the concealed pocket of his black classical robe, sprinkling their contents methodically around the room. He then produced a handful of powder, encircling himself with it that a strange, acrid odor wafted into the air, unaffected by the room's foul stench, while Klein suddenly sensed an invisible force enveloping old Neil, isolating him from the environment and from the others, reminiscent of the room's previous state. Old Neil half closed his eyes, his lips moving as he recited a low, indistinct incantation. Klein, caught off guard, could only faintly discern. I beseech the power of the goddess. I anticipate the favor of the night. Suddenly, a gust of wind burst through the window, swirling the powder into the air. Klein's heart jolted as the bumps on his skin erupted, overwhelmed by an indescribable, terrifying aroma that pervaded the space. His mind became muddled, taut, and unyielding, akin to the state after solving a particularly challenging mathematical problem. Abruptly, old Neil's eyes flew open, now entirely black. He retrieved a water-absorbing fountain pen from his pocket and, using the scrap paper on the table, began to sketch furiously, his body trembling with the speed of his movements. Klein leaned in, observing as a deeply set face with a high nose rapidly emerged on the paper. Once the naturally curly short hair was completed, old Neil inscribed beneath the portrait. Black hair, deep blue eyes, a porcelain denture on the left side of the mouth. With a clatter, the fountain pen slipped from old Neil's grasp, and his body twitched slightly. This is the visage of airs.h.i, lingering in this room. Old Neil, his eye color returning to normal, murmured. He then resumed his previous position, slowly turning in place, as the intangible separating force dissipated like a gentle breeze. Praise the goddess, old Neil remarked, marking his chest 4 times to form the shape of a crimson moon. Klein felt his tension ease, observing more intently, noting that airs.h.i's features were unremarkable. His demeanor rather tranquil, save for the pronounced sagging of the nasolabial folds beside his nose. That I'll see if I can use a divining rod to locate him. That he picked up the portrait and rummaged through the bedroom for men's clothing, laying them out on the floor. Dunn, Leonard, and old Neil did not intervene, watching as he placed the silver-inlaid black cane atop the garments and the portrait. Fry, as always, remained silent. That the brown shifted to black. Klein's gaze deepened as he completed his silent incantation, releasing his grip. The black cane stood resolutely, as if embedded in the floor. airs.h.i's position, Klein silently recited once more. Amidst the whispering wind, the cane fell. Yet during its descent, it consistently altered direction, ultimately executing a small rotation around its pivot point. Without any external force aiding it, the silver-inlaid black cane stood firm once more. Klein attempted this several times, each effort yielding the same result, and he could only shake his head at Dunn and old Neil. That a peculiar force has interfered with my divination. Dunn removed his black gloves and addressed Leonard and Klein, saying, "You shall take the portrait of airs.h.i and inquire with the residents here for a final confirmation, then issue a warrant for his arrest in the name of your slain mother." "Understood," Klein replied, grasping his cane and bending to retrieve the portrait. Once the neighbors had confirmed that the individual depicted was indeed airs.h.i, Dunn instructed Leonard and the officer to proceed to the police station to complete the necessary paperwork, while he and Fry set off for several bars in Tingen City to seek information through underground channels. Klein and old Neil returned to the Blackthorn Security Company via public carriage. It was still before 8 o'clock, and Roshan had yet to arrive. Upon closing the door, Klein turned to old Neil, a mixture of confusion and inquiry in his gaze, asking, "Why would I, of all people, deliver the Antigonus family's notes to airs.h.i? This is entirely in the opposite direction from Welch's residence to Kreuzstrasse." Old Neil moved to the couch, chuckling softly. "Isn't it quite apparent? You are either unaware that you triggered the power within the notes or, out of curiosity, engaged in certain rituals described within them, thus provoking an otherworldly presence that should not have been disturbed. This force, this entity, aims to ensure the notes reach airs.h.i, while severing all leads to prevent anyone from discovering them. Consequently, aside from you, who was chosen, both Welch and Naya took their own lives on the spot. Frankly, I still find it perplexing that you managed to survive, that I too am at a loss." Klein replied with a wry smile. "I've pondered your speculations, yet I fail to grasp why the notes must be given to airs.h.i. Old Neil shrugged. Perhaps his birth numbers align with certain criteria, or maybe he is the last descendant of the Antigonus family. In any case, there are numerous possibilities as to why the notes ended up in Tingen City. Likely for similar reasons that I believe it is the latter." Klein suddenly realized, sighing, "Unfortunately, I did not notice sooner. Both airs.h.i and the notes have vanished." Old Neil chuckled. "This is a matter for Dunn to worry about. For you, it is a fortunate circumstance. Why do you say that?" Klein furrowed his brow in confusion. Chapter 47. The cash-strapped Old Neil rubbed his temples, remarking, "You seem to have a grasp on why they took their own lives. The notes have reached airs.h.i, and the matter is now known. Whether you live or die, it is unlikely to affect the subsequent developments that I believe the strange entity responsible for all this, or rather the mysterious power, will no longer take particular interest in you. Much like you wouldn't concern yourself with the ants on the ground, provided you do not attempt to attract their attention. Our pursuit of airs.h.i will soon reach the attention of the mystical society. They should be able to deduce that it relates to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notes. Trust me, these clandestine organizations, which have survived for millennia, possess a myriad of channels for information. Thus, their focus will shift to airs.h.i's location, attempting to find the notes before us, and they will neither harass you nor pursue you any further. Young man, congratulations on shedding the shadows of your past. You are about to embark on a sunlit new journey. Klein nodded frequently, feeling both elated and relieved as he said, I hope so. Since my arrival here, I have been shrouded in a cloud of gloom that seems to finally be dissipating. However, to speak candidly, Klein still felt a twinge of anxiety, as he seemed to possess some inexplicable bond with the notes, leading him to inadvertently discover lingering traces even during routine rescue missions that he genuinely feared that one day a postman might deliver a package, and upon opening it, he would find it to be the Antigonus family notes. He silently prayed that everything would unfold as old Neil had described. Hearing his response, old Neil let out a scoff. You hardly strike me as a devout follower of the goddess. Shouldn't you be drawing a red crescent on your chest at this moment and saying, May the goddess bless us? Mr. Neil, you seem to be no better. True believers do not speak of embarking on a sunlit new journey. After their time studying mysticism, Klein and old Neil had developed a fine camaraderie, and he did not hesitate to retort. They exchanged knowing glances, sharing a few chuckles, and almost simultaneously placed their hands over their hearts, declaring, Praise the goddess. Just then, the sound of spinning discs and marbles echoed as the door of the Blackthorn Security Company swung open. The elegant and graceful Mrs. Oriana entered the reception hall, her fashionable curls neatly pinned up, her light green skirt swaying gently. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Good morning, Klein, she greeted, holding a small leather handbag, her smile radiant. It is yet another bright and splendid day. Good morning, Oriana. You remain as beautiful as you were over the past decade. Old Neil replied cheerfully. Oriana shot him a sideways glance, her expression turning serious. Mr. Neil, your compliments remain just as irksome as they were over the past decade. She emphasized the words over the past decade. Is that so? Old Neil looked at Klein in confusion, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Never mention anything that might remind a lady of her age as a self-proclaimed jack-of-all-trades. Klein understood Mrs. Oriana's sensitivity instantly and humorously responded, Good morning, Mrs. Oriana. You are as lovely as ever. Thank you, our esteemed graduate from Hoy University. Oriana replied with a gentle nod before continuing. The old steward has already settled the payment for the commission task. According to the captain's stipulations, half of it is considered extra expenses, while the other half is to be divided between you and Leonard. However, since you are not an official member, you are entitled to only 10% of that half. And you may come to sign and collect it shortly. How much did he pay? Klein inquired, both delighted and paying £200. That was his statement. She said that my word, the storm above, I can scarcely imagine. Hardly believe that this matter has been resolved. Is it not easier than chasing a dream? Why does your security company lack renown? It is a disgrace to the entire industry. Mrs. Oriana mimicked the old steward's southern drawl. Klein pondered for a few seconds before humorously replying. That hardly seems fair to those bandits. The two extraordinary individuals swiftly resolved the issue in what could be described as a relaxed and pleasant manner. It was akin to fully armed adults bullying a few children. They must have been exceedingly unfortunate. They certainly lost the favor of the divine. Oriana chuckled softly. I informed the old steward that our success in this commission was merely due to our good fortune, as a contact happened to see the bandits with the child entering their hideout. Therefore, do not place too much expectation upon us. We are truly just a very ordinary security company. Generally speaking, the more one emphasizes their ordinariness, the more extraordinary they are. Klein silently scoffed, watching Mrs. Oriana pass through the partition into the accounting room. Old Neil smacked his lips beside him, a hint of envy in his voice as he remarked, You are indeed a fortunate young man. How long have you been with us? And you've already encountered a commission worth £200 that uncommon? Klein asked, perplexed. Previously, he had been either studying history, delving into the arcane, or wandering about seeking inspiration and clues. According to Mrs. Oriana's statistics, we may not even encounter a single commission in a week, and most commissions are valued below 20 pounds. Old Neil replied, rubbing the white crystal pendant on his wrist with a sigh. He then looked at Klein with a glimmer of hope. If you encounter similar commissions in the future, please be sure to inform me. Listening to Old Neil's words, Klein suddenly felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, prompting him to directly inquire, Mr. Neil, you seem to be in need of money. How much do you earn weekly? If it is inconvenient to discuss, please disregard my question. Old Neil leaned back against the couch, chuckling. There is no need for secrecy. I have been here for many years, and I currently receive a weekly salary from both the church and the police department, totaling £12 a week. Klein exclaimed in astonishment. £12 a week, 52 weeks a year. That amounts to nearly £600 annually. Previously, when reading the Tianjin Morning News and the Honest Man's Gazette, I noted that even senior barristers earn only around £800 to £1,000 per year. And Benson, the manager of their import-export company, earns only £6 a week, which is already considered quite respectable. Yes, such a salary is indeed quite substantial, and we are not required to pay income tax. Old Neil added with a smile. Klein recalled Benson mentioning that any weekly salary over £1 necessitates the payment of Class E tax, which pertains to income tax for government and company employees. The tax rates are 3% on the portion from £1 to £2, 5% from £2 to £5, 10% from £5 to £10, 15% from £10 to £20, and 20% on amounts exceeding £20. That in addition to this, he also discovered 4 additional types of income tax in the newspaper. Category A pertains to taxes on land, housing, and other tangible capital gains, including land rent and housing rent. Category B refers to agricultural income tax, while Category C encompasses taxes on profits from bonds, funds, and stocks. Lastly, Category D relates to income tax from commercial, financial, and professional industries. One noteworthy aspect is that Klein echoed Old Neil's sentiments. However, Old Neil shook his head, remarking that for extraordinary individuals like us, who constantly need to explore the obscure and engage in ritualistic practices, salaries are invariably insufficient. That aren't all materials claimed through applications. Klein inquired, astonished. Old Neil scoffed, saying, those are limited, and at times, one must provide sufficiently justifiable reasons to practice more in the realm of the mysterious and to experiment. One must purchase materials out of pocket, which can be procured internally or from underground markets. That Klein's spirits lifted, and he immediately asked, are there underground markets for extraordinary materials? I assumed the church would undoubtedly prohibit their existence. Lacking adequate channels for acquiring materials, he pondered the nascent form of a clandestine organization behind him, realizing that not everything could be resolved within the night watch. This matter is utterly ungovernable. In the perspective of mysticism, everything possesses a spirit, and all things share a common origin. The materials we utilize not only derive from extraordinary species, but also from ordinary animals, plants, and minerals. For instance, the poison hemlock, golden mint, and nightshade in your diviner's potion are frequently encountered in daily life. While they may lack extraordinary properties, they each possess unique characteristics. Through careful blending and integration, they can achieve certain effects, thus rendering it impossible for the church to outright ban such transactions. Old Neil elaborated. Before Klein could interject, he continued, moreover, extraordinary species are not solely useful for their cores. Take the Lavach octopus, for example. Aside from its blood, its eyes, skin, and tentacles serve as excellent materials. Unless the church employs only its own personnel for capture, completely stockpiling and controlling their outflow would impose a significant economic burden. The lower-tier extraordinary materials are particularly subject to this principle. We can only strive to limit the circulation of the more unique varieties. Suddenly, Old Neil chuckled, adding, another crucial reason is that the underground markets we are aware of are far preferable to those we are not. As long as clandestine organizations remain partially intact, this constitutes a sound strategy that can also assist us in obtaining scarce materials. That, of course, the existence of such markets will inevitably give rise to contraband. As long as it isn't excessively exaggerated or perilous, we shall feign ignorance and at most utilize them to enrich our own collections. Isn't it also due to the fact that several major churches restrain one another, rendering them unable to employ excessively aggressive measures? Klein speculated. Old Neil acknowledged with a grunt, but refrained from elaborating further. As a diviner, I will undoubtedly require repeated practice in the future and more materials. Mr. Neil, could you take me to those underground markets? Klein requested, providing a legitimate justification. Old Neil displayed a troubled expression. The individuals who frequent those places are mostly not extraordinary beings. They include curious nobles and wealthy individuals with an interest in the mysterious. Well, I have a 30 bill due soon, so it is inconvenient for me to go at the moment. Klein had never anticipated that the reason was unpaid debts. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully proposed, Mr. Neil, do you need to borrow money? I have 10 for my reward. Haha, no need. I have my own ways to resolve it. Old Neil replied, patting the sofa as he slowly rose. Aging is truly the most formidable adversary of all living beings. Last night's watch left me utterly fatigued. Well, this morning you should review your previous lessons and read more literature. Tomorrow, I shall commence teaching you the foundations of ritual magic. Understood. Klein stood up, doffed his hat, and bid farewell to BY afternoon. Seeing that Captain Dunn had yet to return, Klein feigned searching for that notebook once more, wandering the streets again. With 10 in his possession, he no longer needed to wait for funding to be allocated. He could directly proceed to the Divination Club. The whispers and visions that occasionally emerged during meditation and clairvoyance ignited his eagerness to begin his role. As Monday arrived, with another update scheduled for midnight. Klein found himself once more at the Divination Club located on the second floor of 13 Howell Street in the northern district of Tingen. Once again, he encountered the captivating lady in charge of reception. She still wore her brownish-yellow hair in an elegant updo, exuding a sophisticated maturity that made it difficult to ascertain her exact age from mere appearances. Good day. Mr. Gracious is not present today. Would you like to consult with another diviner? The lovely lady inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Klein, who had just readjusted his silk top hat, was taken aback. You remember me? That was 5 days ago. The brunette lady smiled. You were the first guest to seek Mr. Gracious's divination. And to this day, the only one to it is difficult not to remember you to an impression of someone who gets a little too eager for a bargain. Perhaps, Klein self-deprecatingly mused before inquiring. When was the last time Mr. Gracious came to the club? The brown-haired lady cast him a glance, seemingly pondering her response. To be honest, we cannot track the patterns of our members' visits. They possess free will and various affairs. I recall that after your divination, Mr. Gracious has not returned to the club. May fortune smile upon him, and may the goddess bless him. Klein offered a silent prayer. Refraining from further questions as he shifted to a smile, I am not here for a divination today. I wish to join the club. Really, it is our honor. The lady expressed surprise at the opportune moment. As a first-time member, please pay the 5 annual fee, followed by 1 each subsequent year. That I assume I need not reintroduce the details. Klein retrieved a newly acquired 5 note from his inner pocket. Watching the visage of Henry Augustus, I recede from his grasp. After carefully examining the anti-counterfeit watermark, the lady solemnly accepted the bill, produced a form, and handed it to Klein. Please fill in your details, and I shall provide you with a receipt. Is there an invoice? Klein queried, noticing the header belonged to the Blackthorn Security Company. Amused by his own thoughts, he picked up a water-dipped fountain pen and filled in his name, age, street address, and company name using the dark blue ink. However, he deliberately omitted his date of birth, as this was a matter of personal mystery for a diviner. Once the receipt was issued and his membership recorded, the lady extended her right hand, saying, Welcome to the Tingen Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearhart, your diligent service provider. Here is your membership cufflink, adorned with our unique inscription to signify your membership. Hello, Ms. Angelica. Klein gently grasped her hand and accepted the dark golden cufflink. He noticed that the unique inscription incorporated a root word from Hermetic language meaning diviner. Angelica retracted her left hand and, after a few moments of contemplation, inquired, I wonder what divination techniques you excel in or what methods you wish to learn in the club. We will consider inviting renowned diviners to teach courses and introduce you to members with similar expertise for enjoyable exchanges. I possess knowledge of various divination techniques. There is no need to make special considerations for me. Klein replied, embellishing his response slightly. He then asked, Can I perform divination for others right now? I am not a novice, just starting out. He had come to assume the role of a diviner, rather than to learn the basic methods accessible to the average person. Angelica maintained a polite smile, saying, You are free to conduct divinations for others at the club anytime. However, until we ascertain your level of proficiency, we will not speak highly of you when customers inquire. What fee do you wish to charge for your divination? 2 pence. Klein decided to leverage his price in the absence of a reputation. We will take 1/4 of a penny based on a total price of 8 pence. Angelica explained the various regulations before recording Klein's information in the diviner catalog available for customer selection. After completing all these formalities, she smiled and gestured towards the conference room at the end of the hall, saying, Mr. Heinaz Vincent is currently explaining astrological divination. You may quietly find a spot to listen or raise your hand to ask questions. Understood. Intrigued, Klein made his way toward the conference room, eager to hear the differences between Heinaz Vincent's teachings and old Neil's. That at that moment, Angelica hurried after him, lowering her voice. Mr. Moretti, would you prefer coffee or tea? We offer Siberian black tea, South Wales coffee, and DC coffee free of charge. Having perused the papers frequently, Klein recognized that these coffees and teas were of mediocre quality, yet he understood they would certainly be superior to the inferior varieties at home. After some thought, he replied, a cup of South Wales coffee, 3 spoons of sugar, and no milk. The most renowned aspect of the ruined kingdom South Wales County lies in its beer and red wine. Beloved by many prominent figures, while coffee remains relatively obscure. Very well, I shall bring it to you shortly, Angelica declared, gesturing towards the conference room. Klein ambled to the partially ajar door, where he overheard a voice steeped in the thick accent of Ahawa County explaining. Astrological chart divination is considered one of the more intricate forms of divination. This statement was merely relative to the average person, Klein silently added for the speaker's benefit. Upon entering the conference room, he observed 5 or 6 long tables arranged in a semicircle, encircling a middle-aged man clad in a black classical robe, Heinaz Vincent. This gentleman bore distinct dark circles under his eyes, and his thick, coarse brown hair stood upright, defiantly resembling a hedgehog. Aside from his role in elucidating astrological chart divination, he exhibited no notable characteristics. Upon noticing Klein's arrival, Heinaz Vincent offered a slight nod, continuing his lecture while merely moderating his pace. Klein, with one hand tucked into his pocket and the other holding his cane, found a spot at the edge and settled back comfortably, casting a glance around the room illuminated by the still brilliant afternoon sun. He noted the presence of 6 members, 4 men and 2 women, some diligently taking notes, others engaged in hushed conversations, while a few returned his gaze with wry smiles. After placing his cane down, Klein adjusted his half-height silk top hat and tapped his fingers twice on his brow. His gaze shifted to Heinaz, where he perceived the man's aura, noting its varying colors, brightness, and density that a dark red hue indicated a slight anxiety. While the rest of him appeared quite healthy, save for that particular area, which puzzled Klein as he leisurely absorbed the lecture. That moment, he clenched his right fist against his mouth to stifle a laugh. Suddenly feeling akin to an unlicensed old physician, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his ability of clairvoyance, although it only allowed him to gauge general conditions without discerning intricate details. It proved sufficient for gathering valuable information. After surveying the room once more, he lightly tapped his brow again, as if mulling over Heinaz's earlier words. Astrological chart divination belonged to the realm of astrology. Yet even an ordinary person could attempt to interpret it. For instance, the most basic natal chart is derived from the positions of the sun, moon, blue star, and red star at the moment of the inquirer's birth. These celestial symbols are then marked on the chart in their respective locations, supplemented with the corresponding statuses of various constellations, ultimately to interpret the individual's fate. This necessitates that the diviner possess a firm grasp of retroactive calculations regarding the states of planets and constellations, a task of considerable complexity. Certainly, some have published reference tomes for inquiries, while others have opted for simplification, utilizing merely the constellations for a vague interpretation. Klein listened quietly, refraining from interjecting or posing questions, occasionally caressing the yellow crystal pendant nestled within his sleeve and sipping the South Wales coffee that Angelica had brought him. After a lengthy interval, Heinaz rubbed his brow and remarked, "You may wish to attempt drawing your own astrological charts. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out in the white crystal room." He watched the man depart. A young gentleman clad in a white shirt and a black waistcoat rose with a smile. Approaching Klein, "Greetings, I am Edward Steve." "Hello, Klein Moretti," Klein replied, rising in kind. "Astrological charts are indeed exceedingly intricate. Every time I hear about them, I cannot help but envision embarking on a dream journey," Edward quipped self-deprecatingly. Klein chuckled, responding, "This is due to Mr. Vincent's tendency to impart all the knowledge he possesses to us at once, akin to presenting a lavish banquet of intis, which is rather detrimental to digestion. If it were me, I could finish a whole banquet of intis. They always serve just a little on large plates." Edward laughed lightly, settling into a seat and inquiring curiously, "You are a new member, are you not? I have not seen you around in the past 2 years. That I just joined the club today," Klein replied candidly. "What is your area of expertise?" Edward asked casually. "I possess a smattering of knowledge in various fields." Though only a little, Klein utilized his previous self-description here, that he was not being modest. Rather, in the realm of divination, there remained an abundance of esoteric knowledge yet to be grasped, just as other members were preparing to approach and discuss astrological chart divination. Angelica entered the conference room. "Mr. Steve, someone seeks your divination services." "Very well," Edward replied with a smile as he stood. "That it appears you are an exceptional diviner," Klein remarked, regarding him. "No, that is merely due to my pricing being quite reasonable." Edward chuckled softly. Ordinary individuals seeking divination will certainly not opt for the most expensive options, and unless they have been quite foolish, they would also not trust the cheapest ones. Thus, those priced in the middle are more readily accessible. "I am precisely the one you refer to as being foolish." Klein shook his head with a wry smile as he observed Edward's departure, realizing his own pricing strategy might require reevaluation. He rose, took his cane, and exited the conference room to find Angelica once more. "I wish to amend my divination pricing. Let's say 8 pennies. Angelica regarded him intently before responding, "We shall accommodate your request. However, we will inform customers that you have just joined our club." "That is acceptable," Klein nodded, unperturbed. That at times, an air of mystery serves as a vital element in attracting clientele. After updating his information, Klein turned back toward the conference room. At that moment, he observed Hina's Vincent emerging from the white crystal room, holding a silver-plated mirror. The esteemed diviner addressed the 5 members within the conference room. "I have recently mastered a new form of divination, mirror divination. Are you interested in learning mirror divination? That is not a particularly safe method of divination." Klein, dressed in black formal attire, paused outside the conference room, furrowing his brow, as a neophyte diviner newly stepping into the realm of mysticism. Klein would not presume to claim extensive knowledge. However, he was certainly more informed than the average individual, understanding that various forms of divination could be classified into 3 major categories based on the source of revelation. The first type encompasses tarot, playing cards, pendulums, divining rods, and dreams, which derive insights from the inquirer's own spiritual communication with the spirit realm to interpret the results. However, both pendulum and divining rod methods require a high level of spiritual acuity, rendering them ineffective for the unremarkable. In contrast, card divination employs a predetermined set of symbolic elements, allowing even those with limited awareness to glean insights. Dreams occupy a middle ground between these methods. The second category of divination involves numerology, astrology, and all their derivative forms, where the diviner calculates and interprets results based on objective information provided by the inquirer or natural phenomena. Here, the inquirer relinquishes control to the diviner. The third category utilizes third-party forces outside both the diviner and the inquirer. Klein recalled from his previous life the practices of Ouija boards and spirit writing, which belong to this category. Through specific rituals, one may request answers from unknown, mysterious entities, though success is unlikely for the average person. Should there be an exception, and one were to commune with a malevolent being, or even encounter an entity that induces despair merely through contact, it could lead to disastrous consequences. The mirror divination that Heinaz had mentioned earlier falls within this category, in the realm of mysticism. Mirrors are regarded as gateways to the unknown, to the bizarre, and to the spiritual world. Thus, Klein lingered outside the conference room, contemplating whether to inform the captain and perhaps surreptitiously investigate the gas meter later that night. Of course, there are safer methods of mirror divination, such as invoking 7 established deities for guidance. While it is exceedingly difficult for the average person to receive genuine insights, at the very least, it poses no danger or lasting repercussions. Conversely, the more rigorously controlled forms of mirror divination, which involve requesting aid from certain malevolent deities or mysterious entities revered by specific organizations, can be perilous. Moreover, crafting one's own incantations is inadvisable, as even a single word or trait might attract unwanted attention. In this world imbued with extraordinary powers, such forms of divination often spiral toward dire outcomes. Klein even harbored suspicions that the original owner and Welch, along with Naya, had engaged in a similar dark divination based on the notes from the Antigonus family. At that moment, Heinaz had elucidated the principles of mirror divination to the 5 members, detailing the specific procedures. First, select an appropriate date and time based on the deity you venerate. This can be determined using the astrology manual. For instance, it is well known that Sunday symbolizes the goddess of night, embodying rest. Thus, the hours between 2 and 3 a.m., 9 and 10 a.m., 4 and 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. to midnight are under the moon's dominion, presided over by the goddess of night. Therefore, diviners who revere her may conduct mirror divination during these time slots on Sundays. Solid foundational knowledge indeed. Klein subtly nodded, concealed by the half-open door of the conference room. It must be said that amidst the checks and balances of the 7 major churches, some esoteric knowledge had indeed been leaked. The astrology manual, for instance, provided numerous symbolic meanings, however, without potions or extraordinary powers. Ordinary individuals could scarcely achieve the desired effects. Furthermore, we meticulously polish the mirror, ensuring it is a silvered one, and position it in our abode to symbolize the moon. Einasi demonstrates with the prop in his hand. No, at this moment, what is required is the pendulum method. First, select a spot and mentally repeat 7 times that this place is suitable for the magic mirror divination, then observe the direction in which the pendant spins. Clockwise indicates correctness, while counterclockwise signifies error. But of course, if you are beseeching a malevolent, unknown, or mysterious entity, the location becomes inconsequential. What truly matters is your level of interest. Klein silently corrects .h.i this moment. He feels as though he is the instructor of the class. Vincent, however, cannot hear Klein's inner thoughts and speaks in a normal tone, elaborating on the preparations made beforehand. Once the members have completed their notes, he continues. After the cleansing ritual, ensure all curtains are drawn, and the door is securely locked. Next, light a candle and place it before the mirror, humbly praying to the deity you believe in, ensuring your questions are simple and devoid of elaborate embellishments. After repeating your requests 7 times, take your mirror and lightly drop it onto the ground. It must be a gentle fall. Remember the manner of its shattering, as this is the revelation bestowed by the divine. I shall elucidate several primary symbols that this is the orthodox method of magic mirror divination. Klein exhales with relief, slowly walking into the conference room, resuming his previous seat, and finishing the last sip of his South Wales coffee. The term orthodox signifies that one can indeed receive insights, yet it is fundamentally impossible to interpret them accurately. Conversely, for the extraordinary, should they receive a response during this step, they can directly perceive a specific image within the mirror, obtaining comparatively clearer information. Due to the multitude of symbols formed by the shattering, Einasi speaks extensively, continuing until Edward Steve concludes his divination for others and returns to the conference room. Yet he has not yet wrapped up his discourse. Klein refrains from inquiring about what Edward divined for others or the methods employed, as this falls under the unwritten rules among diviners, a role he must strictly adhere to unless the other party brings it up voluntarily. I have often noticed that our interpretations tend to be excessively vague, seemingly catering to various needs, allowing different individuals to derive their own descriptions from the readings. Edward sips his Siberian black tea, sighing softly, for instance, encountering numerous setbacks, facing a plethora of misfortunes, yet ultimately witnessing the dawn of hope. Haha, no one truly knows when that dawn will arrive. For example, your journey may not be particularly smooth, but you will undoubtedly arrive alive. Hey, the dead cannot refute me. Having not listened from the beginning, he overlooked Einasi's lesson on magic mirror divination, survivorship bias. Klein smiles and adds, the essence of survivorship bias is that many statistics often derive solely from the living, the survivors neglecting the deceased, resulting in a significant deviation. Indeed, Emperor Russell is truly a philosopher, Edward exclaims in admiration. Klein lifts his now empty coffee cup, feigning a sip. Throughout the afternoon, the members are engrossed in astrological charts and magic mirror divinations, occasionally approaching Klein and Edward for discussion. During such instances, Klein diligently performs the duties of an informal member of the Night Watchers, striving to guide them away from potentially perilous and extraordinary thoughts. However, what he most desires remains unfulfilled. Numerous inquirers passed by, none selecting him for assistance in divination. Perhaps next time, I should take the initiative to entertain them, uttering a few phrases like "You are beset by misfortune. You shall soon encounter calamity, or nothing will go smoothly for you." No, that hardly resembles a diviner. Contemplating this, Klein shakes his head in self-deprecation, but he picks up his cane, stands, and bids farewell. At 5:30, Edward Steve, having donned his coat, is about to exit the divination club when he suddenly spots a familiar figure. "Good afternoon, Grachis, long time no see," he greets with a smile, observing his similarly inclined friend attired in customary formal wear, adorned with a black bow tie and a monocle hanging from his chest pocket. He quickly notices that the other's complexion appears rather poor. Even the soft, pale yellow hair shows signs of dryness. "Good afternoon, Edward," Grachis coughs, covering his mouth with his fist. Edward expresses concern. "You seem to be unwell?" "A rather severe illness, which even progressed to pneumonia. Had it not been for my wife fortuitously encountering a remarkable apothecary who provided me with some miraculous potions, you might have only seen me in the graveyard." Grachis' tone is laden with both fear and relief. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. You were so healthy before. Look at you now, so frail. I recall divining for you last week, and there were no indications of a serious illness." Edward remarks in surprise, adjusting his cane, that my own divination results were the same as yours. Perhaps we are not yet competent diviners. Moreover, Grachis suddenly recalls the events of Monday, his expression turning exceptionally grave. Just then, the lovely Lady Angelica approaches, greeting them with a gentle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, she first inquires about Grachis' health, offering some advice, before casually mentioning, "Mr. Grachis, the gentleman who sought your divination last time. Mr. Moretti has also joined the club." "The gentleman who sought my divination last time?" Grachis' eyes illuminate instantly. My goodness, where is he? He has already departed. Angelica and Edward cannot comprehend Grachis' unusual reaction. Grachis excitedly paces a few steps, stating, "If he returns next time, and I am not in the club, please be sure to inquire when he will come again." "Grachis, what is the matter? What has Mr. Klein Moretti done to you?" Edward asks, puzzled. Grachis raises his arm and gazes intently at Edward and Angelica, responding with fervor. "He is an incredibly, Grachis emphasizes with 3 repetitions. Remarkable doctor. P.S. The second update requests recommendations. Chapter 50. Old Neil's method of repayment. Third update requests recommendations. At 7:30, at the dining table of the Moretti household. "Klein, why do you, as a consultant, need to arrive early? Wouldn't urgent matters from the security company be more perilous?" Benson casually mentions the morning's events while forking a piece of potato from the beef stew. Klein carefully removes the bones from the pan-seared fish, responding with prepared remarks. "A batch of historical documents that needs immediate transportation to Beekland. I must be present to inventory and ensure nothing is missing. You know, those fellows who only know how to throw punches are completely unfamiliar with ancient Guffisac." Upon hearing his response, Benson, having finished chewing his food, remarks, "Knowledge is indeed invaluable." Seizing the opportunity, Klein produces the remaining £5 note, handing it to Benson. "This is the extra remuneration I received today. You also require some respectable clothing. £5. Both Benson and Melissa exclaim simultaneously that he examines the banknote repeatedly, expressing a mix of surprise and confusion. This security company is indeed generous. His weekly salary amounts to £1.10, totaling £6 over 4 weeks, just £1 more than this additional payment. With such a salary, he sustains his younger siblings, providing them with a reasonably decent dwelling, ensuring they can have meat 2 or 3 times a week and acquire a few new garments annually. You don't doubt my words?" Klein intentionally retorts. Benson chuckles. "I believe you lack the capability and the courage to rob a bank. You are not one to tell lies." Melissa pauses her cutlery, responding earnestly. I am currently a habitual liar." Klein feels a twinge of shame, although this is due to the pressures of reality. His sister's belief still leaves him feeling melancholic that today's matters were rather urgent and significant. "I played a crucial role in them, which justifies the £5 compensation." Klein offers a slight explanation that in a sense. What he said is the truth. As for the forthcoming £5 fund that was initially intended for joining the divination club, he plans to conceal it. Firstly, bringing home £5 would surely alarm his brother and sister. making them suspect he is engaged in some illicit venture. And secondly, he needs to accumulate some funds for acquiring additional materials to further his studies in divination and mastery of mystical knowledge. Benson contentedly nibbles on a piece of oat bread, pondering for several seconds. My current job does not necessitate overly formal attire, or rather, to be precise, clothing of superior fabric. What I have at home suffices. Before Klein can offer any advice, he proactively states, with this extra income, we will finally have savings. I intend to purchase several books on accounting for deeper study. Klein Melissa, I do not wish to find myself 5 years from now still earning less than £2 a week. Haha, you know my boss and manager are utterly clueless, their heads filled with nonsense, their mouths spewing foul odors that a brilliant idea. Klein concurs, smoothly suggesting, why not take a look at the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable individual and to attain a sufficiently substantial reward is a rather critical factor. Perhaps, before long, the civil service examination will emerge in the kingdom of ruin, and being prepared in advance could yield considerable advantages. Banson's eyes brightened at this thought. I had indeed forgotten about this matter. Come, let us toast to a splendid future. Instead of drinking rye beer, he poured oyster-clear soup into 3 glasses and gently clinked them with his brother and sister simultaneously. After consuming the clear soup, Klein turned to his sister, who was engaged in a battle with a pan-seared meat fish, and with a light chuckle remarked, besides Banson's books, I believe Melissa also requires a new dress. Melissa lifted her head, shaking it repeatedly. No, I think it is best to save up. Klein added, indeed. Melissa nodded emphatically that in truth, if we do not pursue extravagant fabrics and the latest designs, it would not be overly expensive. We can save the remaining money, Klein asserted with an air of insistence. Banson chimed in. Melissa, do you wish to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday banquet? Selena Wood is Melissa's classmate and good friend. Hailing from a relatively well-off family, her brother is a transactional lawyer, and her father is a senior employee at the Beckland Bank's Tingen branch. However, their so-called banquet merely entails inviting friends over for dinner, chatting and playing cards. Very well. Melissa lowered her head, mumbling in response, and then vigorously speared a piece of braised beef. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and eagerly exclaimed, Mrs. Shaud next door sent a calling card over with the maid, hoping to pay us a semi-formal visit on Sunday afternoon. That is, tomorrow at 4 o'clock, to meet the new neighbors that Mrs. Shaud. Klein looked at his brother and sister with complete bewilderment. Banson tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the dining table, as if contemplating. Mrs. Shaud from number 4 Daffodil Street. I have met her husband, a seasoned transactional lawyer. Perhaps the seasoned transactional lawyer knows Selena's brother, Melissa said with a hint of delight, that we are at no. 2 Daffodil Street. Klein nodded slightly. It is indeed necessary to know one's neighbors, but as you are aware, I must still attend the security company on Sunday. I will not have a day off until Monday. So please convey my apologies to Mrs. Shaud. Upon saying this, he recalled the neighbors from his childhood in a past life, reminiscing about those living in the apartment on Iron Cross Street, and chuckled softly. Shouldn't a semi-formal visit be a natural way to get acquainted and interact? Ha, Klein, you do not comprehend. You have read quite a few newspapers recently, but have not engaged with those magazines that cater to households and women. They refer to families earning between 100 and 1,000 as the middle class, proclaiming it to be the backbone of the entire kingdom, and extolling the middle class for lacking the arrogance of the nobility and wealthy, while not being as coarse as the low-income strata. Banson explained lightly and cheerfully, stating that these magazines simplify many of the rituals involved in noble interactions, thus serving as a hallmark of the middle class. The distinctions between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits stem from this. As he spoke, he shook his head and chuckled. Generally speaking, those who consider themselves part of this class, whether gentlemen, ladies, or misses, tend to be particularly attentive to such details. Their visits to neighbors and friends from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. are referred to as morning visits. Morning visits? Klein and Melissa exclaimed in surprise. What kind of morning visit is a visit from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.? Banson set down his knife and fork, raising his hands in amusement. I do not know why either. I merely glanced at a few magazines brought by female colleagues. Perhaps it is because one must wear morning attire for such visits. Originally, morning attire referred to clothing for mass and gatherings, but later came to denote daytime formal wear, distinguishing it from evening attire. Very well, you two remember to purchase some fine coffee grounds and tea leaves tomorrow morning, and acquire some scones and lemon cake from Mrs. Sellon. We must not be disrespectful in front of our neighbors, Klein chuckled, dipping the remaining bread into the meat sauce, stuffing it with potatoes, and putting it in his mouth. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Klein finished his last sip of subpar tea, set down the newspaper, donned his half-height silk top hat, took his silver-trimmed black cane, and leisurely stepped out the door. Taking a public coach to Zoderland Street, that he greeted Roshan, who had just finished a night shift and was heading to the lounge to sleep, and made his way down to the basement. Around the corner, he encountered a member of the night watch team, the sleepless Loya Lightin. She appeared rather aloof, with long eyebrows, large eyes, and hair as smooth and dark as silk. "Good morning, Ms. Lightin," Klein said with a smile and a bow. Loya glanced at him with her deep blue eyes, giving a barely perceptible nod in acknowledgement. Just as they were about to pass each other, Loya suddenly stopped and, gazing ahead, remarked, "Ritual magic is a perilous affair." Ah, Klein was taken aback for a moment, but by the time he turned around, he could only see her retreating figure. "Thank you," he frowned and called out to Loya, lighting us back. Turning left, he soon saw old Neil in the weapons storage room, along with Brait, who should not have been there. "Let us go to my home. I have already gathered the necessary materials, and Brait has agreed to help me keep watch," old Neil said with a cheerful demeanor. Klein was immediately taken aback. "Not here?" Old Neil, holding a small silver box, clicked his tongue. "There is no space here to practice ritual magic." Klein refrained from asking further questions and followed old Neil back to the surface, where the two took a public coach to the outskirts of the North District. Old Neil's home was a detached house, with a garden in front filled with roses, mint, and other materials. Upon entering, there was a carpeted porch, furnished with 2 high-backed chairs and an umbrella stand. Through the porch lay a spacious living room, adorned with light-colored wallpaper, a deep brown floor, and a small carpet with floral patterns. Centered around a sturdy round table. Surrounding the round table were comfortable benches and chairs, along with a piano. My late wife had a profound love for music, old Neil casually mentioned, pointing at the piano. "The sofa and coffee table are in the sitting room. Let us conduct our ritual magic in the living room today." "Very well," Klein replied somewhat awkwardly. Old Neil set down the silver box and smiled. "I will first demonstrate a ritual magic for you. Pay close attention and remember that as he spoke, he took a piece of parchment resembling sheepskin from the silver box and began to draw peculiar patterns upon it with specially formulated black ink, which had a calming fragrance. Klein watched closely and noted that old Neil seemed to be drawing a bill. Once old Neil filled in the corresponding position with the number 30 and the appropriate pound symbol, Klein could no longer contain himself and, filled with confusion and doubt, inquired, "Mr. Neil, what ritual magic are you about to perform?" Old Neil coughed twice, responding with utmost seriousness. "Today, I intend to use magic to resolve that 30 debt." "Is that even possible?" Klein's eyes widened, and his mouth fell partially agape. "Certainly, if you lack confidence in the ritual magic you wish to attempt, selecting an appropriate date and time can significantly enhance your chances of success." "Ah, but there is a prerequisite you must always remember and adhere to." Old Neil positioned 2 candles carefully, turned his body, and with utmost seriousness, addressed Klein. "A low-tier practitioner is inherently insufficiently powerful. Nearly all ritual magic that can perform involves beseeching external forces for strength and assistance. Therefore, one must only consider deities such as the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely, under no circumstances should you attempt to communicate with unknown and unpredictable entities, even if they are worshipped by some or if their promises are temptingly inscribed. Trust me, do not harbor any delusions of luck. After even a single attempt, you will inevitably slide into the abyss. All your efforts, all your struggles, will merely slow the descent, unable to alter the course that I will bear this in mind." Klein replied solemnly, yet his heart was gripped by unease. His fortune-turning ritual seemed to be a plea for power from some unknown and unpredictable entity. And indeed, it had bestowed upon him a strength that even the seasoned extraordinary, the Hanged Man, found hard to believe, a power that drew them above the mists. Well, he should be a seasoned extraordinary. Fortunately, I am not yet insane and show no signs of losing control. Worrying about this matter, he proactively shifted the topic. "So, should the night watchers best seek assistance from the goddess, if you wish to petition the Lord of Storms? No one will impede you, though he may not respond, or his response may be filled with malice, which could distort the outcome of our ritual magic into an unpredictable direction." Old Neil successfully dispelled Klein's hopes of luck with a jest. There is no such thing as the best. There is only what is necessary. Having imparted his advice, old Neil picked up the crimson candle and said, "Candles made from moonflowers, deep red sandalwood, etc." symbolized the goddess's identity as the Lady of Crimson in ritual magic that he then pointed to the deep black candle. Candles crafted from nightshade and deep sleep flowers symbolize the night. As he spoke, he placed the black candle in the upper left corner of the round table and the red candle in the upper right corner. Why are there only two candles symbolizing the goddess? And why are they associated with the Mother of Secrets, the Queen of Calamity and Fear, the Lord of Slumber and Silence? Old Neil chuckled. Indeed, that is the question I hoped you would ask. Before the fall, the Moss ascetics maintained a close relationship with the church, and their concepts and achievements in ritual magic profoundly influenced us. They believed that everything is a number, each number possessing its own spirit. And in ritual magic, 0 represents the unknown, chaos, symbolizing the state before the world's creation. 1 signifies beginnings, representing the first creator. 2 symbolizes the world and deity's birth from within. And 3 denotes the contact between deities and the material, the manifestation of all things. Here, we use 2 candles to symbolize the goddess, reserving the third for ourselves. The specific choice of which 2 candles and which symbols to use must be determined by the desired effect of the ritual magic itself. The concept of 3 giving rise to all things. Everything is comprised of 3. Klein could not help but think of certain things he had encountered in his past life, noticing his earnest attention. Old Neil grasped the third candle and said, "This candle symbolizes me, a rather ordinary candle, merely infused with a touch of mint. Remember, plants such as rose, lemon, mint, moonflower, nightshade, and deep sleep flower are favored and cherished by the goddess." The 3 candles also symbolize each individual's essence, spirituality, and divinity. Upon completing his description, Old Neil placed the third candle at the center of the round table that he then successively retrieved the prepared full moon essential oil, a cauldron engraved with a dark holy emblem, an elegantly patterned silver dagger, a cup of clear water, and a dish of coarse salt. For those extraordinary individuals unskilled in ritual magic, additional items such as bells, crystal balls, silver cups, and incense may be necessary, but the seeker and the diviner require none. These items suffice. Old Neil placed a parchment resembling sheepskin, inscribed with the account details, beside the large cauldron and used a specially crafted feather quill to weigh down one corner. He turned to Klein and said, "Ritual magic necessitates a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment, which we must create ourselves. The method involves first entering meditation to accumulate mental energy, then utilizing auxiliary items to channel our power outward, constructing it around us. Much like the holy night powder I once used at the home of Riel Bear, or the ritual silver dagger I am about to employ. Throughout the entire process, we must determine the symbolic representations and corresponding incantations based on the desired outcome. It is best to use Hermetic language for the incantations, as ancient Hermetic language is derived from nature, akin to ancient Draconic and Elvish tongues. Its effects are very direct, but lack the necessary concealment and protection, easily placing the user in peril, which is why it has been refined. However, it is indeed more effective. Now, I shall focus on performing the ritual magic and will no longer explain. Pay close attention and take note of your questions. And ask me once everything concludes." "Very well." Klein stepped back 2 paces, concentrating intently on Old Neil. Old Neil's gaze deepened rapidly, and invisible winds began to whirl around them, but he remained silent for a moment. Then, following the sequence from left to right and top to bottom, he ignited the 3 candles using the friction of spirit and matter. Next, he picked up the silver dagger, plunged it into the coarse salt, and recited the incantation inscribed in Hermetic language. "I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, that you may serve me in this ritual, in the name of the Lady of Night, the Lady of Crimson. You are sanctified." With each brief yet powerful ancient word, Old Neil withdrew the silver dagger, immersed it in the cup of clear water, then lifted it, pointing it toward the space beyond the round table. He aimed the blade at the outer circle and began to walk around the table. And with each step, Klein could feel an invisible power surging forth from the silver dagger, filled with spirituality, intertwining with the air to form a sealed wall. After completing the circle, the altar was isolated from the surroundings. Old Neil stood before the round table, placed the silver dagger down, and picked up the full moon essential oil, allowing 3 drops to fall onto the black, deep red, and ordinary candles. Sizzle. A faint mist enveloped the area, and everything seemed to take on an air of mystery. Old Neil set down the glass bottle, gazed at the sheepskin parchment in silence for 2 minutes, then took up the feather quill and drew a square surrounding all the contents on the account, indicating his control over the debt. He then drew a cross, signifying its elimination at this point. He held the sheepskin parchment in one hand, lightly tapped his forehead with the other, and opened his spiritual sight. Once more, an invisible and vibrant power surged forth. And old Neil murmured, "I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the power of crimson. I beseech the goddess's favor. I implore for the means to settle this debt. Nightshade, herb of the red moon. Please convey your power to my incantation. Moonflower, herb of the red moon. Please convey your power to my incantation." Klein stood nearby, utterly astonished, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Is such an incantation even permissible? Though it is articulated in Hermetic language, it feels exceedingly direct, simplistic, and down-to-earth. Will the goddess be angered, causing the debt to double? At that moment, the candlelight suddenly brightened. Upon completing his incantation, old Neil closed his eyes for 2 minutes, took the full moon essential oil, and added a drop to each of the 3 candles. Then he grasped the sheepskin parchment, brought it close to the candle representing himself, and once ignited, immediately cast it into the cauldron. Old Neil closed his eyes once more, seemingly attuning to the parchment's burning. After a while, he opened his eyes and gazed at the cauldron bearing the dark holy emblem, only to see that the sheepskin parchment had completely burned away, leaving only ashes. Praise the goddess. Old Neil traced the shape of a crimson moon on his chest, then extinguished the candles in the reverse order of their lighting. Once all was completed, he took the silver dagger and pierced the invisible wall surrounding them. Following a sudden gust of wind, old Neil visibly exhaled in relief. "It is done, did I ask that all?" Klein asked in astonishment. "The debt has been resolved?" "How was it resolved? I cannot say for certain. In any case, it will be resolved in a reasonable manner." Old Neil shrugged with a smile. Klein was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to this. Could it be a bit unreliable? Note: this chapter's magic is adapted from the Wicca Book of Magic, Chapter 52, The Audience that do not dwell on that cursed debt any longer. Let us discuss ritual magic. Old Neil, with a relaxed demeanor, began to gather the candles, cauldron, silver dagger, and other items. Klein wished to shrug his shoulders like the Americans from his previous life, but ultimately refrained from such an undignified gesture that he redirected his attention back to the very essence of ritual magic. Casting aside his previously lingering doubts and probing into intricate details, which he was met with sufficiently definitive answers. For instance, he learned that the incantations adhere to a specific format. As long as this structure is satisfied and the key meanings are articulated clearly in Hermetic language, the other components may be expressed with creative liberty. Naturally, any descriptions deemed blasphemous or lacking in reverence are strictly forbidden. This esoteric lesson continued until midday, when the venerable Mr. Neil cleared his throat and remarked, "We must return to Zoderland Street at this juncture," he muttered somewhat indistinctly. "I missed out on a delightful breakfast just to collect those damn materials." Klein, amused yet perplexed, glanced around and inquired, "Mr. Neil, do you not have a cook at home? Or perhaps a maid responsible for preparing meals?" A weekly wage of £12 would sufficiently cover several servants, according to the newspapers. Hiring an ordinary cook, including lodging and food, costs merely between 12 to 15 shillings per week. Not even £1 that a maid for miscellaneous tasks is even more affordable, with wages ranging from 3 shillings 6 pence to 6 shillings, though one cannot expect exceptional culinary skills from them. But then again, considering Mr. Neil's current debt of £30, it would indeed be normal not to employ a cook or servants. That I seem to have asked an inappropriate question, Klein reflected regretfully. However, Mr. Neil, unfazed, shook his head and replied, "I often experiment with ritual magic at home and delve into extraordinary artifacts and their corresponding literature that it would be impossible for me to hire ordinary individuals as cooks, footmen, or maids. I merely have someone come by occasionally for cleaning." "And if they were not ordinary, do you think they would be willing to undertake such tasks?" I appear to have posed a foolish question, perhaps due to my own lack of experience in engaging with the arcane at home. Klein self-deprecatingly explained that Mr. Neil was already on his feet, donning his felt hat, and as he made his way towards the door, he murmured, "I seem to smell the aroma of seared foie gras." once the bill is settled. I shall indulge in a proper serving. I could easily devour an entire piece of roast pork with applesauce for lunch. No, that will not suffice. I must also have a sausage accompanied by mashed potatoes." His words made Klein's stomach growl. He swallowed hard and hastened to catch up with Mr. Neal as they headed to the nearby public carriage stand. Upon returning to Zoderland Street, just as Mr. Neal alighted from the carriage, he suddenly exclaimed, "What do I see? Oh gods, what do I see?" He darted to the roadside with the agility of a sprightly youth and picked up an object. Klein, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look and discovered it to be an exquisitely crafted wallet. With his discerning eye, he found it difficult to determine whether the dark brown leather was cowhide or sheepskin. Only noticing the delicate light blue emblem embroidered upon it, depicting a dove poised for flight. This was the impression Klein received at first glance, but from the second glance onwards, his gaze was ensnared by the bulging banknotes within the wallet. There were at least 20 crisp pound notes, face up. Mr. Neal unfurled the wallet, extracting the banknotes for a closer inspection, and let out a low whistle. 10-pound notes, the esteemed nation builder and protector William I. Oh gods, a full 30 of them. And a few 5s, 1s, and 5-shilling notes. Over 300 pounds. This is an extraordinary sum indeed. I could hardly amass such wealth in a decade. Klein's breath grew heavy with disbelief, given the high value of pound notes. Discovering such a wallet was akin to stumbling upon a suitcase full of cash in a later era that I wonder which gentleman has lost it. It surely cannot be an ordinary person. Klein analyzed coolly. Such a wallet clearly does not belong to a lady, and no need to concern ourselves with his identity. Mr. Neal chuckled. We have no intention of claiming this wealth that does not belong to us. Let us wait here. I suspect the gentleman will return shortly to retrieve it. After all, such possessions are not easily relinquished by anyone. Klein inwardly sighed in relief, now holding a newfound appreciation for Mr. Neal's moral integrity, that he had previously been worried that Mr. Neal might use the goddess blessing as an excuse to settle his debts with this windfall, and he had been pondering how to dissuade him. This is to act with impunity, yet without causing harm. Klein suddenly grasped a semblance of understanding. They had barely waited a minute by the roadside when a lavish four-wheeled carriage sped into view. The light blue emblem clearly depicting a dove in flight. The carriage halted, and a middle-aged man in a black suit with a matching bow tie exited the compartment, casting his gaze upon the wallet and doffing his hat in greeting. "Gentlemen, this should belong to my master. Your emblem confirms everything, but I must verify once more. It is my duty to all. May I inquire how much money is in the wallet?" Mr. Neal responded courteously. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "As a butler, I should certainly know how much my master's wallet contains. My apologies. May I inquire?" "You have my permission." Mr. Neal gestured invitingly. The middle-aged man returned to the carriage. Conversing briefly through the window with someone inside, that he approached Klein and Mr. Neal once more, smiling as he spoke. "It is more than 300 pounds, but less than 350. My master does not recall the exact amount." Not remembering? How affluent indeed. If I had such wealth, I would undoubtedly count it over and over again, Klein thought, filled with envy. That Mr. Neal nodded, returning the wallet. "By the goddess decree, this rightfully belongs to you." The middle-aged man received the wallet, counted it briefly, and then withdrew 3 10-pound notes. "My master, Sir DeVille, appreciates your integrity. This is a reward that honest men should receive. Please do not refuse. Sir DeVille." The same Sir DeVille who established the DeVille Trust, providing affordable housing for the working class. Klein suddenly recalled this name, that he was a gentleman whom his brother Benson both respected and deemed somewhat impractical in his approach. "Thank you, Sir DeVille. You are a kind and generous gentleman." Mr. Neal graciously accepted the 3 banknotes. After watching Sir DeVille's carriage disappear into the distance, he turned to Klein, casually flicking the notes and chuckling. 30 pounds. The bill is settled. That I told you it would be resolved in a reasonable manner. Such is the power of magic. Damn the power of magic. Is that truly possible? Klein was once again left speechless. After a few moments of recovery, as they ascended the staircase towards the security company, he curiously asked, "Mr. Neal, why did you not request a larger sum?" "Do not be greedy. Especially during ritual magic, one must refrain from avarice. Restraint is a key element for any seeker of truth to live a sufficiently long life." Mr. Neal explained with an air of lightheartedness that in the grand banquet hall, numerous chandeliers were adorned with burning candles, exuding a delightful fragrance, and casting a radiance that rivaled that of gas lamps. Long tables were laden with delectable dishes such as seared foie gras, roasted beef steak, roasted chicken, fried sole, DC oysters, braised lamb, and creamy soups, along with bottles of misty champagne, Ormeal wine, and South Welsh red wine, each shimmering enticingly under the light. Attendants in red waistcoats navigated through elegantly or flamboyantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, carrying trays laden with crystal glasses. Audrey Hall, attired in a pale white gown with a standing collar, high waist and leg of mutton sleeves, was tightly fitted at the bodice and cinched at the waist, the multi-layered cake cut being perfectly supported by a whalebone corset. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, and her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled with brilliance, while on her feet were white dancing shoes embellished with roses and diamonds. How many petticoats are beneath? 4, 5, or 6? Audrey pondered, brushing her gloved right hand against the crinoline. Her left hand held a glass of crystal-clear champagne. Unlike in the past, she did not place herself at the center of the festivities, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Instead, she evaded the hubbub and quietly stood in the shadow of the drapery by the floor-to-ceiling window. She sipped her champagne, gazing abstractedly at the people ahead with an air that seemed out of place. Count Wolf's younger son was engaged in conversation with Lord Conrad's daughter, punctuating his words with exaggerated gestures of his arms. The greater the amplitude of his movements, the less credible the content of his speech became, a conclusion that had been empirically validated. He could never resist elevating himself while belittling others, yet he struggled to mask his own insecurities, which were betrayed by his manner of speaking and his body language. Lady Della, today, repeatedly concealed her laughter with her left hand. Ah, I see now. She was flaunting the pristine aquamarine adorning her hand. Her husband, Duke Negan, was not far off, discussing the situation with several conservative nobles. Since the banquet commenced, he had only sought out his Lady Della with his gaze once. They scarcely exchanged genuine eye contact. Perhaps, they were not as affectionate as they pretended to be. Lady Parnas had been amused by Baron Larry no fewer than 7 times, which was hardly surprising. Yet, why did she cast furtive glances at her husband? They had separated. No, the paths they took all led to the garden. Did I end this lavish banquet? Audrey discerned numerous details that usually went unnoticed. For a fleeting moment, she almost convinced herself she was witnessing a theatrical performance. Everyone was a commendable actor in this grand play. She sighed silently, her gaze icy wide at that instant. She was struck by a sudden realization and abruptly turned to the expansive balcony visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Directing her attention to its shadowy corners, in that shroud of darkness, a golden retriever sat quietly, its gaze serene as it watched inside, observing Audrey, half its body concealed by the shadows. Susie, Audrey's lips quivered, her expression collapsing instantaneously, unable to maintain her role as an observer. Chapter 53. The listener upon the storm-tossed sea. An ancient 3-masted sailing ship rose and fell with the waves. Its speed was modest, its size insufficient. Amidst the catastrophic tableau where sky and sea merged, it resembled a withered leaf detached from its tree. Yet, regardless of the hurricane's ferocity or the treacherous nature of the waves, it sailed on serenely, showing no signs of tilting. Alger Wilson stood upon the empty deck, gazing at the towering waves that loomed like mountains, lost in contemplation. Another Monday was approaching, he murmured softly to himself. It belonged to the Earth Mother, marking the commencement of a new cycle of prosperity and decay. However, for Alger, it bore an additional significance, linked to a mysterious entity perpetually shrouded in gray mist. At least I have not yet succumbed to madness, he mused, retracting his gaze with a self-deprecating smile. That moment, one of his few crew members approached, respectfully inquiring, "Your Grace, what is the objective of this voyage?" Alger surveyed his surroundings and replied in a tone devoid of inflection. "We are in pursuit of a listener from the Aurora Society." As the storm abated and mist enveloped the peculiar sailing vessel, its cannons outdated yet still defiant against the tides of time. A boy of years, with soft, golden hair, trembled as he observed the unruly pirates around him, watching them indulge in barrels of beer, swing on ropes, mock one another, and even brawl. That he turned to the shadowy figure of the man clad in black, lowering his voice to ask, "Father, where are we headed?" 5 days prior, he had met his father for the first time, a man who claimed to be an adventurer. were it not for the oil painting left by his mother that confirmed the man's identity. And the orphanage that was now opening its doors to him, he would have vehemently resisted leaving his hometown to follow this near stranger. The man standing in the shadows bowed his head, looking at his son with a gentle expression as he replied, "Jack, I am taking you to a sacred place, the sanctum where the Creator once resided, that the realm of the divine. We mortals can only enter with a blessing." Little Jack responded, his mother having educated him well, possessing enough knowledge to feel both astonished and fearful. The man in the shadows had a face etched with lines so memorable they resembled a masterfully carved sculpture. He placed his hand to his ear, adopting a listening posture, and in a voice akin to a dreamer's murmuring, he answered, "Jack, mortal is a flawed concept. The Creator fashioned this world, omnipresent, residing within every living being. Therefore, all things possess divinity. When divinity reaches a certain threshold, it can become angelic. The 7 current pretenders are merely more powerful angels. You see, I can already hear the Creator's teachings. Ah, what an extraordinary revelation. Life is but a spiritual journey. When the spirit is strong and resilient enough, we can discover our own divinity and merge with greater divinity." Little Jack struggled to comprehend this complex description, shaking his head as he posed another question he had not yet asked. "Father, I heard from Mama that after the Creator formed this world, he fragmented into all things and does not truly exist. So why is there a sanctum?" As a 7 or 8-year-old child, his logic was remarkably clear. The man, whose features were sharply defined as if sculpted, paused momentarily, tilting his head as if he had heard more whispers. Suddenly he knelt, pressing his knees against the deck, his exposed skin revealing a series of dark, bluish marks. He clasped his hands over his head, his face contorting in agony as he shouted, "They are lying." After lunch, assured by old Neil that he would be taken to the underground trading market next time, Klein leisurely returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, pondering whether to spend time in the office reading documents to hone his skills or to take advantage of Captain Dunn's current leniency and continue roaming, perhaps to the Divination Club to play the role of a fortune teller. However, before he could reach a decision, he saw Dunn Smith enter from the outer room, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a Homburg hat. "Captain, how is the situation?" Klein inquired, concerned about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notes. Dunn's gray eyes revealed no trace of fatigue as he replied, "Multiple sources have confirmed that the Antigonus family's notes are in the possession of Riel Bieber. But he has completely vanished. I have telegraphed this matter to all the night watch teams, urging them to keep a close watch at every port and steam train station. The first batch of printed images was also dispatched yesterday afternoon and will be published in major newspapers." At that moment, Klein wished for telephones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. But regrettably, he only knew how to operate them, having only a rudimentary understanding of their principles. Klein exhaled silently. "Nevertheless, we have at least traced the whereabouts of that notebook. And that is your achievement. Of course, it still requires further confirmation. I have sent a telegram to the Beckland Parish, requesting them to send someone to escort the sealed object No.2049. It is a dangerous item that once belonged to the Antigonus family, and it can assist us in determining whether Riel Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. Level 2 sealed object. Dangerous, to be used with caution and restraint." Klein had intended to inquire curiously about the nature of this sealed object, its special abilities, and the source of its danger, but he suddenly recalled that he did not possess a high enough confidentiality clearance and reluctantly abandoned the thought. "May the goddess bless us," Klein murmured, placing his hand over his chest and tracing a full moon. Dunn opened his office door. He nodded slightly and remarked, "The goddess has always been watching over us, Klein. If you had not chosen to be a fortune teller, once this matter is confirmed, you should be able to become a full-fledged member, selecting sleepless ones. What a pity. To be frank, I have never understood why you chose fortune teller. Although grave robber may be off-putting, you have met Dolly and should comprehend the power of mediums. And Seeker is also a commendable choice, especially with old Neil as a role model, which significantly mitigates the risk of losing control." Regarding this question, Klein had prepared an answer from the outset. However, Dunn had never asked until now. He organized his thoughts. "I considered that fortune teller and seeker are auxiliary extraordinary roles, allowing one to avoid constant confrontation with adversaries, which is far too perilous. Moreover, you and old Neil have mentioned that in the realms of mystery and the extraordinary, curiosity and exploration often yield terrifying consequences. The descriptions associated with Seeker made me apprehensive. So, well, not long ago, I was merely an ordinary university student. Timidity was my sole reason for this choice, that it must be said. This was an unexpectedly reasonable answer. Dunn rubbed his temples and chuckled softly. He turned slightly, his deep gray eyes scanning Klein from head to toe. During this period, continue your outings, no longer confined to the route between the Welch Estate and Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you might sense the location of that notebook and help us ascertain Riel Bieber's whereabouts. Understood. Klein realized he no longer needed to deliberate. He bid farewell and turned, beginning to count silently. 3, 2, wait a moment, Dunn called out. Klein turned back, smiling slightly. Captain, is there anything else? Dunn cleared his throat and remarked, indeed, even extraordinary auxiliaries must confront adversaries at times, although the title diviner suggests some means of evasion. We must not be negligent. You must consistently practice with your firearm and methodically enhance your strength. This is precisely what I endeavor to achieve. Klein gestured towards the outside, and he stepped out. All right, wait a moment. Dunn called him back once more, contemplating as he spoke. Perhaps I should consider hiring a combat instructor for you. Of course, this is contingent upon your becoming a formal member. Klein responded with a cautious, understood, Captain. There are no further matters to discuss. Are there? None at all. Observing Klein's skeptical expression, Dunn shook his head with a gentle smile, reiterating, truly, there are no further matters. Only then did Klein exit the partition. Bidding farewell to Roshan, Madame Oliana, and others, he first proceeded to the shooting club for practice, then meandered for a full hour, diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by the captain. After completing all these, he arrived at the divination club, where he spotted the lovely Miss Angelica leisurely engrossed in a magazine. Reciting the name family in his mind, Klein approached, holding his cane, and greeted her with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti, she replied calmly, setting the magazine aside. Not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Gracious arrived. He has just recovered from a severe illness. Klein sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face as he responded, That is indeed delightful news. Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been quietly observing him, couldn't help but lower her voice with curiosity. Mr. Gracious mentioned that you are an exceptionally remarkable doctor. Is that true? What? Klein stared in astonishment at the lady across from him, doubting his hearing. How can one discern that I am a doctor? I myself am unaware. Chapter 54. The first seeker of divination, noticing Klein's astonished expression, Angelica hesitated slightly. Is that not the case? Mr. Gracious said you could detect an ailment in his lungs merely by observation. As she spoke, her voice grew softer until she fell silent. Observation? Darkened brow. Klein suddenly realized, shaking his head with a chuckle. I believe Mr. Gracious has misunderstood. He initially intended to dismiss the matter casually, but suddenly recalled that no one had sought his divination the previous afternoon, rendering his role as a diviner quite challenging. Thus, he swiftly devised a slight explanation. This is actually a form of divination. Divination? But Mr. Gracious only mentioned you observed his facial features. Can that truly be considered divination? Angelica asked, both astonished and perplexed. Klein replied with composure. As a member of the divination club, you should be familiar with palmistry, correct? Palmistry is not solely the domain of the great gluttonous empire. Even on Earth, India and Old Europe have developed their respective theories. Not to mention, we now live in a world imbued with extraordinary powers. Indeed, but it seems you did not perform palmistry on him. Did you? Were you secretly observing? Angelica inquired with curiosity that I was observing his features. Klein fabricated. Its principles are not fundamentally different from palmistry. That's so. Doubt filled Angelica's gaze, but to promote the cause of the diviner. Klein chuckled lightly, pretending to ponder, and gently tapped his brow twice, focusing intently. The aura of Angelica materialized in his vision. Her head exhibited a violet hue, her hands and feet a shade of red, and her throat a calm blue. There were no apparent health issues, merely a slight dullness in color, indicating a typical state of fatigue. A.S. Klein examined her emotions. He discerned an orange hue interspersed with traces of red and blue, signifying warmth intertwined with a hint of excitement and contemplation. Relieved to find her condition unremarkable, Klein prepared to close his spiritual sight, when suddenly he noticed a profound grayness lurking in the depths of Angelica's emotional palette. Moreover, she lacked a touch of white, indicative of positivity. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Moretti, are you examining my features? Noticing the young gentleman in formal black attire suddenly silencing and scrutinizing her, Angelica keenly sensed something amiss, half curious and half apprehensive. Klein did not respond immediately, continuing to tap his brow. Feigning a focused demeanor, as Angelica grew increasingly uneasy, he gently spoke. Miss Angelica, some sorrow and pain should not be sealed within your heart. That Angelica's eyes widened, her mouth parting as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. She gazed at Klein, who wore a half-high hat and exuded an unmistakable scholarly aura, as he continued with his low, soothing voice that radiated warmth. You require a mountain climb, a tennis match, or a poignant play. Something to exhaust your body through movement, allowing your tears to flow freely, culminating in a cathartic outburst of emotion. This will greatly benefit your physical health. His words flowed melodiously, rendering Angelica almost statue-like, frozen in place. She struggled to blink, her head lowering in a flustered manner as she muttered, Thank you for your suggestion. It seems there are quite a few members today. Klein chose not to elaborate further, as if he had not performed any divination moments ago, and turned to gaze towards the conference room at the end of the corridor that on Sunday afternoons. There are at least 50 members. Angelica's voice still bore a hint of hoarseness, and she merely provided a few keywords in her description. Pausing for a moment, her speech gradually returned to normal. Would you prefer black tea or coffee? Siberian black tea. Klein nodded slightly, politely removing his hat before slowly making his way to the conference room. Only after he vanished from the door did Angelica exhale slowly. The conference room of the Divination Club was quite spacious, nearly double the size of Klein's high school classroom. Typically, only 5 or 6 members occupied this space, making it feel rather empty. Now, however, dozens of diviners were scattered about, filling most of the area. Sunlight streamed through several protruding windows, as members either engaged in hushed discussions, gathered around Heinaz and Vincent for advice, practiced divination techniques, or quietly sipped coffee while reading newspapers. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia for Klein, reminiscent of his student days on Earth. Although back then it had been livelier, noisier, and devoid of this tranquil atmosphere, he scanned the room, but did not spot Gracious or Edward. Thus, he casually picked up a shared divination textbook and settled into a corner to leisurely peruse its contents. Before long, Angelica entered with a cup of black tea, placing it on the table before Klein. Just as she was about to leave quietly, she suddenly noticed Mr. Moretti removing an exquisitely crafted silver chain from his left sleeve, from which dangled a pure yellow crystal. What is he about to do? Angelica unconsciously slowed her pace, gazing at Klein. Klein held the silver chain in his left hand, allowing the yellow crystal to dangle just above the surface of the black tea, almost touching the liquid. His expression serene, he half closed his eyes, and the atmosphere around him grew tranquil. The pure yellow crystal began to move slightly, rotating clockwise with the intricately designed silver chain. Witnessing this, Angelica felt an air of mystery surrounding Mr. Moretti. Your black tea is quite good. Klein opened his eyes, speaking softly with a smile. His previous action had been a deliberate display meant for Angelica's eyes, if he wished for someone to seek his divination promptly. The role of the receptionist and promoter, played by Angelica, was indeed a crucial factor. Now that he was to embrace the persona of a diviner, Klein set aside his reservations and fully immersed himself in this identity. Yes, Mr. Vanez is quite discerning when it comes to the quality of black tea, Angelica replied, momentarily taken aback to a tea that moment. Klein retrieved the pendulum, rewrapping it before lifting the ornate porcelain cup, adorned with floral patterns, and smilingly toasted to her. Returning to the reception area, Angelica found herself devoid of interest in reading her magazine. She sat there, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. That it was not until a knock at the door startled her back to reality that she hastily turned her gaze towards the entrance, spotting a young lady in a light blue gown. The lady removed her gauzy hat adorned with a powder blue ribbon, her expression calm, yet melancholic. Good afternoon, esteemed miss. Are you here to join the club or seek a divination? Angelica approached her with familiarity. That I wish to seek a divination. The young lady with beautiful, yet sorrowful eyes bit her lip. Angelica invited her to sit on the sofa before detailing the membership divination process. She retrieved a catalog and presented it, saying, You may select any one. That the despondent young lady diligently flipped through the catalog, feeling overwhelmed by the abundance of members present at the club that day. leaving her in a state of confusion. Could you recommend someone from these pages? She indicated the middle section of the catalog, omitting diviners priced above 2 suler and below 4 pence. Angelica took back the catalog, contemplating for several minutes before suggesting, I recommend this gentleman. The anxious young lady focused intently, discovering a diviner named Klein Moretti, Mr. Moretti, who has just joined the club. Trustworthy? She inquired with a hint of apprehension. Angelica nodded emphatically, stating, both a member and I can affirm that Mr. Moretti is an exceptional diviner. If it weren't for his recent membership in the club, he would not charge such a modest fee. I understand, the melancholic young lady replied, nodding. Then I shall request Mr. Moretti for a divination. Very well, please wait a moment. Angelica picked up a catalog and rose to head towards the conference room, approaching Klein. She lowered her voice and said, Mr. Moretti, someone has requested your divination services. Which divination room will you require? Quite effective indeed. The first client has arrived, Klein commented, setting down his cup of red tea and nodding calmly. The yellow crystal room. Understood. Angelica walked ahead slowly, opening the wooden door to the yellow crystal room. Klein seated himself behind a table adorned with various divination tools, waiting for several seconds until a young woman entered. Garbed in a pale blue gown, her expression somber and melancholic. Seizing the opportunity as she closed the door, he lightly tapped his brow twice. The yellow hue in his stomach dimmed, and the weight of her dark emotions, primarily composed of worry and unease, became apparent to him. After a careful observation, Klein leaned back slightly and raised his hand to close his spiritual sight. Good day, Mr. Moretti, the woman in the pale blue gown said as she settled down. Good afternoon. How may I address you? Klein inquired politely, without harboring any expectations of receiving an answer. As a skilled practitioner, he was aware that many individuals preferred not to use their real names during divination. You may call me Anna, the woman in the pale blue gown replied, removing her veil with anticipation mixed with skepticism as she gazed at Klein, that I wish to inquire about my fiancé's circumstances. He traveled to the southern continent in March for a business deal and sent a telegram to me and his family on the 3rd of last month, stating he would be returning soon. However, 20 days have passed, and he has yet to return. Initially, I thought the turbulent sea weather was to blame, but now, over a month later, the ship he was on, the Clover, has still not arrived at Inmatport. The ocean separating the northern and southern continents is known as the Turbulent Sea, notorious for its numerous natural disasters and treacherous currents. Had it not been for Emperor Roselle sending individuals to discover several relatively safe routes, the nations of the northern continent might not have entered the colonial era, let alone laid down underwater cables to establish a telegraph infrastructure. Klein regarded his very first client in his divination career and cautiously asked, which method of divination do you wish to employ? Chapter 55. Revelation with her beautiful eyes. Anna hesitated for several seconds before responding. You may choose any method you deem most effective. You are the diviner. And I am not doubt, of course. I would prefer not to use cards, including tarot, that I have attempted to study them at home, but they always struck me as more of a toy, more like a game. Klein pondered briefly, resting his elbows on the table's edge, his hands clasped before his mouth and nose, his gaze calm and his tone serious as he declared, Then we shall utilize the astrological chart. He gestured towards the inkwell and a stack of white paper on the table. Please inscribe your fiancé's name, physical characteristics, residential address, and date of birth, that if you can recall the exact time, that would be even better. Judging by her attire, demeanor, and elegance, he was confident that she was not illiterate. Without a word, Anna pulled out a sheet of white paper, took the pen, dipped it in ink, and began to write, pausing occasionally to ponder. 2 minutes later, she pushed the sheet across the table towards him. Klein reached out to steady it, turning it around to take in the information. Joyce Meyer, born September 15, 1323, at 2 p.m., 8 Stephen Street. East District, Tianjin City, golden short hair, beak-like nose. With just a glance, Klein swiftly calculated her birth number. 1 + 5 = 6. That in the realm of mysticism, the single-digit sum of a birth date is termed the birth number, which influences a person's life before the age of 27, while the birth month number, the sum of the month digits reduced to a single digit, affects ages 27 to 54. And the birth year number, the sum of the year digits reduced to a single digit, influences life beyond 54. That today was July 1349, and Joyce had not yet reached 27 years of age. So Klein quickly calculated the birth number. The number 6 signified balance and harmony in life. often indicating a period of love and a relatively stable marriage or engagement. Following this, he proceeded to calculate her annual cycle number. The annual cycle number is derived by replacing the birth year with the current year, then summing it with a birth number and birth month number to ascertain the year's general fortune. 1-3-4-9-17, 178. 8 birth month number 9 birth number 6, 23, 235. The annual cycle number was 5, indicating impending changes and unexpected events, necessitating a degree of risk. Klein combined this with the actual circumstances, silently concluding that Anna's information was relatively accurate. He withdrew his gaze from the paper and looked at Anna. Mr. Meyer departed on June 3 RD. If he has not lied. Then that is indeed the case, Anna replied, lightly biting her lip. Very well. Klein took the pen and noted this detail. He gazed at Anna with his deep brown eyes and gently said, I shall begin drawing the corresponding astrological chart. This requires some time and absolute silence. Would you mind stepping outside to wait? Angelica will provide you with a cup of coffee or red tea. Certainly. Anna was aware that certain diviners possessed peculiarities and thus did not find it surprising to rise. Don her veil adorned with pale, blue satin ribbons, and exit the yellow crystal room. Klein locked the door behind her, returned to the table, and, based on the date, time, and other factors, began to sketch the event's astrological chart, including elements such as constellations, planets, and house positions. Throughout this process, he hardly referred to astrological manuals, relying solely on his memory to complete it all. During this period of study in mysticism, Klein discovered that once he learned any content related to divination, he could easily master it and swiftly transform it into instinct. Perhaps this is what being a diviner truly entails. Upon completing the astrological chart, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, sensing a lightness in body, mind, and spirit. Observing the result, he made a rough judgment that Joyce Meyer would encounter misfortune, but would ultimately emerge unscathed. At this juncture, the divination could be considered complete. However, Klein placed great importance on his first transaction and sought to build a good reputation for future endeavors. Thus, he picked up the pen once more and inscribed a line in Hermetic script on the paper Anna had written. Joyce Meyer's current condition. He repeated this phrase in his mind, committing the birth date and other information to memory, reciting it over and over again. After 7 repetitions, Klein held the paper and leaned back in his chair. He envisioned a sphere of light in his mind, his eyes turning pitch black, and swiftly entered a meditative state. The surroundings became ethereal, and above him, it seemed as though intangible entities and ephemeral gray mist were extending endlessly. Klein recalled all the information on the paper once more, then surrendered himself, drifting into a deep slumber. In this state, he intended to employ the dream divination method, repeating the question, firmly committing it to memory, and then allowing his astral body to roam the spirit realm in search of revelation. For ordinary individuals, such experiences may occur occasionally, yet the symbols in dreams are often complex and vague, making them difficult to recall. Diviners, however, do not face this issue and can intuitively perceive certain images. Everything began to blur as Klein found himself in a state of half-consciousness and half-daze that in a twisted, surreal world. He saw a young man with a beak-like nose and golden hair, swimming frantically in a sea of blood. Terrified and nearly engulfed several times, yet ultimately managing to escape to the shore. The scene shattered and transformed, revealing a gray-blue house adorned with a toy windmill at its entrance, where the beak-nosed young man was now stepping inside with a look of delight. Just then, the image shifted again, and Klein found himself in a grand palace. The walls were crumbling and dilapidated, with some areas overrun by moss and weeds. Through the surrounding holes, he could see the mountains and clouds almost touching the palace. At the head of the palace stood a massive stone chair, embedded with dull gemstones and gold, seemingly not intended for human use. This enormous chair was empty and marred, as if it had endured the ravages of time. Klein looked around in confusion, unsure why he was dreaming of such a scene. His days began to dissipate as he instinctively moved towards the palace's exit, eager to ascertain the nature of this place. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him, a watchful eye from behind. Klein spun around abruptly, directing his attention to the enormous stone chair, where he perceived what appeared to be countless translucent maggots coiled together, writhing and growing at a leisurely pace. With a gasp, he abruptly opened his eyes and awoke from the dream. Crystal balls, tarot cards, and the paper for the astrological chart came into view as reality quickly triumphed over the illusion. The initial dream had been a result of the divination. What followed seemed to be targeted at him. Klein set the paper down, massaging his temples, and furrowed his brow in contemplation, but he could confirm that this was not a manifestation of latent fears expressed through dreams. As he was engaged in a divination, upon the peak of a mountain, a non-human palace twisted and grotesque in its silent gaze conjured images of writhing worms in Klein's recollections. He silently speculated whether it was the one who communicated the transference ritual or the notes brought forth by the Antigonus family that held the key. Those notes had indeed mentioned the Night Kingdom of the Hanachis Mountains. The palace from his recent dream stood atop that very peak. He felt a sense of relief for having chosen the role of a diviner. For according to old Neil, even the seer could partake in dream divination, though certainly not with the same prowess as oneself. Alas, the lingering specter of dread remained. He could only hope to capture Riel soon. Berkeley Klein composed himself, took hold of a parchment adorned with celestial charts, and ambled toward the door, but he swung open the door to the reception hall, where he found Anna gazing out the window. Entirely oblivious to the cup of red tea before her. "Mr. Moretti, have you discerned the outcome of your divination?" she exclaimed, her peripheral vision catching sight of Klein, causing her to rise in haste. Klein refrained from answering directly. Instead, he inquired based on the revelations gleaned from his dream. "Is there a toy windmill situated at the entrance of your home, or that of Mr. Meyer?" Anna's eyes widened in sudden realization, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she murmured, "That was a gift he bestowed upon me, positioned right at my doorstep." "How did you know? Can such a thing truly be divined?" Klein smiled, his tone gentle as he replied, "Congratulations, Miss Anna Joyce, that Mr. Joyce Meyer is indeed visiting your home, that if you return immediately, you shall encounter him. He has endured a calamity, an unimaginable ordeal, and what he requires is not inquiry, but solace, a warm embrace." "Really? Is this true?" Anna responded incredulously. The certitude in Klein's voice was unlike any she had encountered from a diviner before. "You shall know the truth upon your swift return," Klein reassured her with a soft chuckle. "Oh, steam above, is this real? Has my dear Joyce returned?" she asked, her disbelief palpable. "You are certain?" "No, I cannot comprehend," Anna stammered, nearly at a loss for words. She retrieved a single Sula note from her bag, hurrying away from the divination club without waiting for Klein to provide change, and rushed to catch a carriage home. "Does this include a tip?" Klein mused, shaking his head in amusement as he held the bill. The two-wheeled carriage glided swiftly through the streets, entering the East District. Anna, a whirlwind of anxiety, anticipation, and trepidation, gazed at the rapidly receding streets outside. Before long, the toy windmill came into view. Disembarking from the carriage, she paid little heed to her demeanor, almost stumbling as she dashed to the door, ringing the bell fervently. The door creaked open, revealing a young man in black formal attire, his golden hair disheveled, with a weary countenance, yet a glimmer of joy in his eyes, his nose sharp like that of an eagle. "I thought I would miss you today," Joyce said with a smile that, "Oh, steam above, you truly have returned," Anna exclaimed, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. What the diviner said was true. No, he is indeed a genuine seer. How marvelous! Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed forward, enveloping her fiancé in a warm embrace. Outside the gray-blue house, the two stood silently entwined, the toy windmill turning slowly, as if all their tribulations had faded into the distance. In the spacious living room, having concluded their embrace, Anna and Joyce took their places on separate sofas, separated by her parents. Joyce, with a look of contentment, sighed, "Steam above, how fortunate I am to be alive and to see Anna once more." "My poor Joyce, what have you endured?" Anna could no longer contain her concerns and pressed for answers. Joyce glanced at his fiancée, his expression growing grave. "Even to this day, I feel an insidious fear. Waking from dreams time, and again 0.5 days after the Clover departed from Caesar's port, we were beset by pirates, fearsome brigands. The only solace was that their leader was called Nast, who proclaimed himself the king of the five seas." "The notorious pirate known as the king of the five seas?" Mr. Wayne, Anna's father, interjected in astonishment. Although Joyce had arrived to visit half an hour prior, he had refrained from detailing his experiences, appearing timid, anxious, and uneasy, until Anna's return and embrace seemed to draw him from his ordeal. Indeed, King of the Five Seas Nas claims descent from the Solomon Empire and adheres to the virtue of sparing captives' lives. Thus, we were merely robbed of our wealth and spared our lives. His crew even left us with ample provisions. Joyce recounted, his body shaking slightly as he pressed on to narrate the darkest depths of his nightmare. I lost a modest sum of belongings, and I thought misfortune had passed, but in the subsequent voyage, the passengers and crew aboard the Clover erupted into fierce infighting, from disputes to brawls, escalating to drawn revolvers and unsheathed swords as they slaughtered one another. Those days were drenched in blood. One after another, my companions fell, their eyes wide open, never to close again, as their limbs, hearts, and entrails splattered the deck. We, unwilling to succumb to beastliness, the rational part of us, found no refuge, no avenue of escape. Surrounded by the deep blue waves and the boundless ocean, some wept, others begged for mercy, some even sold their bodies, yet their heads hung from the mast. Anna, I was engulfed in despair, believing I would never see you again. Fortunately, amidst this nightmare, a hero emerged. The captain led us to the secure lower deck, relying on our pre-prepared water and provisions to withstand the limits of those crazed marauders that Mr. Triss inspired us, courageously leading the charge against the murderers. After a blood-soaked battle I shall never forget, we survived, yet the Clover had strayed from its course, and only a third of the sailors remained. A.S. Joyce recounted the most terrifying and darkest aspect of his tale. He could not help but recall that hero, the man who called himself Triss, an unassuming figure with a round, amiable face, shy in demeanor, akin to a girl, who preferred to linger in the corners. Only those who knew him intimately could fathom how loquacious he could be. Yet, it was this unremarkable boy who stood resolutely at the forefront during the direst of times that, oh, steam above, my poor Joyce. How heart-wrenching your ordeal has been. Thank the gods, worship the gods, that we need not be separated. Tears glistened in Anna's eyes as she pressed the triangular emblem of steam and machinery against her chest. Joyce offered a somewhat pale smile. This is our devout offering. The Clover faced storms, lost its way, and endured trial after trial, yet ultimately reached Inmat Harbor. Due to the grievous bloodshed aboard, we survivors were detained by the police, each interrogated separately, with no opportunity to send telegrams home. That be why the time everything concluded, which was this morning, I immediately borrowed funds from a friend and took the steam train back. Thank the gods. I have set foot on the land of Tingen once more and can see you all again, this juncture. He glanced at his fiancée, with a hint of confusion. Anna, when you saw me, I sensed your joy and surprise. Yet I cannot comprehend why you rushed to the door in such a fervor that I had intended to surprise you immensely. Anna, still grappling with disbelief over the earlier events, replied, there is nothing to conceal, Joyce. Out of concern for you, I visited the only divination club in Tingen today, and that seer, no, the diviner, told me, he said your fiancé has returned, residing in the house with the toy windmill. What? Mr. Wayne and Joyce exclaimed simultaneously. Anna covered her face, shaking her head as she continued, I find it hard to believe what transpired today, yet it undeniably occurred. Steam above, perhaps miracles truly exist in this world. Joyce, that diviner requested your name, characteristics, address, and date of birth, claiming it was for a celestial chart reading, that he then asked me whether the toy windmill belonged to my home or yours upon my confirmation. He proclaimed, Congratulations, Miss Anna. Your fiancé has returned. Right at your home, do not inquire about his experiences. Offer him your embrace and comfort. My God. Joyce felt as though the situation defied imagination. Incomprehensible. Does he know me? Has someone sent him a telegram? Is he acquainted with the police in Inmat Harbor? No, that still doesn't explain how he knew I had come to your home, or how he could possibly know you intended to seek divination. Did you make an appointment in advance? No, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Anna replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Perhaps a skilled diviner requires a wealth of information, even if it seems unnecessary at the time. Perhaps there is indeed something miraculous about divination, Mr. Wayne sighed, summing up, throughout the known history of over 1,000 years, and even in the somewhat obscure quaternary, divination has always existed, never fading away. There must be a reason for this. Joyce gave a slight shake of her head before inquiring, what is the name of that diviner? After a moment's contemplation, Anna replied, "Klein Moretti, that I in the reception hall of the Divination Club, due to Klein's control over the volume." Angelica also wisely refrained from approaching, and thus she only witnessed Anna departing with a soul-like loss, her expression revealing shock and confusion. Angelica took a few cautious steps towards the sofa, curiously asking. A positive outcome. She dared not inquire further about the specifics, fearing she might infringe upon the unspoken rules of the diviners. Indeed, Klein nodded, producing 3 copper coins from his pocket, that an eighth of a suler is 1.5 pennies. Yes. Angelica glanced at the coins and noticed one was a penny while the other 2 were half pennies, quickly retreating, realizing there was an excess of half a penny. Klein smiled, gesturing graciously. "I appreciate your care for my guest. She tipped me, and I ought to extend a gratuity to you as well. This also served as a silent gratitude for your recommendation," he added inwardly. Very well. Angelica felt an inexplicable apprehension towards Klein and, seeing the reasoning was sound, did not refuse further. Klein returned to the conference room, expecting more seekers of divination to follow. However, until 5:40 p.m., he still had not encountered a second customer. This did not imply that the Divination Club was struggling in business. Rather, the majority of people possessed clear objectives and had designated their diviner themselves. They were likely referred by others and had already decided whom to consult, that I, in short, it was merely a matter of my insufficient reputation. Klein self-deprecatingly mused in gaming terms that he finished the 3rd cup of Siberian black tea, donned a half-top hat, and strolled leisurely out of the conference room. Recalling Gracchi's admonition, Angelica hurriedly approached. "Mr. Moretti, when will you next visit the club?" "Mr. Gracchi's wishes to express his gratitude in person. I will come whenever I have the time. If fate allows our paths to cross, he will surely encounter me," Klein replied in a tone reminiscent of a charlatan. Feeling somewhat immersed in the act, that he then disregarded Angelica's reaction and stepped out of the Divination Club, taking a public carriage back home. Upon entering the door, Klein saw Benson reading a newspaper, while Melissa, basking in the evening sunlight, was assembling various items using scattered gears, bearings, and springs. "Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Shod come to visit?" Klein asked casually. Benson did not put down the newspaper, but lifted his head slightly. "Mrs. Shod stayed for a quarter of an hour, bringing some gifts. She was very pleased with our freshly baked muffins and lemon cake, and invited us to visit her home when possible. She is a kind and polite lady. Quite adept at conversation. The only issue is that her family adheres to the worship of the Storm Lord, believing that girls should not attend school and should only receive a home education." Melissa muttered softly, evidently dissatisfied with this situation. "Do not let it trouble you too much. As long as she does not interfere with us, she remains a good neighbor," Klein reassured his sister with a smile. The Kingdom of Ruin is a land of diverse beliefs. Unlike the northern Fuzak Empire, which solely venerates the god of war, or the southern Fenabot Kingdom, which reveres the Earth Mother Goddess, the followers of the 3 major churches, the Lord of Storms, the Goddess of Night, and the God of Steam and Machinery, inevitably encounter some conflicting viewpoints and habits. However, after centuries of cohabitation, a mutual restraint has been established, preventing any insurmountable discord. Indeed, Melissa pursed her lips and redirected her gaze to the pile of parts. After dinner, Klein continued to review historical knowledge. Only after Melissa and Benson each took their baths and returned to their rooms did he cleanse himself, enter his bedroom, and lock the door behind him. He intended to organize and summarize the learning and issues he had encountered during this period, to avoid forgetting or overlooking critical points. Only in this manner could he approach subsequent developments with a clearer mindset. Klein opened his notebook, took up his fountain pen, and began to write in Chinese, word by word. Y is playing a role the key to potion digestion. Chapter 57. Organization and summary. Pausing briefly, Klein continued. The essence of resolving potion issues lies in digestion rather than mastery. This can be intuitively understood. Mastery merely regards the potion's power as an external tool, akin to a tamed beast, and no matter how well one masters it, it never truly belongs to oneself, and the risk of backlash remains substantial. In contrast, digestion perceives the ingested potion as part of oneself, breaking it down, merging it, and absorbing it, thereby unifying them into a whole. This point is presently undisputed. The crux lies in why playing a role aids digestion. Based on today's experience with the diviner, I will make 2 hypotheses for further validation. First, through the role associated with the potion's name. It can alter the states of body, mind, and spirit, gradually aligning them with the tenacious spirit that lingers at the potion's core, thus producing resonance, assimilating gradually, and absorbing bit by bit. Second, the tenacious spirit at the potion's core resembles a well-defended computer host. To penetrate it, dismantle it, or dissolve it, one must find the bug, the vulnerability, the key. The potion's name reveals the corresponding clues, thus allowing for a harmonious interplay of body, mind, and spirit, masquerading as one of their own, deceiving the guardians, and entering with ease. This line of thought bears resemblance to the descriptions by Emperor Roselle. Regardless of which hypothesis is correct, the states of body, mind, and spirit are unavoidable elements, as they constitute the singular bridge between playing a role and the power of the potion. Klein set down his fountain pen and reread this passage, momentarily feeling grateful for the exam-oriented education provided by the gluttonous empire. Regardless of whether one chose the sciences or engineering, a basic logical ability was still essential. Otherwise, one could not become a keyboard warrior or engage in such analysis and speculation. Perhaps playing a role is indeed effective. Specific changes await observation. Klein made a preliminary summary. Next, he inscribed a second question, a curious observation. Why do diviners possess greater knowledge and expertise in the field of mysticism, yet lack direct means to counter adversaries? Shouldn't being well-versed and professional empower diviners to discover methods for overcoming opponents? The reasons for this phenomenon are as follows. First, akin to a web novel I once read, I have found myself within a game world that has become reality. Thus, different professions must each possess distinctive traits while maintaining relative balance. However, thus far, no signs of datization or task-oriented development have emerged. This factor shall be temporarily set aside, as it likely holds minimal significance. Second, the fundamental rule of this world is balance. The Creator established this realm with balance as its core principle. Third, potions of the same sequence exist within the same energy level, a state discovered through the exploration and summarization of our predecessors. Exceeding this energy level risks collapse and loss of control, while falling below it fails to yield the desired extraordinary power. Therefore, under conditions of a fixed energy level, if one aspect is stronger, the other must naturally be weaker. Fourth, all things originate from the Creator, having differentiated from Him and belonging to His fragmented essence. The implication of mutual complementarity suggests that each possesses its own problems. Currently, I lean towards the third and fourth reasons, though the latter is rooted in uncertain mythology and can only serve as a reference that I shall proceed using the third as guidance, validating it through my current learning and subsequent discoveries. At this juncture, Klein had filled 2 entire pages, yet he did not cease, continuing to jot down new inquiries. From today's learning, my fortune-transferring ritual belongs to the realm of typical ritual magic. Such ritual magic can be categorized into 3 components. The first is the sacrificial aspect aimed at pleasing or piquing the interest of the corresponding entity. The second consists of the incantations that delineate the specific object of supplication. The third involves the substantive aspect of what assistance is sought, which requires the use of formatted corresponding language and certain symbolic representations for elucidation. Starting from this point, an analysis of the fortune-transferring ritual reveals a conspicuous issue. It lacks the third component. It includes the sacrificial portion of placing staples and walking counterclockwise in a square formation, as well as the incantations indicating the direction of supplication, such as invoking the immortal sovereign of azure and yellow, among others. However, its subsequent action entails merely closing one's eyes and waiting, without articulating that the purpose of the ritual is to transfer fortune. In other words, the so-called fortune-transferring ritual fails to clarify what it seeks to petition, leaving the corresponding entity entirely in the dark and free to interpret as it wishes. What a letdown. That book, Essentials of Sheen and Han's Secret Transmutation Techniques, is utterly misleading. I must have been out of my mind to consider giving it a try. Klein paused, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm himself. Exhaling the stale air, he continued to organize his thoughts. I must consider redesigning this ritual to render it complete, with the aim of returning to Earth, to the world where my parents and loved ones reside. However, this raises a question. Is that entity truly free to interpret, or does it harbor an implicit, deeper purpose? To delve deeper, is the descriptive incantation aimed at that entity on Earth the same as the one pointed to in this world? If so, can the differences in effects between the first and second rituals be attributed to creative interpretation? Furthermore, if both the second and third rituals can ascend above the mist and connect with justice and the hanged man with negligible distinction, what could be the underlying reason? Once tomorrow afternoon's fourth ritual demonstrates a stable repeatability. It would signify the solidification of effects, implying that the desired outcome is subtly embedded in aspects I have yet to comprehend, that in such a case, introducing new descriptions or petitions would yield no definitive response, potentially leading to chaos and adverse effects in the ritual. Does the variance between the first and subsequent rituals, while maintaining the same object of supplication, indicate that the realm itself influences the nature of the responses? It is akin to employing different interfaces. How should one design the process to achieve the desired effect? If one considers the existence targeted by the first ritual to differ from that of the latter two, then some earlier questions may find satisfactory explanations. Yet the stability and consistency of the second and third rituals imply an embedded objective of supplication, rendering any alterations impractical for the time being. The crux of the matter remains: who exactly is the entity being pointed to? Where is it located? And why is there no hint or guidance for me? Is it perhaps a dormant existence that can be stimulated to yield fixed feedback without interfering or impacting me? If so, different rituals could be devised to elicit responses and discern feedback patterns, ultimately leading to the correct method of return. However, the concern lies in the absence of dormancy. Any probing could result in dire consequences, posing a significant risk. The initial probe must be executed with utmost caution, designed to avoid inciting wrath. This conundrum is indeed perplexing and necessitates further study. Klein sighed and reached a conclusion. Subsequently, he jotted down a few scattered thoughts. There is always an intangible voice echoing in his ears, calling out for Hanachis and, is it pronounced Philagra or Phyragra? Hanachis is a mountain range straddling the Kingdom of Rune and the Republic of Intis, with its highest peak exceeding 6,000 meters. According to the notes of the Antigonus family, there existed a Kingdom of Night during the Quaternary. Is there a connection between the Kingdom of Night and the Goddess of Night? Are they allies or adversaries? Could the downfall of the Antigonus family at the hands of the Church of the Goddess of Night be tied to the existence of the Kingdom of Night? Are the whispers I hear derived from that tone, echoing the Antigonus family's cries, spanning 1 to 2 millennia? What does Philagra, or rather Phragra, signify? It poses an intriguing question. The existence of such notes and the seal 2049 implies that the Antigonus family possessed considerable extraordinary power. What path did they follow? Was it complete or incomplete? The discovery of the notes in the possession of Riel Biber seems coincidental, yet devoid of any trace of orchestration. It merely the bonds of fate. Thoughts flowed from Klein's pen as he fervently recorded the events and musings encountered during this time. This writing extended to 4 full pages, both front and back. With a sudden rip, Klein tore out the 4 pages, reviewing them several times from start to finish, occasionally circling points with his fountain pen and adding remarks. Time swiftly passed. The crimson moon was briefly obscured by clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch on his desk, clicked it open, and glanced at the time. After placing it down, he retrieved a box of matches from the drawer, striking one to illuminate the tip, and brought it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange flame clung to the paper, spreading rapidly. Klein set the 4 pages atop the wooden wastebasket. Watching as ashes floated down, he released his fingers, allowing the paper to fall. Within mere seconds, everything vanished, leaving only the gently swirling ashes and the charred marks at the bottom of the bin as remnants of the past. Given the existence of Emperor Rozel's secret diary, Klein dared not leave evidence of his ability to write in Chinese. If old Neil and others were to discover those 4 sheets, the situation would become untenable. When addressing confidential matters, regardless of whether he used rune, ancient Fusak, or Hermetic languages, Klein worried that the entity observing him in dreams might see and interpret the contents. Thus, he chose to write in Chinese to organize and summarize his thoughts, incinerating the paper once the task was complete to leave no trace. Because of the inability to preserve, he devised a plan to summarize weekly, avoiding forgetfulness. Watching the last of the ashes fall, Klein pulled out a blank sheet and began to write. Dear Mentor, he intended to inquire with Professor Cohen-Quinton about any historical materials related to the Peak of Hanachis. Chapter 58. A line of thought the next day, Monday morning. Klein, on his day off, did not venture outside but entrusted his letter to Mentor Cohen-Quinton, along with excess postage fees, to his sister Melissa. asking her to mail it at the post office near Tianjin Technical School. After breakfast, he leisurely caught up on the sleep he had missed during work hours, rising only when his stomach growled near noon. He reheated the leftovers from the previous night and munched on a piece of oat bread while holding a newspaper. He entered the restroom on the second floor. During such moments, he couldn't help but lament the absence of a mobile phone. After 7 or 8 minutes, he emerged feeling refreshed, having washed his hands, and returned to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. Subsequently, Klein drew the curtains, lit the gas lamp, meditated for half an hour, practiced spiritual sight, pendulum, and divining rod for another half hour, and reviewed an hour's worth of esoteric knowledge through recollection. After completing these tasks, he tore the old newspaper into a dozen pieces, labeling them with names of materials such as moonflower, candle, full moon, and essential oils, systematically simulating the process of ritual magic to grasp the details. He decided against recklessly attempting ritual magic until he was truly proficient and had learned more, as that would waste materials and invite danger. Again and again, Klein picked up the silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns, pressed it open, and noticed the time was just past 2:45. After a few moments of contemplation, he took the old newspaper to the kitchen on the first floor to burn it, using the opportunity to adjust his state in preparation for the tarot gathering. Once more, he locked the bedroom door, not waiting for 3 o'clock to arrive, but intending to ascend above the mist beforehand. He aimed to seize this opportunity to thoroughly explore that realm. Just as Klein stood in the vacant space of the room, about to commence his counterclockwise walk, he suddenly recalled his concerns about whether Justice and the Hanged Man had entered an appropriate environment and whether they might be disturbed or discovered. This led him to a realization. He had mentioned devising a method to allow Justice and the Hanged Man to request leave in advance if they found themselves unable to escape or faced other circumstances, thus missing the gathering. For the former Klein, this was an almost insurmountable dilemma. He couldn't possibly construct an instant communication network across dimensions, as wired telegraphy would expose him. Yet now, he found inspiration within ritual magic, utilizing an external force-based ritual magic, which involves invoking different entities for assistance, would surely entail a clear targeting in the incantation's preamble, such as invoking the God of Night or the Lord of Scarlet, or describing those unknown hidden presences. Could I not amend the incantation to direct its focus towards myself? By doing so, even if Justice and the Hanged Man were to conduct their rituals in foreign lands, I could still receive pertinent information. Klein's spirits surged with excitement as he began to analyze the feasibility of this approach. 2 challenges emerged. First, I am not powerful enough as a high-sequence individual. Even if the description in the incantation indeed pointed to me, I would be unlikely to receive the request. Second, how to ensure that the description in the incantation accurately points to me, to avoid misfiring and inadvertently targeting another unknown entity that fits the description, which could pose grave dangers. Klein paced back and forth, contemplating possible solutions. His steps were silent as he circled again and again, naturally connecting this matter with the enigmatic world above the mist. My inability to receive the request does not imply that the mist cannot. Its combination with the deep crimson star can directly pull one into space. Disregarding distance, one could consider linking my presence with that mysterious space during the directional description. Following this line of reasoning, while I may not instantly receive the request when the other party performs their ritual, as long as I ascend above the mist, I can access the corresponding information in simpler terms. It is akin to the difference between online and offline messages on QQ. The more Klein pondered, the more exhilarated he became, believing this idea was worth exploring. What description should I employ to accurately direct towards myself and that misty world? He began to contemplate the specific details in truth. He had a surefire incantation that was the pure rune language transliteration of the celestial sovereign of the yellow heaven. But the problem was that this would cause him to lose control over the misty realm, forfeiting his dominant position. Thus it must be excluded. The fool from another world. It is not feasible. This is indeed precise, as there are unlikely to be any other entities that meet the criteria. However, it would unveil my greatest secret. Klein contemplated one incantation after another, only to dismiss each in turn. After 7 or 8 minutes, he finally settled on the first segment of the incantation's directional description, a fool not of this era. This was evidently insufficiently precise. Klein swiftly added another segment, the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. Together, these 2 descriptions could almost pinpoint him, intertwining the gray mist with his very essence. Yet, it still lacks something. One could not rule out the existence of multiple realms and sovereigns above the gray mist, and this description could potentially indicate the spirit realm. Klein furrowed his brow, intending to add another layer of assurance. After pondering for a full minute, he finally devised the concluding description: the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune. This was a near paraphrase of the god of fortune. Huang that if taken alone, it might lead to deviation and attract the attention of unknown dangers. But with the preceding two limitations, and considering his own experiences of entering the gray mist through similar incantations, the object of the description could be entirely locked in. Conducting the ritualistic magic according to these three segments, Klein was uncertain whether it would yield any effect, but he could be assured that it would not draw the attention of other entities, nor endanger justice and the hanged man. Klein exhaled deeply, silently reciting the incantation he had formulated. O fool not of this era! You are the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune. He nodded almost imperceptibly, withdrew a pocket watch, and confirmed the time that it was 2:58. Klein ceased his musings, stowed the watch away, and entered a meditative state. Accompanied by the recitation of incantations, he stepped counterclockwise 4 times, forming a square. The most intense cacophony and the most soul-stirring cries erupted once more. He felt a headache more unbearable than that induced by the potion of the diviner. This was not the excruciating pain of having one's head pierced. Rather, it was a throbbing that incited mania, stripped away reason, and induced chaos. Klein controlled himself through meditation, striving to ignore the tumult. The whispers and murmurs ebbed away like a receding tide. His body felt lighter, and his spirit felt unburdened. Everything began to float, that an endless expanse of gray mist emerged in his view, deep red stars appearing near and far, as if they were countless eyes above the gray mist. A majestic palace loomed, resembling the abode of giants, seemingly existing here for millions of years. With a mere flicker of thought, Klein's figure vanished from his original location, taking a seat at the head of a bronze long table adorned with 22 high-backed chairs. The effects of the ritual had indeed solidified. He whispered softly, lightly tapping his forehead, enveloping himself in a shroud of grayish-white mist, denser than before. According to the hanged man's description, if justice became a spectator, it was best not to reveal any movements before her. With no time to investigate further, Klein extended his right hand, forging an invisible connection to communicate with the 2 familiar deep red stars. Upon the vast, deep blue expanse of the Sunya Sea, an ancient sailing vessel sailed smoothly with the wind. Alge Wilson had sequestered himself in the captain's quarters, allowing the ghost ship to provide the highest level of protection. Before him, a pocket watch lay open beside a brass sextant, ticking away with a tension that was far from joyful. Just as the hour, minute, and second hands aligned perfectly, a deep red explosion erupted before Alge Wilson, penetrating layer upon layer of defenses. His sigh echoed within the captain's quarters that in Bakeland, Queens. Audrey Hall reclined against a velvet pillow, reviewing the yellow-brown parchment in her hand once more, her gem-like eyes seemingly harboring 2 slowly revolving whirlpools of souls. Her gaze was calm and cool, as if she awaited the unfolding of a drama. The deep red erupted forth, and she gazed down at her own engulfment, above the gray mist, within the grand palace. The bronze long table was modeled, and ancient A.S. Audrey Hall's figure began to materialize. Klein, who had already activated his spiritual sight, looked over and, as expected, observed the colors within her aura merging into a singularity, becoming pure and tranquil like a clear lake reflecting reality. She had indeed become an extraordinary being. Just as Klein was about to shift his gaze, he suddenly noticed a change in the high-back chair belonging to Miss Justice. The brilliant stars upon its back began to move rapidly, forming a constellation that did not belong to reality. T.O. Klein's eyes. This constellation was remarkably familiar, as it represented a symbol from mysticism, the symbol of the dragon. The spectator dragon. Klein restrained himself from shaking his head, gazing inquisitively at the hanged man's high-backed seat. Ordinarily, from his vantage point, he would not be able to see the back of the chair. However, this was his domain, and everything manifested according to his will. The constellation behind the chair remained unchanged, but Klein, now well-versed in mysticism, was no longer as oblivious as before and recognized it as the symbol of the storm. Sailor, sea dweller, storm. This was indeed no issue. The colors within the hanged man's aura had indeed become even purer. Had he ascended? What, then, was the symbol behind my seat? Klein suppressed his impulse and, as before, lightly tapped the edge of the long table 3 times. Smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Miss Justice. You have become an extraordinary being." Could he discern it directly? Audrey paused for a moment, then replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Hangman, faster than I anticipated." Alge Wilson replied calmly. Klein chose not to pursue the topic further, tapping his forehead lightly, and spoke with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you found Russell's diary?" Chapter 59. The genesis of Russell upon hearing the fool's question. Audrey did not respond immediately as she had in the past. Instead, she gazed at the hanged man with her sparkling eyes, scrutinizing him. Alge instinctively restrained his body movements and, after a few seconds of silence, spoke up. "I discovered 2 pages of Emperor Russell's diary and committed their contents to memory. I possess 1 page." Audrey, her gaze separated by the gray mist, responded in a tone that suggested detachment. "Very good." Klein did not allow his feelings of joy and disappointment to color his voice. He was elated to have 3 complete pages, but disappointed that there were only 3, as the initial collection was likely easier, serving as a probe into his own resources and potential channels. Subsequent efforts would undoubtedly become increasingly challenging, involving more factors. "Shall we express it now?" Audrey inquired calmly. Indeed, Klein nodded succinctly that he maintained his previous posture, making minimal alterations. Before the spectators, caution was paramount. As words fell, yellow-brown parchment and dark red quills materialized before Audrey and Alge. The 2 picked up their writing tools, striving to recall the symbols embedded in their memories. Infused with the urgency to express them, silence. Lines of text began to appear on the yellow-brown parchment, some elegant and poised, others delicate and flowing, while a few were askew and haphazard, in less than a minute. The content forcibly inscribed by Audrey and Alge was entirely transcribed. With a thought, Klein summoned the 3 pages of parchment into his hands that he cast a quick glance over them, noting that the order of the language was jumbled, with some words missing and others misspelled. Nevertheless, experiments had shown that, to a certain extent, order discrepancies did not impede the reading of Chinese, and after enduring the torment of asterisks, he harbored no fear of missing or misspelled words. April 8th. I stand at the bow of the black throne and spread my arms, saying to Green and Edwards, "Do you wish to claim my treasures? Then come seek them at the end of the misty sea, for I have concealed all my riches here." They utterly failed to grasp my humor and inquired whether I truly possessed additional treasures. How dull! They could never become my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. April 11th. I discovered an unnamed island not on the safe route, teeming with extraordinary species that I prefer to call them extraordinary beings. It sounds more sophisticated. Aside from them, the island is home to many bizarre creatures that I think that if Darwin were to traverse here, he would be unable to write another theory of evolution. April 15th. Green has become somewhat eccentric. Has he been infected by something? When did Emperor Russell, born in the kingdom of Intis, ever set sail? The misty sea should be the body of water to the west of the Intis Republic. I need to head to the library to find some historical materials for comparison. Klein swiftly finished reading a page and shifted his gaze towards the next this moment. He no longer concealed his understanding of Emperor Russell's secret symbols, as this aligned with the behaviors befitting the fool's identity. Audrey and Alge remained silent, quietly seated awaiting. They seemed entirely unfazed by this outcome, even considering it the rightful course of events. October 2nd. They decided to arrange my engagement to Matilda of the Abel family, without consulting me beforehand. My heavens, I've never even met her. No, I must refuse. Even if I have to run away from home and become self-reliant, facing all kinds of oppression, I will resist this arranged marriage. October 5th. Miss Matilda is truly beautiful. October 6th. Her personality and her aura are exactly my type. I am beginning to look forward to our marriage. Hey, Emperor, where is your integrity? Klein leaned back against the high-back chair, suppressing his emotions beneath the gray mist. He discovered that the early Russell did not maintain a daily journal. Rather, he would only take up his pen when he encountered events that warranted venting, recording, or expressing emotions. His gaze shifted downward, and Klein focused on the final entry of this page. October 9th, they actually referred to me as the son of steam, which I find quite delightful, noticing that the preceding 2 pages held little value. Klein could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, he did not let it dishearten him, instead placing the 3rd page at the top. This page contained writing on both sides. May 21st. The Church of the God of Craftsmen presented me with 2 choices, the beginnings of 2 sequential paths, one being Universalist, which belonged to the complete sequence chain they possessed, and the other being Seeker of Secrets, derived from the Mosin ascetic order, lacking a higher sequence. May 22 ND, my choice was straightforward. Universalist, a complete sequence Universalist. Although mastering more esoteric knowledge would assist me in finding a way home, the crux of the matter is that, in the absence of personal strength, traversing such realms inevitably relies on external forces, whose nature, benevolent or malevolent, remains uncontrollable and perilous. Given this, it is far more prudent to strengthen oneself and return through one's own power. Thus, possessing a complete sequence is my foremost consideration. May 23 RD, I became a Universalist. Through the power of potions, I astonishingly recalled the knowledge I had previously learned. Physics, chemistry, and so forth. Not only did I recall, but I also profoundly understood and mastered them. This role seems tailor-made for me, the outsider, maximizing my advantages. I must confess, if I were to return in such a state to my senior year, I would undoubtedly become the top student. With further structured and in-depth study, becoming a scientist would not be an insurmountable goal. May 26th, I thoroughly enjoyed the identity of a Universalist that a curious phenomenon occurred when I embraced the role of a Universalist and engaged in activities that aligned with this identity. Those maddening whispers that had nearly driven me to insanity quieted significantly that my sporadic outbursts of temper were also curtailed, and I recalled the matter of journaling, that I asked this what the enigmatic Mr. Charlotte referred to as playing a role. Perhaps this is the key to mitigating the perils of potions. Klein gazed at this page of the journal, acutely aware of the stark differences in character and style between himself and the great Rossel. For instance, regarding the matter of returning home, he was more inclined to consider an in-depth mastery of esoteric knowledge to avoid dangers and achieve his goals, while the great Rossel's perspective leaned towards wielding personal strength to control the dangers at hand. I must admit, at times, I find myself envious of such individuals. Perhaps every person yearns for what they lacked out of course. I must also contemplate the strengthening of myself. One must grasp both ends firmly. A myriad of thoughts flooded Klein's mind, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. Furthermore, the great Rossel's description of the reduced dangers of potions instilled him with considerable confidence in his reflections from the previous night, providing him with a clearer grasp of the essence of playing a role. Setting aside the 3 pages of the journal, Klein lifted his gaze towards Justice and the hanged man, smiling gently as he said, "I apologize. I was utterly absorbed." Audrey, suppressing her envy, replied with a serene smile, "I can understand. I look forward to the day when I can exchange the contents of the great Rossel's journal with you." "That will require a price," Klein replied with a knowing glance at Justice. While subtly sweeping his gaze over the silent hanged man, Audrey clasped her hands together before her and said, "Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, I have 3 questions I wish to pose to you, that if you deem the answers to possess great value, please inform me of your desires, and I shall endeavor to procure them afterward." "No problem," Aldridge replied succinctly yet steadfastly. Klein nodded gently, reclining more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few seconds and then inquired, "The first question, what does playing a role truly mean? I notice that the residual spirit within the potion has only a minimal impact on me. Is it because I've been playing the role of an observer during this period?" Aldridge remained silent, directing his gaze towards the fool, seemingly awaiting an answer. Klein tapped his fingers lightly against the edge of the long table. Speaking in a relaxed tone, "Let me illustrate with a more vivid analogy. The core power of sequence potions is akin to a heavily fortified castle. Within its confines reside the residual spirits that can unleash backlash. Our objective is to resolve this, to truly become the masters of the castle. Presently, we have 2 methods. The first is to forcibly invade, which may not guarantee success, and will certainly harm ourselves unless we possess overwhelming advantage, something we clearly lack. The second method involves an invitation from the castle's master. This invitation allows us to bypass the guard scrutiny and infiltrate the castle with ease, defeating the enemy without difficulty. However, the catch is that this invitation bears the guest's physical characteristics and corresponding temperament description. Thus, we must disguise ourselves. Play the role of the invited guest. Do you understand? Ulge, seemingly having anticipated this, immediately countered. That invitation is the name of the sequence potion. Then, indeed, Klein affirmed. Audrey felt a wave of enlightenment wash over her. Completely grasping the meaning of playing a role, slightly agitated, she swiftly exited the observer's state, exuberantly proclaiming, "What an exceptional method! I believe it aligns perfectly with your title. Its style is remarkably akin to the Fool. I never imagined playing a role could function in such a manner. Thankfully, I have instinctively embodied the role of an observer during this period." She paused momentarily before continuing. "I consider this a highly valuable answer, yet I cannot simply accept it without further contemplation. Mr. Fool, what kind of exchange do you require?" "Of course, I remember that I still owe you a page from the great Rossel's journal." "More entries from Rossel's journal?" Or Klein hesitated. He had initially intended to request any information regarding the diviner sequence, but felt that such a lowly request would tarnish the image of the Fool. Hence, he decided to forego it, planning to seek an opportunity to inquire subtly at a later time. "After all, I have only recently ascended and have yet to fully digest the diviner potion." He reassured himself, discreetly adding, "or any information regarding the Antigonus family, even if it is merely what I knew previously." Ulge pondered in silence for a few seconds, casting a cautious glance at the bronze long table. Then spoke in a measured tone, "Mr. Fool, I can now provide you with the compensation for your earlier answer.